In the center of the sports field at Kyoto University, all eyes were focused on one spot. A beautiful woman with an elegant figure was frowning at the young man in front of her, her phoenix eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Her fair, delicate face showed a hint of coldness, and when her red lips parted, her voice, although melodious, carried a chilling indifference. Suyu, haven't I made myself clear enough? I, Lin Panchi, will never like you, and I will never be with you. The crowd around them buzzed with conversation. Some admired the school's beauty, Lin, for rejecting Sue's affection, while others marveled at the great extraordinary alloy longsword gifted, something even a master would covet. Even the ordinary students looked on with envy and jealousy. At the center of the crowd, the handsome young man with a stature as straight as a pine tree suddenly froze. Suyu's eyes showed confusion as a flood of memories surged through his mind. After a moment of sharp pain, he finally understood his situation. He had traveled into a high-powered martial arts novel and had become the antagonist destined to be humiliated by the protagonist. Ironically, he was a genius of the Su family, his grandfather a Transcendent Martial Saint of Blue Star, and his father a ninth-grade Grandmaster of the Dragon Kingdom. His family was a prestigious clan that had thrived for 1,000 years. Yet, in the original story, he was reduced to a sycophant, obsessively fawning over Lin Panchi, who came from a far less distinguished background. The Lin family was merely a century-old nouveau riche, with their strongest member having reached only the 8th grade before falling. If not for his affection, this minor family would have been annexed long ago. But they were ungrateful, stringing him along while secretly nurturing a child of destiny, eventually rising to become the second family of Blue Star, and even destroying the Su family in return. Suyu, are you even listening to me? Lin Panchi's voice was cold. I don't acknowledge this so-called engagement. Your persistence is disgusting. All right, Suyu replied with a calm smile. As you wish. This response left Lin Panchi stunned. What did you say? I agree with what you've said. The engagement is off, and from now on, we are strangers. Tomorrow, I will personally visit to dissolve this farcical engagement and announce in Kyoto that neither I nor the Su family will have any further dealings with you or the Lin family. With these words, the entire sports field fell into a dead silence. For a long time, when everyone finally came to their senses, they had only one thought. A major upheaval was about to happen in Kyoto. On the training field of Kyoto Martial University, the faces of the students were filled with shock. The news of the Su family breaking off their engagement with the Lin family hit like a heavy blow, making everyone realize that a major change was about to sweep through Kyoto. The Lin family, which barely managed to rank among the top-tier families thanks to the Su family, was likely to soon become prey for other families. How did the storyline suddenly go off track? Someone whispered in astonishment. Young Master Su actually initiated the breakup? Many couldn't hold back their urgency and quickly pulled out their phones to contact their families. We must prepare in advance. After a brief silence, the entire field erupted into a buzz of whispers, except for Lin Panchi's unexpected reaction. She was initially stunned, but then a look of delight appeared on her pretty face. Is it true? Lin Panchi eagerly asked. This was exactly what she had always desired, yet her family had constantly obstructed it. Now that Suyu had initiated it, it felt like a blessing from the heavens. Suyu, observing her reaction, maintained a calm smile on his handsome face. Of course it's true. I'll personally go to annul the engagement tomorrow. He sneered internally. You're looking forward to the breakup, but I'm even more eager. I don't want to be the one endlessly giving with nothing in return. With his talents in this high martial world, what kind of woman couldn't he have? What kind of life couldn't he enjoy? Moreover, he possessed the potential of a martial saint. In the original story, such talent was wasted, and his cultivation was inferior to his peers, which was simply absurd. Words alone aren't enough. Do you dare to swear? Lin Panchi pressed on. She knew Suyu was relentless in his pursuit of her and needed a vow witnessed by the world's will to feel at ease. The onlookers gasped. Just how much does this top school beauty hate her family to push things to the brink? Suyu sneered inwardly. The female leads various traits: low talent, low intelligence, low emotional intelligence, low cultivation were simply baffling. A man can accommodate downward, but not all the way to the ground. Despite his inner contempt, Suyu remained outwardly composed. I can. He immediately raised his hand to swear. I, Suyu, will no longer harbor any affection for Lin Panchi, and will annul the engagement tomorrow, never to regret it. Should I break this vow, may my Tao heart shatter, and my will perish. The moment the vow was made, a mysterious aura surrounded Suyu, and his mind trembled. This was proof of the vow taking effect. The field was instantly abuzz. He really swore. The Lin family is truly in trouble because of their top beauty. I wonder how the Lin family will respond. Will the top beauty regret this? However, none of these discussions reached Lin Panchi's ears. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Suyu made a vow to the will of the world, swearing not to entangle himself with Lin Panchi anymore, nor to have feelings for her. This vow, if broken, would result in his death and the extinguishing of his path. Upon hearing this, Lin Panchi's delicate and pretty face broke into a smile, and her slender shoulders relaxed unconsciously. All right, I believe you this time, she said, with a tone that carried a hint of condescension, but only this time. The people around watched Lin Panchi's lofty demeanor with confusion. Without the support of the Su family, the Lin family would be far from reaching the status of a top-tier family. Where did her sense of superiority come from? Sui was not surprised by her reaction. In the original storyline, Lin Panchi always despised him and would be happy for a long time whenever she heard bad news about him, let alone now that the engagement could be annulled. However, swearing not to like her didn't mean he couldn't make her and the Lin family pay the price. In the original story, he and the Su family were destined to be trampled underfoot by her and the so-called Child of Destiny. In that case, to live longer, both the Lin family and the Child of Destiny must perish. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Su Yu's eyes. Since he was defined as a villain, why not be a complete villain? As this thought arose, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding, the Destiny villain system has been successfully bound. Su Yu was taken aback and instinctively asked in his mind, System, what functions do you have? The system immediately responded, Ding. When the host breaks the original book setting, generous rewards will be given. By overturning the destiny of being a cannon fodder villain, massive rewards will be granted. Each time the original storyline is violated, appropriate rewards will be given depending on the situation. This system aims to cultivate the host into the ultimate villain across all worlds. Current main task, kill the Child of Destiny, Chu Feng. Note, the Child of Destiny's luck value must be reduced to below 10 before he can be killed. Methods to plunder luck value include 1. Seizing his opportunities. 2. Taking in his confidants and other supporting characters. 3. Undermining and destroying his mindset. After hearing the system's explanation, a sharp light flashed in Su Yu's eyes. Then, destroying the entire Lin family should significantly plunder the protagonist's luck value, right? After all, in the early stages, the Lin family and Lin Panchi were using the Su family's resources to nurture that Child of Destiny. At this point, still immersed in excitement, Lin Panchi saw Su Yu remaining silent. She restrained her smile and returned to her usual cold demeanor. Since everything is clear, I will leave. Wait for me at home tomorrow. I hope you don't break your promise. Of course, if you don't come. She smirked coldly. You'll meet your end. Actually, I hope you don't come. These nearly curse-like words made everyone's faces change slightly. Who would have thought that the usually noble and elegant Lin Panchi could speak so mercilessly? Su Yu snapped back from the system dialogue, glancing at Lin Panchi with a meaningful smile. Don't worry, I'll be there at noon tomorrow, right on time. Good, I'm leaving then. Satisfied with the firm answer, Lin Panchi turned to leave. Just then, Su Yu's unhurried voice sounded behind her. Since you don't want any association with me or the Su family, please return the grade extraordinary alloy weapon and the ring on your right index finger. Lin Panchi abruptly stopped, disbelief flashing in her beautiful eyes. These things aren't yours to take yet, she said harshly. Su Yu, what do you mean by this? Lin Panchi turned to face Su Yu, her heart tightening at the calm look in his eyes. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the case holding the grade extraordinary alloy longsword, her right hand subtly moving behind her back to touch the emerald glowing ring. Are you trying to take back what you've given, Su Yu? She asked, suppressing her unease. The grade extraordinary alloy longsword held immense significance for her, not only for the upcoming graduation assessment in half a month, but also because Chu Feng desperately needed a suitable weapon. Such a treasure would even tempt a 7th grade master, and the Lin family had only a few of them. As for the ring crafted by a martial saint, it contained a power that could save her life at a critical moment, enough to make even a 9th grade grandmaster envious. Su Yu chuckled softly at her words. Didn't you say you wanted nothing to do with me or the Su family? So why shouldn't I take back what belongs to my family? And let me be clear, I'm not asking for your permission. Her words left Lin Panchi speechless. She couldn't find a reason to argue, yet she found it hard to let go. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, their words laced with sarcasm. Exactly, acting all high and mighty, but now she can't bear to return them? Even a courtesan knows you have to give something to get a reward. She's really playing her cards well. Isn't Lin the campus queen supposed to be the most virtuous? Why isn't she returning them? Facing the mocking from all sides, Lin Panchi's face turned pale and flushed, unable to retort. Seeing this, Su Yu's smile disappeared, and his tone turned cold. Does Miss Lin think the Su family is so weak that you can bully us at will? What right do you have to keep these things? Just as Lin Panchi was struggling to respond, a firm voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Is the mighty heir of the Su family only capable of bullying women? The crowd turned to see a simply dressed, tall young man stepping forward. His features were delicate yet resolute, and he strode confidently to stand protectively beside Lin Panchi, like a solid shield. Isn't that Chu Feng from the 4th year 3rd class? Why is he getting involved? Surprised whispers rippled through the crowd. Chu Feng met Su Yu's gaze with unwavering eyes. Once a gift is given, there's no reason to take it back. And you gave them willingly, so why demand their return? Lin Panchi turned to look at Chu Feng, her eyes lighting up with delight, her tense nerves slightly relaxing. Chu Feng, what are you doing here? He offered her a warm smile. I came back to find you since you hadn't come out for a while. Don't worry, I'm here. These words were powerful and reassuring, causing Lin Panchi to nod slightly. The presence of Chu Feng gave her a tremendous sense of security, making her feel that no matter how difficult the situation was, it could be resolved. Su Yu squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the unexpected guest. What if the main character had arrived? He spoke coldly. What is your relationship with Lin Panchi? Deliberately ignoring Chu Feng's earlier questions. Panchi and I are good friends. Chu Feng replied confidently, standing tall and unwavering. Even in the face of the Su family's eldest son, he was fearless because he believed he was on the side of justice. Oh, Su Yu responded indifferently, then suddenly changed the subject. What does this have to do with you? Is it your place to meddle in my affairs with her? When did I ever say the things I gave were unconditional gifts? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. A dignified young master of the Su family. Yet you want to take back what you've given? That would be a laughingstock. Su Yu ignored this, his gaze fixed on Lin Panchi. I'm asking you one more time. Are you returning it or not? Lin Panchi bit her lip, remaining silent. The surrounding murmurs surged like a tide. First time seeing someone so shameless, saying she doesn't like him but gladly accepting gifts. Now she's playing the victim, clearly doesn't want to return them. And she's supposed to be the campus beauty. Chu Feng must be out of his mind to get involved in this mess. These words were like countless needles, piercing Lin Panchi's heart. She steeled herself, suddenly taking off the ring and throwing it along with the grade extraordinary alloy weapon at Su Yu. Here, take it back. Chu Feng tried to stop her, but it was too late. Su Yu caught them steadily, expressionless. Fine, you can leave now. Make sure your father prepares the dowry. I'll personally come to break off the engagement tomorrow. Lin Panchi's eyes reddened as she grabbed Chu Feng's hand. Humph, let's go. But Chu Feng's gaze was drawn to the grade extraordinary alloy weapon. Noticing his reaction, Lin Panchi gritted her teeth. Don't worry, I'll have my dad find you a better weapon, one that won't be inferior to what he gave. This statement caused an uproar. So it was meant for this guy? Using a simp's gift to support her boyfriend? Bold move. No wonder Chu Feng tried to intervene. Amidst the jeers, the two left in embarrassment. Su Yu stood still, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. This is just the beginning, Lin Panchi. What are you complaining about? Tomorrow will be the real disaster for you and the Lin family. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully altering the plot, earning a reward. Starter Pack 1. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then he spoke. Open the beginner's package. A hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. This was indeed a plot where the enemy was given resources. The grade weapon he originally intended to give Lin Panchi would eventually fall into the hands of the protagonist, Chu Feng. This weapon, coveted even by masters, would allow Chu Feng to make a stunning impression in the graduation assessment half a month later, leaping from an unnoticed mid-level competitor to the top position, thereby becoming a disciple of an 8th-ranked Golden Body Realm expert. Before he could ponder further, the system notification chimed in. Beginner's package successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Boundary Enhancement Card 1, Golden Body 9 Refinements Technique, 9-rank Source Essence, 100 pounds. A look of delight appeared on Su Yu's handsome face. The Golden Body 9 Refinements Technique seemed to correspond to the cultivation method for the 8th-ranked Golden Body Realm, and anything produced by the system was bound to be of high quality. As for the 9-rank Source Essence, it was the best natural treasure for forging the 8th-ranked Golden Body Realm, and even the Su family's treasury barely held a dozen pounds. Unexpectedly, the system had provided a full 100 pounds. Interesting. Su Yu's eyes gleamed with sharpness. Just altering a resource-giving plot can yield such generous rewards. If I could seize more of Chu Feng's opportunities. A smile tugged at his lips. I might even earn rewards at the level of a martial saint. This thought made him even more eager for tomorrow's visit to the Lin family to annul the engagement. Striking a blow to the female protagonist's family surely wouldn't go unrewarded. The next day, nearing noon, the main hall of the Lin family's grand estate in the capital was filled with numerous direct descendants of the Lin family. Seated at the head was a burly middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, the current head of the Lin family and Lin Panchi's father, Lin Hao. His commanding presence made all the Lin family members present lower their heads in respect. At this moment, Lin Panchi and Chu Feng stood beside Lin Hao. Lin Panchi's beautiful eyes were red, her expression aggrieved. Yesterday, when she excitedly informed her father of Su Yu's decision to annul the engagement, Lin Hao, who had initially been pleased, suddenly changed his demeanor and even slapped her in a fit of anger. Crying. All you know is how to cry. Lin Hao glanced at his daughter's tearful eyes, then at the resolute expression of Chu Feng beside her. growing even more frustrated. Who told you to annul the engagement with Su Yu on your own? He was truly troubled at this moment, fully aware of the Lin family's current predicament, and straining relations with the Su family at such a critical time was unwise. Lin Panchi stifled her sobs, her voice soft yet defiant. Dad, why are you so afraid of Su Yu? He's just a rich kid riding on his family's coattails. There's no way I can be with him. In her heart, Su Yu could never compare to Chu Feng by her side. Lin Panchi stood in front of her father, her fair little hand gently tugging at his sleeve. With an air of grievance, she softly said, although Chu Feng comes from an ordinary background, he got into Kyoto Martial Arts University on his own merit, and his cultivation level is quite high. Most importantly, he always makes me feel secure. Unlike Su Yu, who only makes me feel disgusted. She looked up at her father, her eyes sparkling with hope. Dad, you're already at the peak of the 7th rank, and will soon break through to the 8th. When that happens, why should we still have to put up with the Su family? Back when Grandpa was alive, our Lin family was a prominent clan in Kyoto. Now, people say our status is thanks to our association with the Su family. I believe you can lead the Lin family back to its former glory. In her heart, Lin Panchi thought that the Su family only had a 9th rank grandmaster to rely on. As for the higher realm of martial saints, not only was she unaware of them, but even the entire Lin family knew nothing about them. This wasn't surprising, as the Lin family, despite its first-rate status, had no access to information beyond the 9th rank. To them, as long as Lin Hao could break through to the 8th rank Golden Body realm, they could stand on equal footing with a 9th rank grandmaster and would no longer need to rely on the Su family. Listening to his daughter, Lin Hao's expression softened. He slowly nodded and said, since you don't like him, when Su Yu comes today, I'll have a stern talk with him and call off the engagement. As he said this, a hint of pride flashed in his eye. She had already touched the threshold of the 8th rank Golden Body realm, and a breakthrough was imminent. By then, the Lin family would truly become a first-rate clan, no longer the sheep relying on the Su family's might to keep the wolves at bay. Lin Panchi, delighted, clung to her father's arm coquettishly. Dad, you're the best. Beside them, Chu Feng's eyes also showed a hint of a smile. A strong Lin family was naturally a good thing for him, given his close ties with them and Lin Hao's high regard for him. Lin Hao affectionately patted his daughter's head and said with a smile, don't worry, when Su Yu arrives, I'll make sure he apologizes to you. Breaking off the engagement is his loss. My daughter's heir is far better than him. Well, how exactly does the head of the Lin family want me to apologize? A calm voice suddenly came from outside the hall. The smiles on everyone's faces froze. Under the watchful eyes of the Lin family, Su Yu, dressed in casual attire, walked into the hall with ease. Ignoring the stares, he looked directly at Lin Hao, a faint smile on his lips. Head of the Lin family, I wonder if what belongs to the Su family is ready. Lin Hao's smile faded, and he replied in a relaxed tone. Su Yu, my nephew, I agree to the cancellation of the engagement. But you need to apologize for insulting Sierra yesterday. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to visit the Su family personally to inquire about how they educate their young. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled as if he had heard something amusing. You? A mere peak 7th rank martial artist. Where do you get such audacity? The hall fell silent at these words. Lin Hao stood frozen. Su Yu had never spoken to him in such a manner before. How dare you? Lin Hao roared, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that surged towards Su Yu. A palpable pressure filled the air, making it seem almost tangible. Standing in the center of the Lin family's main hall, Su Yu's robes fluttered under the invisible force, yet he remained as steadfast as a pine tree. Such pressure would cause an ordinary person to collapse instantly. As a grade 7 master wielding the power of heaven and earth was no trivial matter. Lin Hao's eyes glinted with a ghostly green light, his expression dark and menacing. Didn't your elders teach you to show proper respect to a master? At this moment, he was at the peak of the late grade 7, on the verge of reaching the threshold of grade 8, a step away from becoming a golden body master. Above him were only a handful of grade 8 and 9 experts, and as for the legendary martial saints, they were as rare as they were unattainable. Su Yu maintained a composed smile, his tone calm, yet edged with sharpness. Masters indeed deserve respect. But what do you have to intimidate me? Your position as the head of a first-rate family, or merely your late grade 7 cultivation? Before he finished speaking, a direct descendant of the Lin family stepped forward, shouting harshly. Su Yu, don't think that just because you belong to the Su family, you can do whatever you want in the Lin household. This is the Lin family, and you should abide by our rules. Without an apology to the family head, there's no chance for you and Panchi. Exactly, echoed other members of the Lin family. Even if your family has a grade 9 grandmaster, that doesn't mean you can act recklessly here. Panchi has truly misjudged you over the years. You're nothing but insolent, with no respect for your elders. Over the years, the Lin family's attitude towards Su Yu had subtly shifted. Initially, they held some respect due to his status as the young master of a martial saint family. But his repeated humility only fueled a sense of superiority in this family, which lacked even a single grade 8 warrior. Standing beside Lin Panchi, Chu Feng saw Su Yu remain silent amid the barrage of criticism and seized the opportunity to speak. Su Yu, is this how you treat a master? Uncle Lin is Panchi's father. How can you, with such disrespect for your elders, claim to love Panchi? As someone from a humble background who had fought his way into the prestigious Kyoto Martial University, he held disdain for someone like Su Yu, who squandered family resources. Lin Panchi's eyes were filled with disdain as she coldly declared, "Our family has agreed to annul the engagement." With that, she picked up the marriage contract from the table and tore it to shreds in front of everyone. "The engagement is void. You can leave now. From this moment on, there is nothing between Lin Panchi and you." Watching the fragments flutter down, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The engagement was merely a strategy by the Lin family to avoid being pressured into decline by the Su family. Now that the father is on the brink of reaching the 8th rank, there's no need to feign cordiality with the Su family anymore. As Lin Panchi finished speaking, Su Yu ignored her, instead turning his gaze to Lin Hao, with a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Does the head of the Lin family agree? Lin Hao sat at the head seat, his brow slightly furrowed. As a strong practitioner close to the 8th rank, he was displeased by Su Yu's disrespectful attitude. He replied curtly, "That is my intention." In that case, Su Yu's smile deepened. "Return the engagement gifts my Su family provided. 20 pounds of 8th grade source essence, 2 A-grade weapons, 3 B-grade weapons, and various shares in businesses and cultivation resources." Lin Hao's brow twitched at these words. Returning such a substantial dowry would diminish the Lin family's strength by 70%. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Panchi and Chu Feng couldn't hold back. "Su Yu, do you have any shame?" Lin Panchi scolded angrily. "Sure, your family gave those gifts, but you're the one calling off the engagement. Why should we return them?" Chu Feng chimed in. "If you're a man, you'd understand that since you're the one breaking off the engagement, there's no reason to return the dowry." He thought to himself that he hadn't even received the grade alloy weapon yet. So how could he agree to Su Yu's demands? A dangerous glint flashed in Su Yu's eyes as his voice turned icy. "It seems the Lin family has no intention of returning the dowry. You proposed the breakup. The dowry won't be returned," Lin Hao said authoritatively. "Leave now, and I won't hold your disrespect towards a master against you." He was confident that Su Yu was still the same weak character who would slink away after being scolded by Lin Panchi. But this time he was wrong. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of unrestrained laughter echoed through the hall. Su Yu conjured a luxurious chair out of thin air, sat down leisurely, and crossed his legs, looking down on them. "Lin Hao, you're merely a 7th rank warrior. Who gave you the courage to speak to me, the young master, like that?" Such arrogance completely infuriated Lin Hao. "Very well, since you're so ignorant of the situation, I'll capture you and visit your father, the 9th rank Grandmaster Su Long, to see how he has raised you." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hao's figure vanished, and a fierce energy swept through the hall, targeting Su Yu. The crowd looked on with anticipation, eager to see the downfall of this arrogant young man. Facing the assault of someone on the verge of becoming an 8th rank golden body expert, Su Yu remained calm, uttering just 2 words, "Open wide." In the next moment, an illusory palm print appeared out of nowhere, unleashing a terrifying momentum. With a crisp smack, Lin Hao was slammed heavily to the ground, spewing blood and broken teeth, a large palm print clearly imprinted on his face. In his astonished gaze, a figure slowly emerged. 8th rank, golden body expert. At that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. The faces of the Lin family froze instantly, and in the deathly silence, the hearts of Lin Panchi and Chu Feng almost stopped. The sudden appearance of an 8th grade golden body master threw the entire courtyard into panic. Lin Hao awkwardly scrambled up from the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and broken teeth mixed with blood foam spat onto the ground. Struggling to harness the energy of heaven and earth to heal his injuries, he looked up at the elders standing beside Su Yu, a flicker of undisguised fear in his eyes. "May I know who you are, elder, and why you attacked me?" Lin Hao asked, bowing with a tremor in his voice. Even with his pride in his half-step golden body cultivation, he was nothing more than an ant before a true 8th grade master. The elder let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Why attack you? How dare a mere peak 7th grade warrior lay hands on the young master of the Su family?" "What?" Lin Hao was thunderstruck, his pupils contracting violently. An 8th grade golden body master, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, was Su Yu's protector? Su Yu turned to the elder, a calm smile on his lips. "5th grade uncle, there's no need to say much to him. He's just a warrior who hasn't reached the 8th grade." This statement was a clear declaration to the Lin family. As the young master of the Su family, he naturally had top-tier protectors. Moreover, with the potential to become the new generation's martial saint of the Su family, their protection of him was only to be expected. The elder nodded, his voice filled with disdain. A frog in a well. If we don't show him some color, he'd really think the Su family is easy to bully? A lowly family dares to speak ill of the Su family? A mere 7th grade dares to talk about teaching the son of a 9th grade grandmaster? These words were like a heavy hammer, shattering the dignity of the Lin family. No one dared to retort, for standing before them was the 8th grade golden body master they all dreamed of. Suppressing his anger and humiliation, Lin Hao said in a deep voice, "Is the Su family intending to break the rules? Higher grade warriors are not to harm those of lower grades. Not to kill, no," Su Yu said nonchalantly. "But making you kneel here is quite possible." Before the words had fully dissipated, a terrifying 8th grade aura swept over like a tidal wave. Lin Hao's shoulders sank, and his knees buckled uncontrollably, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Witnessing this, the Lin family was as if frozen in place. After a moment of dead silence, Lin Panchi's sharp cry pierced the air, "Dad! Su Yu, you bastard! Let him go, or I'll never forgive you." Lin Panchi's eyes were red with anger as she bit her lip and shouted at Su Yu, "Let my father go immediately." Su Yu looked at her without any expression, a hint of mockery in his heart. Even in this situation, the Lin family still didn't know how to assess the circumstances. As the young master of the Su family, Su Yu was well aware of their strength. Publicly, they had a 9th grade grandmaster, and in secret, they had numerous powerful figures, several 9th grade grandmasters, over a dozen 8th grade golden body experts, and countless others below the 7th grade. Not to mention, his father, Su Zhantian, was one of the 12 martial saints of the Dragon Nation, and his uncle, Su Long, was a renowned grandmaster. This level of power was enough to dominate as the first family of the Dragon Nation. In the original timeline, Su Yu had been overly accommodating to the Lin family, which only made them look down on him more. They seemed to forget that the Lin family was just a small family, without even an 8th grade expert. Now that he had been given a second chance at life, there was no way he would continue to be a pushover. Seeing Su Yu unmoved, Lin Panchi bit her lip harder and shouted angrily, "Su Yu, you're a bastard. You have no skills, just relying on your family's power to bully others." Standing by, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with coldness as he saw his beloved being humiliated. He said slowly, "Su Yu, don't think you can do whatever you want just because your family has some influence. Today, I, Chu Feng, challenge you. If you're a man, accept it." Although there were 8th grade golden body experts watching, the martial arts rules of the Dragon Nation stated that higher grade martial artists could not interfere in a similar grade duel, or they would be hunted down. Chu Feng knew he might not be able to kill Su Yu, but he was confident he could seriously injure him. He calculated silently. Although he hadn't made it to the capital's martial arts university ranking, he had a mid-4th grade cultivation, combined with mental strength comparable to a 5th grade, more than enough to overpower the just barely 5th grade Su Yu. After all, having mental strength that surpassed one's martial arts level made it feasible to challenge higher grades. "Fine, I accept," Su Yu said with interest, glancing at Chu Feng. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chu Feng leapt forward like a leopard, unleashing the full force of his mid-4th grade power, his fists aiming straight for Su Yu's face with a fierce wind. "Go, Chu Feng. Teach Su Yu a lesson." Lin Panchi cheered excitedly for Chu Feng. To her, this talented commoner with rich combat experience was sure to defeat the rich kid who had only advanced his cultivation through drugs. Simultaneously, a sweet feeling arose in her heart. Who could resist a boy who stands up for them in times of trouble? Buoyed by his beloved's encouragement, Chu Feng's fighting spirit surged. Though usually cautious and adept at using rules to protect himself, he couldn't help but give his all for the girl he admired. "Su Yu, prepare to die." Facing Chu Feng's roar, Su Yu merely lifted his eyes slightly and raised a hand casually. Chu Feng felt a surge of joy, this arrogant fool. But in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. It was too late to dodge. All his energy and blood were focused on his fists, leaving no time to adjust his move. "Impossible. How could you be?" Before he could finish, a terrifying force descended upon him. Boom. In a single move, Chu Feng was crushed and defeated. The full power of a 6th grade martial artist was revealed unmistakably. Sitting in the chair, Su Yu didn't move a muscle. With just a slight raise of his hand, Chu Feng, who was hailed as a genius, fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. This scene stunned all the Lin family members present, including Lin Panchi. Su Yu was displaying the strength of a 6th-rank martial artist. "No, this can't be." Chu Feng, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looked bewildered. "How are you a 6th-rank martial artist? Just yesterday, you were only at the early stage of the 5th rank." In response to Chu Feng's disbelief, Su Yu gave a slight smile. "Little fool, there are many things you don't understand." He critiqued with the tone of an elder. "Your strength is decent, and your attacks are quite fierce. I can sense that your punches carry a mental force comparable to a 5th-rank martial artist. Not bad." This condescending evaluation enraged Chu Feng completely. His eyes turned red as he roared, "I refuse to accept this." To him, His relentless training was meant to challenge and surpass these privileged individuals. Yet reality hit hard. Not only did he fail to surpass, but he was easily defeated by someone he underestimated. Suyu was secretly pleased, as a system notification informed him he had gained 1,000 villain points. It seemed this little chick still had much value to offer. Unfazed, he said, "You refuse to accept?" Chu Feng, suppressing the intense pain, got up and glared at Suyu. "Yes, I refuse. You must have used some trick. I don't believe you're a true 6th rank martial artist. Let's go again." With that, he launched himself at Suyu with even greater speed, his right fist clenched tightly. 8 extremes, break. Annoying. Suyu remained calm, delivering another seemingly gentle palm strike, yet it contained terrifying power. Whoosh. Chu Feng's body flew backward like a cannonball, smashing through the wall and landing heavily outside the hall. This sight sent chills down the spines of the Lin family members present. Even their strongest was only 6th rank, no match for Suyu. Praising you a bit doesn't mean you can get cocky. Saying your strength is decent is only in comparison to children. Do you still want to challenge adults? Suyu coldly eyed the fallen Chu Feng, his tone full of indifference. Suffering severe injuries and merciless mockery, Chu Feng let out a scream before passing out. Listening to the system notifications in his mind, Suyu was in a great mood. The Guiyuan pill, a 6th rank exclusive elixir, not only accelerated the consolidation of mental force, but also increased the success rate of advancing to a 7th rank master. The destined child collapsed unconscious, and Suyu's cold gaze shifted to Lin Hao, who was still kneeling on the ground. He looked down expressionlessly at the once arrogant head of the Lin family, his voice carrying a biting chill. "Master Lin, can you now return the betrothal gifts to my Su family?" At this moment, Lin Hao had none of his former arrogance. His knees trembled, cold sweat streamed down his face, and his mind replayed the astonishing scene that had just unfolded. Su Yu effortlessly summoning a powerful figure of the Golden Body realm. Such strength far exceeded his understanding of the Su family. Why had no other family ever mentioned the terrifying depth of the Su family's heritage? As Lin Hao hesitated, Lin Panchi snapped out of her shock. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she quickly approached Su Yu, raising her hand to slap him. However, this time things were different from what she expected. Just as her fair hand was about to touch Su Yu's face, he merely glanced at her, and a powerful mental force immobilized her. "Bastard! Su Yu, let me go!" Lin Panchi shouted in panic. "If you don't release me, you'll never get my forgiveness, and I'll never speak to you again." Seeing the woman before him who still couldn't grasp the change in circumstances, Su Yu's disdain grew even stronger. How could someone so oblivious to the situation become the leading lady? As Lin Panchi saw Su Yu unmoved, she continued to yell, "Su Yu, release me and my father immediately. I've agreed to the annulment, so leave now. And for injuring Chu Feng, I'm definitely going to report you to the school." Before she could finish, her voice abruptly stopped. Su Yu's eyes glowed with a violet light, and an oppressive aura radiated from him. "Lin Panchi, you've misunderstood 2 things. First, I'm not negotiating with you. Second, you're in no position to shout at me." Lin Panchi's face flushed red as if an invisible hand was choking her, leaving her unable to make a sound. The Lin family members present watched the scene unfold, none daring to intervene. Fear held them captive like an invisible shackle. It wasn't until Lin Panchi's face started turning purple and her struggles weakened that Lin Hao, as if waking from a dream, shouted, "Stop! I am willing to return the Su family's betrothal gifts." As soon as the words left his mouth, he collapsed to the ground, drained of all strength. The system notification sounded timely. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully undermining the leading lady's family prestige, cutting off the family's fortune, and receiving a reward. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, a flash of delight appeared in Su Yu's eyes. This level extraordinary weapon was a rare treasure that even a 9th rank grandmaster dreamed of possessing. Apart from the well-established powerful families, ordinary 9th rank grandmasters had no chance of obtaining such a divine weapon. The materials required to forge an S-level extraordinary weapon were extremely precious. 9th level beast core was an essential component, and extraterrestrial meteorite iron was needed to harness its immense power, as ordinary metals simply couldn't handle it. The strength of a 9th level beast was so formidable that even an ordinary 9th rank grandmaster wouldn't dare to hunt it alone. Suyu stored the reward in his storage ring and turned to look at Lin Hao, who was lying on the ground. A cold smile appeared on his lips. That's right, the things of the Su family are not so easily taken. Listening to these calm words, Lin Hao felt a bitter taste in his heart. But what he felt more was the pain and unwillingness. These resources were originally his. Now, having to hand them over was more painful than death. But what could he do? He knew he was at fault. Everyone in the capital knew about his daughter's attitude towards Suyu. He had been greedy, thinking Suyu wouldn't let go, and tried to keep the betrothal gifts. Who would have thought Suyu would immediately call upon an 8th rank golden body expert to suppress him, leaving him no choice but to comply. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hao threw out a storage ring, watching Suyu pocket it with a bleeding heart. After scanning it with his spiritual power to confirm its contents, Suyu carefully put it away, dusted off non-existent dust from his clothes, and said with a smile, "Since the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave." The spiritual force binding Lin Panchi receded back into Suyu. Freed, Lin Panchi collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. At this moment, her gaze towards Suyu no longer held any disdain, only deep fear. She had truly felt Suyu's killing intent. Having resolved the issue with the Lin family, Suyu had no intention of staying longer. Although he wanted to kill the protagonist Chu Feng and the heroine Lin Panchi immediately, he had to suppress his murderous intent to extract their full value. Moreover, the system wouldn't allow attacking against them might draw even stronger fated individuals or incur the wrath of the world's will, which would be counterproductive. With such a favorable identity, he should enjoy it, honoring his past life's hard-working self. Just as the father and daughter exchanged glances, Suyu paused at the entrance of the hall. He turned back with a meaningful smile and said softly, "What a pity." Before he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a peculiar crystal the size of a human head. Lin Hao's body trembled at the sight, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "A ninth-rank source marrow." As soon as the mysterious crystal appeared, Lin Hao felt a powerful wave of energy sweep through his entire body. His bones emitted a faint cracking sound, and an unprecedented strength surged through his flesh. Even the condensation of the indestructible matter within him became exceptionally pure. Lin Hao knew full well that this treasure, which could produce such effects from several meters away, must be the legendary ninth-grade source marrow. Standing in the center of the Lin family hall, Suyu toyed with the crystalline ninth-grade source marrow in his hand, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "I initially intended to gift this ninth-grade source marrow to the head of the Lin family, but..." He paused meaningfully. "You are not worthy now." Before the words were fully spoken, he had already pocketed the source marrow, laughing as he turned to leave. Watching Suyu's retreating figure, a trace of regret flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. The ninth-grade source marrow should have been his. Obtaining it could not only greatly accelerate the speed of condensing his golden body, but could even elevate his golden body to the pinnacle of the 8th grade. Unfortunately, due to the matter of the broken engagement, this opportunity was completely lost. Once this regret took root, it grew wildly like weeds. When his gaze fell once more on Lin Panchi, his daughter whom he had always treasured, he felt a tinge of irritation. Sensing her father's unusual look, Lin Panchi called out uneasily, "Dad, what's wrong?" Lin Hao snapped back to reality, forcing himself to remain calm as he waved a dismissive hand. "It's nothing." He turned his gaze to Chu Feng, who lay among the ruins, silently comforting himself. Although the 9th grade source marrow was lost, Chu Feng was destined to become a 9th grade grandmaster in the future, perhaps even breaking through to the Martial Saint realm. Besides, Suyu merely reclaimed the betrothal gift without ruthlessly targeting the Lin family's businesses. As Suyu exited the Lin family estate, his mental energy instantly detected the presence of numerous strong individuals lurking nearby. He halted and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this farce should come to an end. Here and now, I officially announce, the Su family has severed all ties with the Lin family, and we will cease all business dealings with them." No sooner had he spoken than a luxury car, boasting defense capabilities akin to a level extraordinary alloy weapons, pulled up in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of many family spies, Suyu calmly got into the car and drove away. Once the Su family convoy disappeared from sight, spies from various first- and second-tier families emerged. They exchanged knowing glances and hurried back to their respective families at top speed. The news was too shocking. A first-tier family was about to fall. The next day, after 7 years of calm, a storm erupted in the capital once more as 2 explosive pieces of news spread through the city. Shocking. The Su family has completely severed all business relations with the Lin family. The Lin family is no longer associated with the Su family. Should anyone from the Lin family attempt to deceive under the guise of the Su family, you are free to deal with them as you see fit. After pursuing the campus beauty for 7 years, the Su family heir finally sees the light and decides not to be a sycophant. As soon as the news broke, the Lin family was inundated with wave after wave of visitors. In the recently repaired hall, Lin Hao sat with a deathly pale face, looking at the throng of family representatives before him. Representatives from the Tang, Mo, and Yu families took turns demanding the severance of business relations and discussing compensation. Faced with this sudden blow, Lin Hao finally broke down, crying out to the heavens, "Ah, Suyu, how cruel you are." Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing the female lead's family indirectly and receiving a reward. Congratulations, host. You've received a reward. Villain points 2,000. In the Su family living room, Suyu was momentarily taken aback when he heard the cold, mechanical voice echo in his mind. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the purpose of these sudden villain points, A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a tall figure standing in the center of the living room, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The man had a handsome face, exuding a commanding presence that seemed to dominate the world. This was Su Long, the current head of the Su family, a renowned grandmaster of the Dragon Nation, and Su Yu's father. Father! Su Yu stood up and bowed. As he looked at his father, a wave of bitterness washed over Su Yu. In the original story, this man, who had led 100,000 warriors to battle foreign realms and single-handedly slain countless beasts and enemies, was a legendary figure. He had saved numerous human cities, yet met a tragic end. For protecting his son, who was oppressed by the protagonist, he was nailed to the city wall by Chu Feng and Lin Hao with his life-saving weapon and denied a proper burial. What chilled Su Yu further was that a year later, his grandfather, the current martial saint Su Zhantian, would fall in battle in the outer realms. His father would then have to take on the duties of a martial saint and guard the outer realms. Without the protection of a grandmaster, the Su family's standing on Blue Star would plummet. Coincidentally, Chu Feng's master would ascend to become a grandmaster and seize the opportunity to cripple Su Yu's cultivation with a single strike. Sit down. There's no need for formalities when it's just us, Su Long said, sitting beside Su Yu with pride in his eyes. Since childhood, his son had never disappointed him and was highly regarded by the 12 martial saints of the Dragon Nation, with the potential to become a martial saint or even a martial god. Unfortunately, his only flaw was his obsession with a woman who didn't reciprocate his feelings, leading him to neglect his own talents. Su Yu smiled as he sat back down and softly asked, Father, are you heading to the outer battlefield? He vividly remembered from the original story that his father left the Su family around this time due to urgent war matters. Yes, Su Long nodded, confirming. I've already entrusted your uncle with the minor affairs and am about to depart. But before I leave, there are a few things I need to say to you. Please go ahead, Father, Su Yu replied with a slight nod. Su Long gazed intently into Su Yu's eyes, his expression serious as he spoke. Now that you've come to your senses and are no longer infatuated with that woman, you should seize this time to train hard. You must achieve excellent results in the graduation assessment in half a month. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. You've fallen behind too much over the years. Everyone's watching this assessment, and if the heir of the Su family performs poorly, what do you think they will say? He waved his hand. I've already instructed the family that there will be no limit on the resources you need for training. Make the most of this opportunity. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Su Yu's lips as he mused to himself. The feeling of having abundant resources at his disposal was indeed satisfying. The training materials he could easily obtain were treasures that others would fight tooth and nail for. Thinking about how ordinary people would go to great lengths for just a bit of source stone, while he only needed to ask for it, the disparity was immense. Don't worry, Father, Su Yu replied, his eyes gleaming with confidence. When you return, the top spot in the Kyoto Martial University's graduation assessment will be mine. Although he spoke lightly, his determination was unmistakable. Su Yu was calculating in his mind. In the original story, the protagonist Chu Feng made rapid progress with his strong mental power and the Lin family's resources, ultimately crushing many noble family prodigies to take first place. But this time, that position could only belong to him. More importantly, there was a key figure in the assessment he had to win over, someone who must not fall into Chu Feng's hands. If he could gain her allegiance, Chu Feng's fortune would surely diminish. Su Long wasn't bothered by his son's slightly arrogant demeanor. Instead, he nodded in approval. Although Su Yu's cultivation wasn't on par with other exceptional students, he knew his son never made empty promises. All right, Su Long said as he stood up. I must head to the battlefield beyond the domain. The matter with the Lin family has been arranged. You need not worry. After exchanging a few words, his figure gradually faded, eventually disappearing into the air. Watching his father leave, Su Yu returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his meditation mat. After adjusting his breathing to reach an optimal state, he softly called out in his mind, "Open the attribute panel." Instantly, a blue light coalesced in his mind, forming a virtual, transparent screen. Host, Su Yu. Cultivation level, early stage of 6th grade. Villain value, 7,000. System store, click to open. Items, Tianyuan sword, 100 pounds of 9th grade source marrow, golden body 9 refinements technique. Main quest, become the destined villain ruling the heavens. Su Yu contemplated the data and rewards displayed on the panel. The villain value must be related to the system store. He immediately used his mental power to click on the system store option. Loading system store. System store loaded. As the store page unfolded, Su Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing involuntarily became heavier. The treasures here were such that any martial saint would go mad for them. Su Yu stood in the system marketplace, his eyes scanning rows of martial arts techniques and weapons that would make even a martial saint drool. The martial god cultivation method, 100,000 villain points. The star shatter realm cultivation method, 500,000 villain points. The prices made him gasp. The martial god cultivation method. Suyu murmured to himself, a flicker of desire in his eyes. This was a treasure even martial saints dreamed of. 1,000 years ago, the martial god who laid the foundation for cultivation disappeared with the alien martial god after suppressing the battlefield beyond the solar system. Since then, no martial god has appeared on Blue Star. If this method were to spread, even with a martial saint ancestor backing him, his life would be in danger. Looking at those SS-grade extraordinary weapons and the Star Shatter Realm cultivation method, Suyu suppressed his longing. With his current strength, he couldn't safeguard these treasures, and his villain points weren't even a tenth of what was required. No rush, he calculated inwardly. Yesterday, I gained nearly 10,000 villain points just by targeting Chu Feng and Lin Panchi a little. There are so many opportunities waiting for me. These treasures will be mine sooner or later, so I'll let them sit in the system marketplace for now. After browsing for a while, Suyu exited the system space. Although there were some items he could exchange for, they were either unnecessary or already possessed by the Su family. What he truly needed was far beyond his reach in terms of villain points. The Su family may be called the #1 family on Blue Star, but in front of the system's treasury, it falls short, Suyu mused. A single martial god cultivation method could make martial saints bankrupt themselves to exchange for it, even going so far as to hunt down peers. After all, one martial god could match the strength of dozens of martial saints. Chu Feng, you better step up, Suyu's eyes gleamed. I need to increase the pressure on you guys, so you find opportunities faster. He chuckled at himself. A villain hoping the protagonist works harder is truly rare. With that thought, Suyu picked up his communication device and started planning. Contact all major media and social media outlets to announce my broken engagement with Lin Panchi. Remember, downplay my involvement and focus on her relationship with Chu Feng, while also revealing that the Lin family secretly supported Chu Feng. Understood, young master, I'll get right on it, came the respectful response from the other end. Satisfied, Suyu ended the call. He trusted this subordinate to handle the task well. Although he hadn't personally manipulated media narratives before, he had seen many tricks in the entertainment-driven era of his previous life. In this cultivation-focused era, while he couldn't sway the entire society, influencing the public opinion in Kyoto was easy. Sure enough, within 6 hours of his orders being issued, everyone in Kyoto knew the ins and outs of the situation. Initially, people speculated about why the Su and Lin families had suddenly severed ties. Under Suyu's meticulous planning, a sensational storm of public opinion swept through the entire capital. Major mainstream media outlets and independent platforms alike reported with eye-catching headlines. Shocking. The truth behind the Su and Lin family's broken engagement. Lin family's heiress secretly keeps a lover, disregarding her fiancé's dignity. And exclusive from the Capital Evening News. Lin family indulges heiress's lover, trampling on the Su family's honor. These reports spread like a virus across the internet. Older male readers, upon seeing the news, flooded the comment sections to vent their dissatisfaction. The Lin family's heiress appears dignified but is so wanton behind the scenes, truly disgraceful. Young Master Su provides so many orders and cultivation resources to the Lin family every year, only to be betrayed like this? I heard that the pretty boy flaunted himself in front of young Master Su, and the Lin family still condoned it. The forum of Kyoto Martial Arts University was in an uproar. The Lin family's campus belle is already living it up in her 4th year? Accepting the betrothal gifts just to pull this stunt, shameless. The students' discussions grew more intense, with some even openly flirting under the guise of comforting Suyu. Senior Su, don't be sad. Let me comfort you. Faced with overwhelming accusations, Lin Panchi and Chu Feng, the parties involved, were powerless to refute them because they were indeed true. Lin Panchi could only hide deep within the Lin family estate, afraid to show her face. Meanwhile, after regaining consciousness that day, Chu Feng left the Lin family to train alone, vowing to defeat Suyu in the graduation assessment and clear his name. Though separated by distance, both harbored a burning resentment towards Suyu. To Lin Panchi, it seemed unjust that even though Suyu was the one who initially proposed breaking off the engagement, they were still left with the stigma after keeping the betrothal gifts. However, more daunting than public opinion was reality itself. The Lin family's business partners began canceling their collaborations one after another, affecting nearly all industries. The elders of the family were fully aware. If all contracts were terminated, the Lin family wouldn't last half a year in the capital. It wasn't until the school issued a notice to return to campus that Lin Panchi had to leave the protection of her family. At the entrance of Kyoto Martial Arts University, a luxurious car slowly came to a stop. As the door opened, a handsome young man with striking features and an outstanding presence stepped out. His appearance immediately caused a stir, and a pair of tear-filled eyes turned red upon seeing him, followed by a figure rushing towards him. Suyu, you bastard! How dare you slander me and Chu Feng like this? In front of the Kyoto Martial Arts University gate, Lin Panchi, dressed in white and with a furious expression, blocked Suyu, who was about to leave. Suyu, You must give me an explanation today, or I will never forgive you. Her voice was filled with hysterical anger, her fists clenched, and her whole demeanor exuded a determination to fight. The passing martial arts students stopped to watch and whispered among themselves. As prominent figures of Kyoto Martial Arts University, the scene of Suyu and Lin Panchi confronting each other naturally drew everyone's attention. In response to her questioning, Suyu merely frowned slightly, his expression indifferent. To him, this original novel's leading lady, apart from having him as her ardent admirer, didn't have much else remarkable. Even in the later stages of the original story, when the protagonist, Chu Feng, had become the martial god ruling Blue Star, her cultivation remained at the 8th grade Golden Body realm. Despite the Lin family having joined forces with Chu Feng to swallow up the Su family, her mediocre accomplishments with such vast resources proved her ordinary talent. Stop pretending to be clueless. Lin Panchi's anger flared at his indifferent attitude. Why did you spread rumors outside, saying I keep a toy boy? Do you know how damaging that is to a girl's reputation? Recently, rumors had been circulating about her and Chu Feng, claiming that although she had a fiancé, she was still bringing another man home. Lin Panchi glared at Su Yu with gritted teeth. These rumors had nearly driven her to the brink. She admitted having a fondness for Chu Feng, but had never crossed any boundaries. The rapid spread of such rumors surely had the Su family fanning the flames behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Su Yu remembered the matter. He had been preoccupied with setting traps for Chu Feng and the Lin family to extract more villain points, and had forgotten about it. Seeing her agitated state, he found it amusing. Lin, please watch your words. Su Yu interrupted her before she could finish. First, you have no evidence that I spread those rumors. Everyone witnessed your engagement annulment. Second, as someone with a fiancé, you are constantly seen with Chu Feng. Isn't there some responsibility on your part? Although he normally wouldn't bother arguing with this dramatic heroine, for the sake of villain points, he decided to endure. Each word brought him closer to the martial god cultivation method. If he found her too bothersome later, he could always end it swiftly. I. Lin Panchi was at a loss for words. Although she had always held herself in high regard, she wasn't entirely irrational. I am just friends with him. It's not as sordid as you all think. Lin Panchi, realizing she was in the wrong, tried to explain her relationship with Chu Feng in a different way. However, her explanation was met with a disdainful laugh from Su Yu. What does it have to do with me? Su Yu's eyes were cold. We have nothing to do with each other now, so please stay away. You have no right to question me about anything. Before he finished speaking, an intimidating pressure emanated from Su Yu, catching Lin Panchi off guard and causing her to take 2 steps back. Her breath momentarily halted. Once she regained her composure, she realized her earlier lapse. Her eyes reddened, tears welling up. Su Yu, you bastard, she gritted her teeth. If you can't have me, you want to destroy me? You're a scumbag. If this is your way of forcing me to comply, forget it. I'll never forgive you or be with you in this lifetime. Her outburst echoed across the campus of Kyoto Martial Arts University. This hysterical display might fool the uninformed passersby, but the students of Kyoto Martial Arts University were well aware of the story between Lin Panchi and Su Yu. To them, her self-righteous act was laughable. Playing the victim while keeping a lover? She wants to be both a saint and a sinner, someone in the crowd sneered. Faced with Lin Panchi's impotent rage, Su Yu didn't even bother to frown. He simply shrugged and said indifferently, "Oh, goodbye." With that, he turned and walked towards the school without a second glance at her. After Su Yu left, the onlookers began to mock her. This is hilarious. Someone who keeps a lover dares to question young Master Su? She's delusional. Who would have thought that the usually aloof campus beauty Lin would turn out to be like this? She wants it all, but can't handle it. What does she take young Master Su for? A backup or a cash machine? The Lin family has benefited plenty from the Su family over the years. Now that the Su family has cut ties with them, how will they cope? An arrogant heiress with no skills, thinking her family is more prestigious than young Master Su's? He himself is a genius, and his father is a 9th-rank grandmaster, the lord of Zhentian City in the battlefield beyond. Even with such a background, he's not as arrogant as she is. These scornful whispers reached Lin Panchi's ears, making her eyes even redder. Never having been so humiliated, she was furious and shouted at the crowd. What does my business have to do with you? Who are you to insult me? Someone immediately retorted from the crowd. We're just talking. What's it got to do with you? You. Lin Panchi turned to the source of the voice, intending to lash out, but fell silent upon seeing who spoke. The girl with pink hair, looking quirky and mischievous, came from a family with a 9th-rank grandmaster, also one of Kyoto's top families. What? Do you want to duel with me? The girl stepped forward confidently, unafraid. Lin Panchi could only glare angrily before leaving in embarrassment. Watching her retreating figure, the pink-haired girl felt a twinge of regret. Why stop now? If you insulted me, I'd have a reason to fight you. Oh well, I'll wait for the graduation assessment to find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. At Kyoto Martial Arts University, there are a total of 3,000 senior students. These talented young men and women come from all over the country. each a prodigy in martial arts. To enter the gates of Kyoto Martial Arts University, one must either have a strong background or possess extraordinary skills. The 3,000 students admitted each year are nothing less than the cream of the crop. To achieve an A-level rating in the martial arts test during the college entrance exam, one must meet a series of stringent standards: a blood energy level above 220 calories, a mental strength starting at 80 points, at least a level martial arts talent, and pass all tests in physical fitness, speed, strength, and more. Such results would make one a top student at a second-tier martial arts university, but at Kyoto Martial Arts University, it's merely the entry-level requirement. The graduation requirements at Kyoto Martial Arts University far exceed those of other institutions. A first-tier martial arts university requires reaching the third level of martial arts within 4 years. A second tier requires mid-second level, but students at Kyoto must reach the fourth level to graduate. It's no wonder that among the 3,000 students present, at least 95 are already fourth-level martial artists. If these elites were deployed to battlefields beyond the borders, they could easily lead after simple training, and becoming a company commander within 2 years would be a breeze. At this moment, the principal, who is at the late stage of the 8th-level Golden Body realm, stood at the podium, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd below. He announced loudly, "Students, there are 9 days left until the graduation assessment. The school has specially gathered you back to distribute the final cultivation resources. For the next 9 days, the school will implement closed management, and your mentors will conduct final intensive training." The principal continued, "In 8 days, the final ranking of the senior students' leaderboard will be established. I believe your class will surpass previous ones and leave a significant mark in the school's history." He then detailed the reward system. The top-ranked student will receive 1 pound of 9th-level source essence, and a level extraordinary alloy weapon, a month of personal teaching from a 9th-level grandmaster, and the rank of lieutenant. The second and third place will receive 8th-level source essence, level alloy weapons, a month of guidance from an 8th-level Golden Body realm expert, and the rank of second lieutenant. The principal's passionate speech left the vast majority of students in the audience excited and motivated. These young people, still in the ivory tower, are filled with boundless visions for their future. However, standing at the front of the crowd, Suyu seemed uninterested. As someone who has been reincarnated with past life experiences in the workplace, he is immune to such rhetorics heard enough from exploitative bosses and unscrupulous supervisors. The company is always developing. You're indispensable when the project succeeds, and if you're capable, you should do more work. He's tired of such empty promises. At this moment, Suyu had no interest in the principal's words. His dark, ink-like eyes scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for something, but ultimately found nothing. Suyu's gaze fell on Chu Feng, who stood at the forefront of the class lineup, not far away. The tall figure held the class sign with a proud posture. It had been a while since he last saw the protagonist, and Chu Feng seemed different, though Suyu couldn't quite pinpoint how. With curiosity, Suyu extended his spiritual power to probe, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Midstage 5th rank? The martial aura, cleverly concealed, sent a shock through him. In just a few days, Chu Feng had jumped an entire major realm, and such a rapid rate of cultivation was astonishing. No wonder he's the chosen one, Suyu thought to himself, a chill creeping into his heart. No wonder the antagonists in the original story, despite their superior strength and influence, ultimately met their downfall. With such terrifying growth speed, who could possibly withstand him? No, I can't let him continue to develop like this, Suyu resolved, clenching his teeth. I've been too lax these past few days. I need to intercept his opportunities. As Suyu pondered his strategy, the principal's speech was nearing its end. Observing the students' enthusiastic expressions, a hint of satisfaction flashed in the principal's eyes. Indeed, this batch's average level is outstanding. Then he announced, "Today's motivational assembly is concluded. Everyone is dismissed." 3,000 students orderly entered the teaching building. Over the next 3 days, mentors of the 6th and 7th rank spared no effort in teaching, answering the students' questions. Supported by special training and school-provided cultivation resources, many students stuck at bottlenecks made breakthroughs, with frequent reports of 4th-rank students advancing to the 5th rank. During this period, Chu Feng had already put Lin Panchi out of his mind, fully dedicating himself to cultivation. His goal was singular be at the top of the heavenly ranking. The reward to forge an 8th-rank Golden Body realm was his for the taking. Time flew by, and 3 days before the ranking was finalized, Chu Feng finally emerged from his cultivation state. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, and his aura nearly tangible, capable of overwhelming anyone who met his eyes. Late 5th rank, Chu Feng murmured to himself, calming the surging energy within. Qi and blood exceeding 5,000 calories, spiritual power reaching 3,000 hertz, and control over 90 of my strength. Even an early 6th rank martial artist wouldn't stand a chance against me. A flicker of hatred passed through his eyes. Suyu, for that slap, I'll make you beg for mercy. That afternoon at 5:40, Chu Feng left the training room. After the heavenly ranking was finalized, a new name suddenly appeared in the top 50 Chu Feng. This news shocked everyone, especially those who knew him. How could a previously mediocre student defeat Yu Haoming, who had held the 49th spot for so long? Even more shocking was the next morning. As soon as the heavenly ranking challenge began, Chu Feng defeated the 9th-ranked powerhouse. Wait, this Chu Feng. Isn't he the pretty boy always with Lin, the campus beauty? This news caused a sensation at Kyoto Martial University, sending the entire morning into an uproar. On this day, the news of Chu Feng's double victory, securing the 9th spot in the prestigious ranking at Kyoto Martial Arts University, swept across the campus like a whirlwind. The reason for the uproar lay in the astonishing contrast. An ordinary student, who had remained obscure since his freshman year, managed to defeat two longtime geniuses during the graduation assessment. Adding to the intrigue was Chu Feng's controversial reputation as the boy toy of Lin Panchi, the campus beauty, a combination that made him the talk of the school and attracted the attention of the university's top brass. Inside the meeting room at Kyoto Martial Arts University, an urgent meeting was underway. Seated around the long conference table were 24 middle-aged men and women, all of whom were no less than 7th-rank martial artists. The graduation assessment was a significant event, and everyone was intently listening to the report on Chu Feng. Chu Feng, ranked 271st in the provincial entrance exam, began a leader holding a dossier. Although his entrance scores were average, his exceptional mental aptitude earned him a special recommendation from the admissions tutor. Over the past 4 years, his performance has remained average, with nothing particularly noteworthy. However, he paused. We cannot rule out the possibility that he deliberately concealed his true abilities, as our school lacks a mechanism for thoroughly investigating students' backgrounds. After the report, the room fell into a brief silence. Everyone was contemplating the same issue. The former headmaster of Kyoto Martial Arts University, a 9th-rank grandmaster, was nearing his end, and his martial legacy needed a suitable heir. Chu Feng, who had risen from obscurity to the 9th rank, was undoubtedly a significant candidate. At that moment, a voluptuous and striking middle-aged woman broke the silence. It was Han Shuang, who softly said, "Everyone has their own opportunities. Whether Chu Feng intentionally hid his talents or recently experienced a surge in strength, we only need to confirm if he is qualified." Her words drew surprised glances from the other leaders. Han Shuang, known for her aloof demeanor as the Ice Woman, was actually speaking up for a student? Could it be that she wanted to take on a disciple? Ahem. Principal Wang, seated at the head of the table, cleared his throat. Instructor Han Shuang has a point. If there are no objections, let's include Chu Feng as a candidate for assessment. No one voiced opposition. They all understood. With both Principal Wang and Han Shuang in agreement, who would dare dissent? Moreover, no one wanted to provoke the notorious Ice Woman. In fact, if Suyi were present, he would recognize that Han Shuang, who spoke for Chu Feng, was indeed his mentor in the original story. In the original plot, she not only became a 9th-rank grandmaster, but also once fiercely protected Chu Feng, severely injuring his former master with a single blow. The relationship between the mentor and student was quite ambiguous, and if it weren't for the strict regulations, the author's style might have already developed it into a romantic subplot. As the room fell into silence, the conference room doors burst open with a sharp sound. An excited instructor, at the late stage of the 6th rank, hurried in, slightly out of breath from having run there. "Ladies and gentlemen," he exclaimed, barely pausing to catch his breath. "There's been a major change in the rankings. Chu Feng has defeated Lu Qing, who was ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, and has now risen to 3rd place himself. Moreover, he's set to challenge Yi Qing, the top-ranked fighter, this afternoon." The leaders in the conference room were momentarily stunned, then visibly surprised. Clearly, they had underestimated Chu Feng's potential. Principal Wang, regaining his composure, smiled with satisfaction. "Well, it seems we have a dark horse in this year's rankings. Perhaps we'll see a repeat of the brilliance from 30 years ago." He paused, then continued. "For the past 50 years, the top 10 spots on the leaderboard have been dominated by students from influential families. 30 years ago, a genius from a humble background broke this pattern, seizing the top spot during the graduation assessment and astonishing the entire nation. Today, that genius stands at the pinnacle, overlooking the world." The people present were deeply moved by his words, especially the instructor who had brought the news. He stood frozen for a moment. Then his face broke into a wide grin. Chu Feng was his student. If history were to repeat itself, he could one day boast of being the master of the martial saint. That afternoon, the Beijing martial arts arena was packed to capacity. The students were full of energy, their cheers resounding throughout the venue. "Chu Feng, go Yi Qing, knock that arrogant guy down." In the center of the arena, two figures clashed with lethal precision, each wielding their weapons. Every move they made sent ripples of energy through the air, their steps shattering the specially designed floor beneath them. The duel between these 6th-rank fighters stirred the very energy of the world, enveloping the arena in a chaotic whirlwind. Chu Feng steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the handsome young man opposite him. Though blood stained his opponent's lips, his spirit remained unbroken. A look of determination flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he twirled his long blade. It's over one move, and I'll finish you. Come fight. Chu Feng's eyes blazed with intensity, his blade radiating a chilling aura that made onlookers squint. He stomped the ground, leaping into the air, his long blade raised high before slashing down with force. Sky-slaying blade. With a crisp crack, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Then, a blood-red light exploded across the scene, a surge of bloodlust sweeping over the entire arena. The blinding blade aura, combined with the overwhelming bloodlust, forced most spectators to avert their eyes. Only a few with considerable strength could barely witness the stunning spectacle. A few seconds later, as everyone was still processing what had happened, the judge's voice, tinged with awe, pierced through the crowd, pulling the audience back to reality from the remnants of the battle. The fight is over. The winner is Chu Feng. The entire arena fell into a dead silence. Then, countless gazes converged on the figure in the center like spotlights. Chu Feng, Chu Feng. The deafening cheers erupted in waves. Murmurs of astonishment spread through the crowd. He's not just a pretty face, he's a true warrior. Defeating Yi Qing is simply unbelievable. In the center, Chu Feng's robe was drenched in sweat, with several tears indicating the ferocity of the recent battle. Despite his slightly uneven breathing, his straightened back and piercing gaze commanded respect. As the cheers gradually subsided, he gathered his energy and his voice rang out clearly across the arena. Recently, many have thought of me as nothing more than a kept man. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, swept across the crowd. I don't need to defend myself, because Chu Feng speaks with strength. He paused briefly, then raised his voice. Now, as the number one on the leaderboard, I challenge Su Yu. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., if you're a man, come and fight me. His voice was filled with determination. I want everyone to know that I am worthy of her. And you are not. His powerful words echoed through the Colosseum, leaving the audience in stunned silence, all eyes fixed on the slender, yet resolute figure in the arena. After a brief pause, the arena erupted with thunderous shouts. Chu Feng, fight him. You are worthy. Su Yu, come out and accept the challenge. On the sidelines, some of the aristocratic disciples recovered from their initial shock, their faces showing expressions of eager anticipation. They whispered among themselves, challenging Su Yu? With just his early 5th grade strength, does he dare? This is going to be a huge embarrassment for the Su family. The arena was filled with deafening calls for Su Yu to enter the fight. The faces of the noble family disciples, who usually maintained good relations with Su Yu, showed a slight change, a hint of worry flashing in their eyes. Although Su Yu had a decent reputation in the school, the current fervor of the crowd was such that even those who usually respected the power of the Su family couldn't hold back. Fight! The arena echoed with a unified chant. The eyes of the young martial artists present were bright with excitement and fighting spirit. As martial arts prodigies who had the privilege to study at Jingwu, they inherently craved the thrill of watching a battle between the strong. Now, with the chance to witness such a peak confrontation, they were naturally exhilarated. On the sidelines, some perceptive individuals had already seen through Chu Feng's scheme. By challenging Su Yu from the top spot on the heavenly ranking and using the crowd's pressure, he made it difficult for Su Yu to refuse. If Su Yu dared to decline, the consequences would be Daria, future leader of the Su family, recognized by numerous martial saints and grandmasters as a martial saint in the making. Shying away from a challenge by a civilian genius would not only tarnish the Su family's reputation, but could also leave a lasting scar on his martial heart, potentially giving rise to inner demons that could hinder his progress. A deadly trap. Those familiar with Su Yu sighed inwardly. They all knew that with Su Yu's talent, it would be hard to find a rival among the younger generation throughout the Dragon Nation. If he focused on his training, his achievements could rival those of top instructors at prestigious martial universities. With the Su family's full support, even reaching the Golden Body realm was within reach. Unfortunately, in recent years, he had wasted family resources for a woman, neglecting his training, and had fallen behind even the mid-tier geniuses on the heavenly ranking. Su Yu, accept the challenge. The thunderous call echoed relentlessly above the arena. In the center of the arena, Chu Feng wore a satisfied smile. Watching the storm he had meticulously orchestrated, he thought to himself, what does power and influence matter? What does family heritage matter? As long as I'm with the Martial Arts Administration, even martial saints can't touch me. Here, fists speak the truth. Just like now, with a little provocation, you will be drowned in public anger. I, Chu Feng, have risen from obscurity. I've never feared anyone. His eyes were fierce. Losing isn't shameful, but I will surpass you and trample you underfoot. This grand declaration of war is my masterpiece. Su Yu, do you dare to accept the challenge? Meanwhile, outside the training room of a luxurious villa in the Jingwu student dormitory area, an urgent knocking shattered the tranquility. Brother Yu, open the door, something big has happened. An anxious, melodious female voice came through the door. With a creak, the training room door opened. A figure with a deep presence walked out slowly, an indescribable aura surrounding him, causing the girl outside to feel a shiver in her heart. When that tall figure walked out of the door, Yi Lianqing's initially panicked expression instantly calmed down. Her gaze involuntarily swept over Su Yu, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Hey, Yuga, you seem different somehow? Yi Lianqing asked softly. This girl was the same one who had a dispute with Lin Panchi at the school gate a few days ago. Su Yu turned his head, his eyes bright as stars, fixed on her. In his mind, all the information about this girl quickly surfaced. Yi Lianqing, the cherished daughter of Yi Tao, the head of the martial arts bureau. Yi Tao had 2 children. Besides Yi Lianqing, there was a son, Yi Qing, currently the top student at Jingwu. Su Yu understood that although Yi Qing was a minor character in the original story, his presence was barely felt, and his relationship with Chu Feng was nothing more than a nodding acquaintance. However, Yi Lianqing was the woman Chu Feng admired from afar, but could never attain, all because of Yi Tao. As the son of destiny, Chu Feng dared to oppose him even when he was still weak, relying on Yi Tao as a powerful ally. This legendary figure was revered even among martial saints, as few warriors could match a demigod. In the original story, Yi Lianqing harbored unspeakable feelings for him, but never expressed them. As a villain infatuated with another, he naturally ignored Yi Lianqing. Despite her superior talent, strength, family background, and beauty compared to Lin Panchi, he never felt moved, only blindly following the self-assured female lead, making him the epitome of a hopeless admirer. What's wrong, Lianqing? Su Yu asked with a gentle smile that could melt any woman's heart. Hearing this affectionate address, Yi Lianqing was startled. Did he just call me Lianqing? The joy inside almost overflowed, making her wonder, has he really let go of Lin Panchi? Despite her excitement, Yi Lianqing quickly remembered her purpose for coming. She hurriedly relayed everything she had seen at the arena to Su Yu. Well, that pretty boy Lin Panchi keeps around just defeated my brother and is now challenging you. After speaking, she lowered her head slightly, secretly observing Su Yu's reaction. Su Yu maintained his calm smile after listening. Is that so? Let's go to the arena and take a look. It seems the Sons of Destiny can't stand being idle. He sighed lightly. I wanted to cultivate quietly and let others have some opportunities, but it seems that's not possible. Meanwhile, in the arena, 7 or 8 minutes had passed, yet the crowd continued to chant for Su Yu to accept the challenge. Gradually, whispers spread throughout the audience. Do you think young Master Su is scared? Could be, we've been shouting for so long, and he still hasn't shown up. Maybe he's avoiding it. Impossible. Would the great young Master Su be afraid? If you were him, wouldn't you be scared? He's only at the early stage of the 5th martial level, and Chu Feng just defeated Yi Qing, who's at the mid-6th level. With such a disparity in strength, going up there would be asking for trouble. The voices in the crowd gradually quieted down. In the center of the arena, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, his internal energy fully restored to its peak. He scanned his surroundings with a touch of pride in his gaze. Su Yu had yet to make an appearance, confirming Chu Feng's suspicion. This so-called genius ultimately didn't dare to face him. So what if you've advanced to the 6th grade? It's only the initial stage, Chu Feng thought with a slight smirk, recalling how he had already defeated Yi Qing, who was at the mid-6th grade. He hadn't even used his trump card yet. The murmurs of the crowd reached his ears, with many discussing Su Yu's reluctance to fight. Further fueling his pride, his feat of challenging someone beyond his level was enough to mark him as a prodigious talent among the younger generation. He had thought it would take more time to surpass Su Yu, but the day had come sooner than expected. Someone who considered himself a genius had chosen to retreat. Suppressing the trace of satisfaction, Chu Feng's expression turned solemn as he spoke loudly. Everyone, since Su Yu doesn't dare to show up and fight, I will wait here. If anyone knows him, please pass on this message. Chu Feng is here, waiting until the end of tomorrow's ranking challenges. If he has the courage, let him come here and face me. His voice gradually rose, each word resonant. That day, he not only insulted me and Pan Shi, but also forcefully broke off the engagement and had people injure Pan Shi's father. Breaking the engagement is one thing, but why the humiliation? So what if he has a good background, high talent, and a prestigious family? Chu Feng will not yield. A martial artist should cultivate not just their skills, but an invincible heart. Since he claims to be exceptionally talented, I hereby challenge him to see who ultimately claims the top spot on the ranking. By the end, Chu Feng was almost shouting with all his might. I not only want to prove myself, but also show the world that Pan Shi's judgment was not wrong. Su Yu is not worthy. His words seemed to unleash all the long-held humiliation. The arena fell silent, and the crowd's gaze grew complex, tinged with sympathy. Most of them didn't have illustrious family backgrounds, extraordinary talent, or endless cultivation resources. They could empathize with Chu Feng's situation, the struggle of diligently training while fearing to offend the powerful. Chu Feng, keep it up. We're sorry for misunderstanding you before. We apologize. Voices of support and apologies echoed through the arena. It seemed his words had moved many, prompting them to question the narratives spread by the Su family. Soon, the supportive voices turned into angry shouts. Suyu, come out and accept the challenge. Are you going to disgrace your family's name, young master of a prestigious family? Come out. Accept the challenge. In the corner, Lin Panchi stood at the edge of the arena, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she fixed her gaze on the tall figure in the center. A warm feeling surged in her heart. This man named Chu Feng continuously surprised her, making her heart flutter involuntarily. The atmosphere inside the arena had undergone a dramatic change. The general spectators were in an uproar, while the faces of the Su family members were filled with worry. Those from the allied noble families also wore serious expressions, their brows furrowed. They all understood the deeper meaning in Chu Feng's words on the surface. He was accusing Su Yu of monopolizing the market and forcefully breaking off an engagement. But in reality, he was tearing away the facade of the entire noble family system, pitting all the powerful families against the common people. Young Master Su, come out quickly, someone whispered urgently in the crowd. If you don't come forward to explain, our family's reputation will be completely ruined. Yet, no one dared to step up to defend the Su family, fearing it would incite greater public outrage. Only Su Yu himself could quell this storm. Chu Feng stood calmly in the center of the arena, though his heart was tumultuous. After waiting a few more minutes without any sign of Su Yu, or even a response, Chu Feng's opinion of Su Yu dropped even further, tinged with a hint of disdain. Did he not even have the courage to face the challenge? However, he didn't voice this provocation. Instead, he straightened his posture and loudly announced to the entire arena. All right, everyone, I, Chu Feng, keep my word. Since he doesn't dare to come out and face me, I will wait here until the conclusion of tomorrow's ranking. Before he could finish, a cool and steady voice suddenly echoed throughout the arena. No need to wait until tomorrow. The owner of the voice slowly appeared. I have limited time. Let's begin now. If you can withstand one move from me, I will leave the Su family. This arrogant declaration was like a thunderclap, leaving the entire audience in the arena stunned. It was incredibly audacious, unbelievably audacious. As soon as Su Yu finished speaking, the entire arena erupted. It wasn't just the ordinary students. Even those from prestigious families wore mocking smiles. Their eyes were full of disdain, and whispers filled the air. Su Yu must have been praised for too long. He's forgotten who he is, someone remarked coldly. Indeed, for the past 7 years, Su Yu had almost entirely neglected his training. He spent most of his time pursuing Lin Panchi, constantly trying to confess and win her favor. No matter how talented one is, neglecting training has consequences. His abilities had stagnated at the 5th tier. On the other side stood Chu Feng, the undisputed top of the heavenly rankings. Typically, the top graduates from Jingwu only reach the late 5th tier or early 6th tier. But this year far surpassed previous ones, with several experts at the 6th tier. Chu Feng had even defeated Yi Qing in the mid-6th tier, showcasing his formidable strength. How arrogant. With just a 5th tier level, he dares to claim he'll leave the Su family if he takes one move? Who does he think he is? He hasn't even figured out Chu Feng's strength, and he's already bragging. Serves him right. I used to feel sorry for him. But now it seems he brought it on himself. Chu Feng, take him down. Beat him so badly he can't get up, and not even the Su family can say anything. Amidst the curses from the crowd, Su Yu seemed unfazed. With his hands behind his back, he slowly ascended and landed in the center of the arena. Locking eyes with Chu Feng, a faint smile played on his lips. How about a bet? Let's see if you can take one move from me. Did Chu Feng think he could single-handedly change public opinion? As a transmigrator, Su Yu knew all too well how to deal with protagonists. In an era dominated by entertainment, he was well-versed in manipulating public opinion. To undermine a protagonist, the first step is to dismantle their reputation. In every story, winning people's hearts is winning the world, is a constant rule. Protagonists always have neutral allies in crises due to the goodwill brought by their reputation. All right, let me personally put an end to your reputation today, Su Yu thought to himself. Faced with Su Yu's wager, Chu Feng frowned. What do you want me to wager? If it's leaving Panchi, that's impossible. Chu Feng understood that he likely had nothing that would interest Su Yu, except for Lin Panchi. Su Yu suddenly laughed, shaking his head. You're overthinking it. I'm not interested in someone like Lin Panchi. He thought to himself. He had made a heavenly vow that day, and breaking it would not only destroy his will and halt his progress, but could even lead to his demise. How could a mere foolish female lead compare to his martial future? Su Yu's gaze turned domineering, his voice dripping with disdain and defiance. The bet I propose isn't about you giving up anything. Besides, you have nothing of value. This wager is simply to avoid trouble and shut you up. Creak. As Su Yu finished speaking, Chu Feng's reaction was immediate. His temples throbbed with veins, his fists clenched unconsciously, and his gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on Su Yu's calm, almost glaringly serene face. Su Yu, you're too arrogant. Chu Feng snarled through gritted teeth. Are you really so proud of reaching the early stage of the 6th rank in martial arts? I defeated Yi Qing, who was at the mid-stage of the 6th rank, with my late 5th rank skills. Do you really think I'd lose to you, the future head of the Su family? Martial Saint potential? Huh. Yi Qing's father is also a martial saint, and I beat him. So naturally, I can defeat you too. Enough talk, let's fight. With a thunderous shout, Chu Feng unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy from within, flooding the entire arena like a tidal wave. The fierce battle aura sent a shiver through the crowd, who immediately erupted into a chorus of chants. Fight! 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 For ordinary martial artists, witnessing a battle between powerful figures can indeed enhance their martial insights. Of course, this only holds true if their own strength is far below that of the combatants. Otherwise, the fight might appear to them as nothing more than a farce. Facing Chu Feng's storm-like battle intent, Suyu remained unruffled. As someone familiar with the storyline, he knew all too well Chu Feng was the destined protagonist of this world, accustomed to battling opponents above his rank, with endless tricks up his sleeve. But precisely because he understood, Suyu was also well aware of Chu Feng's life-saving techniques at every stage. Chu Feng had now elevated his battle intent to its peak, and the spiritual energy he had expended earlier had been fully restored thanks to medicinal pills. His robes flapped in the fierce wind as he declared with high spirits, Suyu, today I will wash away my humiliation. To avenge the previous defeat, Chu Feng had spared no effort. He had hunted countless fierce beasts to gain combat experience, and dared to challenge a 6th-level beast comparable to a 6th-rank martial artist, even in his late 4th rank. Although he nearly lost his life, he used his wits to slay the beast despite his severe injuries, successfully advancing to the 5th rank. Later, he acquired a rare spiritual herb, allowing him to leap several minor stages in just a few days. With such determination, Chu Feng was confident he wouldn't lose to a pampered noble who had never encountered a fierce beast. Suyu chuckled lightly at his words and calmly stepped onto the arena. He glanced at the judge's stand and said coolly, I request to challenge the top of the heavenly ranking. Although he had once neglected his cultivation in pursuit of Lin Panchi, he still held a place on the heavenly ranking. Being on the list naturally qualified him to challenge the top. The judge nodded repeatedly in agreement, quickly pulling up the necessary information and signaling to Suyu that everything was ready. Let the challenge begin. As the judge's announcement echoed throughout the arena, the audience held their breath, afraid to miss any detail. The two faced off from a distance for a moment. Then suddenly, boom! A sound exploded as Chu Feng's figure vanished, reappearing midair with a black glinting long sword aimed directly at Suyu. This strike is to repay you for that palm from before. Starry Sword Technique. With a powerful shout, Chu Feng swung his sword through the air. In an instant, a chilling sword aura tore through the air, rushing towards his opponent. Even the students in the stands felt a sharp sensation on their skin, as if an invisible blade had grazed them. This strike revealed Chu Feng's true strength. Every student practicing swordsmanship with stunned Chu Feng had already mastered the great sword intent. It's known that sword intent is divided into 4 levels: subtlety, minor achievement, great achievement, and sword heart. At the subtlety level, one can only gather sword light. At the minor achievement level, sword aura can extend 20 meters without dissipating. But the great sword intent is so formidable that a mere glance can make people feel as if pierced by a sword. If the master of the great sword intent reaches the 9th grade grandmaster level, they might even take the life of a lower-level warrior with a single look. In the martial arts world, there's a saying, anyone who comprehends the great sword intent without reaching the 7th grade master level will surely achieve the 9th grade, and may even aspire to become a martial saint. At this moment, everyone realized the terrifying power Chu Feng had been hiding. Such great sword intent is something even a 6th grade expert wouldn't dare face. Hidden Suyu was destined to lose. In the stands, the expressions of those self-proclaimed genius aristocrats were complex as they watched Chu Feng stand proudly. This young man from a humble background shattered their cherished family glory with a single strike. Despite their access to unimaginable resources, they were left far behind by this student from an ordinary family. Even Yi Qing might not compare to him in talent. Came the murmurs from the crowd. Everyone was convinced that against Chu Feng's strength, Suyu had no chance. Even Yi Lianxing, who had unwavering faith in Suyu, couldn't help but worry as she felt the chilling sword aura. Her jade hand clenched tightly in her sleeve, her beautiful face full of anxiety. Though she believed Suyu would become a martial saint in the future, this battle wasn't something the future could decide. In one corner of the arena, Lin Panchi watched Chu Feng standing in the air, her heart racing. Chu Feng, I knew you could do it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Defeat that Suyu and show everyone your strength. Recalling Chu Feng's earlier heartfelt words and his declaration on stage, I can't leave Panchi. She finally confirmed her feelings she had unknowingly fallen for this young man. Lin Panchi once vowed that her partner must be a man who stands at the pinnacle of martial arts. Now, Chu Feng is showing such potential stepping on Su Yu's back, climbing step by step towards the highest point of the martial arts world on Blue Star. This sword technique, I acquired from the abode of a fallen master. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. With earth-level martial skills combined with my extraordinary mental strength and the enhancement of sword intent, Su Yu, you are bound to lose. Although this sword strike seemed lethal, Chu Feng was well aware. At Jingwu Academy, killing was not allowed, and grandmasters were always on standby to defuse any crisis. In response to Chu Feng's boast, Su Yu silently drew a chillingly cold broadsword. Watching the descending starry sword aura, he smirked slightly. I have a problem with people standing above me. Chu Feng sneered internally. This attack appears to be pure sword aura, but it secretly contains a mental impact. Without 3,000 hertz of mental strength, it's impossible to resist. Mental strength is not only the most difficult attribute for martial artists to cultivate, but also the key to breaking through to the 8th rank. Many people spend their lives stuck at the 7th rank grandmaster level because they lack the proper mental cultivation methods. Even most 7th rank martial artists struggle to reach 3,000 hertz. What could Su Yu possibly do to withstand it? Su Yu, just admit defeat. With your skills, you couldn't possibly. Annoying. Su Yu calmly interrupted Chu Feng, swinging his blood-red broadsword with force. Humph, stubborn fool. You think you can? Chu Feng's taunt was abruptly cut off, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. The terrifying blade aura instantly shattered the starry sword aura like lightning, along with the hidden mental attack. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence, everyone frozen in place. This attack, which even newly advanced 7th rank grandmasters dared not face head-on, was effortlessly neutralized by Su Yu, who just half a month ago was only at the early stage of the 5th rank. The attack was too flashy and slow, Su Yu said indifferently. Let me show you what a real lethal strike is. The audience collectively gasped, and even the instructors watching in secret were visibly shocked. Su Yu raised his blood-red broadsword, looking at Chu Feng still in midair, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Remember, I don't like anyone above me. I'll make one move. If you can withstand it, I'll leave the Su family. With a soft shout, he swung the blood-red broadsword upwards. As the blade light flashed, the entire space fell silent. In the next moment, a sound like a mirror shattering echoed in everyone's ears. Crack! The space was forcibly torn apart, and the surrounding light dimmed. Heavenly Slayer. The strike plunged the entire arena into deathly silence. The spectators widened their eyes, their hair standing on end, as even their breath seemed to halt at that moment. The blade's glint cut through the sky, carrying an overwhelming force that tore the space around Su Yu and Chu Feng into cracks. Spatial rifts. This is not something a 6th rank warrior can achieve. A suppressed exclamation erupted from the crowd. All eyes were fixed on Su Yu at the center of the battlefield, a chilling thought crossing their minds. A 7th rank powerhouse under 30? This was unheard of in the history of cultivation on Blue Star. Even the legendary martial god only broke through to the 7th rank at 35. Crack! Crack! The space continued to shatter where the blade passed, the crisp sound of breaking pulling everyone out of their shock. At the storm's center, Chu Feng was more terrified than anyone. As the target of the attack, he could clearly feel the dreadful power threatening to tear him apart. Even as he exerted all his strength to resist, the blade's force, which shattered space, caused his meticulously tempered skin to crack and bleed before it even reached him. Chu Feng's mind went blank. He had always believed he would not lose to someone like Su Yu, but when faced with his true power, that confidence crumbled. Before this attack, he was as insignificant as dust. A terrifying thought emerged. If he took this strike head-on, he would certainly die. Impossible. You can't be this strong. Chu Feng screamed inwardly in near collapse. I refuse to believe someone so unskilled can surpass me. Clenching his teeth and gripping his sword tightly, he unleashed his strongest attack, stellar sword technique, falling stars. The sword's light cut through the sky as if to slash the stars themselves. However, despite the enhancement of his perfected sword intent, this seemingly magnificent strike couldn't withstand even a second. When the sword light encountered the all-consuming blade force, his proud sword intent crumbled instantly. No. As he watched his attack being effortlessly destroyed, Chu Feng's pupils shrank. The shadow of death loomed over him, and he roared in unwillingness. He didn't want to die, especially not at Su Yu's hands. But the force had locked onto him, leaving him unable to move, only able to watch as the fatal blade force approached. Am I really going to die? Bloodshot eyes filled with fear and awe of death marred Chu Feng's usually resolute face for the first time. Just as the blade force closed into within 3 inches, a sudden cold snort echoed. Humph, how bold. In an instant, Su Yu's overwhelmingly dominant blade force halted abruptly and then dissipated into nothingness. This unexpected turn of events snapped everyone witnessing it back to reality. Chu Feng had already given up resisting, closing his eyes and waiting for the fatal blow. However, the expected pain never came. Puzzled, He raised his head to see a voluptuous figure standing in front of him. It was an elegant woman, her shoulder-length black hair gently swaying in the breeze, her full figure outlined in graceful curves. Her presence left the students around them momentarily stunned. That's Vice Principal Han Shuang. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Unbelievable. She can crush such a terrifying attack with her bare hands. Of course, Vice Principal Han is a formidable warrior at the 8th grade golden body level. The arena buzzed with discussions, some marveling at Han Shuang's strength, while others were shocked by Su Yu's fearsome assault, which even early-stage 7th grade warriors dared not confront directly. Even the referee mentors on the scene hesitated to intervene, illustrating the terrifying power of the strike. Teacher, Chu Feng muttered, staring at the middle-aged woman before him with a hint of tremor in his voice. She was not only his mentor but also his benefactor during a beast-hunting expedition. Once, when Chu Feng risked his life to challenge a 6th grade beast, Han Shuang happened to be gathering rare materials nearby. Impressed by his fearless determination, she decided to take him as her disciple. Due to time constraints, their student-teacher relationship had not been made public until now, when it was inevitably revealed to everyone. The senior officials of Jingwu accompanying them had peculiar expressions upon hearing this. They finally understood why the usually aloof Vice Principal Han was so protective of Chu Fengjit was the bond of mentorship. However, considering Chu Feng's exhibited talent, he was indeed worth nurturing. I'm sorry, teacher. I've embarrassed you, Chu Feng said, his head bowed, voice laden with self-reproach and guilt. Han Shuang's gentle gaze fell upon her disciple, and she softly replied, "It's all right. This isn't your fault." Instead of blaming him, she was quite pleased with Chu Feng's performance. Managing to defeat Yi Qing, a mid-6th grade warrior, with his late 5th grade cultivation was proof of his extraordinary talent. Even the son of a martial saint couldn't overpower him, as Chu Feng triumphed against the odds. Unfortunately, his invincible path was abruptly halted by Su Yu's overwhelming force. Thinking of her beloved disciple's thwarted progress, Han Shuang's eyes grew cold. She turned to Su Yu and said icily, "In the heavenly ranking challenge, attacking with lethal force is against the rules. Do you know you violated them?" She showed no fear of Su Yu's background. Her father's 9th grade cultivation and her own late 8th grade strength gave her the confidence to face any noble scion. Moreover, with the support of the Martial Arts Directorate and half-step martial god Yi Tao as her backing, why would she fear a mere noble family's young master? In response to Han Shuang's questioning, Su Yu maintained a calm and unhurried smile. He leisurely sheathed his blood-red sword and replied indifferently, "What rule have I violated? The heavenly ranking challenge encourages giving it your all. It's not only a test of one's own strength, but also a sign of respect for the challenger. Besides, every match has referee mentors present. If they see a student in danger, they'll intervene in time. I don't see where I've gone wrong." With that, Su Yu slowly ascended into the air, standing opposite Han Shuang from a distance. "Vice Principal Han, please point out my shortcomings. If you're making baseless accusations, even if you're an 8th grade golden body warrior, I, Su Yu, will not back down. If necessary, I'll appeal to the Martial Arts Directorate and have Yi Sheng personally arbitrate." Before he finished speaking, the calm and gentle aura around Su Yu vanished, replaced by a sharp and domineering presence. His eyes flashed like lightning as he sternly declared, "If Vice Principal Han insists on wronging me, then be prepared to face the wrath of the Su family." Han Shuang was left speechless by Su Yu's words. Her slightly parted red lips quivered, but not a single word came out. Her eyes swept over the young man in front of her, who used to be too timid to speak up, and she recalled how he would never dare to contradict anyone. Now, seeing his firm attitude, the coldness in Han Shuang's almond-shaped eyes intensified. Damn it, she cursed inwardly, angry that a mere scion of a noble family, sheltered by his family's protection, dared to be so arrogant. She asked coldly, "Su Yu, do you know who you're talking to? Haven't your elders taught you not to contradict them?" Hearing this, Su Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. The Su family has always been strict about respecting elders, especially those who have contributed greatly. I have always respected and admired them. However, for those who fail to live up to their role as teachers, I do not consider them elders. These words, clearly directed at Han Shuang, only fueled Su Yu's disgust. He thought to himself, does this old woman think she can do whatever she wants just because she has the backing of the Martial Arts Bureau? Why should I bear the consequences of her past injuries? Recalling Han Shuang's actions in the original story, Su Yu was even more furious. She never offered any help to the protagonist, but always demanded a share of his benefits under the guise of safeguarding resources for him. She avoided trouble, and the only time she stood up for the protagonist was just a case of bullying the weak. What enraged Su Yu the most was when she took advantage of his grandfather Su Zhantian's fall and his father Su Long's assumption of leadership. When most of the Su family's strong members were away, this woman, having just broken through to the 9th grade grandmaster level, arrogantly came and severely injured him. To cover up her act of crippling his cultivation, She left with only the words, "A ninth-grade grandmaster doesn't need to explain their actions to you." Watching Han Shuang's expression about to explode, Su Yu silently vowed, "On the battlefield beyond the domain, I will kill her." At this moment, Han Shuang was so enraged that she burst into laughter. This kid dared to accuse her of not respecting her role as a teacher? Fine. Very well, she sneered, raising her hand to teach Su Yu a harsh lesson. Facing Han Shuang's threatening gesture, Su Yu remained calm and said indifferently, "If you dare to strike me with your 8th grade martial arts skills, then prepare to face death. The Su family does not bully others, but we do not fear them either." Upon hearing this, Han Shuang's eyes narrowed, and she let out a derisive laugh. "As an 8th grade latest-stage martial artist, if I decide to teach a lesson to an insolent junior like you, what can your Su family do? Even if I kill you, does your Su family have the power to kill me? Don't forget, you provoked an 8th grade martial artist first, and your Su family is not in the right." She was confident that Su Long wouldn't dare to challenge her, her tone full of disdain and arrogance. As someone on the verge of breaking through to the 9th rank of a golden body warrior, who would dare to challenge me for teaching a lesson to a junior? Su Yu chuckled coldly to himself. A radiant smile spread across his handsome face, yet madness and disdain flickered in his eyes. Ha ha! His laughter thundered through the arena, capturing everyone's attention instantly. Han Shuang furrowed her brows and shouted sternly, "What are you laughing at?" She couldn't fathom where this young man found the audacity to be so arrogant. Su Yu restrained his laughter, his spine straightening like a spear, his gaze sharp as a blade. He spoke deliberately, "Kill me? If I've truly done wrong, you can kill me, and my death will be justified, with no grievances from the Su family." As he reached this point, his voice rose sharply. "But if you act against me without evidence, then I'm sorry, the Su family's martial saints, all 9th and 8th rank warriors, will mobilize. Even if it means losing control of the battlefield, the Su family will spare no effort to crush you, Vice Principal Han, to dust, leaving no trace of the Han family. Even if it means bearing the scorn of history, the Su family will not fear." His gaze was intense as he looked directly at Han Shuang. "I want to see where you, Vice Principal Han, get the courage to offend the hundreds of people in the Su family." With these words, the arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was left speechless, especially the ordinary students unfamiliar with the power of noble families, who turned pale with fear. A martial saint. The Su family is a martial saint family. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. In the Dragon Kingdom, families with martial saints traditionally remained hidden in a tacit rule. But today, Su Yu had exposed this earth-shattering secret. On the surface, the Su family was just an ordinary family with a 9th-rank grandmaster. Lin Panchi, standing in a corner, was stunned into silence at the mention of martial saint. She wasn't alone. Everyone present was rendered speechless by this revelation. Han Shuang, shaken by Su Yu's menacing words, regained her composure after a moment and retorted coldly, "You, a junior, can speak for your entire Su family? Ridiculous." Upon hearing this, Su Yu sneered, then shouted loudly, "Su family disciples, answer her. If any Su family member commits no crime, yet has their cultivation abolished or is killed by Vice Principal Han, what will you do?" Before he finished speaking, a chorus of powerful voices filled the arena. If guilty, death is deserved. If wronged, the entire clan's might will be used to repay this blood debt with the blood of their entire clan. The Su family disciples' voices were strong and resolute. No Su family member has ever committed a crime, as the upbringing of a martial saint family is not lax. Even if a wastrel emerges and is killed, the Su family will not utter a word. But if unjustly accused, even if humanity perishes, we will avenge this blood debt. The Su family has guarded the outer realm for 1,000 years, ensuring the peace of humanity. If our own kin can be slaughtered wantonly, what is the point of our vigilance? At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared beside Su Yu. It was his protector, and also his great uncle, a latest-stage 8th-rank golden body warrior. The elder wore a smile identical to Su Yu's and spoke with a steady and powerful voice. "Vice Principal Han, I am here. I also wish to hear what my grandnephew has done. If he has truly committed a crime, whether punishment or death, the Su family will not complain." But his voice suddenly turned sharp. "If you cannot give a satisfactory answer, then even if we risk offending the might of Yisheng, the Su family will demand justice from you." Boom. A terrifying aura surged into the sky, directly targeting Han Shuang. "You?" Su Zhenyuan's words left Han Shuang, a formidable martial artist at the late stage of the 8th rank, both shocked and angry. A glint of coldness flashed in her phoenix eyes, and a mix of emotions churned within her. Despite her battle-hardened experience, it was only now that she truly grasped the situation. Su Yu, who usually appeared submissive to that woman, was still, in times of crisis, the influential heir of the Su family. Considering the still-living martial saint of the Su family and Su Long, a 9th-rank consummate expert, Han Shuang's anger was gradually tempered by reason. The Su family, a millennia-old lineage of martial saints, harbored countless 8th and 9th rank experts. Her eyes flickered subtly as she calculated. Even though she was part of the Martial Arts Bureau and her superior Yi Tao was a powerful demigod, it was unreasonable to offend the Su family over a subordinate at the 8th rank. If things escalated, Yi Tao might very well sacrifice her to appease the Su family's wrath. After all, the Su family not only had a top-tier martial saint, but also numerous experts defending the battlefield beyond the borders. Han Shuang withdrew her sharpness and shifted her strategy. This is Jingwu. Shouldn't students who violate school rules be punished? Upon hearing this, Suyu curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. Punishment is fine, Vice Principal Han, but could you please specify which rule I have violated? Is the allowance of full force during the Sky ranking challenge just empty words? Though a villain, he was well-versed in navigating the world. Like those memorable antagonists, he maintained a refined demeanor, embodying the true path to dominion. Han Shuang was left speechless by his words, knowing full well that the alleged violation was merely her reluctance to see Suyu in the spotlight. Heh. Suyu let out a cold chuckle, then turned to a certain void and raised his voice. Principal, please judge whether my actions were improper. As someone ranked mid-tier on the Sky ranking, accepting a challenge from the top rank, is that bullying? By fighting with all my might as a lower-rank participant, have I broken any rules? His voice, infused with the fluctuation of energy and blood, resonated throughout the arena, each word clear as a bell. As soon as he finished speaking, a resigned laughter echoed, and several powerful figures descended upon the arena. Leading them was Wang Tianming, the principal of Jingwu. Wang Tianming's gaze shifted between Su Yu and Su Zhanyuan before he sighed. There was no violation. This impartial judgment was impeccable, leaving no room for argument. Han Shuang's actions were impulsive. Though she had been hurt by a scion of a noble family before, her reason for defending her student was indeed weak. Ha! Su Yu laughed heartily, his gaze as sharp as a knife directed at Han Shuang. Vice Principal Han, since I have not violated any rules, what charges do you plan to use to discipline me? Before he finished speaking, Su Zhanyuan was already standing beside Su Yu, and the combined pressure of their presence was directed squarely at Han Shuang. A fierce killing intent flashed in Su Zhanyuan's eyes, as if he would not hesitate to strike Han Shuang down if she dared to argue further. Han Shuang sensed this murderous aura and her expression changed slightly. She realized she was completely in the wrong. She had thought that, as a vice principal, dealing with a member of a noble family would be a simple task, but she was sorely mistaken. Han Shuang knew full well that if she dared to argue even a little more, Su Zhanyuan would show no mercy. Her face, still bearing traces of charm, showed a hint of unwillingness as her delicate hands clenched into fists, and she bit her lip. After a long pause, she reluctantly said, I wronged student Su Yu by not investigating thoroughly. I apologize. In response to Han Shuang's apology, Su Yu merely gave a calm smile and replied, Not accepted. Then he suddenly turned his head and shouted to the side, Great uncle, let bygones be bygones with a single strike. This statement echoed in the ears of everyone present before they could react. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap resonated throughout the arena. A figure in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuang and delivered a heavy slap across her still charming face. The entire place fell into a stunned silence, and everyone's mind went blank. What the heck? Vice Principal Han, at the late 8th rank, was actually slapped. Han Shuang felt a sharp pain on her cheek, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her mind buzzed. Just as she was about to react, an overwhelming aura erupted, suppressing the entire arena. Everyone present lowered their heads, not daring to look up. Humiliating the Su family. Did you really think an unwilling apology could settle this? The black-robed figure let out a sinister laugh, his tone full of disdain. Han Shuang was now completely immobilized, struggling to utter a few words. In 9th rank Grandmaster? At that moment, it was as if everyone's minds exploded. The appearance of a 9th rank Grandmaster left everyone in awe, but no one dared to look up. The newcomer was none other than Su Zhanhuang, a latest-stage 9th rank Grandmaster, and Su Yu's great uncle. Su Yu bowed slightly to him. Great uncle, thank you for coming. In fact, the moment Han Shuang appeared, Su Yu had already made up his mind. He knew he had to teach this vice principal a lesson, or else she would continue to oppress him. If he could provoke her into action, it would be an opportunity to eliminate her. Ha ha, well done you. Su Zhanhuang's wrinkled face emerged from beneath the black robe, smiling. That's how a member of the Su family should be, neither humble nor arrogant. If they want to throw dirt on our family, they should be prepared to pay the price. Seeing his nephew's performance today, the great uncle, who had always disliked his soft nature, finally showed a satisfied smile. The Su family never feared anyone, nor would they be threatened by anyone. Su Yu chuckled softly at the words, his gaze as sharp as a knife landing on Han Shuang, who was bent over, oppressed by the overwhelming presence of a 9th grade Grandmaster. The once high and mighty vice principal now resembled a bamboo stalk bent under a fierce wind, unable to straighten up. Vice Principal Han. Su Yu's voice carried a hint of amusement. Slandering someone from the Su family isn't something that can be brushed off with a mere apology. This slap is your punishment for disrespecting a family of martial saints. Do you accept it or not? He paused briefly before adding, "You've always relied on your cultivation to suppress me. Today, I'm letting you taste what it's like to be oppressed. Let's see if you dare to speak recklessly again." Han Shuang's well-maintained face twisted in anguish, her teeth clenched tightly. A tidal wave of humiliation surged within her, but reason dictated that she was indeed at fault this time, and even her father couldn't match the strength of the ninth-grade grandmaster before her. After a fierce internal struggle, Han Shuang finally bowed her proud head, her voice tinged with undeniable defeat. "I accept." Standing nearby, Chu Feng watched the scene unfold, his heart racked with pain. The domineering and authoritative teacher who always stood above him now had to bow and admit fault to a younger individual, all because of him. He glared at Su Yu, his eyes filled with growing resentment. In his mind, Su Yu had become a villain of the highest order, oppressing the Pan family, and now humiliating his teacher. "If I ever achieve the status of a martial saint, I swear I will eradicate you and the entire Su family." Chu Feng vowed silently. He lifted his head, his gaze as firm as steel, and declared with deliberate enunciation, "Su Yu, I'll remember today's events. 30 years of the East River, 30 years of the West River. Today, you use your family's power to force me and my teacher to bow. Someday, I, Chu Feng, will personally challenge you and wipe away today's disgrace." Han Shuang suddenly looked up upon hearing the words, her gaze falling on the newly admitted disciple. A hint of gentleness unconsciously appeared in her eyes. Such a disciple, fearless even when facing opponents far stronger than themselves, is bound to achieve greatness in the future. Su Yu, however, appeared relaxed, a bright smile on his lips. "All right, then do your best." Yet in his heart, he sneered. 30 years of fortune? Huh, I never asked you to break off the engagement. Who are you trying to impress with such bold words? Besides, with your current state, what right do you have to make such grand claims in front of me? To me, you're merely a treasure-seeking mouse with some value. The relics, treasures, powerful legacies, peerless martial arts, and even those beauties you acquire in the original story, I intend to claim them all. I'm sparing your life only to squeeze out your remaining value. Think you can escape my control? Maybe in your next life." Looking at Su Yu's calm demeanor, Chu Feng's sense of humiliation intensified. He couldn't understand what made this guy so smug. Was it just because of his privileged background? What made him so superior? If Su Yu could hear Chu Feng's inner thoughts, he might burst out laughing. What makes him superior? Naturally, it's because the Su family has defended Blue Star for a millennium. 3 martial saints have died beyond the frontier, countless 8th and 9th grade experts, and innumerable followers have fallen on the battlefield, suppressing alien races and fierce beasts. Principal Wang Tianming of Jingwu, standing nearby, quietly breathed a sigh of relief when Han Shuang admitted her mistake. Although he felt uncomfortable seeing his vice principal slapped in public, it was indeed Han Shuang's own doing. What worried him most was that she might recklessly punish Su Yu, which would not only damage Jingwu, but also cause headaches for the martial arts administration. The Su family is fiercely protective. Just for offending Su Yu verbally, an 8th grade martial expert showed up, and now a 9th grade grandmaster is backing him. Besides the director of the martial arts administration, Yi Tao, who would dare provoke the Su family? They're not someone to be trifled with. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Principal Wang promptly announced, "All right, the winner of this challenge is Su Yu. Tomorrow is the last day for the heavenly ranking, so I hope all students will train diligently and strive for a good position. Additionally, after tomorrow's ranking, the top 20 on the heavenly ranking will have the opportunity to receive the martial arts legacy of our Jingwu's 9th grade former principal." This news exploded like a bomb among the crowd, instantly igniting their enthusiasm. All the students' eyes lit up with excitement. A 9th grade grandmaster's martial arts legacy. Wow, this is more thrilling than any reward. I must challenge the heavenly ranking tomorrow. Forget about the top 10, aim for the top 20. I plan to save my family's breakthrough pill for the battlefield, but it seems I'll have to use it today. Same here. I can't miss out on this 9th grade martial arts legacy. Everyone's passion was thoroughly ignited. The martial arts legacy of a 9th grade grandmaster not only includes techniques and skills, but also the lifelong cultivation insights of this grandmaster. Obtaining it could increase the chances of advancing to the 9th grade by as much as 60% in the future. Seeing the passion ignite in the eyes of the many students, Principal Wang finally relaxed his tense shoulders. He turned to Su Zhanhuang and Su Zhanyuan with a faint, wry smile. "Honored seniors, this is the territory of Jingwu Academy. I kindly ask you to leave first. I assure you, as the principal, that Su Yu will be absolutely safe during his time here." Faced with these two influential figures, Principal Wang's tone was particularly cautious. Su Zhanhuang responded with a hearty laugh. Principal Wang, there's no need to worry. We indeed overstepped our bounds by coming here. We'll head to the martial arts headquarters to apologize to Yi Sheng. Since they wouldn't allow others to break the Su family rules, they too must adhere to the rules set by Yi Tao. That puts my mind at ease. Wang Tianming nodded, the worry in his eyes easing slightly. After giving Su Yu a few reminders, Su Zhanhuang and the others vanished, leaving only faint afterimages in their place. Once they were gone, Su Yu cast a cold glance towards Chu Feng and Han Shuang in the distance and respectfully addressed Principal Wang. Principal, I will return to my training now. Go ahead. Wang Tianming was eager for Su Yu to leave quickly. As Su Yu turned to leave the arena, he could distinctly feel two venomous and murderous gazes on his back. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Chu Feng and Han Shuang. Humph. When it comes to the battlefield beyond, that will be your end. Especially Han Shuang. She must be the first to die? Wang Tianming withdrew his gaze and noticed the hatred still etched on Han Shuang's face. He frowned and warned. Vice Principal Han, no matter how dissatisfied you are, set aside those thoughts. Thinking of assassinating Su Yu? Not even your father or the minister could protect you. Han Shuang's expression changed, but the warning only intensified her desire to kill Su Yu. Why shouldn't I offend a spoiled brat? She scoffed, turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Tianming sighed inwardly. This woman had been blinded by hatred. He then turned his attention to Chu Feng. Go back and recover. Meet at the school's rear retirement home the day after tomorrow. This young man had potential. Hopefully, he wouldn't be blinded by hatred. Yes, Principal. Chu Feng, better at masking his intentions than Han Shuang, respectfully complied before leaving. The competition for the top spot on the heaven list concluded. The news of the 9-rank Grandmaster Martial Arts legacy stirred the entire academy. That night, every student threw themselves into intense training, fighting fiercely for their rankings. Even the usually low-key geniuses couldn't sit still, determined to break into the top 20 of the heaven list. That evening, Su Yu returned to the academy's training villa and headed straight to the training room. As soon as he entered the system, a series of notification sounds chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully embarrassing the protagonist's mentor, earning a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. As the system notification sounded, Su Yu's eyes quickly scanned the reward list that appeared before him. Villain points, 15,000. Power of Heaven and Earth, 10. Tianyuan Pill, X1. Soul Refining Scripture, X1. Perfect. A gleam of excitement flashed in Su Yu's eyes. The operation targeting the protagonist and his mentor had yielded results far beyond his expectations. He carefully examined the details of each reward. The flawless grade Tianyuan Pill could be consumed in the late stage of the 6th grade, boosting the success rate of condensing the heavenly soul by 90 when breaking through to the 7th grade. The soul refining scripture was a mental cultivation method created by a mysterious martial god. What thrilled him the most was the 10 strands of heaven and earth energy. This energy could only be condensed by a 7th grade grandmaster, requiring 1,000 points of vital energy for each point of heaven and earth energy. Even a latest-stage 7th grade expert could only possess up to 99,999 points of vital energy. Yet he, a mid-6th grade martial artist, had acquired an amount equivalent to a 7th grade master. With these trump cards, Su Yu gently stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming. Especially the soul refining scripture, which was invaluable in a world where mental strength could only be enhanced through life and death battles. If word got out, even martial saints would go crazy for it. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. With these resources, Chu Feng would find it even harder to escape his control. After all, that kid still needed him to access numerous opportunities, particularly the martial god relic in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Once the martial university assessments were over, during the first training opportunity, that relic containing the martial god's treasure would be his. But before that, Su Yu's eyes flashed. I need to get the key from that old man first. He softly commanded, open personal attribute panel. The panel appeared. Host, Su Yu. Cultivation, late 6th grade. Vital energy, 9,999. Unstable control, 71. Mental strength, 4,099 Hz. Villain points, 22,000. System shop, click to open. Items, Tianyuan sword, 100 pounds of 9th grade origin essence. Golden body 9 refinements technique. Soul refining scripture, Tianyuan pill. Main quest, become the destined villain who dominates all realms. Surveying these stats, Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. Over the past few days, leveraging the Su family's resources, he had used pills to break through to the late 6th grade. Although his current state was somewhat unstable, it was only temporary. Su Yu's expression remained calm, showing no signs of nervousness. He knew well that even if his current level seemed unstable, he could rely on his villain points to solidify it, and he could further enhance his mental power by practicing the soul refining technique. At this moment, His mental power had reached the peak of the 6th grade, just a step away from the master level. This was why Chu Feng's sword, imbued with mental power, seemed like child's play to him. The gap in mental power was vast. Every iota was worlds apart. Gazing at the master level within reach, Su Yu's mind stirred. Extract. With a flash of golden light, a pill emitting a golden glow appeared in his hand, a flawless grade Tianyuan pill. This pill not only increased the success rate of a breakthrough to condense the heavenly soul by 90, but also ensured a smooth advancement to the 8th grade when tempering the entire skeletal system, and the 9th grade breakthrough would follow naturally. Su Yu gently played with the Tianyuan pill, a gleam in his eyes. To achieve a perfect breakthrough, I must adjust my state to its peak. Enhance the control over blood and energy. The system's prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Enhancing blood and energy control to 100 requires consuming 2,900 villain points. Do you wish to proceed? Spending 3,000 out of 20,000 villain points to enhance my strength is nothing. Su Yu thought briefly and nodded in agreement. Without formidable strength, how can I wield power in this vast world? Enhance. With a resounding boom, Su Yu's blood and energy first stagnated, then surged like a raging dragon. A few minutes later, he expelled a mist of blood, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. No wonder protagonists always demand a control level of over 90 before advancing. Su Yu mused, clenching his fist to feel the immense power within, marveling at the vast difference from before. If he were to unleash the heavenly slaughter now, even with slight power leakage, Chu Feng would undoubtedly perish. Acquainted with the surge in power, Su Yu swallowed the Tianyuan pill in one gulp and laid out various spiritual herbs beside him. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, he activated his technique, continuously accumulating energy within, waiting for the right moment to step into the 7th grade master realm. Under his guidance, his blood and energy gathered in his dantian, while the energy of heaven and earth within dozens of miles slowly converged towards the villa. Such a significant commotion couldn't be concealed, and soon, a tribulation cloud formed over Jingwu, with lightning raging within the cloud mass. Sensing this terrifying pressure, the powerful figures across the capital simultaneously looked up at the tribulation cloud. When they realized it was centered over Jingwu, they were astonished. An ordinary master's breakthrough wouldn't trigger a tribulation cloud. Only those monstrous geniuses could cause such a spectacle. Which genius at Jingwu is breaking through to a heavenly soul master? Could it be Yi Sheng's son? The strong speculated, for a 7th grade master breaking through via tribulation was comparable in strength to a 9th grade martial artist. The possession of a perfect 7th grade celestial soul marks a future of limitless potential. This revelation struck the martial arts world like a thunderbolt. Throughout 1,000 years of history, martial artists capable of forming a celestial soul have been exceedingly rare, numbering fewer than 100. In present-day Longhua, among the 228 9th grade grandmasters, only a handful possess a celestial soul. The 12 martial saints are even rarer, and as for the demigod realm, only Yi Tao, the founder of the martial arts administration, stands alone at the pinnacle. In such a martial arts landscape, most families consider having a single 9th grade master an honor, and the 36 martial saint families typically have only 2 each. Yet, the Su family is an anomaly, maintaining a millennium-old legacy without faltering. Even with the fall of 3 martial saints, new ones quickly rise to take their place, ensuring continuity. With 5 9th grade grandmasters and over 28th grade golden body masters, their strength rivals that of a medium-sized nation. Today, the Su family is about to see the birth of its 5th celestial soul grandmaster. At this moment, the tribulation clouds brewing in the sky exude a destructive pressure so intense that even a latest-stage 7th grade grandmaster would be terrified. If the rolling thunder were to strike the city, it could level a metropolis with a population in the millions. The surrounding experts took to the air, gazing at the tribulation clouds in awe and trepidation. A 7th grade celestial soul martial artist is so rare, and this first lightning tribulation is already so terrifying. Without absolute strength, one might not even withstand the first strike, someone murmured in awe. Experts from various prominent families speculated about the identity of the person undergoing the tribulation, knowing that a celestial soul grandmaster could solidify a family's status for another 2 centuries. At Jingwu Academy, the terrifying phenomenon woke the students from their cultivation. As they poured out of their dorms and gathered in the open area, staring up at the sky, their faces turned pale with fear. This tribulation cloud is terrifying. Is the headmaster breaking through to the 9th grade? No, that's not right. It's terrifying, but it falls short of a 9th grade tribulation. As everyone followed the direction of the tribulation clouds, they discovered it was centered over Su Xiao's villa, leaving them incredulous. Over at the girls' dormitory, Lin Panxi and her roommates were also drawn outside by the commotion. Hearing the discussions around her, her delicate face showed a mix of emotions. Looking towards Su Yu's villa, an uncontrollable sense of resentment welled up within her. He's just a good-for-nothing wastrel. Aside from his family background, he's inferior to us in every way. How could he have reached this point? She couldn't accept that someone she regarded as utterly mediocre and without principles could achieve such success. Lin Panchi gazed into the distance, her complex emotions gradually replaced by a thread of resentment. Clenching her fists, she silently vowed, "The pain you cause us now, I will repay double in the future." She couldn't accept that someone who constantly flaunted the Su family and even tried to retract gifts after a failed confession was somehow more talented than her. Humph, enjoy your moment of triumph. One day, Chu Feng will trample you underfoot. At that moment, a massive tribulation cloud loomed over the entire Jingwu Academy. The secluded masters were startled out of their retreats, and the academy's high-ranking officials collectively soared into the sky, staring in shock at the unusual phenomenon. Wang Tianming stood midair, his gaze fixed in the direction of Su Yu's dormitory, feeling intensely conflicted. A heavenly soul master, to have nurtured such talent during my tenure, he marveled. He caught a glimpse of Han Shuang, whose face was ashen, and sighed inwardly. This colleague openly favored students and intended to severely punish Su Yu. If not for the Su family's backing, the consequences would have been dire. Reflecting that he might not have defended an ordinary student, a chill crept up from his feet. This was tantamount to offending a future ninth-grade powerhouse, possibly even a martial saint. Han Shuang was oblivious to the principal's thoughts. At this moment, her hatred for Su Yu deepened, and even murderous intent arose within her. Having already become mortal enemies with the Su family, reconciliation was impossible. Su Yu's previous displays made it clear he would not spare her in the future. In that case, let's see who can strike first, she plotted, realizing her last chance lay in the post-assessment training on the outer battlefield. With that thought, she vanished from sight. Wang Tianming paid little heed to her departure, assuming she was merely upset by Su Yu's advancement to Heavenly Soul Master. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out. "Ha! Worthy of being the young master of the Su family. Such a spectacle, truly the first in our family's 1,000-year history." Su Zhanhuang, a ninth-grade grandmaster stationed by the Su family, appeared beside Principal Wang, unable to hide his joy. Wang Tianming greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Grandmaster." Although they had only parted recently, formalities were still necessary. Su Zhanhuang nodded with a smile. "This lad Yu is truly something, quietly advancing to master level when we thought he'd been ruined over a woman." Wang Tianming could only smile wryly, unsure how to respond. As they conversed, the Heavenly Soul Master's tribulation began. A figure enveloped in terrifying earthly power shot up from the villa below, diving straight into the tribulation cloud. A deafening boom echoed. The sea of thunder within the cloud erupted, and thunderbolts, carrying a world-ending force, surged towards Su Yu like a flood unleashed. Su Yu plunged headfirst into the lightning tribulation. Instantly, the clouds above seemed to find an outlet, unleashing countless bolts of lightning capable of reducing ordinary masters to dust. Yet, these terrifying bolts did not even ruffle Su Yu's clothes. In the heart of the storm, Su Yu stood calmly, his gaze fixed as he carefully examined a bolt of lightning. As he infused it with his spiritual power, his body jolted, and a look of delight flashed in his eyes. Within the destructive energy of the lightning, he discovered a rich thread of life force. So that's it, Su Yu realized, a smile playing on his lips. No wonder in the original story, Chu Feng not only survived the destructive force of the tribulations, but also pushed his cultivation to unimaginable heights. This lightning tribulation might be an enormous opportunity for me as well. With this thought, Su Yu decisively dropped all his defenses, allowing the lightning to strike his body directly. As the first bolt hit, a wave of destructive force raged through him, threatening to shatter his meridians. Yet, instead of retreating, he focused intently on capturing that thread of life within the lightning. Boom. When he finally seized that life force and integrated it into his blood and qi, his damaged meridians began to glow with a green light, the rich life force continuously repairing his body. To his delight, the repaired meridians were not only stronger, but his blood and qi also started to transform. The embryonic form of indestructible matter. Su Yu observed his own body, unable to suppress his excitement. He was forming the embryonic stage of indestructible matter, something typically achieved at the 8th grade golden body stage, while he was still at the 7th grade. Overjoyed, he looked at the lightning-filled sky with fervor and shouted, "Come to me." With a powerful grasp, he pulled countless bolts of lightning toward him. This spectacle left the onlookers below utterly stunned. Wang Tianming's face changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "What is Su Yu doing? He only needs to safely endure 14 bolts to advance to a 7th grade Heavenly Soul Master. Why provoke the lightning tribulation? It could cause irreversible damage to his foundation." Even the usually carefree Su Zhanhuang dropped his smile, his eyes filled with concern. "What is that kid you doing? This isn't how you undergo a tribulation." The crowd watching below was equally shocked, their scalps tingling with fear as they cried out. Is young Master Su seeking death? That's a lightning tribulation that even masters can't withstand. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of arguments, while Lin Panchi stood in an inconspicuous corner, a smirk of schadenfreude playing on her lips. Her eyes gleamed with twisted satisfaction as she muttered to herself. Su Yu, you're digging your own grave. You could have safely ascended to a grandmaster and kept humiliating me, but you chose self-destruction. She fixed her gaze on the figure in the sky, hoping the tribulation lightning would strike him down. In the sky, Su Yu was forcibly drawing the thunder into his body with brute force. The destructive energy rampaged through him, each surge of lightning bringing intense pain. Yet amid this destruction, he grasped a sliver of vitality, channeling it into his damaged meridians. In mere minutes, his aura had weakened to the brink, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Why has the tribulation cloud not dissipated after 14 bolts? Below, the 9th grade Grandmaster Su Zhanhuang showed rare signs of anxiety. Just as he was about to intervene, Wang Tianming stopped him. Don't rush, Grandmaster, Wang Tianming said gravely. Interfering now would only intensify the lightning tribulation and harm Su Yu. Though Su Zhanhuang understood this, watching Su Yu's dwindling aura set his heart ablaze with worry. Moments later, his eyes widened in alarm. No, the boy's life force is about to vanish. With the formidable strength of a 9th grade Grandmaster, Su Zhanhuang gathered his energy, preparing to tear the void apart to rescue him. But just as he was about to act, two opposing forces erupted from the tribulation cloud, one of domineering destruction, the other of intense vitality. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying impact shattered the tribulation cloud. As the sunset bathed the earth in its glow, the once dwindling figure in the sky suddenly emanated a powerful aura that distorted the very space around him. Ha ha! I've finally reached the 7th grade. Su Yu's laughter echoed across the sky. Standing upon the void, his aura was so potent that even the space seemed to warp. He squinted slightly, savoring the surge of power within him, with a flicker of black lightning in his eyes. Suddenly, Su Yu casually punched into the void. With a crisp crack, as if a mirror had shattered, the space fractured. This body, reborn from destruction, Su Yu murmured, shall be called the body of destruction. With years of experience in writing novels, Su Yu excelled at crafting stories of survival against all odds. A glint of pride flashed in his eyes as he thought of himself in this novel, much like Chu Feng, always managing to turn the tables on enemies at the brink of death. Ordinary martial artists, after enduring tribulations, would have unstable chi and blood, needing a safe place to stabilize and regain their peak strength. Yet, like Chu Feng, he could unleash his full power immediately after tribulations. This recent trial not only granted him destructive power, but also significantly enhanced his healing abilities. Su Yu raised his hand gently, feeling the surge of power within him, contemplating the gap between himself and a typical 7th grade Grandmaster. With a thought, a light blue virtual screen gradually unfolded on his retina. Host, Su Yu. Cultivation, early 7th grade. Chi and blood value, 27,551 calories. Proficiency mastery, 91. Mental power, 6,722 Hz. Villain value, 19,100. System mall, click to open. Items, Tianyuan sword, 100 pounds of 9th grade source essence, 9 refinements of the golden body technique, soul refinement scripture, Tianyuan pill. Main quest, become the destined villain ruling all realms. Looking at the impressive stats on the attribute panel, a slight smile appeared on Su Yu's lips. His chi and blood value had surpassed the 20,000 threshold, nearing 30,000, with a mastery level of 91. With such strength, he could defeat a mid-7th grade martial grandmaster with a single strike. His mental power was comparable to a late 7th grade expert. If I can accumulate more villain points and exchange them for cultivation-enhancing treasures from the mall, once the battlefield opens beyond the domain, I will personally take down that old hag Han Xuan. Su Yu muttered to himself, then shook his head. For now, the most important thing is tomorrow's ranking, to get the key from that old man. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed. Su Zhanhuang strode towards Su Yu, carefully examining the Su family's designated young master and future head. Ha, well done, you boy. He nodded in satisfaction. Your martial arts are solid, your chi and blood are robust, and your foundation is firm. Su Yu bowed slightly, humbly replying, Uncle, you're too kind. It's just cultivation I've suppressed for a long time, finally enlightened today. I'm still far from your level. He always felt a deep sense of belonging with the Su family, who shared in both hardships and joys. Su Zhanhuang waved his hand, his expression serious. With your talent, reaching the 9th grade in 20 years and asking for the title of Martial Saint in 50 is no exaggeration. Su Yu only smiled calmly, not responding. 50 years? Far too distant. To him, a martial saint was merely the starting point, and even a martial god was just the beginning of the journey. In the center of the universe, or even within the nearby galactic empire, a 20-year-old martial god was considered a genius, not a prodigy. Blue Star was ultimately too small. Principal Wang, standing nearby, looked at Su Yu with a complex expression. Since you've broken through, stabilize your chi and blood first. After tomorrow's ranking, remember to come to the nursing home behind the school in the evening. With that, Wang Tianming turned and left. In response, Su Yu simply nodded. To him, Jingwu was just a temporary place with shifting allegiances, not worth investing too much effort. Before leaving, Su Zhanhuang stuffed a pile of precious master-level resources into Su Yu's hands, offering some final words of advice before departing. The news of Su Yu advancing to a 7th-rank master spread like wildfire, causing a sensation in the capital. Major families were shaken, and those allied with the Su family were overjoyed having such a prodigious talent, as an ally naturally elevated their own standing. However, amidst the widespread celebration, the Lin family in the capital felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Since Su Yu called off his engagement and the devastating online scandal, the Lin family had lost its former prestige. Now, their members ventured out in fear of being targeted or humiliated. The family's businesses were also declining, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. In the Lin family hall, Lin Hao was negotiating with the head of a second-rate Wei family when a Lin family member burst in, panic-stricken. Patriarch, something terrible has happened. As Lin Hao was about to reprimand the reckless young man for interrupting, the disciple stammered. The genius who broke through to Heavenly Soul Master is Su Yu. With a boom, Lin Hao felt his mind go blank, his face turning ashen. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his knuckles white, crushing the solid wood under his grasp. Is this news accurate? He demanded sharply. The disciple, shrinking back, replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Absolutely true. The whole capital is talking about it. Lin Hao's pupils contracted, feeling a third wave of profound fear. The first was when his father passed away, leaving the Lin family in turmoil. The second was being trampled by Su Yu, a formidable 8th-rank Golden Body Realm warrior. And this time, just hearing about Su Yu's breakthrough to Heavenly Soul Master was enough. Upon hearing this, the Wei family head was equally terrified. His family only had an early 8th-rank expert, and he had initially planned to acquire the Lin family's businesses. Now, he had no desire to negotiate. He quickly stood up, making a perfunctory gesture. Patriarch Lin, let's drop the acquisition. I must take my leave. With that, he nearly fled the scene. Lin Hao was too preoccupied to stop him, with only one thought in his mind. The Lin family was doomed. No, he had to find a way to earn Su Yu's forgiveness. Suddenly, inspiration struck Sierra to plead. That boy had been infatuated with Sierra for years. If she was willing to kneel and beg, perhaps the Lin family could be spared. With this in mind, Lin Hao hastily pulled out his phone to contact Lin Panchi. Although Su Yu's breakthrough news caused a stir in the capital, it did not disrupt the rhythm of Jingwu. The next day, the competition for the Heaven List in the arena reached an intense phase. From dawn, aside from the top 10 positions, the rankings changed rapidly like a revolving lantern until they finally settled at the end. At 8 in the evening, outside the retirement home behind Jingwu, 20 trainees gathered one by one. Once everyone was present, Wang Tianming sternly ordered, "Stay close to me. No wandering off." At the back of the group, Xu Feng, dressed in plain clothes, had a gaze that was both cold and fervent, was determined to obtain the martial heritage of the 9th-rank Grandmaster. The Jingwu retirement home is no ordinary place for the elderly. A heavy and solemn atmosphere envelopes it, making Su Yu instinctively slow his steps as he enters for the first time. In the pavilion, several elderly men are engrossed in a game of chess, the sound of the pieces striking the board echoing through the courtyard. Some have an empty right sleeve, others wear prosthetics, and one even dons a black eye patch. These scars tell a harsh truth. Those who can enjoy their twilight years here are high-ranking generals who fought fiercely on foreign battlefields and had to retire due to severe injuries. Each of these veterans once possessed formidable strength, no less than the 7th rank, and even now, they remain a crucial defense for Jingwu. Hey, Xiao Wang. A group of elderly men strolled over, their eyes scanning the students. Are you bringing this year's top-tier students to receive old Zhao's martial arts legacy? Impressive, remarked an elder stroking his beard. The quality of this year's top students is exceptionally high, much better than that rascal Yi Tao's batch. Mid-6th rank, early 6th rank, late 5th rank. The lowest is still late 5th rank. Not bad at all. His gaze landed on the frontmost student. That must be the young fellow from the Su family, right? A Heavenly Soul Master. The Su family is truly blessed. Facing these elders, Wang Tianming wore a respectful smile. Elder Ming, Elder Kong, these are all promising candidates. Old Zhao mentioned his time is near and asked me to arrange the right people. Mentioning Old Zhao, his expression darkened slightly. This 9th-rank Grandmaster had always been Jingwu's greatest support. Not bad, not bad. The elder chuckled, twirling his small mustache. It seems you're doing a decent job as the principal. Go ahead, Old Zhao is waiting for you inside." Leading the group through the tranquil courtyard, Wang Tianming brought them to a villa at the deepest part of the retirement home. "Wait here. I'll go in and brief old Zhao on the situation." He entered the villa, and about 20 minutes later, emerged with a sorrowful expression. "One at a time, line up on your own," he instructed before stepping aside, visibly saddened. The ninth-ranked female student was the first to enter the villa, the door closing silently behind her. As they waited, Su Yu's gaze swept over the other top 20 students. Then he chose to close his eyes and rest, uninterested in engaging further. To him, the academy's proceedings were lackluster, aside from Chu Feng's showy displays and defiance. The real opportunity lay in that lawless realm, the foreign battlefield. Only there could his elaborate plans truly unfold. Like Su Yu, Yi Qing also chose solitude, immersing himself in his own thoughts of cultivation. As others engaged in conversation, he chose to meditate with closed eyes, sitting motionlessly to devote every moment to enhancing his strength. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was also keeping busy. Despite his humble origins, he had once defeated the prodigy Yi Qing, earning himself the title of genius. Even though his ranking had now fallen to second, his impressive achievements continued to attract many disciples from noble families and talented individuals from humble backgrounds, all eager to befriend him. Chu Feng welcomed them all, fully aware that only by gathering enough talent could he stand a chance against the formidable Su family. The presence of a martial saint family and the existence of the master of the heavenly soul, Su Yu, posed a genuine threat to his life. As he thought about heading to the outer battlefield, he couldn't help but worry if Su Yu might attempt an assassination. Time passed, and people gradually emerged from the villa. Although the heir to the legacy had not yet been decided, everyone had gained much under the guidance of the martial arts grandmaster, evident from their barely concealed joyous expressions. After Yi Qing finished, it was finally Chu Feng's turn. At that moment, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, observing the people around him exchanging insights. His gaze eventually settled on Yi Qing, who appeared bewildered. Su Yu knew that, just as described in the original story, the elder had likely admonished him. Presumably, Chu Feng, who had just entered, had gained the elder's approval by now. 20 minutes later, the villa door opened with a soft sound. Chu Feng emerged with a calm demeanor, but Su Yu noticed the unmistakable excitement in his eyes. As expected, the martial arts legacy matched the protagonist perfectly, just like in the original story. "Su Yu, it's your turn to go in," Wang Tianming called from the villa entrance. Hearing this name, everyone's attention turned to Su Yu, eager to see if this enigmatic genius could obtain the martial arts legacy. Su Yu nodded slightly. "All right." Under everyone's gaze, he stepped into the villa. The door closed behind him. As soon as he entered the living room, a strong medicinal scent mixed with a lingering musty odor overwhelmed him. Without lingering, Su Yu approached the elderly man sitting cross-legged at the front and respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, old principal." The elder on the cushion slowly opened his eyes. He appeared frail and hunched, with murky eyes full of age. Raising his bony arm, he rasped, "Sit." Su Yu nodded and sat opposite the elder without hesitation. The elder stared at him for a long time before sighing. "I never expected to see a master of the heavenly soul at Jingwu. Unfortunately, this legacy is not suitable for you. Although I have someone else in mind, I can still offer you some guidance in martial arts. Is there anything you wish to ask?" Su Yu was not surprised by these words. He knew that this legacy was meant solely for the protagonist, Chu Feng. However, his purpose for coming was neither the legacy nor martial arts guidance. Su Yu's gaze deepened, and he smiled softly. "Zhao Lao, that's not what I'm here for." The elder was momentarily taken aback by Su Yu's inscrutable gaze and asked, "Then what do you need?" Looking directly into the elder's cloudy eyes, Su Yu enunciated clearly, "The key." These words seemed to carry a magical power, as a sudden, intense change swept over the previously lifeless elder. "You know its secret?" The elderly man's eyes flickered intensely, and a powerful aura belonging to a ninth-level grandmaster erupted, sweeping across several miles. Outside the villa, Wang Tianming sensed his mentor's unusual energy and was about to rush in when a sudden voice stopped him. Inside, Elder Zhao stared intently at Su Yu, his gaze a mix of complexity and excitement. "Do you know the secret of that relic?" The existence of this mysterious key was known to no one in the world. It was tied to the secrets of the martial god. Years ago, he had stumbled upon this opportunity but was severely injured while exploring the relic. Worse still, after leaving the relic, he was ambushed by several ninth-level foreign powerhouses. That battle inflicted irreversible damage on his foundation, and now, the lifespan of a ninth-level grandmaster, which should have been 500 years, was nearing its end at about 200. In the face of the old man's excitement, Su Yu smiled slightly. "I know. However, I can responsibly tell you that the secret inside has nothing to do with the martial god. Of course, it has no connection. It's a relic of someone beyond the martial god." With a sudden realization, the light in the old man's eyes faded, and he smiled bitterly. "It seems I was too obsessed. Since the revival of martial arts, Only one martial god has ever appeared, and he left without leaving any relics or techniques, entangled with foreign powerhouses. This key is probably just a path to the relic of a martial saint or a demigod. Elder Zhao shook his head and sighed. Perhaps this relic was a false lead spread by foreign races, aimed at luring martial saints into ambushes to weaken our human forces. Otherwise, why would I have encountered several 9th-level foreign powerhouses that day? He turned to Suyu. Since it's not the martial god's relic, why do you need this key? There's something inside that suits me and will greatly assist me in achieving martial saint status, Suyu said calmly. This relic was never meant for you. If anyone else had said this, they would have been laughed at. But it was Suyu's heavenly soul master, the first in the Su family in 1,000 years to be designated as the future heir during his youth. No one dared to risk angering the Su family, as that could drive this formidable family to madness. The light in Elder Zhao's eyes dimmed, and he smiled wryly. I see. It's just a relic for breaking through to martial saint. He sighed inwardly, regretting that if he hadn't been so arrogant and fixated on finding the martial god's relic, his talent might have allowed him to become a martial saint before his end, and his energy and strength wouldn't have declined so much. Since you need it, I'll give you this key. Elder Zhao turned his palm, revealing an ancient-looking bronze key. As he handed over the key, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and he looked up seriously. However, I have a request. Suyu was somewhat surprised to see the old man hand over the key so readily. Suyu looked at the elderly man before him and couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. As a guardian of humanity, Elder Zhao truly deserved admiration. Of course, if someone failed to recognize this and acted foolishly, then they would simply face the consequences. Elder Zhao's withered fingers gently caressed the key, and a hint of reminiscence flickered in his cloudy eyes. If you ever find yourself on the battlefield beyond our realm, in the 19th city, there is someone. Elder Zhao began, his voice tinged with deep regret. He is the son of an old friend. Years ago, in the ruins, his father died saving me and made me promise to look after his child. Unfortunately, Elder Zhao sighed. I've been overwhelmed these past years, and now, as my end draws near, I hope to find someone to fulfill this wish. If you can use the power of the Su family to protect him for a century, the key will be yours. Hearing these words, a peculiar look crossed Suyu's eyes. Wasn't this exactly what Elder Zhao said to Chu Feng in the original story? In the original tale, it took Chu Feng several years to remember this promise, only to discover that the person was an extraordinary genius, masked by a lack of resources and guidance. With Chu Feng's eyes that could see through illusions, the person eventually awakened an incredible physique, reaching the 8th grade golden body realm in just 3 years, and later, alongside Chu Feng, became a martial god, embarking on a journey to explore the universe. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Such an opportunity handed to him was too good to pass up. Elder Zhao, rest assured, Suyu declared confidently, not just for a century. If he shows even a hint of talent and cultivation, I pledge on the honor of the Su family to fully support his development. This promise was far stronger than the protagonist's original vow to help if possible. After all, Suyu was destined to become the head of a future martial saint family, possibly even a candidate for martial sainthood, adding significant weight to his promise. Seeing Suyu's decisiveness, Elder Zhao visibly relaxed. He released the key, which floated towards Suyu. Suyu caught it and respectfully clasped his hands. Elder Zhao, gifting a martial saint's opportunity is no small matter. Elder Zhao smiled with satisfaction and then removed the storage ring from his hand. Take this too. It serves no purpose for someone at death's door. Just ensure you look after my friend's child. Suyu accepted the ring, his smile growing slightly wider. This opportunity was indeed substantial. All right. Elder Zhao waved his hand. As someone from the Su family, I doubt you'll value my martial arts legacy. I must pass on everything I've learned while I still can. Having obtained what he came for, Suyu tactfully exited the villa. Just then, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the protagonist's opportunity, receiving a reward. Congratulations, host. The system's notification sounded in Suyu's mind, clearly listing 3 rewards. Villain points 20,000, a 9th level cultivation card 1, and the Void Blade Technique. The system further explained, the 9th level cultivation card allows you to instantly attain a full 24 hours of 9th level perfection without any restrictions. The Void Blade Technique is a stellar level blade technique created by a void hunter at the star-shattering realm, now considered lost. Stellar level technique? Star-shattering realm cultivator. Suyu frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In the current human martial arts hierarchy, martial techniques are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, with Heaven level being the most esteemed. Techniques created by ordinary martial saints are mostly Earth level, and only a few peak martial saints can create mid-tier Heaven level techniques. As for high-tier Heaven level techniques, only the martial god of the Long Kingdom has the capability to create them, and they are strictly protected by the authorities, available only to martial saints and a few ninth-level grandmasters for study and practice. As a transmigrator, Suyu was well-versed in the original plot and naturally understood what a stellar-level technique, implied a single stellar-level technique, is as valuable as a small planet. Just as he was immersed in the joy of acquiring such a precious martial technique, an eye filled with a sense of pride pulled him back to reality. Following his senses, he saw Chu Feng standing not far away, brimming with excitement. Chu Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. In his view, acquiring the martial inheritance of a ninth-level grandmaster could save him at least 20 years of detours for a martial artist of humble origins like himself. Originally, he only dared to hope to become a martial saint within 50 years, but now he confidently believed he could reduce that time to 30 years. With the special ability to cultivate automatically, surpassing Suyu is just around the corner. Ha ha ha. Even if you become a heavenly soul master, you can't compare to me. Chu Feng's gaze at Suyu was filled with unabashed pride. In his eyes, he had already made a name for himself at Jingwu, and these future connections would undoubtedly bring great support. In contrast, Suyu's aloof personality and reluctance to make friends left him isolated after 4 years, and his prospects couldn't compare to Chu Feng's. Around them, geniuses familiar with Chu Feng congratulated him as Zhao Lao summoned him, offering their compliments. Congratulations, Brother Chu. It seems Zhao Lao appreciates your talent. Indeed, Brother Chu, with your talent, reaching 9th level is just a matter of time, and entering the martial arts headquarters is the real opportunity. These compliments masked deep envy. The inheritance of a 9th level grandmaster, along with a future position in the high ranks of the martial arts headquarters, was enough to astonish anyone. The martial arts headquarters, as the most powerful institution in the Long Kingdom, is backed by the semi-divine director Yi Tao, a martial saint deputy director, and several 9th level grandmasters who would dare to provoke them lightly. Moreover, the martial arts headquarters has openly promised that those who receive Zhao Lao's inheritance will be directly employed upon graduation. Such connections mean that even a 4th-level martial artist would hold a higher status than those from second-rate families, let alone Chu Feng, who is currently ranked 2nd on the contemporary heavenly list. After graduation, even the heads of prestigious families would show some respect when they meet Chu Feng. The surrounding chorus of congratulations secretly delighted Chu Feng, but his years of practicing the art of subtlety kept his exterior calm and composed. He smiled and bowed slightly to everyone, saying, "You are all talented students of Jingwu. I was merely fortunate to gain the favor of Elder Zhao. Chu, there's no need for false modesty. We all acknowledge your talent and strength." Voices chimed in agreement around him. "Indeed, Chu. How about a drink together sometime?" Chu Feng responded with a smile. "Once the assessment is over, let's have a small gathering." As he spoke, he deliberately cast a challenging glance at Suyu, as if silently declaring, "Even though you are the young master of a martial saint family, you fail to win people's hearts, while I can drink and be merry with everyone. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape the exclusion from the talented ones." Suyu easily saw through Chu Feng's thoughts and merely returned a faint smile. "Friends? Wait until 7 days later on the battlefield beyond the domain, and you'll understand that not just anyone is worthy of being my friend." Seeing Suyu's lack of reaction only increased Chu Feng's frustration. Just as he was about to speak, Principal Wang abruptly interjected in a stern voice. "Chu Feng, hurry inside. Elder Zhao has been calling you for quite some time, and you're still chatting here? Is this how you treat your elders?" As an orphan who owed his current position to Elder Zhao's mentorship, Principal Wang had long regarded him as a father figure. Seeing Chu Feng's apparent disrespect naturally angered him. Startled, Chu Feng quickly apologized. "Sorry, Principal, I'll head in right away." As he turned, he cursed inwardly. It's all Suyu's fault. If not for him, I wouldn't have been so carried away. Clearly, he placed all the blame on Suyu without any self-reflection. Once Chu Feng went inside, the matter of inheritance was settled. Principal Wang put away his anger and addressed the remaining students seriously. "Now that the academy assessment is concluded, you may go home to visit your families. In 7 days, return to campus to assemble for the final assessment at the battlefield beyond the domain. This is a global martial university joint assessment, and you will be assigned to various locations on the battlefield. Prepare well and strive to return alive." The students responded in unison, then dispersed. Jingwu's senior students, upon hearing the news, also cheerfully packed their belongings to go home, filled with anticipation for the upcoming battlefield training. As Suyu walked through the campus, he saw the light-hearted and expectant smiles on the students' faces. However, whenever they met his gaze, those smiles would freeze instantly, replaced by wariness and disdain. They believed Chu Feng's words, convinced that this young master of the Su family was a bully of the weak. Suyu paid no mind to these looks of disdain and caution. Jingwu had never been his domain. Yet, looking at these young faces, he couldn't help but reflect. Being young is wonderful. But unfortunately, barring any surprises, the death rate for this assessment will still exceed 70. How many will return alive? No matter, he thought, I'll just take care of myself. The lives of others are none of my concern. Leaving Jingwu, Su Yu walked with confidence, followed by more than 10 senior students from the Su family. As they passed by, ordinary students of Jingwu glanced sideways, deliberately keeping their distance, as if avoiding a plague. Young master, it seems our Su family's reputation at Jingwu is completely ruined. One Su family disciple chuckled. These people see us like we're wild beasts. Young master, should we still come to Jingwu? Another chimed in. Those who were once friendly with me now avoid me, probably intimidated by our Martial Saint family status. The Su family disciples chatted and laughed, undisturbed by the isolation. They knew well that this situation was caused not only by Su Yu's entanglements with Chu Feng and Lin Panxi, but, more importantly, by the fearsome label of being a Martial Saint family. This fear was rooted in a bloody past. A Martial Saint family once rampaged arrogantly, slaughtering humans at will. They even massacred a small town of tens of thousands to sacrifice for their second ninth-grade Grandmaster's breakthrough to the Martial Saint realm. This atrocity enraged the Dragon Nation's authorities, leading to over 30 Martial Saints joining forces to hunt down and annihilate the Martial Saint, eradicating the entire family. Since then, Martial Saint family has become synonymous with dread. Although the Dragon Nation has 12 Martial Saints, no one knows their true identities or family affiliations. Families with Martial Saints chose to remain hidden, avoiding public scrutiny. So you noticed the onlookers gossiping and smiled faintly. As long as we stand upright, why fear rumors, he murmured. People judge all Martial Saint families based on one example, which is truly laughable. They seem to forget that the domain for this extraterrestrial battlefield exam is under the protection of our Su family. What is Blue Star Martial University anyway? A flash of sharpness appeared in Su Yu's eyes. Our Su family's foundation has never been here. Once we reach the extraterrestrial battlefield, they'll understand that the presence they now fear and disdain is exactly what everyone dreams of approaching. That is our true territory. Let's head back to the Su family. Su Yu commanded. In 7 days, they will regret today's decision. Yes. The Su family disciples responded enthusiastically. Watching their spirited departure, the remaining crowd was even more disdainful. Bah! All Martial Saint families are the same, relying on their power, someone spat. Humph, let them be smug. On the extraterrestrial battlefield, with that notorious Martial Saint family reputation, they'll be isolated sooner or later, another coldly agreed. Exactly, my father specifically warned us to stay away from the Su family, one student said urgently. When we reach the battlefield outside the territory, we should team up with Chu Feng and other noble family disciples. That's right, another agreed. With a talent like Chu Feng from a humble background, his future achievements will surely surpass Su Yu. With him leading us, we have a better chance of surviving on the battlefield. Chu Feng is currently receiving the 9-rank martial arts legacy. Once he comes out, we should immediately consult with him. The group exchanged opinions, filled with disdain for the Su family. They recalled the stunning moment when Chu Feng, with his unremarkable demeanor, defeated Yi Qing across levels, their eyes filled with fervor. Compared to relying on the Martial Saint families, following a civilian genius like Chu Feng seemed far more appealing. This kind of discussion spread like ripples through the martial arts academies in the capital and surrounding areas. Gradually, many students developed a resistance to the Su family and other top-tier families, fearing persecution from them. In this anxious atmosphere, Chu Feng, who was unafraid of power, naturally became a pillar of support in their hearts, his reputation soaring. Time flew by, and it was already the 6th day after the assessment ended. During this period, the voices against the Su family and other top-tier families grew louder, yet these families remained silent, too proud to explain themselves. They knew that once on the battlefield outside the territory, reality would show these people how naive and ridiculous their thoughts were. On the afternoon of the 6th day, in the Lin family living room, Lin Hao and his daughter were discussing important matters with the family elders. They needed to arrange for family members to participate in the battlefield assessment and plan for the elders to maintain the family's overall situation, as Lin Hao was about to go into seclusion to break through to the 8th grade Golden Body realm. If successful, the Lin family's current predicament could be alleviated. As they were discussing resource allocation, a gatekeeper hurried in. Master, young Master Chu has emerged and is outside requesting to see you. The news left everyone momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with joy. Bring him in quickly, Lin Hao said, beaming with excitement. Do you all remember how you opposed my decision to give Chu Feng a great extraordinary alloy weapon? It seems that decision was the right one. The elders exchanged awkward glances, but were mostly excited. We were short-sighted and failed to see young friend Chu Feng's potential. The master truly has a discerning eye, gaining a powerful ally for our Lin family. And it was Sierra's keen judgment that made such a loyal friend. Amidst their praise, a steady laugh came from outside the living room. Uncle Lin, you flatter me. Without the Lin family standing by me against the Su family's pressure, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Everyone turned to see Chu Feng, transformed after half a month, greeting them with a respectful gesture. His gaze then fell on the young lady with slightly reddened eyes. As their eyes met, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said softly, "Panchi, I'm back. From now on, I will protect you for life and never let anyone bully you." Lin Panchi, under Chu Feng's focused gaze, felt her long-held grievances dissolve like a retreating tide. She longed to throw herself into his arms and cry, but the current setting didn't allow it. She held back her tears and smiled, saying, "All right, I'll remember your words." This scene was observed by the elders of the Lin family, including Lin Hao, who all shared knowing smiles. They understood they had finally found a strong ally to rely on. Now, they just needed to wait for Chu Feng to lead the Lin family to new heights. "Chu Feng, my dear nephew, please take a seat," Lin Hao said with a hearty smile, instructing a disciple to bring over a chair. Chu Feng nodded slightly and sat down calmly. His composed demeanor seemed perfectly fitting to everyone present. This was the poise expected of a genius. Once Chu Feng was seated, Lin Hao's smile faded as he spoke seriously. "Chu Feng, my dear nephew, tomorrow you will head to the battlefield beyond the region. I hope you can look after my daughter, Sierra, and if possible, also take care of the Lin family disciples." This request was not made in vain. Chu Feng's reputation among the martial arts academy students had soared. Not only had he acquired the martial arts legacy of a ninth-grade grandmaster, but he had also become a leader among countless promising students from humble backgrounds due to the Su family incident. As long as he was willing to support the Lin family, others would gladly extend their courtesy. Of course, Chu Feng solemnly agreed. "The Lin family has been incredibly kind to me, and Lin Bo and all the elders have sincerely assisted me. How could I forget such kindness?" Even without Lin Hao's reminder, he would have done so. He had a favorable impression of the Lin family, and looking after them was something he considered his duty. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. "That's very good." If Suyu were present, he would undoubtedly sneer. The Lin family's behavior exemplified the saying, "An ounce of help is remembered, but a pound is resented." The Su family had supported them for years, helping them rise from obscurity to become a prestigious family, providing countless resources. Yet, they had never shown gratitude, taking it all for granted. Now, they were so attentive to a single promise from Chu Feng, which was truly ironic. Chu Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell further on the topic. He paused briefly, his expression turning serious. "Uncle, I have another important matter to discuss." "Feel free to speak," Lin Hao replied. Everyone is aware of the Su family's oppression of the common people, and many of us in the senior class at Jingwu University are discontented with this. We've decided to form an alliance to resist the bullying of the first-tier families on the battlefield. I hope you can help me gather the second and third-tier families to discuss this matter within a day. At this moment, Chu Feng's ambition was evident. As a leader admired by the younger generation, he aimed to sever the future of the Su family's new generation, not by taking their lives, but by excluding them. With his talent, Chu Feng was destined to become a ninth-grade expert within 20 years, giving him the means to rival first-tier families. To expand his influence, he needed to bring everyone into his camp, using justice and reform as his banner. He intended to overthrow the old family's rule and establish a new era under his leadership. "All right," Lin Hao agreed without hesitation. "This situation greatly benefits him." Lin Hao knows well that once Chu Feng secures his position as the leader, the Lin family status will certainly rise to new heights. Seeing Chu Feng agree, he smiled with relief and said, "Thank you, uncle." Lin Hao, full of energy, cheerfully waved his hand and said, "Leave this matter to me. You've been in seclusion for many days, and you probably have a lot to talk about with Sierra. You young people should go out and take a walk. After all, this training will take years, and it's good to take in the scenery of your hometown." "Thank you, uncle." Chu Feng felt warmth in his heart. Uncle Lin was always so considerate, not only understanding his thoughts, but also offering full support in every way. He secretly made up his mind that if he achieved success in the future, he would definitely help the Lin family reach even greater heights. Hearing this, Lin Panchi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently chided, "Dad, what are you saying?" Lin Hao just smiled and said, "Sierra, go ahead. I have important matters to discuss with the elders. You take good care of our friend Chu Feng." Before long, Chu Feng and Lin Panchi were walking side by side down the street. When their eyes met, there was a tenderness in both their gazes. A hint of concern appeared on Lin Panchi's face as she softly asked, "Chu Feng, what stage are you at now?" Suyu has already broken through to the Master Realm. The sight of him condensing his heavenly soul was truly astonishing. Chu Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. "I'm at the mid-stage of the 6th rank. Although there's still some distance to the Master Realm, I'm getting close. Zhao Lao's martial arts heritage aligns perfectly with me. Once I reach the 7th rank, I'll surely be able to condense my heavenly soul as well." The worry in Lin Panchi's eyes disappeared, replaced by a bright sense of pride. As they strolled to the riverside, she softly said, "Thank you, Chu Feng, for always standing by my side." Chu Feng felt a jolt in his heart and gazed into her eyes. Even if the whole world stands against you, I will always be by your side. For you, I'm willing to fight the entire world. Meanwhile, Suyu was too preoccupied to care about this sweetness. Since returning to the Su family after the assessment, he had been in seclusion. Besides stabilizing his master realm, he focused on practicing a star-level martial technique that surpassed all existing martial arts on Blue Star the Void Blade Technique. This technique far surpassed the high-tier martial techniques exclusive to martial saints, and even at the entry level, it was enough to be his trump card. In the Su family's training sanctuary, built with enormous resources, one day's training was equivalent to a month's outside. On the morning of the seventh day, as dawn broke, a powerful blade intent that could command 10,000 blades erupted from the training room, sweeping through the entire Su family and resonating with all the swords and blades. Sensing this overwhelming blade intent, the Su family's experts gathered outside the training room. The stone door slowly opened, and a figure in a white robe stepped out. The experts' eyes filled with awe as they spoke in unison. "Welcome, young master, on your significant advancement." In front of the training room, Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his distinguished and refined face. "Let's set off for the battlefield beyond the domain. It's time to show everyone the might of a martial saint family." On this day, all senior martial arts students from universities across Blue Star gathered on campus, capturing the attention of the entire Long Kingdom. The streets were sparsely populated, while homes were crowded with viewers glued to their televisions, eagerly awaiting the solemn ceremony, as these young martial artists prepared to head to the battlefield beyond the borders. In this era where martial arts is embraced by all, warriors are the backbone of society, held in high esteem. The graduating seniors each year are hailed as the new generation's hope. Though most will eventually be lost in the smoke of battle, at this moment, they are the focus of everyone's attention. The battlefield beyond the borders is perilous, and each assessment results in numerous casualties among the students. Yet, this does not diminish the allure it holds for people. The call to defend the homeland resonates in everyone's heart. Without these warriors fighting bravely on the front lines, how could the billions of ordinary people on Blue Star live in peace? Thinking of their loved ones behind them, these young warriors are even more determined and resolute, refusing to back down. In the life and death struggle against alien races, failure means the extinction of one's kind. This harsh reality makes it clear to everyone that betrayal is an unforgivable crime. At this moment, on the field of Kyoto Martial Arts University, 3,000 students stood in neat rows. Each carried a small pack, while those from affluent backgrounds wore priceless storage rings. Their young faces were filled with excitement and anticipation as they were about to step onto the battlefield, aiming to bring glory to their nation and go down in history. After graduation, the class system no longer exists. Students can form teams freely, but once they enter the battlefield beyond the borders, they are on their own. No assistance will be provided. A peculiar scene unfolded on the field. Disciples from top families gathered together, while geniuses from small families and humble backgrounds formed a larger group. The leader of this group was Chu Feng, ranked second on the heavenly ranking. Behind him, over 2,000 small family and humble background geniuses formed the New Era Alliance. They were determined to break the dominance of old families and reshape a fairer social order. The vitality and passion of youth united them closely. However, to Suyu, this scene seemed somewhat laughable. In his view, the Long Kingdom system is inherently fair and just, with no suppression. As long as one demonstrates sufficient ability, there are countless platforms in the Long Kingdom to help them soar. Most of the first and second-tier families today have risen in recent years. They were once dragon slayers and are now seen as evil dragons. In this era, with Yi Tao, a demigod, overseeing things, all martial saints and the majority of 9-grade grandmasters are stationed on the battlefield beyond the borders. The rear is almost devoid of troublemakers. Most top families understand the rules better than anyone else, with all their resources coming from the spoils of the battlefield beyond the borders. As for exploiting the people, in the world of martial artists, these are insignificant. The resources needed by top martial artists are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Suyu scoffed at the recent slogans promoted by the New Era Alliance. Claims that families control 80 of the world's resources and that those from humble backgrounds are oppressed to the point of struggling to obtain a single spirit stone seemed baseless to him. Suyu looked coldly at the disgruntled, ordinary students before him, inwardly sighing at their naivety. The resources of the noble families weren't they all fought for on the battlefield, wrested from the jaws of alien races and fierce beasts? The source marrow needed for the 8th grade golden body, the A-grade extraordinary alloy weapons coveted even by 9th grade powerhouses. How could these precious resources be casually touched by ordinary people? You want resources? Then break through to the 8th grade first. Suyu sneered inwardly. Even if you do manage to break through, as long as you have enough contribution points, the Dragon Nation's authorities will grant you exchange quotas. The conditions are laid out here. If you have what it takes, come and claim it. On the podium, Principal Wang Tianming's gaze was sharp as he scanned the thousands of students below. His voice was deep and powerful. You are the pride of various regions of the Dragon Nation, the pillars of the future. But remember, in school, you might be geniuses, but on the battlefield, you are nothing. His tone suddenly turned cold. There are geniuses stronger than you out there, countless warriors who have endured blood and fire. If you become arrogant and underestimate the alien races, underestimate others, I guarantee 90 of you will die out there. The expressions of the students below grew serious with the principal's words. But Wang Tianming soon smiled again. However, you are all exceptionally gifted. After 4 years of training, if you manage to return alive, those of you who have been tempered by war will surely become 6th grade warriors, maybe even 7th grade masters. In the future, you might even rely on your own strength to break through to the 8th grade golden body, or even the 9th grade grandmaster level. At that time, you will be the new pillars of the Dragon Nation, the pride of the entire nation. Wang Tianming's voice was full of hope. The vice principal and the dean will lead you to the battlefield, where you will stay for 4 years. I hope that when we meet again, you will all return safely. As the noon bell rang, Wang Tianming shouted sternly, all students, set off. Head to the battlefield and forge your glory. We will not disappoint the school. The thunderous response dispelled the clouds above, letting a ray of sunlight fall. Principal Wang looked at the vibrant young faces, sighing inwardly. If 70% of them survive, that would be fortunate. Move out. With the command, the students assembled in formation and orderly marched out of the school gates. As the two groups moved in parallel, Su Yu and Chu Feng met again. Chu Feng sneered. Su Yu, the real showdown begins on the battlefield. Then you'll understand that someone like you, a pampered scion of a noble family who oppresses commoners, will never win people's hearts. With that, he led his team away with his head held high. The noble family disciples behind, Su Yu watched Chu Feng's retreating figure with puzzled expressions. Someone asked, young Master Su, why do they always think they're isolating us? Su Yu stared at Chu Feng's departing figure, his eyes glinting coldly, yet his smile was bright. Perhaps they think they're quite capable. But they forget one thing: the battlefield is truly the domain of us martial saints and top families. The students of Wu University embarked on their journey to the foreign battlefield, both to gain experience and to fill the military's manpower gap. Every year, over 10 million students graduate, but due to reasons like alien races, fierce beasts, sudden wars, and accidents, the death toll remains around 2 million. Such a mortality rate is undeniably alarming. Yet it is an unavoidable reality, as this is a war for survival where casualties cannot be avoided. Besides those who perish, many students suffer injuries or disabilities that prevent them from continuing to fight, with about 5 million retiring each year. The remaining students either choose to join the military or live independently on the foreign battlefield. Only a few, after experiencing the necessary rigors of war, feel a sense of fear and opt to return to Long Country as reserves. Those unwilling to return often choose to stay on the foreign battlefield, as it is the most suitable place for cultivation. At this moment, all the students were marching down the cleared roads, heading grandly towards the teleportation point of the spatial rift. The roadsides were crowded with ordinary people and lower-level martial artists, seemingly enjoying the attention. Each student held their head high, pride beaming on their faces. Long Country has a total of 36 teleportation arrays, each corresponding to one of the 36 human territories on the foreign battlefield, with a martial saint stationed at each location. In terms of area, the territories occupied by Long Country can rival Blue Star, not including the territories of other countries on Blue Star. The foreign battlefield resembles a massive planet, but during the invasion war, its duration is only 1,500 years. Therefore, if the human race can hold out for another 500 years, they can completely eliminate future threats. After nearly 2 hours of travel, Su Yu and the others arrived at a military base on the outskirts of Kyoto, where 100,000 soldiers were stationed, along with several 8th grade Golden Body Realm and one 9th grade Grandmaster for protection. In front of the teleportation point of the spatial rift, the martial arts students gazed intently at the towering circular teleportation point before them, deeply astonished. The teleportation point stood 500 meters high and wide, with black lights swirling and twisting like a vortex, making one dizzy after prolonged observation, as if it were about to swallow one's soul. After a brief pause, Vice Principal Han Shuang of Jingwu, leading the team, confirmed with the military personnel. Once everything was cleared, the military personnel raised a hand, and the iron fence blocking them slowly opened. The awestruck martial arts students orderly lined up to pass through the teleportation point. Su Yu and the family disciples were the last to go through. Compared to others' astonishment, Su Yu and his group appeared more composed. Soon, after a bout of dizziness, everything went black, and when vision returned, they were greeted by a colossal city. The towering walls exceeded 100 meters, covered in marks from attacks, appearing ancient and weathered. Before everyone could regain their senses, a hearty laugh echoed in their ears. Haha! Welcome to the foreign battlefield, you chosen ones. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes towards the speaker. Above the city walls, a middle-aged man in military uniform stood with a hint of amusement in his eyes as he looked at the trainees before him. Though his true strength was concealed, he was actually a formidable figure at the 8th rank of the Golden Body realm. He introduced himself. I am Qin Tuo, the city guard general of the 9th city and a major general in the military, as well as your supervisor. You are the last group of martial arts university students to arrive here. Besides you, there are students from other military schools present in this city. Now, enter the city. We have arranged accommodations for you. Settle in, and by 5 p.m., gather at the 9th City Square. With a thunderous roar, the gates that had been tightly shut swung open as General Qin Tuo finished speaking. The students rushed in with excitement. Once inside, the students from Jingwu were guided to the residential area. Upon reaching their temporary accommodations, they each found a dormitory, unloaded their luggage, grabbed their toiletries, and headed to the bathhouse to wash away the dust of their journey. Perhaps due to the newfound freedom outside campus, cliques among the Jingwu students began to form. Most notably, a group of over 2,000 students led by Chu Feng unceremoniously drove away the smaller group of just over 200 students led by Su Yu, insisting that rules must be followed here. They claimed the dormitory building as their own and told the others to find accommodation elsewhere. Seeing the arrogant students, Su Yu and his group merely smiled quietly, choosing not to argue, and silently moved to another dormitory building. Observing that the well-established family members like Su Yu dared not argue, the lesser-known second- and third-tier family students were delighted. Indeed, strength in numbers. Even first-tier families wouldn't dare challenge them here. Soon, everyone finished washing up, had something to eat, and began heading to the 9th City Square to gather. When Su Yu and his group arrived at the square, the faction led by Chu Feng had already assembled in unison. Anytime Su Yu's group of family members got close, they were ruthlessly driven away, told to keep their distance. Su Yu took it in stride, leading the first-tier family members to a more distant spot. Seeing Su Yu not even bothering to retort, Chu Feng and Lin Panchi were quite pleased. Especially Chu Feng, who called out to Su Yu from afar. Su Yu, now that we're here, no need to hide anything. Our groups are a bit wary of you martial saints and first-tier families, so please keep your distance. You don't mind, do you? Hearing Chu Feng's provocation, the impoverished and second- and third-tier family students from Jingwu echoed. Yeah, you martial saint families bully others. We don't dare get too close. Even though we're from the same school, it's best to keep it low-key when we meet in the future. We can't afford to be seen as equals with you noble martial saint family members. Just go away, no one likes dealing with you family students. The crowd chimed in, full of exclusion. Despite not voicing it, the family students behind Su Yu felt stifled by such behavior. Seeing everyone cooperating, Chu Feng's smile grew even brighter. See, everyone is afraid of you, so please don't come near us. Humph. With everyone on his side now, once the military school students arrived, he planned to persuade them to join in isolating Su Yu's group. The military folks despised the indulgent family scions the most, so they would likely be eager to join him. Just then, a rumble was felt beneath the feet of all the Jingwu students, followed by the sound of synchronized marching echoing across the square. To their surprise, a group of military school students in uniform came jogging in. Seeing this formidable group of thousands, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. If he could bring these students into his fold, no one would dare cross him in the future. These were the battle geniuses nurtured by the military. With this thought, Chu Feng immediately approached the leader. Hello, I'm Chu Feng from Jingdu Wuda. Chu Feng approached Fong Ting, the leader of the military academy cadets, with a smile and extended his hand. For the next 4 years, it seems we'll be fighting alongside each other. He held great respect for these soldiers, who fought on the front lines and often couldn't return home for years, sacrificing for their country and battling against foreign forces. They deserved his admiration. Fong Ting had a crew cut and a face with sharp, chiseled features that, despite a hint of roguishness, made him look very robust. He also smiled, shook Chu Feng's hand, and introduced himself in a clear voice. Military Academy, Fong Ting. Although Chu Feng's first impression of him wasn't entirely favorable, Fong Ting's enthusiasm made it hard for him to respond with a cold demeanor. After a brief exchange, Fong Ting's eyes wandered as if searching for someone. When his gaze landed on Su Yu, who stood not far away with a meaningful smile, he paused slightly. Noticing Fong Ting's gaze, Chu Feng said, Brother Fong, while the general's not here yet, let's go over there and have a chat. Fong Ting didn't immediately agree but instead pointed in Su Yu's direction, frowning as he asked, Who are they? Chu Feng's smile faded, and he sighed. They're also students from Jingwu, but due to certain incidents, everyone keeps their distance. Military academy students are usually ordinary people or those from lower status families, and the academies are often located on foreign battlefields. These military students have all seen combat, so I'm sure that once I reveal Su Yu's story, they'll definitely shun them. By then, my alliance will be stronger. Fong Ting asked with interest. Oh? What kind of incident? He seemed eager to know what could cause so many to distance themselves from just a couple of hundred people. Chu Feng sighed, his eyes showing a trace of resentment and unwillingness, and slowly said, their leader is called Su Yu. Using his status from a Martial Saint family, he forcibly got engaged to a friend of mine. After my friend rejected him, he came to annul the engagement. Not only that, he used his power to injure my friend's father. The whole of Jingdu knows about this. You know what terrible crimes that Martial Saint family committed back then, and now their descendants are causing trouble again. Tell me, aren't we ordinary students right to be afraid? Everyone avoids them, fearing they might be harmed. Chu Feng was articulate, though he only mentioned the annulment and the injury to Lin Hao, leaving out other details. At this moment, Lin Panchi approached, her eyes red and her demeanor very downcast. She said, back then, he took advantage of my family's weakness to force an engagement with me. He pursued me for 7 years, and recently, when I rejected him, he proposed to annul the engagement, which I agreed to. However, when he came to annul it, he was terrifyingly aggressive and had my father injured. Our family can't afford to offend the Su family, so we don't dare speak out, but everyone knows the truth. Most students at Jingwu now avoid them. Are they really just flaunting their wealth to such an extent that they ruin others completely? When Lin Panchi spoke these words, her heart was full of grievance. In her view, it was Su Yu who proposed the annulment of the engagement, so why should he take back the things he had given? Moreover, he had no respect for elders, so what was wrong with her father trying to teach him a lesson? The fact that he even ordered people to resort to violence was utterly shameless. Fong Ting quietly observed these two people in front of him, filled with indignation and humiliation, and then turned to the students from Jingwu, asking, do you all feel the same way? The students from Jingwu responded in agreement. Yes, you have no idea how domineering these aristocratic families are. Breaking off an engagement and resorting to violence is worse than being a thug. It's infuriating. They just bully us ordinary folks. If I had to team up with them, I'd be worried they'd secretly sabotage me. With such toxic individuals around, who would dare to associate with them? The ordinary students and those from lesser-known families were filled with anger and apprehension towards Su Yu and those from prestigious families, as if they genuinely felt oppressed. Seeing this, Fong Ting was silent for a moment, a slight smile playing on his lips, before asking, have any of you actually been oppressed, or has anyone among you experienced the same as him? As soon as he finished speaking, the previously restless crowd fell silent, exchanging glances and collectively shaking their heads. No one responded this time, as none of them had truly been bullied. They were just fearful of the aristocratic family's supposed tyranny, worried that they might face the same situation one day, hence their decision to team up. Seeing this, Fong Ting let out a mocking laugh and said no more. Chu Feng felt a bit awkward and annoyed, thinking, what's this guy asking these questions for? He earnestly said to Fong Ting, Brother Fong, these aristocratic families act very domineeringly, so be careful not to get caught up in their schemes. Lin Panchi nodded in agreement, speaking with resentment. They are really despicable, especially the Su family, who are just too overbearing. Fong Ting glanced at them, then, to Chu Feng's astonishment, released his hand from Chu Feng's grasp. Chu Feng, puzzled, asked, Brother Fong, what are you doing? Fong Ting ignored him and instead shouted towards Su Yu, who was smiling in the distance. Young Master Su, are these the rumored pretty boy and the woman who looks down on you? They really are a perfect match. His voice, infused with energy and vigor, instantly amplified, echoing throughout the entire campus. Suddenly, the whole military academy erupted in laughter. Ha ha, who would have thought a not Sagriat woman would look down on young Master Su? It's hilarious. I could laugh at them for 10 years. Do they really not know young Master Su's status? Don't joke with me. The previously serious atmosphere in the academy was shattered, and everyone laughed heartily. This laughter left Chu Feng's alliance bewildered. Who were they mocking? Chu Feng's expression gradually turned grim as he asked, Brother Fong, what do you mean by this? Fong Ting's laughter slowly subsided as he looked seriously at Chu Feng, replying, nothing much, just laughing at you and the woman beside you. Then he suddenly chuckled playfully and shouted, Brothers of the military academy, tell him, do you trust him or young Master Su? Amidst the incredulous and shocked gazes of the Jingwu crowd, a unanimous voice resounded through the sky, making their heads buzz. We trust young Master Su. This loud voice left Chu Feng's eyes in a daze. What was happening? Just then, Su Yu's voice, calm and steady, reached Chu Feng and his group. Frogs in a well. Do you really think your clumsy words can deceive everyone? Chu Feng glared angrily at Su Yu as he approached, gritting his teeth and demanding, what tricks are you up to this time? Chu Feng was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why the military academy people didn't resent Su Yu. Logically, they should despise someone like him from an influential family. Could it be that they truly believed in Su Yu? Seeing Chu Feng's menacing expression, Su Yu remained calm and said nonchalantly, I have no interest in playing your games. As the protagonist, apart from waiting for the villains to make mistakes and seizing the opportunity to magnify their errors and guide the public, what other cleverness does he possess? Oh, there is something. Their unique insights into cultivation and their courage to risk their lives for the future are indeed commendable. As for Chu Feng, in the original book, his performance wasn't outstanding. In fact, some of the supporting characters were more impressive, even outshining him as the protagonist. At this moment, Fong Ting stepped beside Su Yu, maintaining a respectful distance that showed deference to his superior. He looked at Chu Feng, a cold smile playing on his lips. We've already looked into the matters between you and the Lin family. If we weren't on the battlefield, we would have sought you out long ago. Chu Feng remained silent, realizing he had miscalculated this time. Su Yu, seeing his silence, kept his smile and turned to the military academy students, asking softly, "Did you tell them that Su Yu is a bully, overbearing, and unreasonable?" The military academy students responded in unison, "No. Do you trust me, or do you trust those 2,762 people?" "We trust young Master Su." "Tell them, are you afraid of the Su family status as a martial saint family?" "Not afraid." "Tell them, who guards this world, this land we stand on?" "The martial saint, sir." Finally, Su Yu asked, "Tell those self-proclaimed oppressed children of humble origins, what are your backgrounds?" "Born from humble beginnings." Each response sent a shiver through the hearts of the New Era Alliance members, filling their eyes with disbelief. Why were these military academy students so loyal to Su Yu? Wasn't he a spoiled scion of a powerful family? Shouldn't they despise him? Why, despite their humble origins, did they respect someone from a powerful family? Su Yu said coldly, "Among them, there's not a single person from a powerful family. They all come from humble backgrounds across Longhua. They've made it to the military academy through their own efforts, changing their destinies. With the help of our family, they transform, and each graduate becomes a pillar of the nation. Why don't they resent us? Have we exploited them? The geniuses from Jingwu call themselves children of humble origins, so what should these people born from humble beginnings be called? You come from all over Longhua, your family's well-fed and clothed, with extra funds to buy cultivation resources, and you get into Jingwu, a top university or genius, is undeniable. But those who come from poverty, who can't afford cultivation resources, whose training methods are common and free, yet succeed in getting into the military academy under worse conditions than yours, with cultivation even stronger than yours, what should they be called?" Every word from Su Yu was like a sharp blade, causing the geniuses from Jingwu to hang their heads in shame, their hearts filled with fear. Observing their silence, Su Yu smirked mockingly, thinking to himself how foolish they were. Only by stepping onto the battlefield beyond could they understand the heavy price paid by the Martial Saint families, rather than lamenting from the comfort of Blue Star's backyard. This was not the Earth of his previous life, where capital could exploit the poor for profit. Here, in the world of martial arts, faced with the threat of annihilation, 99 of the noble families were eager to nurture talents to alleviate the pressure. What did money matter here? Everyone craved martial arts resources. After reprimanding the Jingwu geniuses, Su Yu turned back to the enthusiastic ranks of the noble families. Fong Ting glanced at the students who had been scolded by Su Yu, his eyes showing a trace of disdain, as he sneered. "Su Xiao is right. You really are foolish. Blindly following the trend to rebel? If you had truly experienced persecution, I might consider joining you, but you haven't." Fong Ting glanced at Lin Panchi and Chu Feng with even more contempt. "We in the military academy trust Su Xiao not because he is the young master of a martial saint family, but because during his first year, before transferring to Jingwu, he challenged 3,000 of our students at the same realm and remained undefeated. Understand?" These words sent a shiver through the Jingwu students, their faces filled with shock. Challenging 3,000 people at the same realm and remaining undefeated? How is that possible? Su Yu's performance in school had been unremarkable. How could he have such a glorious history? They were unwilling to believe it, preferring to think that Su Yu had simply piled up his cultivation with the vast resources of the Su family. The oppression and persecution they spoke of were baseless. Su Xiao had provided us with earth-grade techniques and profound-grade martial skills, freeing us from common techniquesto, you understand? After speaking, Fong Ting laughed heartily. Otherwise, how do you think Su Xiao's martial saint poise came to be? It was earned by being undefeated in battles against 3,000 at the same realm. At this point, Fong Ting's eyes showed a hint of regret as he looked at Lin Panchi with disdain and disgust. If it weren't for you, woman, would Su Xiao have transferred schools, wasted years, and ended up being humiliated by you all? A group of Jingwu geniuses, yet they lacked the ability to think independently, following a pretty face and a traitor into isolation? Pathetic. Fong Ting voiced his thoughts, finding these so-called geniuses who isolated others utterly contemptible and low. After harshly criticizing the Jingwu geniuses, Fong Ting turned and shouted to the military academy students, "Everyone, move to the left immediately. Those who support the Jingwu geniuses, stay put. Turn left, march." Instantly, the entire military academy followed Fong Ting without hesitation, standing firmly behind Su Yu. The plaza was sharply divided, one side filled with lethargy, the other brimming with vitality. At this moment, Chu Feng snapped back to reality, shuddering as he looked back at his team, shocked to find the once solid alliance he had built now beginning to waver. Ding. Detected a significant decline in the prestige of the Son of Destiny. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received a reward. 3,000 villain points and 1 Ju Yuan pill. The Ju Yuan pill is a top-grade elixir that can elevate a 7th-rank Grandmaster's realm by 1 level upon consumption. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Yu's smile widened. He thought to himself, this is great. I've managed to fleece Chu Feng again, my little cash cow. Indeed, a little piglet needs to be well fed to provide more when it's time to harvest, so I can be satisfied in one go. However, the little cash cow shouldn't be fed for too long, or it might turn into a hungry wolf. Su Yu arrived at the battlefield beyond the domain, which was his territory. Once the upcoming assessment began, Chu Feng would be free to seek his opportunities. However, Chu Feng wouldn't get any of those opportunities, as they were all Su Yu's. And those self-important heroines. With time, Chu Feng's harem was gradually expanding. Shortly after, a group arrived at the plaza, noticing 2 distinct groups, leaving everyone puzzled. Su Yu glanced at the newcomers and recognized Yi Qing and the descendants of several high-ranking officials from the Martial Arts Bureau, so he paid them no further attention. Yi Qing was equally confused by the scene and wondered why Su Yu, a person from Jingwu, was standing with the military academy students. At this moment, Chu Feng was contemplating how to stabilize the military's morale. Seeing Yi Qing and Yi Lianqing's entourage, he was pleased and quickly approached. Yi Qing nodded politely at Chu Feng, saying, Brother Chu. However, it was merely a greeting. Yi Lianqing, having no fondness for Chu Feng or Lin Panqi, rolled her eyes at his approach and promptly told Yi Qing, Brother, I'm going over to Brother Yu. With that, she headed towards Su Yu. Seeing her decisive departure, Chu Feng's expression soured, and he felt frustrated. Why was Yi Lianqing, a goddess, so close to Su Yu? Although he currently liked Lin Panqi, it didn't mean he wasn't interested in other beauties, given that he had other targets in his harem. Yi Lianqing's stunning appearance, talent, and family background made her someone he always wanted to approach. However, Yi Lianqing wasn't interested in him. In the original story, Chu Feng attempted to win Yi Lianqing's favor, but her character was designed to be infatuated with Su Yu, making her very averse to him. Particularly after Chu Feng and his master, Han Shuang, killed Su Yu, Yi Lianqing went mad, almost recklessly seeking revenge, but was held back by Yi Tao. Ultimately, overwhelmed by grief, she ventured deep into the enemy territory, slaying several 8th-rank golden-bodied enemies, before meeting her tragic end. Yi Qing could only smile wryly and shake his head at his sister's actions. Just as he was about to follow Yi Lianqing, Chu Feng called out, Brother Yi, over there is the family alliance led by Su Yu. Our Jingwu people are on this side. Seeing him about to leave, Chu Feng hurriedly explained, Family alliance? Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback by this term and asked, What's this alliance about? Chu Feng patiently explained, and by the time he finished, he noticed Yi Qing's gaze had changed. Yi Qing's voice came through, polite yet distant. I see. Thank you for clarifying, Brother Chu. With that, he led a group of talents from the Martial Arts Bureau towards Su Yu. Chu Feng stood there, dumbfounded, his mind in turmoil. He couldn't believe it. Wasn't Yi Qing supposed to be on my side? After all, I have the backing of the Martial Arts Bureau. The other talented individuals from the New Era Alliance, who came from humble backgrounds, looked on with complex and unwilling expressions as Yi Qing joined Su Yu's camp. This was completely unexpected for them. Didn't Chu Feng say that Su Yu was a despised scion of a prominent family? Why was everyone gravitating towards him? Chu Feng watched as Yi Qing and Su Yu chatted and laughed, his face turning dark with anger. Especially when he saw Yi Lianqing smiling brightly by Su Yu's side, his heart twisted painfully. He raged internally. Damn Su Yu, why is everyone siding with you? Once we're in the wild forest training, I'll find a chance to kill you. The sky over the battlefield darkened quickly. By 5 in the evening, the entire sky was painted a deep orange by the setting sun. Major General Qin Tuo, who had appeared on the city wall earlier, now stepped onto the square, accompanied by Vice Principal Han Shuang and the director of the Beijing Martial Arts Department. Major General Qin Tuo ignored how the groups were forming and walked straight to the front of the lineup. Clad in a crisp military uniform, his expression was stern as he addressed them. Students, welcome to the battlefield beyond our borders. This is the midsection of the human stronghold, so you need not worry about safety for now. Your task is to complete your graduation assessment within 4 years. Survival is your primary goal. Secondly, you must earn points. Only those who meet the standard after 4 years will officially graduate. He briefly explained the methods for earning points, which included participating in battles, submitting valuable resources, killing fierce beasts to obtain beast cores, and eliminating foreign races. Qin Tua emphasized that these were not mandatory, but simply ways to earn points. He then announced two important tasks. First, there would be a 10-day training session in the primal forest starting tomorrow, where the assessment would involve killing fierce beasts to obtain beast cores, determining points and rankings. Second, the top 10 students in the rankings would go to the first city in half a month to participate in the All Blue Star Martial University exchange competition, where winners would receive generous rewards. Finally, Major General Qin Tua arranged for the distribution of identity cards, advising everyone to keep them safe. When Suyu stepped forward to receive his, Qin Tua suddenly said, "Young Master Su, General Su Long has sent a message. Please come with me afterwards." Hearing this, Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. He wondered, what does Dad want with me? Although Suyu felt a bit puzzled, he nodded and agreed. All right. Major General Qin Tua was a general from the Su family's faction. Despite being a major general in the military, he was supported by the Su family. The Su family did not have any ambitions to seize power like in ancient times. They only wished to make a name for themselves and survive in this chaotic world. This has always been the Su family's philosophy, to cultivate outstanding talents for the nation and build a network for their own enduring prosperity. After receiving their identification cards, Su Yu and Major General Qin Tua left the square. They flew through the air to the military base of the 9th city and entered the conference room. Qin Tua pressed a button, and immediately, a virtual figure appeared in the room. "Father," Su Yu called out upon seeing the figure. Su Long looked at Su Yu with a smile on his face and said softly, "Now that you're here, take some time to familiarize yourself. I called you here mainly to discuss some matters." Su Yu nodded slightly. "What matters?" Su Long's smile faded as he sat in a chair, tapping the table with a somewhat serious expression. "You don't need to attend tomorrow's beast assessment. Stay at the base and train. For this global martial arts exchange competition, I want you to test the representatives from the martial arts academies of Neon and Blackfi. They have some unusual traits. According to our information, these two regions are suspected of siding with alien races. If there are signs that they have been altered by these aliens." He paused, and then continued with a murderous tone. "Eliminate them all. Afterwards, each country will dispatch a martial saint to annihilate their clan. Betraying humanity is a capital offense. Once discovered, it will result in the complete extermination of their entire clan." Hearing this, Suyu nodded lightly. "Leave this to me." He wasn't surprised, as in the original story, Neon and Blackfi had long sided with the aliens. If they hadn't been discovered early, these places would have already allowed alien grandmasters, or even martial saints, on a blue star. Moreover, this task was to be conducted in secret, with no martial arts students assigned to test them. In the original story, it was only when Chu Feng fought against the martial arts students from Neon and Blackfi that their irregularities were discovered. He was the first to complete the eliminations, gaining a surge of popularity and becoming the top figure in the Dragon Nation. Now this task was Su Yu's. Su Long was somewhat surprised by Su Yu's reaction and asked, "Aren't you going to ask anything? I'm asking you to kill, and not just one or two people." His son's current transformation amazed him. Su Yu had advanced from the mid-level of the 5th grade through drug use to a celestial soul master in less than a month. Previously hesitant and full of questions, he now seemed like a completely different person. If not for sensing that his soul and body remained the same as before, he might have suspected his son had been possessed. Su Yu smiled faintly, rubbing the storage ring on his finger, and said calmly, "I trust that my father's arrangements have their reasons. Besides, I have no fondness for the people from those two regions. If they dare to betray humanity, I have no problem personally eradicating their entire clan." Joking aside, considering my current role as the antagonist, the setup where I grow stronger by killing makes it worthwhile. Suyu found it hard to let go of his resentment towards the Japanese, especially since his great-grandfather and others had fought and died under their guns during the war. While he couldn't change the past in reality, he found solace in being able to address it in the high martial world and was eager to participate. After hearing Su Yu's intentions, Su Long gave him a meaningful look and said, "If you have such courage, go ahead. The martial saint has your back." Su Yu flashed a bright smile, showing his white teeth, and said, "That puts my mind at ease." He then remembered something and continued, "Father, after the assessment, I want to visit Grandpa on the front line." He knew that in the original story, Su Zhantian would fall in a year, and he felt it was imperative to save this martial saint who had protected the human race for a century. Additionally, he had plans to create a demigod and held a significant opportunity in his hands. Su Long agreed with his request, nodding. "Indeed, it's been years, and your grandpa has been wanting to see you. Unfortunately, the alien martial saints on the front line are keeping a close watch, making it hard for him to leave. All right, let's leave it at that for now. I need to prepare for tomorrow's counterattack against the alien army." With that, Su Long turned to Qin Tua and smiled. "Major General Qin, I'll trouble you with this." Qin Tua was flattered by Su Long's words and quickly responded, "Master, there's no need for such words. You saved my life back then, and you even provided me with resources to break through to the ninth rank. Fetching the young master is no trouble at all. Su Long waved his hand and said, the resources were exchanged with your military merits, not prepared by me. Let's be clear on that. With that, he ended the communication. Seeing that he had no chance to continue the conversation, Qin Tuo smiled wryly. Su Yu, intrigued by the exchange, cupped his hands and congratulated. Congratulations, General Qin, on your impending breakthrough to the ninth rank Grandmaster. It seems your promotion to Lieutenant General is just around the corner. His words were clearly in favor of the Su family, as Qin Tuo's growing strength would greatly benefit them. Qin Tuo smiled and didn't deny it. Young Master Su, you're too kind. It's just a stroke of luck. Young Master Su, would you like to grab a bite here at the military base? It's been years since your last visit. You might have forgotten the taste of fierce beast meat. The next day, outside the ninth city, numerous students gathered, received their equipment, and entered the forest, either in teams or alone. Since Su Yu was pre-selected to participate in the Global Martial Arts Exchange Competition, he didn't need to take the assessment and instead trained intensely in the military base's training room. Not seeing Su Yu in the assessment, Chu Feng abandoned his plan to hunt fierce beasts alone and teamed up with Lin Panchi. He initially wanted to sabotage Su Yu's chances of getting a good ranking, but seeing Su Yu not participating at all left him frustrated. 10 days flew by, and after all the students handed in their beast cores for score calculation, the list for the exchange competition was officially announced. Unsurprisingly, Chu Feng took first place in the ninth city's martial arts assessment, with a staggering score of 7,280 points from killing 20 levels even beasts equivalent to 7th rank martial artists, 93 level 6 beasts, and 227 level 5 beasts. Yi Qing came second with a total score of 3,190 points, and Fang Ting from the military academy was third, with just 40 points fewer than Yi Qing. With this, the ninth city's spots for the Global Martial Arts Exchange Competition were decided. On the same day, Su Yu emerged from his Tindui seclusion, reaching the mid-stage of the 7th rank. After breaking through to the mid-7th level using the Tianyuan pill, Su Yu didn't choose to leave seclusion right away. He remained calm and focused in the secluded chamber, stabilizing his energy and blood for several more days until he felt every inch of his muscles and bones brimming with power. Only then did he confidently step out of the room. These 10 days of seclusion not only allowed him to stabilize his realm at the mid-7th level, but also brought the thrilling achievement of advancing his Void Blade technique from beginner to a minor mastery level. As his fingertips brushed the blade's edge, a glint of cold determination flashed in Su Yu's eyes. The difficulty of cultivating this star-grade martial skill was beyond ordinary imagination. Even with Su Yu's extraordinary martial talent and aptitude for the blade, it couldn't be mastered quickly. The reason was simple: the realm couldn't keep up. Now that he had reached a minor mastery level, Su Yu gripped the blade with renewed confidence. He was certain that he could now strike down a later-stage 7th-level martial artist like Lin Hao with a single blow. Even an early-stage 8th-level expert would not dare to face this lethal strike head-in. This was his trump card. Time flowed like water, and the day of departure soon arrived. When Su Yu hurried to the meeting point, the other 10 selected geniuses for the exchange competition, along with Major General Qin Tuo, had already been waiting for some time. General Qin, my apologies for being late. I lost track of time during my seclusion, Su Yu said, approaching quickly with a hint of apology. Major General Qin's smile remained warm and gentle as he replied, no worries, you're just in time. Upon Su Yu's arrival, the 10 geniuses displayed looks of surprise and confusion, though most chose to remain silent. Lin Panchi was the exception, having barely secured the 10th spot in the competition thanks to Chu Feng's help. Lin Panchi thought she had escaped Su Yu's shadow. Seeing Su Yu here, despite not participating in the hunting competition, her expression soured instantly. General Qin, why is Su Yu allowed to join without participating in the hunting competition? Lin Panchi's voice was sharp, barely concealing her dissatisfaction. Isn't this a bit unfair? Chu Feng stood silently on the side, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, as Lin Panchi had already voiced the question. Upon hearing this, Qin Tuo's smile faded, replaced by a cold demeanor. He looked directly at Lin Panchi, his tone devoid of warmth. He is a Tianhun master with a 7th-level martial cultivation, which grants him an additional spot. Do you have any objections? Qin Tuo already had a poor impression of Lin Panchi, not only because of the incident with Su Yu, but also due to her exploiting loopholes in the hunting competition rules to form a team, securing the 10th spot with her meager early 5th-level cultivation. This not only wasted a valuable spot, but also lowered the overall team's strength. Knowing this was a global martial arts exchange competition, yet insisting on joining despite insufficient skills, and now having the audacity to question others, Lin Panchi was left speechless by Qin Tuo's harsh words, her face alternating between shades of red and white as she reluctantly stepped aside, casting a resentful glare at Su Yu. This minor incident quickly passed. Qin Tuo led the group to the teleportation point in the ninth city, distributed the identity badges for the martial arts exchange competition, and provided detailed instructions before guiding everyone into the teleportation array. As the teleportation array activated, a bright light enveloped the group, and in the next moment, they vanished from sight. First City, Martial Arts Arena. The grand venue had already gathered talented students meticulously selected from around the world. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western faces, bronze-skinned Southern competitors, and people of all skin tones mingled and conversed, creating a lively scene. Suddenly, the center of the martial arts arena shone brightly, drawing everyone's attention. As the light faded, Su Yu and his group appeared in view. Observing the identity badges hanging from their collars, the crowd quickly recognized them as the martial arts geniuses from the 9th city of the Dragon Country. Upon arriving, Su Yu and his companions couldn't help but curiously take in the vibrant and unfamiliar surroundings, fully absorbing the unique atmosphere of this global event. After leading the group to the area belonging to the 9th city, Qin Tua addressed them. I'll go to the First City Lord's mansion to report. Meanwhile, you can interact with the martial arts students from various places here. The group nodded in agreement. Once Qin Tua left, they relaxed and wandered around, greeting familiar faces. After all, there had been exchange competitions in the Dragon Country before, and as geniuses, they naturally had many acquaintances. However, Lin Panchi and Chu Feng were participating in such an exchange competition for the first time and were filled with curiosity. Having never traveled abroad, they kept observing the surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Panchi turned around and saw a few bald men with dark skin grinning at her, pointing and making suggestive gestures. She was instantly irritated and unceremoniously said, "Do you realize how rude that is? It's really disgusting." The bald men, however, just laughed and then spoke in broken Dragon Country language. "Dragon Country woman, you look very nice." Lin Panchi's expression softened slightly, but their next words completely broke her composure. "But you're only at the early stage of 5th rank in martial arts. How did you even qualify for the exchange competition? Has the martial arts world in the Dragon Country weakened? How about this? Let's find a quiet place to drink tonight and get to know each other. We really like you and would love to be friends, chat all night. How about that?" The vulgar gleam in the bald men's eyes grew more pronounced, as if they were trying to see through Lin Panchi. "Go to hell." Lin Panchi's eyes reddened with anger, and she shouted through gritted teeth, wanting to rush over and teach them a lesson, but was held back by Chu Feng beside her. She glared at Chu Feng, as if questioning why he stopped her. Chu Feng lowered his gaze and explained coldly, "Don't start trouble now. Let them be for a while. Once the exchange competition begins, I'll make them pay. How dare they harass my woman? They're asking for it." Seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Panchi paused and nodded heavily. "All right." Though touched by Chu Feng's willingness to fight for her, she still felt wronged, thinking, "Why can't we get revenge now?" She looked around and noticed others watching the commotion, feeling even more aggrieved. She thought to herself, "Why is everyone just watching? I'm a girl. Isn't anyone willing to stand up for me?" Her gaze involuntarily fell on Su Yu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, seemingly unaffected. Seeing his calm demeanor, Lin Panchi's anger and sense of injustice surged even more. This Su Yu, who once claimed to like her and promised to protect her, now just sat there watching her embarrassment. How infuriating. The bald men, seeing this, felt bored but still wanted to continue harassing the Dragon Country woman. Lin Panchi listened as they spoke their vulgar words, her eyes gradually misting over. She bit her lip, wanting to argue back several times, but was stopped by Chu Feng. She felt utterly distressed. Just then, the light of the teleportation array flickered again. Everyone's attention was drawn as a woman, breathtaking to all men, slowly emerged. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist. With a tall and slender figure, her legs were flawless, akin to a work of art. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, delicate and smooth. Her almond-shaped eyes were lively and enchanting, like a pool reflecting the moonlight, captivating those who gazed into them. Her aura was both aloof and graceful, like a fairy stepping out of a painting, making people hesitant to approach or disrespect her. The only thought in everyone's mind was, "So beautiful." Her presence left the dark-skinned, bald men who had been teasing Lin Panchi dumbfounded, a hint of drool at the corners of their mouths. Faced with such a perfect woman, their minds instantly emptied of all reason, eyes burning with desire. One of the dark-skinned bald men even bluntly said, "Beautiful lady from the Dragon Kingdom, I'd like to be friends with you. Would you honor me with a visit to my room tonight to discuss martial arts?" The girl heard this, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes. Her red lips parted slightly as she uttered a single word, "Leave." The dark-skinned bald man's face instantly turned sullen, and he said displeased, "Woman, we are ordering you, not negotiating. Being with us is the luck of your life. Rest assured, we will treat you well." Before he could finish, a foot suddenly stomped his head into the floor. Bang! "If you can't speak properly, then you should die," a cold voice slowly declared. leaving the entire scene in silent shock. The room was filled with prodigies from various martial arts academies across the blue planet, and the sudden conflict left them momentarily stunned. Soon, a playful smile appeared on their faces. Those eager to see a spectacle were mostly the foreign prodigies, while the geniuses from the Dragon Kingdom felt a strange sensation upon recognizing the person who stood up. It was Su Yu, a renowned figure who had caused a huge stir in both the aristocratic circles and among top prodigies during the college entrance exams. At that moment, Ode Biao, a top talent from Hefei, was being pinned to the ground, a mix of anger and humiliation flooding his heart. Struggling, he shouted, "Do you know who I am? I'm a prodigy from Hefei, and my father is a ninth-rank grandmaster. How dare you humiliate me?" He found himself unable to break free, feeling both shocked and furious. As the son of the chieftain of a top Hefei tribe and a genius in physical training, being stepped on was a source of utter disgrace for him. Several other Hefei martial arts prodigies who had come with him stepped forward, exuding the pressure of sixth-rank warriors as they sternly accused, "Damn Dragon Kingdom people, release the noble Ode Biao at once. If he gets hurt, your Dragon Kingdom will pay dearly." They were burning with anger, seemingly ready to avenge Ode Biao. A flash of murderous intent crossed Su Yu's eyes, and Ode Biao, feeling the pressure, cried out in terror, "Let me go." He had always prided himself on his robust physique, yet now, under the foot of a Dragon Kingdom person, he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. The other Hefei prodigies were incensed, rolling up their sleeves to reveal their muscular arms, preparing to attack Su Yu. "You brought this upon yourselves. Since you're courting death, don't blame us," they shouted, charging at Su Yu. The Hefei people primarily focused on physical prowess, with little to no other martial arts techniques to rely on, depending entirely on brute strength. The Hefei prodigies charged at Su Yu with extreme speed, the faint sound of sonic booms accompanying their movements, a testament to their formidable power. Facing their assault, Su Yu remained unafraid. Calmly, he retrieved an grade extraordinary weapon from his storage Ringan 9 Hell's Blade. The moment he gripped the blade, his aura became domineering and fierce, like a beast ready to strike. As he tightened his grip and swung the blade through the air, a blood-red light burst forth, and the terrifying intent of the blade exploded, making those nearby feel a surge of bloodlust rise. Swoosh! As the light dissipated, agonized cries erupted from the Hefei prodigies, echoing throughout the arena, sending a chill through the hearts of many foreign talents. Upon closer inspection, the Hefei prodigies who had attempted to use their numbers to overpower Su Yu were now all on the ground, blood pouring from them as they cried out in pain. "My leg! Ah!" Screams echoed throughout the area, their piercing intensity leaving everyone on edge. Su Yu's ruthless actions were shocking. He had actually severed his opponent's leg. Who was this person, daring to cause such a scene at the Global Martial Arts Exchange competition? The other talented participants from Long Nation were left in awe of Su Yu's decisiveness. Long Nation had always advocated a gentle approach, urging participants to settle any disputes on stage, even if it resulted in accidental death, but never to cause trouble offstage. Yet here was Su Yu, blatantly violating this rule, casually disabling several Black Phi talents without a hint of emotion as he sheathed his 9 prison blade. These Black Phi body-refining talents were all at the mid-stage of the 6th grade, formidable enough to trouble even some latest-stage 6th grade experts in close combat. Yet to Su Yu, their threat was not even on par with the 5th grade protagonist, Chu Feng. As for causing trouble, well, that was his mission, after all. Since he encountered it early, there seemed to be no harm in stirring things up. At this moment, all the geniuses at the competition turned their gaze to Su Yu, including the cold girl who had been harassed by Ode Biao. Su Yu's actions were evidently in defense of her honor, as anyone would be angered by such vulgar taunts. Some admirers might step forward, but often with the intention of earning her favor. In contrast, Su Yu's gaze never lingered on her, not even a fleeting glance when he first arrived. This left the cold girl with a complicated feeling. Lin Panchi, however, was unfazed. She had always been filled with disdain for Ode Biao and his group. When she was provoked, no one stood up for her, and only she knew the depths of her grievances. Even Chu Feng dared not stand up for her, and especially Su Yu, who didn't even spare her a glance. This left Lin Panchi feeling both angry and wronged. However, when that woman appeared, Su Yu stepped forward, even going so far as to sever legs in her defense. The stark contrast nearly overwhelmed Lin Panchi's mind with rage, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Why? Why did Su Yu not intervene when she was bullied, not even looking her way, yet when others were mistreated, he would crush their oppressors underfoot? Su Yu had promised to treat her well for life, but his actions now only fueled Lin Panchi's resentment. "Damn you, Long Nation scum! How dare you harm our noble Black Phi geniuses? You're playing with fire, courting death." Ode Biao raged, pounding the ground. "Just wait, I'll report you to your nation's authorities. You've humiliated me and harmed our talents. I'll make sure you pay the price." With these words, The martial arts talents from Long Nation widened their eyes, silently lighting a candle for Odd Biao. As expected, as soon as Odd Biao finished speaking, Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. You want me dead? Perhaps you should die first. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Yu's feet surged with energy, a deathly aura enveloping the terrified Odd Biao. Sensing Su Yu's murderous intent, Odd Biao cried out in fear. What are you doing? No, don't. Die, trash, Su Yu coldly replied, increasing the force underfoot, about to crush Odd Biao's head when suddenly, a voice imbued with the power of an 8th grade golden body expert interrupted, shocking everyone. Stop right there, you little brat. With this command, a figure wrapped in golden light sped into the competition arena at supersonic speed, launching an attack directly at Su Yu. The figure enveloped in golden light was a robust, bald man with dark skin. His face was filled with shock, anger, and murderous intent, his eyes gleaming with an extraordinary light. You little brat. How dare you harm the pride of Hefei? Prepare to die. The furious man was enraged. He had merely stepped out to handle entry procedures and returned to witness a scene that nearly made him faint. Odd Biao, lying on the ground, was not only a genius from Hefei Martial University, but also a descendant of a 9th grade grandmaster and a chosen inheritor of the Holy Spirit. If Odd Biao died here, it would not only mean his own death upon returning, but also spell disaster for his family. How could he not be furious in such a situation? However, just as he charged within 3 meters of Su Yu, his body was suddenly suspended in midair, unable to move. Damn it! A 9th grade grandmaster from Long Kingdom. Are you openly violating the Blue Star Martial Arts Pact? As an 8th grade golden body warrior, he knew exactly who had immobilized him. It was Yang Zhen, the garrison general of the first city and a 9th grade grandmaster. As the angry man shouted, the crowd looked up. From the east, a scholarly middle-aged man in military uniform approached, walking through the air. Yang Zhen glanced casually at the exchange arena, his gaze landing on the furious man. With a smile, he said softly, General Nasabi, killing in the exchange arena is prohibited. As for the geniuses of Hefei Martial University who lost their legs, it shouldn't affect them much since they practice body refinement. Upon hearing this, General Nasabi's face darkened, and he retorted angrily. Damn it! Is this just about broken legs? Can't you see he intended to stomp Odd Biao to death? This is a blatant challenge to the Blue Star Martial Arts Pact. You're making enemies with the entire world. He would never admit that he intended to take the opportunity to kill a martial arts genius from Long Kingdom, as it would only put him at a disadvantage. Yang Zhen noticed the madness and ferocity on Nasabi's face, a smile playing on his lips. He turned to the military leaders from various countries following him and asked with a bright smile, Do you all want Long Kingdom to be at odds with the world? The generals replied without hesitation, smiling. Long Kingdom has always adhered to the Martial Arts Pact and has not violated any rules. How could it be at odds with the world? The countries participating in the Global Martial Arts Exchange are all with martial saints. Without a martial saint, how can a university participate? No country would dare to offend Long Kingdom. It would be the height of folly. In the martial arts era, Long Kingdom possesses 12 martial saints, 1/3 of all on Blue Star. Moreover, they have the only demigod in the world, a superpower equivalent to 10 martial saints. Who would dare to offend them? Of course, among these agreeable countries, Neon was not included. The military leader from Neon had a fleeting look of gloom in his eyes, but quickly concealed it. Hearing the responses, Yang Zhen nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the furious man and smiled. General Nasabi, as you can see, everyone believes Long Kingdom has not violated any rules. Do you have anything else to say? Nasabi's expression grew increasingly grim. If not for his dark complexion, his face might have turned ashen by now. Then have him release Odd Biao immediately. Yang Zhen nodded. Of course. With that, he gave Su Yu a knowing look. Su Yu immediately understood, a smile tugging at his lips. He withdrew the spiritual power wrapped around his foot and swiftly kicked Adbo in the chest, sending him sprawling at Nasabi's feet. Witnessing this, Nasabi was furious and wanted to retaliate, but Yang Zhen, standing above him, stopped him in his tracks. It was no joke. Su Yu was not only a prodigy of Long Kingdom, but also the heir of a martial saint family. How could Nasabi, a mere early-stage 8th grade golden body cultivator, dare to disrespect him? All right, all martial arts representatives, take a moment to rest, and then we'll draw lots to determine the final match order. Yang Zhen's voice, calm and authoritative, echoed in everyone's ears. Su Yu quietly retreated to the resting area of the 9th city, conveniently close to the representatives from the 8th city. Not far away, a cool and aloof girl watched as Su Yu returned to the rest area, sitting just 3 meters away from her. Su Yu did not make eye contact, but acknowledged her presence with a nod before closing his eyes to meditate. Although he knew she was the second female lead of the entire series and very popular, he had no intention of initiating conversation, as it would put him in a passive position, disadvantageous for his future strategies. At this moment, Suyu realized he was still among the ranks of prodigious talents, a status that was detrimental to his control over the situation. He needed to quickly accumulate villain points and break through to the 8th grade golden body, or even the 9th grade. Moreover, this world wouldn't just have one protagonist like Chu Feng. There would undoubtedly be a second, a third. When one protagonist falls, another will rise. He felt his progress was too slow. On the other side, Chu Feng was frustrated seeing Suyu steal the spotlight and survive, even being protected by Yang Zhan, a 9th grade grandmaster. Initially, he planned to let the Black Fae geniuses stir up trouble so he could step in and defeat them, bypassing the restrictions of the rules. But unexpectedly, Suyu intervened during his brief moment of playing the underdog and severed those people's legs, yet remained unscathed. Had he known, he would have acted sooner. This added a hint of resentment in Pan Shi's gaze towards him. Damn Suyu, always seeking attention, such a show-off. Chu Feng cursed inwardly, but he knew it was his turn to shine. He sensed this exchange competition would not be simple. The commotion was quickly suppressed, with no one stepping forward to hold anyone accountable. Nesabi and the Black Fae martial art prodigies could only swallow their pride, secretly vowing to take down as many Long Kingdom participants as possible in revenge. The drawing of lots was conducted by the generals of each country. The competition consisted of 4 rounds, with 52 teams participating. Each round eliminated half the opponents, and the last standing team would be crowned the champion, receiving rewards from the official organizers. Although called an exchange competition, it was essentially a test of each Martial Saint nation's young talents. After the draw, Yang Zhan announced the sequence of the upcoming matches. The arrangement of the first match made everyone present react with subtle expressions. The 26th match would see the representatives of the 9th city against the 36th city. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes opened slightly, a hint of amusement in his gaze. General Yang Zhan certainly knew how to handle things. He then directed his gaze toward the representatives of the 36th city, a faint trace of killing intent in his eyes. Is this a call to sacrifice an egghead first? Well then, let the games begin. Heifei's martial arts have historically been the weakest, with no martial saint emerging for centuries. It wasn't until 200 years ago that an Australian martial saint was ambushed and killed by a foreign martial saint, leaving a vacancy. The other top-tier masters were unprepared, allowing the foreign martial saint to seize the opportunity and become one of the 36 saints of Blue Star. However, lacking sufficient martial knowledge, he barely became a saint through sheer physical prowess and talent, making him far weaker than his peers. In an unknown fight, he stood no chance against the other saints. Despite this, in recent times, Heifei suddenly rose to prominence with several top-tier masters rapidly reaching their peak, which puzzled many. Suyu knew the reason well. It was because a century ago, the Heifei martial saint allied with foreign forces, gaining their support and resources to bolster his power while secretly plotting against other saints in Blue Star. However, before his plans could fully unfold, they were thwarted by the chosen one, Chu Feng. Eventually, the Heifei and Neon martial saints were besieged and killed, leaving their positions vacant once more. Those who supported Chu Feng, the top-tier masters, then claimed the vacant saint positions. This is why Suyu believed that Chu Feng truly rose to power only after joining the extraterrestrial battlefield, backed by 2 newly appointed martial saints, making him fearless when confronting the Su family. Had the top martial saint, Su Zhantian, not fallen, these new saints would have posed little threat to the Su family. Now, it seems that the opportunity is turning towards Suyu. He plans to push events forward, as his father, Su Long, is at the peak of the top-tier master level. If he can seize a saint position, the Su family would have 2 martial saints. Suyu is calculating how to drive the narrative forward. At this moment, the exchange tournament has begun. The first match is between the beautiful country Martial University and the Canadian Martial University, followed by the Russian Martial University against the Gallic Martial University. The overt and covert rivalry between Russia and the beautiful country has been ongoing since the spiritual energy resurgence a millennium ago. Both countries have an equal number of 8 martial saints, making them, aside from the Dragon Country, the nations with the most saints. Their battles are always intense, but this time, the representatives from both universities didn't go all out. Among the current prodigies, each country has a monstrous level student at the 7th rank master level in martial arts, but they have only just begun to harness the power of heaven and earth, placing them at the entry level of the 7th rank. Watching their fight, Suyu couldn't help but admire them. Russia specializes in ice and snow martial arts, excelling in extremely cold environments, significantly enhancing their combat abilities. Normally wielding 10,000 chi and blood, they can achieve a combat power of 13,000 with the environmental boost. The matches concluded swiftly, with Russia and the beautiful country winning their respective bouts. Although their opponents were strong, they were no match for these 2 countries' competitors, who dominated the field as 7th rank masters, completely controlling the matches. The next battle features the representatives from the 8th city against those from the 19th city. The 19th city is a blend of Korean and Roman influences, and this battle is truly captivating. The most striking figure is a stunningly beautiful yet aloof girl, whose swift and precise moves are like a gust of wind. Anyone who dares to challenge her can't withstand even a single blow. Wow, this woman from the Dragon Kingdom is breathtaking, even more so than the Pope's daughter, someone remarked disdainfully. She's about the same as the Pope's daughter. Her every move is concise and effective, never needing a second strike. She's truly impressive. Some foreign female prodigies watched in admiration, inspired by such a powerful woman. However, Lin Panchi, who was among the crowd, didn't find this particularly exciting or admirable. She kept her eyes fixed on the dazzling girl on stage, feeling a pang of bitterness. Lin Panchi muttered softly, "If I had such skills, I could achieve this too." Although they were both women, for some reason, Lin Panchi felt uneasy about the aloof girl on stage, as if there was an unspoken enmity between them. This strange feeling was absurd, but she chose to trust her intuition. Confidently, she thought, "I'm not lacking either. I just need an opportunity. One day, I'll become a formidable female warrior that the world will notice." Chu Feng heard Lin Panchi's quiet words and was moved. He gently placed his hand on her head, his tone full of affection. He cherished Lin Panchi deeply, as if an invisible thread connected them, bringing him good fortune. In fact, ever since Lin Panchi met Chu Feng in her second year at Wuda, she had been supporting him with resources, including training supplies. The Lin family also regarded Chu Feng as a prodigy, sparing no effort in nurturing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved his current prowess. Chu Feng's words filled Lin Panchi with pride, and she couldn't help but lift her nose defiantly, thinking, "Good, you understand." Chu Feng touched his nose and chuckled. Behind them, Suyu sat watching their affectionate interaction, clapping his hands in mock approval. "Wow, no wonder they're the first and 10th in our 9th city. Their relationship is so sweet. Be as close as you like. Soon, when you turn on each other, the contrast will be striking." Although Yi Qing said nothing, his slightly twitching eyelid spoke volumes. As for Fong Ting, he didn't care much for these mind games. Standing behind Suyu, he grinned and asked, "Su Xiao, how strong do you think someone who surpassed 20 mid to late stage 6th grade geniuses to take the 10th spot in the assessment must be?" Coming from a military background, he had little patience for such drama, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Lin Panchi and Chu Feng. Suyu laughed softly, his voice calm. She must have the bearing of a female saint. Otherwise, how could she, at the early 5th grade, surpass dozens of mid to late stage 6th grade geniuses, slay so many beasts, and secure a top 10 spot? Fong Ting laughed heartily. "Haha, you're right, I was too narrow-minded. With such an impressive talent, this assessment is in the bag." Their exchange placed Lin Panchi and Chu Feng on a pedestal, leaving them with no escape, as they couldn't find a way down. Achieving a top 10 position at the early 5th grade is a remarkable feat in any era. Listening to their conversation, the other top 10 contenders couldn't help but laugh. Su Xiao dared to speak their minds. A 5th grade beginner making it to the top 10 through cheating, and then having the audacity to compete for a spot in the exchange competition, wasn't this an insult to them? Seeing everyone around laughing, Chu Feng and Lin Panchi's smiles turned sour, their faces almost dripping with anger. Witnessing his calm demeanor, Lin Panchi wished she could tear him apart, too infuriating. Chu Feng suppressed the nearly overwhelming murderous intent in his eyes, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Suyu, stop with your sarcastic remarks. Soon, I'll make you kneel before Panchi and apologize." Hearing this, the laughter ceased. Suyu's lips curled into an amused smirk. "All right, I'm eager to see how you meet your end." Just then, a voice from the arena pulled them back to reality. The match is over, and the winner is the 8th city's Wuda representative. Next up, the 9th city versus the 36th city. Hearing the judge's voice, Suyu lazily stood up, glanced at the Hefei Wuda representative across from him, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "You've been jumping around long enough. It's time for you to meet your end." Representatives from the 9th city and the 36th city stepped onto the challenge arena. Led by Hefei, the talents of Wuda displayed a flash of blood-red hatred in their eyes upon seeing their opponents. Aadbo spat on the ground, glaring at Suyu with eyes like daggers, and said viciously, "Kid, in this challenge, I'm going to make sure you die." Their goal was to incapacitate Wuda's talents as much as possible, with no intention of following the rules. Earlier, Suyu had humiliated Aadbo by stepping on his head, making him feel worse than death. Now that they were face-to-face again, how could he remain calm? Suyu glanced at him casually, maintaining a composed demeanor, and said with a light smile, "All right, that is if you have the strength." He never regarded these people seriously, thinking they could rely on alien-modified martial arts to act arrogantly in front of him. Despicable creatures from the Dragon Kingdom. Aadbo was furious, almost spitting fire from his eyes. The referee announced the start of the match, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The match was a free-for-all until one side surrendered or defeated all opponents. The referee flew off the challenge platform, leaving the battleground to them. On the viewing platform, General Yang Zhan, a ninth-grade grandmaster, sat beside military leaders from the other 36 cities. Except for the ninth-grade grandmasters from the beautiful country in Russia, as well as those sent by the Pope, all other cities sent 8th-grade martial arts experts. General Yang Zhan, it seems you arranged this on purpose, said General Mike from the beautiful country, glancing at Yang Zhan with a smile. Arranging a match between conflicting teams right at the start was no coincidence. Yang Zhan smiled and waved his hand, saying, General Mike, you're joking. The matchups were decided by fair drawing. There's no intentional arrangement, just coincidence. General Mike thought to himself, fair drawing? He didn't believe there was anything fair about it. However, he was also aware of the higher-level plans involving the Dragon Kingdom and the Pope. Heifei and his brother Neon wouldn't settle for being beneath others, and this time, Heifei might not make it out of the first city. As the match began, neither group rushed into a chaotic fight. Since everyone was a 6th-grade martial artist with immense destructive power, fighting in such a small arena limited their movements. Seeing this, Chu Feng quietly stepped forward. Everyone, let's organize a strategy, he said, drawing attention from the crowd. Chu Feng took a step forward, assuming control. He observed that among Heifei's talents, 3 were mid-6th grade in martial arts, while the remaining 8 were late 6th grade, with 4 at the peak of late 6th grade strength. He summarized thoughtfully, and they mainly focus on physical strength, so we can't confront them head-on. To defeat them with minimal loss, we must first wear them down. I can handle 2 of them. The rest of you pick your targets. Chu Feng and Yi Qing stood on the selection ground, facing an equal number of opponents, with each side having 11 members. However, Lin Panchi, an early-stage 5th-grade martial artist on the opposing team, seemed somewhat unnecessary, leading Chu Feng to confidently choose 2 teammates. Although Yi Qing was somewhat annoyed by Chu Feng's penchant for taking charge, he had to admit this was the best choice. Seeing Yi Qing had no objections, the others began to hesitate, especially those from noble families and the 3 from military academies, who remained silent. Fang Ting felt displeased with Chu Feng's showboating. He glanced at Su Yu, who gave a slight nod, and a voice transmission reached Fang Ting's ears, causing a spark of understanding in his eyes. Seeing no opposition, Chu Feng felt secretly pleased, especially with Su Yu's silence, which bolstered his confidence. However, he was unaware that the 6th-grade expert on the opposing side couldn't be challenged by 10 ordinary people against Su Yu. Since no one has any objections, let's go with this, Chu Feng began. But Fang Ting suddenly stepped forward from the edge. Rubbing his crew cut, he flashed a provocative smile at the BlackFi representative, taunting. Hey, you gorilla people over there, still looking at your dad? If you don't dare to fight, just surrender and call us dad 3 times, and we'll let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole venue fell silent, and everyone exchanged bewildered and puzzled looks. General Naisabi was furious, the armrests of his chair instantly shattering in his grip, his face dark as iron, and he gritted his teeth. Damned. Yang Zhan, are all you people from the Dragon Nation so disrespectful? His killing intent spread wildly in his heart, and if it weren't for the presence of a 9th-grade martial arts expert, he would have already rushed to kill Fang Ting. Yang Zhan, however, laughed indifferently. Just some kids with loose tongues, no need for anger, General Naisabi. Representatives from other countries nodded expressionlessly, though Naisabi's gaze carried scrutiny and mockery. Fang Ting's provocation instantly enraged the previously hesitant BlackFi martial arts prodigies. They hated being called gorilla people the most. Furious, Oder Biao, the son of a chief from the BlackFi's 5 major tribes, had his eyes flashing red. His peak 6th-grade martial arts aura exploded, muscles swelling, and thick veins nearly bursting through his skin. Monkeys from the Dragon Nation die. Oder Biao roared, raising his staff and fiercely striking at Chu Feng. Due to Fang Ting's strategic position, Oder Biao saw Chu Feng first and only wanted to smash him. Feeling the sonic boom and terrifying power from behind, Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. Angrily, he looked at the fleeing Fang Ting, filled with shame and murderous intent. Dare to set me up? A gust of wind surged from behind. Although Chu Feng was furious at Fang Ting's actions, this was not the time to lose his temper. He retrieved his weapon from the storage ring, swiftly turned, and thrust towards Ao de Biao. It was the second move of the Star Sword technique, Falling Star. As Chu Feng thrust his sword, a sharp sword intent erupted instantly, and the tip of the sword seemed to pluck a star from the galaxy. Buzz! The sword tip collided with the skull club, and although the flexible sword body trembled slightly, it quickly regained its strength. Crack! The skull club was pierced, leaving a small hole. The force rebounded, causing Ao de Biao to withdraw his club and step back a few paces, his eyes fixed crazily on Chu Feng. His footsteps echoed on the floor, and the hard bluestone tiles shattered under the impact. Get out of my way, you scrawny monkey. You're not my target. As a martial artist at the peak of the 6th rank, Ao de Biao naturally sensed the robust energy and blood power within Chu Feng. Despite being only at the late peak of the 5th rank, Chu Feng's mental strength and control over his energy and blood far exceeded Ao de Biao's. To easily defeat Chu Feng, Ao de Biao would have to pay a heavy price. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's face twitched involuntarily. Damn it, this thick-skinned brute. If he wanted me to step aside, he could have just sent a voice transmission instead of shouting it out loud. Chu Feng was furious. If Ao de Biao wanted to kill Fong Ting, he should have just gone for him earlier instead of hitting me. And now, in front of everyone, he's telling me to step aside. If I do, what will others think of me? Chu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and disdain towards Ao de Biao, and said coldly, "Enough talk. In a battle, both sides fight regardless of who the opponent is. Come on, let's fight." Without waiting for Ao de Biao to get angry, Chu Feng quickly sent him a voice transmission. "In a moment, don't hold back. Tell your people to stop me. Then you can go for the kill." He was really worried that this fool would cling to him. In this chaotic situation, it was best to let Ao de Biao, Fong Ting, and Su Yu fight it out, allowing him to reap the benefits. Upon receiving the transmission, Ao de Biao's furious gaze softened slightly. He understood Chu Feng's intention it was to use him to eliminate the competition. However, he didn't mind. "Then you can go to hell." Ao de Biao swung his club, now covered in a black glow, fully mobilizing his energy and blood to enhance it. He didn't use any martial techniques because for the people of BlackFi, as long as their physical strength was sufficient, martial techniques were just flashy tricks. They focused solely on training their physical strength. Buzz. As the club descended, it carried a hint of tearing through the air, distorting the space it passed through. If this club were to strike a small hill, it might flatten it. Facing this strike from Ao de Biao, Chu Feng appeared solemn, holding his grade long sword in front of him, gritting his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination. Star Sword Technique, Cutting Star. His internal energy and blood surged like a tide, bursting forth with immense power. With his advanced understanding of sword intent and the high-level Star Sword Technique, he unleashed combat power comparable to the peak of the 6th rank as a 5th rank martial artist. This was a leap across an entire major realm. 5th rank martial artists could begin to manipulate the energy of the heavens and the earth in battle, while the advantage of a 6th rank martial artist lay in their ability to fully utilize this energy to amplify their energy and blood values. Typically, a martial artist at the peak of the 5th rank would find it challenging to defeat an opponent at the early 6th rank. However, the current situation was entirely different. Chu Feng, with his 5th rank martial arts prowess, unleashed a power comparable to the peak of the 6th rank. This scene drew the astonished attention of everyone present, who couldn't help but think, "A prodigy. This is definitely a prodigious talent." All those present were elite young warriors, none older than 25, yet their skills far surpassed most ordinary people. Although they believed they could defeat ordinary martial artists a level or two above them, they dared not claim they could fight across ranks against fellow prodigies, especially like Chu Feng, who not only fought across ranks but skipped an entire major level. Boom. The intense clash between the two instantly generated an invisible force that halted the surrounding fighters. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chu Feng. Dust flew as the stone tiles beneath them shattered into pieces. Boom. As the force of the collision peaked, both fighters stepped back several paces. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. As Adebayo retreated, he reserved a portion of his strength as advised by Chu Feng's transmitted message. Using the momentum, he stabilized his stance, bent his legs, and with veins bulging, sprang forward, targeting Fong Ting. Seeing this, Chu Feng feigned a dramatic change of expression and attempted to intervene, only to be blocked by two black-clad warriors. The other black-clad fighters, seeing Adebayo decisively disengage, followed closely with a clear goal, to take down Fong Ting. Yi Qing and others, realizing the danger, urgently shouted, "Stop them now!" Without delay, they rushed forward. If Adebayo were alone, Fong Ting would not fear him, but with 5 other mid to late 6th rank fighters, the outcome would be inevitable. Fong Ting would surely die. At this moment, Adebayo paid no attention to those pursuing him. His blood-red eyes were fixed solely on Fong Ting. This person must be eliminated first. With a determined heart, Adebayo's muscles swelled again, his internal energy roaring, making him even stronger than when he fought Chu Feng earlier. "You wretched monkey, how dare you insult the noble BlackFi tribe? You will die." Adebayo unleashed his full power, his energy and physical strength reaching their peak, distorting the surrounding space with the force of his energy, creating an awe-inspiring presence. Fong Ting, seeing him charge, was unfazed and even mocked. "An ape remains an ape. Do you have nothing but brute strength?" Everyone heard Fong Ting's taunt and gasped. Is he not afraid of provoking a lethal response? Indeed, upon hearing this, Adebayo's bloodshot eyes openly revealed his murderous intent. "You're courting death." He swung his massive club with all his might. The blow was so powerful that even space seemed to fracture. Everyone watching was unsettled, and martial arts prodigies from various countries were shocked. 7th rank? Under such a terrifying attack, does Fong Ting have any chance to fight back? What trump card does he have that he hasn't revealed yet? Just as the club was about to strike Fong Ting's head, a slender arm suddenly reached out and effortlessly caught the furious, deadly blow. The strength is decent, but this weapon is no better than a toy for the children of the Su family. In the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, the weapon made from the hardest bone of a beast was mercilessly crushed. In the early hours when the last 2 chapters were released, the gentleman decided to rest and read them tomorrow. A jarring sound suddenly resonated as Suyu shattered the large bone club into pieces, with bone dust and debris swirling in the air. The fierce expression on Aoda Biao's face froze instantly, rendering him comically ridiculous. He released his empty hand, staring in shock at the bone dust swirling around, and asked, "Are you a grandmaster?" As he came to his senses, Aoda Biao's voice turned sharp and astonished. A grandmaster. And not just any grandmaster, at least a mid-level grade 7 martial arts grandmaster, with at least 3 paths of the power of heaven and earth cultivated. The other foreign prodigies gasped at his exclamation. A grade 7 grandmaster, and a recent graduate of the Martial Arts University. Everyone present fell silent, except for the students from Long Country who knew that news of Su Yu's advancement to a heavenly soul grandmaster had already spread. Fong Ting stood behind Su Yu, his eyes full of respect. "Young Master Su, what should we do next?" He glanced at the surrounding geniuses from Hefei Martial Arts University, unable to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. These people were traitors to the human race and had to be dealt with immediately. Yi Qing and others sensed Fong Ting's murderous intent. Although they felt surprised and confused, they understood it was Su Yu's directive. Yi Qing, hailing from 3 prominent families and 2 prodigies from the military academy, instinctively stood behind Su Yu. Meanwhile, the humble geniuses following Chu Feng exchanged glances, unsure of how to decide, as they looked at Chu Feng's changing expression. Su Yu chuckled softly, withdrew his hand, and said calmly, "You all just watch from the sidelines. Leave the rest to me." This was the moment in the original story where the protagonist showcased his prowess. Su Yu decisively took action to eliminate He Fei, forcing the opponent to reveal their alien techniques. After this battle, Chu Feng's reputation among the prodigies skyrocketed, with even the old masters holding him in high regard. Such an opportunity he did not want to let slip by. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged looks and nodded in agreement. Since Su Yu wanted to handle it alone, they would observe the developments. After all, the competition was about team rewards, and individual victory was no different from a team effort. The prodigies of the 9th city had no objections, except for Chu Feng and Lin Panchi, who felt displeased. As they watched everyone's attention focus on Su Yu, their jealousy grew, especially Lin Panchi, who gritted her teeth internally, thinking, "Humph, don't think being a grade 7 grandmaster makes you invincible." After a brief moment of shock, Aoda Biao calmed down. Hearing Su Yu's arrogant words, his expression turned dark, and he roared, "Dare to crush my bone club, I'll make you pay with your life." His physical strength erupted, and his burly body shot forward like a bullet towards Su Yu, with a black glow flickering on his fist. This time, Aoda Biao didn't hold back. He activated a secret technique within him, burning his vitality to enhance his physical strength. Wherever his fists went, even the space seemed to tremble, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. Facing his attack, Su Yu didn't even blink. He raised his hand and struck through the air. The surrounding energy was summoned, forming an invisible giant hand that directly landed on Aoda Biao's shiny black head. Bang! Aoda Biao's body was slammed to the ground, creating a deep pit. Too weak, Su Yu shook his head. Damn it! Aoda Biao punched the ground inside the pit, spat, and jumped out. Standing dozens of meters away from Su Yu, his eyes were filled with intense caution. If that's all you've got, then prepare to die. A slight smile appeared on Su Yu's handsome face, which to Aoda Biao looked nothing less than mocking. Aoda Biao had lost his composure, his head heated with rage, and he shouted, "Everyone, come on, let's kill him together." The remaining 10 prodigies from the Black Phi tribe quickly gathered upon hearing his words. Each drew their weapons, either spears or bone clubs, indicating that these types of weapons were still popular in the Black Phi tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, they simultaneously activated their physical power, burning and compressing their vitality, unleashing a mighty pressure that could even intimidate a 7th grade grandmaster. The combined force of several peak 6th grade experts, along with other mid to late 6th grade physical powerhouses, was not something a 7th grade grandmaster could compare to. The Black Phi contestants were admired by generals from various countries in the stands, who couldn't help but praise their strength, only slightly weaker than those from major nations. However, facing their siege, Su Yu remained calm and composed. He drew out the 9 Hells blade and casually slashed through the air in front of him. Crack! The space instantly shattered, revealing a dark void, but it healed in less than a second. But that was enough. To create a tear in the void, at least 50,000 vitality points were needed. The domineering and destructive blade intent swept across the field, causing the faces of the nearby late 6th grade prodigies to turn pale. Flash. The destructive blade force cut through as if there was no one to oppose it, and the illusory blade rays sent Ode Biao and his companions flying. Blood mist sprayed in the air as their faces turned ashen, and they crashed heavily to the ground. Suyu glanced at his nine hells blade, and then smiled. Your strength is lacking. You're not even worthy of me using martial techniques. Black 5 physical warriors are weaker than children. Pausing for a moment, Suyu's faint killing intent spread. Since you have no stronger power, I'll send you on your way. Upon hearing his words, everyone's expressions changed slightly, but no one spoke to stop him. In the stands, General Nasabi's face looked unpleasant, yet he made no move, as if he wasn't afraid of Suyu taking lethal action. Not far away, watching the scene unfold, Chu Feng's eyes showed a hint of delight. Suyu, you fool, actually intends to kill. Truly a spoiled second generation, completely disregarding the competition rules. If I can step in and stop him, won't I gain the support of the Black Phi? Even if Suyu doesn't listen and insists on acting, my goodwill will still be recognized, with nothing to lose. Hearing this, he immediately stood up and shouted, Suyu, are you going to bring shame to our dragon nation? Chu Feng's voice once again drew everyone's attention, though there was a hint of confusion among them. Wasn't he on the same team as Suyu? Why was he stepping up to stop his teammate? On stage, Yang Zhen's impression of Chu Feng worsened. At the moment, Suyu, who was playing with the Nine Hells blade, heard this and glanced sideways at him, sneering, idiot. Chu Feng's face darkened. Just as he was about to retort, a sudden change occurred. Suyu's harsh insult reached the ears of Ao de Biao and his group across from them, making their eyes instantly bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. Their most prized physical strength was now being dismissed as worthless by Suyu. Damn beast, you're forcing my hand. Ao de Biao roared. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ao de Biao and the other members of the Heifei team underwent a massive transformation, their muscles swelling as if about to burst through their skin. A faint yet sinister aura surged within them, and the light of humanity in their eyes vanished, replaced by a terrifying, bloodthirsty gaze. Boom. Their transformation made everyone present stand up, their expressions extremely grim. The aura of a fierce beast. No one anticipated that Ao de Biao and his group would carry such a feral presence. At this moment, everyone became serious, thinking to themselves, there's a traitor. However, before they or Ao de Biao could react, a sudden sound of something cutting through the air erupted. Instantly, the sky over the entire exchange arena turned blood red, and an indescribable oppressive aura weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. At that moment, they seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and above it all, the sky appeared to be split in two. Heavenly slaughter. The swing of the blade unleashed an overwhelming aura, filled with a powerful intent that caused everyone to experience illusions. It was as if a terrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, capable of splitting the sky and earth, unfolded before their eyes. The intense aura of blood was so palpable that everyone went pale, almost feeling its presence right at their noses. Such a fearsome strike. Could it really be executed by a 7th-rank warrior? It was astonishing. Could this be the legendary technique of the Su family, the Blade of Annihilation? The Blade of Annihilation was a sword technique comprehended by the first-generation martial saint of the Su family after witnessing a battle between martial gods. That battle nearly shattered the entire space battlefield, and to this day, the terrifying killing intent lingers in the far north, injuring even 9th-rank grandmasters who venture there. It was a single strike from a mysterious martial god that created the Great Rift in the far north. Deeply inspired by that strike, the first-generation martial saint of the Su family, before his fall, created this heavenly-level martial technique, the Blade of Annihilation. Although it has its form, it lacks its divine essence, yet it remains exceptionally powerful. The reputation of the Blade of Annihilation is illustrious on the foreign battlefields, to the extent that even alien martial saints avoid it. The technique consists of 4 forms. The first is human slaughter, the second blood slaughter, the third heaven slaughter, and the fourth is god annihilation. This strike not only made many martial prodigies turn pale, but also instilled fear in seasoned 7th-rank masters and even newly ascended 8th-rank golden body warriors. If forced to take this strike heed-in, they would likely be left crippled, if not dead. No one expected the young master of the Su family to have mastered the Blade of Annihilation to such a profound level. It seems the Su family's prosperity is at its peak, and they will remain strong for centuries to come. Many powerful figures marveled in their hearts at such a prodigy. In the previous generation, Su Yu's father, Su Long, was not a heavenly soul master, but he was the second most powerful in his era in the Dragon Nation. The first was the demigod-like Yi Tao. Now, in this generation, the Su family has regained their edge, as Su Long's son outshines Yi Tao's son. On the viewing platform, military leaders wore somber expressions, each lost in their thoughts. Most had given up resisting, as ever since the rise of martial arts and the decline of firearms, the Dragon Nation had been the dominant force. No matter how powerful, they all needed to unite against the invasion of alien races. However, the leaders from Neon and Black Philippines had different thoughts. Seeing Su Yu's extraordinary talent, they instinctively lowered their heads. As everyone's attention was on Su Yu, a glint of madness flashed in their eyes. This individual must not be allowed to live. With this thought, the Neon leader exchanged a glance with Neisabi, nodding in agreement. In an instant, Neisabi sprang to his feet and charged towards the challenge platform. A flash of light from his storage ring revealed a black gold spear in his hand. His killing intent was undisguised as he roared, "Dragon Nation mongrel, you're courting death." To dare attempt murder openly during the exchange match, he aimed to kill in one strike. Even if it cost him his life, he must eliminate Su Yu, or his existence would threaten the grand plans of the Holy God. This was about Black Philippines' future status on Blue Star, and he had to prevent it. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock, and Yang Jun stood abruptly, his expression stern and cold. How dare a Neisabi openly kill a prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom? Heifei's overall strength is only slightly stronger than that of a Martial Saint family, and they never had the guts for this before. It seems the suspicions from above were indeed correct. Yang Jun unleashed the aura of a 9th rank warrior, causing even the 8th and 9th rank experts around him to feel a pang of fear. Mid-9th rank. This pressure must have at least 4 million blood energy value. However, just as Yang Jun's figure vanished, a cold voice echoed. To everyone's shock, a general from the Neon Kingdom intercepted Yang Jun in midair. "General Yang Jun, is your Dragon Kingdom openly violating the rules of the exchange competition? Do you intend to make enemies of the entire world?" The short man was none other than Kamadai Asakura, one of the top 9th rank grandmasters of the Neon Kingdom and a general in their military. A 9th rank full circle level. It seems you indeed have issues. Yang Jun didn't want to waste words. A long staff appeared in his hand, and he swung it towards Kamadai Asakura. Boom. As the situation escalated, generals from the beautiful country and Russia no longer stood by. They drew their weapons and joined Yang Jun in attacking Kamadai Asakura. Boom. The simultaneous assault from several people instantly threw the scene into chaos. The city defense generals were taken aback and quickly realized that the Dragon Kingdom, Russia, and the beautiful country had plans. They immediately drew their weapons and joined the siege. Several 8th rank Golden Body generals from the Dragon Kingdom tried to rescue Su Yu, but were blocked by Kamadai Asakura alone. "A bunch of weaklings. No one can interfere with our grand plan." Kamadai Asakura's arrogant laughter rang out. This time, they intended to eliminate all prodigies in the world. By offering their souls and blood energy in sacrifice, the Neon Kingdom would surely produce another Martial Saint. Everyone present felt a terrifying aura. In midair, Su Yu witnessed the changes on the viewing platform, his expression remaining calm, his gaze fixed on the approaching Neisabi. A slight smirk of disdain appeared on his lips. He glanced at Ode Biao and others, who were disoriented by his blood energy and mental interference, a flash of fierceness in his eyes. "Die!" Boom. A dull thunder echoed in the clear sky, but it wasn't thunder. It was the sound of Su Yu slicing through the void, the space shattering bit by bit, revealing the pitch-black void as endless, terrifying blade light poured down. "No, you can't kill me. My father is 9th rank. I am the chosen heir of the Holy Spirit." As the attack locked onto them, Ode Biao and others snapped back in terror, their faces turning pale at the sight of the terrifying blade. They wanted to turn and flee, but were locked in place by the Heavenly Slayer, their feet as heavy as lead, unable to move. "Holy Spirit? Just a dog raised by an alien race," Su Yu sneered, his hands never stopping, slicing out with a blade that shattered pieces of space. Boom. In an instant, the blade's intent descended, and the pleas of Ode Biao and others abruptly ceased, their bodies exploding like beasts, turning into a mist of blood. "No!" The Neisabi, who sought to kill Su Yu, was filled with unprecedented rage, roaring, "Scum, I want you dead." Su Yu glanced at the nomadan Neisabi, his lips curling slightly. "Oh really? Then perhaps I should send you down to keep them company." Su Yu's strike was so powerful that even warriors at the 8th grade Golden Body realm couldn't withstand it. Although the attack was technically within the 7th grade level, the oppressive force it carried suffocated even some early 8th grade experts. From the start of the match, Su Yu had only made one move. Even when Ao de Biao and others used secret techniques to transform into fierce beasts, they were no match for him. In the face of overwhelming power, all were equal. In an instant, Ao de Biao and 10 other physical geniuses from Hefei Martial Arts University were obliterated, turning into a mist of blood before being swallowed by a void fissure, disappearing without a trace. Witnessing Su Yu's overwhelming strength, everyone was stunned. Lin Panshi, who was closest, turned pale. The intent of the blade filled her with terror, as if the mere proximity to it could consume her. "Impossible, impossible," she screamed internally. How could Su Yu be this strong? He was just a wastrel, someone forced upon her for a marriage alliance, surely no match for her. Yet, facing Su Yu's attack, she couldn't believe that the person she had always considered useless was so formidable. With a single strike, he destroyed opponents that even Chu Feng couldn't defeat. Unlike Lin Panqi's fear, Chu Feng, who stood protectively in front of her, also looked troubled. Those Heifei weaklings, claiming to be physical martial arts geniuses, couldn't even withstand a single blow from Su Yu. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. He had hoped to benefit from the chaos, but Su Yu's strike had instead increased Su Yu's fame, leaving Chu Feng without any gain. He realized he had stirred trouble because the Heifei warriors exuded an aura of fierce beasts, indicating they were colluding with foreign races. If this was discovered, his reputation would suffer, which infuriated him. However, when he saw Su Yu provoking an 8th grade Golden Body Realm expert, he felt a surge of joy. Excellent. This fool thinks that by killing a few weaklings, he can challenge an 8th grade warrior. How foolish. He hoped Su Yu would die there, preserving his own reputation. Chu Feng secretly rejoiced, glancing discreetly at the Nehong country's talents nearby, suspecting they were also involved in something shady. Once Su Yu was dead, perhaps these people could help him regain some advantage. Yes, that's the plan. How dare a mere 7th grade warrior speak to me like that? Today, if I don't flay and skin you, where will Heifei's honor go? Neisabi was clearly infuriated by Su Yu, his face twisted in rage, murderous intent radiating from him. You little wretch, die? Neisabi roared, his black gold spear glinting menacingly, the terrifying power of annihilation seeping from its tip. This annihilation power, though just a thread, was far beyond what the 7th grade warrior's power could compare to. It could erode their mental and physical energy, capable of killing a peak 7th grade warrior with a single strike. At the 7th grade martial stage, warriors could regenerate even severed limbs, but the annihilation power could destroy this capability. An attack from an 8th level warrior can pin down the opponent instantly. Neisabi's figure swept in like a shadow, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The breath of destructive power spread out, making the air within 100 meters seem frozen, casting a shadow of death over everyone. The martial arts prodigies present had eyes filled with anger and shock, yet none showed fear. This was their martial spirit. To shrink back under the aura of a strong opponent would mean never breaking through to higher realms. Except for the consummate 9th level grandmasters and martial saints, they vowed to forge ahead. Die for me. Neisabi raised his spear high, intending to launch an attack with the most primitive throwing motion. This scene made the martial arts geniuses hold their breath. The Heifei clan was renowned for their physical martial arts prowess, matching martial skills with sheer brute force, not to mention the deadly destructive power entwined around the spear. Su, get out of the way. He hasn't locked onto us with his aura. We can still escape. Fong Ting urgently called out. Yes, there's destructive power on it. We can't withstand it. Yi Qing also anxiously reminded, knowing even latest-stage 7th level warriors found it hard to endure such power. Su Yu stood unwavering, his eyes shining like stars, his life force roaring like a furious dragon, yet firmly controlled. He stood in the air, the 9 Hells blade in his hand resonating with a clear sound that reverberated in everyone's ears. This blade, named Void, will be baptized by your 8th level power. In an instant, the world changed. Dark energy surged into the 9 Hells blade like a tide, unleashing a black force that bore no trace of evil. Everyone, including Yang Zhen and others fighting in the sky, paused to watch. Neisabi was suddenly overwhelmed by an uncontrollable fear, shocked by the dread a 7th level warrior incited in him. No, I can't let him live. He gritted his teeth in determination, unleashing a power of intertwined gold and black from his arm, transforming his body into a 9-jong golden Jontan emblem of the 8th level golden body realm. With bones refined into gold, indestructible matter condensed, and life force refined to harness destructive power. Die! Neisabi roared, hurling the black gold spear straight towards Su Yu's forehead. At that moment, Su Yu moved. The 9 Hells blade emitted a dark glow, his eyes pitch black, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Void Blade Technique. First form, slash the void. Crack. The space within hundreds of meters shattered explosively. The blade light collided with the spear, and the black gold spear, infused with destructive power, was instantly pulverized. More terrifying, the blade light continued unabated, cleaving through Neisabi's 9-jong golden body. No, I'm an 8th level warrior. You can't. Neisabi's cry was cut short, his 9-jong golden body splitting apart and crashing heavily to the ground, even the indestructible matter unable to restore it. A formidable 8th level golden body warrior, slain by Su Yu with a single stroke. In that moment, the entire scene fell into dead silence. The massive, immortal martial body was cleaved in two by an unstoppable slash, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, this did nothing to diminish the shock among the onlookers. Their minds were almost blank, with only one thought echoing: a 7th grade defeating an 8th grade. It was an almost impossible feat that nobody could believe. Even the weakest 8th grade martial expert wields a combat strength of over 100,000 blood energy, not to mention the added forces of destruction and indestructibility. When an 8th grade warrior goes all out, their power can rival hundreds of thousands of blood energy. A 7th grade expert, even at their peak and nearing the 8th grade, is no match for the weakest 8th grade opponent. However, Suyu achieved it. His energy fluctuations were clearly at the mid-7th grade, yet he defeated an 8th grade, leaving everyone gasping in disbelief, as though witnessing a supernatural phenomenon. The space shattered by the slash took a long time to slowly heal, with traces of void energy lingering on the arena. The deep, dark glow in Suyu's eyes faded, replaced by a bright, star-like brilliance. Feeling that his blood energy hadn't significantly decreased, he was filled with joy. Using a star-level martial technique at a mid-7th grade level, he only consumed 30% of his blood energy, a result he found very satisfying. Anyone knowledgeable would be shocked. Star-level techniques were created by gods at the star-shattering realm, and even the first move could drain an 8th grade martial expert of their blood energy. Yet, Suyu only used 30%? Unbelievable. But this result was unique to him. As a prodigy with exceptional potential, his physique could contain blood energy far beyond the limits of his current realm. Moreover, when Suyu faced the Thunder Tribulation at the Heavenly Soul Master level, he harnessed the forces of destruction and vitality, transforming his body into one of destruction. This foundation undoubtedly enhanced his potential and limits, setting him apart from others. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Chu Feng and Lin Panchi on the challenge stage were utterly dumbfounded, a faint sense of fear creeping in. Chu Feng stared at Suyu, who stood in midair, clenching his fists, his heart filled with unwillingness and jealousy. Why? Why? Despite my hard work, can I not surpass him? He barely trained, so why is he so much stronger? How can he defeat an 8th grade? I thought that by enhancing my mental strength and blood energy, I could contend with early 7th grade and even kill 7th grade opponents, which was something to be proud of. However, seeing Suyu's overwhelming strength, a crack appeared in his heart. It seemed that Suyu was always ahead of him. No, even if he can defeat 8th grade now, I will surpass him in the future. I am destined to become a martial god. Lin Panchi's gaze was vacant, fixated on the figure that seemed like a celestial being. At that moment, a flicker of regret crossed Lin Panchi's eyes. The 8th rank, a level she once thought was unattainable, had been effortlessly surpassed by Suyu. Not even 23 years old, he already had the power to kill an 8th rank master. If given another 10 or 20 years, would he have reached the 9th rank? Such a gifted genius should have been her dream Prince Charming. Yet he was the one she had once dismissed with disdain. No, I must not regret, Lin Panchi silently warned herself. If Suyu finds out, he'll only become more arrogant. The regret in her eyes vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a resolute expression. She firmly believed in her heart that Chu Feng would surely surpass Suyu. However, she also realized that if she lowered her stance appropriately, perhaps Suyu would no longer hold a grudge against the Lin family. If they couldn't be friends, at least they shouldn't become enemies. This thought brought a new gleam to Lin Panchi's eyes. As a confident woman, she always believed she would become a martial saint in the future. Thus, her standards for a potential partner were high. They must be a genius. Otherwise, how could they stand by her side and reach the pinnacle together? The former Suyu was unworthy, and she had looked down on him. Only Chu Feng at that time met her standards for a genius. But now, suddenly, Suyu qualified. In the distant sky, the 8th and 9th rank generals watching the battlefield were astounded. Yang Zhen couldn't help but smile, barely concealing his inner joy. Ha ha! As expected of the young master of the Su family, accomplishing such an incredible feat. Yang Zhen had been worried about Su Yu's situation, as they hadn't anticipated the opponent would send a 9th rank grandmaster. Their dozens of 8th rank and 3 9th rank experts couldn't break through the encirclement set by Shindai Asakura. This perfect 9th rank was too strong, single-handedly blocking all of them. Yang Zhen had planned to burn his own life force to force open a breach to rescue Suyu. If Suyu died there, the entire Su family would go berserk. However, Suyu gave him a tremendous surprise, defeating an 8th rank master in adversity. This was not only a beacon of hope for Dragon Country, but for the human race worldwide. There was still a chance for a martial god to emerge. A martial artist at the 7th rank, reversing and slaying an 8th rank golden body. Such potential was enough to rival a martial god. Ha ha ha! Yang Zhen couldn't help but laugh skyward, then fixed a sharp gaze on Shindai Asakura, coldly saying, "Your schemes with Neon and Black Philippines have failed. Now, it's your turn, Shindai Asakura." The surrounding Dragon Country experts trembled at his words, their fighting spirit ignited as they stared at Shindai Asakura. Not far away, Shindai Asakura's face was as dark as ink. He never expected an 8th rank master to be slain by a 7th rank martial artist. Nasabi, those useless fools, Black Philippines people are only fit to mingle with beasts. Shindai Asakura gritted his teeth, his voice full of resentment. But he quickly straightened up, coldly declaring, "However, with me here, you won't turn the tide." As soon as he finished speaking, Shindai Asakura's aura erupted, a golden martial body appearing on his surface, engaging in battle with Yang Jun and the others. The sky resounded with thunderous booms, the sound of space shattering echoing continuously. On the challenge field, all the prodigies were still immersed in the shocking scene of Su Yu's reverse slaying of the 8th rank. Only Su Yu himself calmly swung the 9 prison blade in his hand, the blade humming, but not as clear as before. A grade extraordinary alloy weapon, its strength is still insufficient to bear such powerful martial techniques. Su Yu thought to himself, but it should suffice for one last use. But before that, the more pressing task was to clear out the traitorous forces like Neon. With this in mind, Su Yu slowly raised the 9 prison blade, his aura like a mountain pressing down on everyone, pulling them back to reality. The tip of the blade pointed directly at the direction of the Neon representatives, a terrifying killing intent erupting from his body. Neon has sided with foreign races, intending to betray humanity, kill without mercy. Su Yu's voice was cold and merciless. Boom. At that moment, all the prodigies hesitated no longer, their figures disappearing in unison, targeting the Neon representatives. Bakayaro. The Neon warriors cried out in terror, betraying humanity and siding with the enemy. These words cut through everyone's nerves like a sharp blade. Each person present was a top talent nurtured by Wuda, most from influential families, and they understood the true nature of these otherworldly beings. They were demons that saw humans as mere sustenance. If humanity were to be defeated, all who were captured would become their food. For thousands of years, such tragedies had been all too common. It was clear that only the complete annihilation of one side could end this war. Yet, people from Neon and Blackfi dared to side with these beings, even helping them slaughter humanity's finest, an unforgivable crime. If an ordinary person had made such claims, they would have been scoffed at. However, this was Su Yu speaking. He had not only been attacked by a Blackfi 8th rank warrior, but the rescue attempt by other strong fighters was also thwarted by a 9th rank warrior from Neon, all of which confirmed the truth. Kill the traitors of humanity. Su Yu roared, igniting a fire in everyone's hearts. Already displeased with Neon and Blackfi, their anger intensified. Neon was known for its treachery, and Blackfi had no ties to humanity, making their betrayal unsurprising. Kill them. The furious cries echoed all around. In that moment, all the elite talents chose to believe Su Yu without hesitation and began to carry out his orders, establishing the initial authority of a strong leader. With the 8th rank threat resolved, Fong Ting, Yi Qing, and others were eager to act. Upon hearing Su Yu's command, they charged forward, targeting the representatives from Neon. Only Lin Panchi and Chu Feng remained, unwilling to follow Su Yu's orders. Jealousy surged within Chu Feng, thinking, "Why him? This honor should be mine. I was the first to notice Blackfi's odd behavior. Why is Su Yu so decisive, and why did he accidentally achieve such a great victory?" Jealousy overwhelmed him, nearly drowning him. His hands clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh, filled with hatred. He had never felt such a strong sense of crisis, and an inexplicable fear rose from deep within. Meanwhile, the leader of the Neon Talents was furious, babbling incomprehensibly before using special means to enhance his martial prowess, engaging several elites. He no longer concealed his otherworldly aura, and the other Neon Talents followed suit. They had all been transformed with otherworldly blood, allowing them to burn their own vitality to drastically increase their combat strength. Often, an 8th rank early stage otherworldly being could, after burning blood, unleash power comparable to the mid to late 8th rank, which is why they were so feared. Moreover, they could absorb the blood energy of defeated opponents to fuel their blood-burning techniques, making them even more terrifying. Su Yu watched the intense battle unfold with calm, deep eyes, observing the chaos around him. The individuals from Neon who came this time have been enhanced by foreign powers, making them extremely formidable. However, they won't hold out for long. These are the top martial arts talents from the entire planet, and if so many of them can't take down just 11 Neon fighters, it would be truly embarrassing. He looked up towards the sky, where the strongest warriors, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, were engaged in a fierce battle at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The terrifying aftermath of the fight poured down, even making him feel a bit pressured. But that wasn't important. He had more pressing matters to attend to. With this thought, his gaze inadvertently drifted down to Chu Feng, who was quietly retreating while everyone's attention was drawn to the Neon fighters. Su Yu noticed this, and a strange smile played on his lips. Just as expected. In the original story, Su Yu knew all of Chu Feng's actions and his connections and opportunities. The reason Chu Feng went through so much trouble to bring Lin Panchi, who was relatively weak, to this exchange competition was not only to help her earn some rewards. There was another crucial reason. In this first city, there was an opportunity. The original story detailed that the mentor of the Child of Destiny, Han Shuang, had discovered a relic here. It contained heavenly-level martial skills and earth-level techniques. Chu Feng was currently practicing the high-grade Xin-level techniques that the Su family had bestowed upon the Lin family years ago. While high-grade Xin-level techniques had significant advantages among mid to low-level martial artists, their effectiveness diminished as one advanced, especially beyond the Grandmaster level. Only by changing to new techniques could he be reborn, possibly even breaking through to the 6th rank of martial arts. Therefore, Chu Feng was certainly not going to miss this opportunity. Moreover, Han Shuang was waiting here as well. Su Yu understood why Chu Feng set out before the battle ended. The relic's opening time was only until 8 o'clock tonight, and it was already 6. With the scene in chaos, it was inevitable that Chu Feng would sneak out early. After all, once the battle concluded, no one would remember his departure. The little pig couldn't resist, after all, Su Yu thought with a smile. Perfect. It's time to collect some interest. Chu Feng couldn't be killed just yet, as they still needed him to find the star-fragmented realm relic. However, Han Shuang, that foolish woman, could be killed for some entertainment. Su Yu glanced over the arena and then transmitted a message to everyone's ears, saying, I'm going to search outside for spies from Neon and Heifei. Leave this to you. No one reacted to this message. They had no objections. After all, those capable of handling this were attacking the 9th-ranked Grandmaster from Neon in the sky. Besides Su Yu, there was no other 8th-rank fighter present. After giving instructions, Su Yu concealed his aura and quietly followed behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng was cunning. After leaving the exchange arena, he took out a special outfit from his storage ring and changed into it, instantly altering his aura. Then he put on a mask and sprinkled some special incense on himself before leaving confidently. After exiting the arena, Chu Feng twisted and turned before finally arriving at a hotel. He crushed a jade token and waited quietly. Before long, a figure appeared like a ghost. Seeing the newcomer, Chu Feng bowed slightly and whispered, Teacher. Han Shuang, also in disguise, nodded and said softly, Let's go, before the relic closes. Yes, Chu Feng replied eagerly. Soon, the two left the city at full speed, flying 100 miles south before stopping. Looking at the mountains before him, Chu Feng trembled with excitement. Finally, he was about to change his techniques. Once he mastered the new technique, Su Yu would forever be beneath his feet. Teacher, let's start, quickly, Chu Feng urged impatiently. Han Shuang nodded. All right. She then took a bronze key from her storage ring, approached the foot of the mountain, and pressed her hand against a stone, revealing a keyhole. Han Shuang decisively inserted the bronze key and stepped back a few paces. Rumble. As the stone wall trembled and debris fell, the two ignored it, their eyes fixed eagerly ahead. Behind them, Su Yu leaned against the trunk of an ancient tree, watching with interest. When the stone door opened, Su Yu moved. A black blade, exuding a strong aura of death, appeared in his hand. Activate, 9th rank cultivation card. With Su Yu's thoughts, an overwhelming aura surged from him like a tide. 9th rank cultivation card successfully activated. Remaining experience time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The overwhelming and almost tangible pressure swept through the entire forest, causing creatures within a dozen miles to prostrate themselves on the ground, eyes filled with terror. A peak of the 9th level Grandmaster. In that instant, Su Yu felt an endless surge of power within him, a look of obsession in his eyes. This is the ultimate strength. Without hesitation, he put on the mask he purchased from the system store. In the next moment, the human skin mask adhered to his face, altering his original appearance to that of a weathered middle-aged man. Simultaneously, his aura subtly shifted from domineering destruction to a sinister, demonic presence. Even those closest to Su Yu wouldn't recognize him now. The mask cost him a hefty 1,500 villain points, but it was worth it. Only those above the star-shattering realm could see through his true form. Other martial artists wouldn't be able to detect him. Once his internal energy fully transformed into demonic aura, Su Yu lifted his eyes, a thick, killing intent spreading as he flashed a chilling smile, revealing a set of sharp white teeth. Let's take care of these nuisances today, he declared, looking up at the battle above. Neon Country's Kamadai Asakura, a dangerous figure who would one day usurp the title of Martial Saint, would also meet his end here today. Boom. With that thought, Su Yu ceased hiding his power, unleashing the full pressure of a peak 9th level Grandmaster to intimidate everything around him. Ahead, Chu Feng and his master Han Shuang were filled with excitement. Han Shuang's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Xiaofeng, let's hurry in, grab the techniques and skills, and leave. We can come back for the rest later. This is the Martial Saint's relics, filled with countless treasures. Their goal was clear: only the techniques. The remaining treasures were part of the Martial Saint's legacy, not suitable for them to pursue at this stage. Above, 9th level Grandmasters were still locked in fierce combat. Once they secured what they came for, they could slip back into the first city without anyone noticing their absence. Chu Feng nodded heavily, suppressing his excitement, and said earnestly, Yes, master. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at his master, a flicker of a different emotion in his eyes. His master was so good to him, and it seemed she was still single. Han Shuang, unaware of his thoughts, continued excitedly, let's go. After today, you'll stand on equal footing with those prodigies. With your talent, you'll surely catch up to them, maybe even surpass them. Even taking down Su Yu won't be a fear. With that, Han Shuang grabbed Chu Feng's hand and hurried towards the stone cave. Chu Feng remained silent, secretly thinking, defeating Su Yu, he indeed had that in mind. Their steps were swift, and as they were about to enter the cave, a terrifying demonic aura erupted behind them, freezing them in place. Boom. Their bodies stiffened abruptly, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads, their eyes filled with terror and shock. A 9th level Grandmaster at the peak. As someone at the late stage of the 8th level nearing the 9th, Han Shuang knew all too well the level of the pressure behind them. This aura, forcing her to kneel, far surpassed her father's. It had to be at least 9 million battle power, while she hadn't even reached 1 million in energy yet. As the story progresses, even the smallest difference in blood vitality becomes significant, not to mention the overwhelming power boost from a source stronger than the 8th rank. A Grandmaster at the pinnacle of the 9th rank has likely advanced their source path to 900 meters. Han Shuang turned her head with difficulty, trying to see the person behind her. Her gaze landed on an unfamiliar middle-aged man leaning against a large tree, exuding an aura of sinister magic. The surrounding trees withered rapidly under this corrupting energy. Despite his scholarly appearance, the man wore a faintly amused smile, his eyes scrutinizing Han Shuang, as if she were an insignificant insect. Witnessing this scene, Han Shuang felt a chill run down her spine. She suppressed her fear and spoke in a trembling voice. Esteemed elder, I apologize if I have offended you in any way. Her attitude was so humble, it was almost groveling. Seeing this, Su Yu sneered inwardly. This usually proud woman was now so submissive before a powerful figure. He said indifferently, it's nothing. It's just that the relic I've guarded for decades was opened by you like a thief. Hearing this, Han Shuang felt even colder inside. She knew this person was here to seize the relic, but she dared not resist at this moment, only bowing her head respectfully. I'm sorry, I didn't know this place belonged to you. Please forgive us, my master, and I will leave immediately. Chu Feng's face changed drastically upon hearing his master's words, and he whispered, Master, we discovered this. Shut up, Han Shuang hissed, thinking her foolish disciple couldn't see the situation clearly. However, Chu Feng did not back down. He raised his head, looking directly at Su Yu, and said firmly, Esteemed elder, this relic was discovered by us, and the key to open it is ours. Please understand. Su Yu turned to Chu Feng and scoffed, Yours? I have guarded this place for decades, and my key was recently stolen by thieves. Now you appear with the key, openly unlocking my relic, and you claim you're not a thief. Chu Feng wanted to argue further, but Su Yu suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of dark magic, distorting the very space around them. With two cracking sounds, both master and disciple's knees shattered, forcing them to kneel. Chu Feng's mind went blank, unable to believe he was being forced to kneel. His eyes burned with rage and murderous intent, nearly consuming his reason. However, before he could act, the middle-aged man shrouded in dark magic spoke calmly, his voice as cold as judgment itself. An insect dares to question me. Which of you will atone with your life? Su Yu's words left the two of them stunned, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. They exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a deeply buried fear. This person clearly intended to kill them. At that moment, Chu Feng finally calmed down from the disappointment of losing his opportunity and realized his previous foolishness. This was the wilderness, not the city, and their opponent was a 9th-rank Grandmaster exuding overwhelming demonic energy, not someone to be trifled with. How could he have thought he could turn the tables? A slight regret rose in his heart, but it was mostly overshadowed by hatred for his own lack of strength. If he had the power of a 9th-rank warrior, he would have stood up to fight to the death. If he managed to survive and leave this place, he would definitely seek revenge in the future and not let this person get away with it. Chu Feng clenched the earth with his fingers, their knuckles distinct, and with great effort, he raised his head and spoke earnestly. Senior, we are willing to leave this place. Please spare us. My master is the vice principal of Jingwu, and I am ranked 2nd on this year's Jingwu Heavenly List, holding a position with the Martial Arts Administration. Our immediate superior is Director Yi Tao. Chu Feng analyzed the situation in his mind, and then mentioned his companion, even though he had never met Yi Tao, hoping the name would afford them some leeway. Han Shuang nodded repeatedly, adding, Senior, my father is Han Xin, the director of the Martial Arts Administration's Research Institute and a 9th-rank Grandmaster. If you spare us, you can have everything we possess. She understood that the opponent intended to kill them to silence them, and since she had come secretly, no one would know. Investigating her death would be extremely difficult, especially since the perpetrator was a consummate 9th-rank martial artist who could easily cover his tracks. Even a martial saint would struggle to uncover the truth. Begging for mercy was her only option, hoping the opponent would spare her. Suyu listened, a cold smile playing on his lips, eyes filled with disdain and contempt. He said indifferently, "What kind of valuable things could ants like you possibly have? It's laughable." It became clear that regardless of whether one was a protagonist, absolute strength demanded submission, proving the truth of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The two were taken aback, their faces showing a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, one was penniless, and the other was on the verge of a ninth-rank breakthrough. Desperately exchanging resources, there was nothing left to offer. Senior Wei. Suyu raised a hand, cutting off their attempts to explain further. The black demonic blade in his hand gleamed with a deadly aura. Suyu said calmly, "I'll give you 30 seconds to decide who will die." He wanted to see, under the threat of death, which of the two had a stronger will. Weren't they supposed to be deeply bonded as master and disciple in the original story, destined for a love beyond ethics? Very well, let's see which of these lovers would choose to fly solo first. As expected, upon hearing Suyu's ultimatum, their expressions changed drastically, no longer holding any hope, only disbelief. Their opponent was clearly determined to kill them. They looked at each other, instantly realizing the other's reluctance to die, causing a rift in their once steadfast resolve. Under the threat of death, Chu Feng and Han Shuang, a master and apprentice who had known each other for just over a month, naturally couldn't form a deep bond. Their minds were occupied with one thought: survival. Delaying might bring rescue, but the ongoing battle nearby had drawn everyone's attention, leaving their trapped space unnoticed. A chill crept into their hearts. Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness, his hands gripping the soil tightly, teeth nearly grinding to dust. He couldn't accept being forced down a path that betrayed his loved ones. This person deserved to die? 10, 9, 8. Su Yu's indifferent, emotionless voice echoed, counting down, slowly eroding their conscience. Chu Feng's eyes flickered with turmoil. He was struggling. He didn't want to betray, but he didn't want to die either. He was destined to become a martial sage. How could he die here? Even now, he hoped for a miracle. As the countdown reached 3 seconds, Han Shuang's face turned ashen. She was even more reluctant to die. With her immense talent, she was confident she could reach the 9th rank in a few years. However, what good was a strong disciple if she herself perished? Merely the title of a martial sage's master? Out of the corner of her eye, Han Shuang saw the determination in Chu Feng's gaze, a look filled with both reluctance and resolve. Her heart gradually steadied. It seemed he was willing to sacrifice himself to protect her. In that moment, Han Shuang's conflicted expression softened. She thought to herself, her disciple wasn't so bad, willing to repay her with his life. Fine, she would let Chu Feng have his way. Perhaps in the future, she really could become a master of a martial sage, or even a demigod, remembered through the ages. Suyu slowly raised the demonic blade in his hand, its unsettling aura rising, the terrifying pressure causing spatial rifts to flicker and mend, the broken gaps emanating a black-purple demonic energy. 1. Time's up. Have you made your choice? Suyu's lips curled into an amused smile. As his words fell, both spoke almost simultaneously. "Am willing. I'll sacrifice myself. Please spare my apprentice. I choose my teacher. Please make it quick. Don't let my teacher suffer." Upon hearing each other's choices, Han Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Feng had chosen to let her die? What about the reluctance and determination in his eyes just now? Chu Feng's face turned ghostly pale, completely unprepared for his teacher of just a month to choose to sacrifice herself for him. At this moment, cracks appeared in Chu Feng's moral compass. Han Shuang's eyes widened, and she asked in agitation, "Why you?" However, before she could finish, an attack imbued with the power of origin and destruction struck her down. With a rumble, Han Shuang's eyes flickered with confusion and disbelief as her body fell straight to the ground. Witnessing this, Chu Feng's mind went blank. My teacher died in front of me. Suyu, having delivered the fatal blow, returned to his gentlemanly smile. Well, now that someone has died, you can leave. Ha ha ha, what a show? It seems Tang's character is like most novel protagonists. Better your friend dies than you. Hearing this, Chu Feng stood shakily, tears in his eyes, wanting to retrieve Han Shuang's body. But Suyu's warning stopped him. Leave before I change my mind, or you'll stay too. Hearing this, Chu Feng dared not delay, casting one last deep look at Suyu before fleeing the forest at full speed. He had to seek revenge. His master was dead. He couldn't die too. Watching him disappear, Suyu's smile grew even wider. Since this child of destiny loves fame so much, let me give you a grand gift. He glanced at Han Shuang's intact body on the ground, then used the power of origin to sever her right hand with a single stroke. Suyu made a gesture, sending Han Shuang's body flying dozens of miles away, before stepping into a stone cave. The opportunities here were useless to him, but the Su family needed them. After seizing the opportunities, it was time to end this chaos and slay the Shin Dai Asakura. Elsewhere, atop a mountain peak in the opposite direction from Chu Feng's escape, Han Shuang's body twitched slightly. After a long while, a voice, so weak it seemed about to fade away, whispered, "What a good disciple I took in after all." Su Yu stepped into the Martial Saint relics, feeling no sense of unfamiliarity. As someone well-versed in the plot, he knew the treasures hidden within this relic. Its primary purpose was to provide the protagonist with advanced martial arts techniques, enabling him to stand shoulder to shoulder with geniuses and possess the means to surpass them. Without this transition, the protagonist's progress would be delayed significantly in the later stages. Although Han Shuang was already in the late stage of the 8th rank and had a father who was a 9th rank grandmaster, her martial arts techniques were only at the initial Earth level, barely supporting her up to the 9th rank. Furthermore, as one's level increased, the combat power enhancement from lower-level techniques became increasingly negligible. To allow the child of destiny to battle across levels, profound techniques and advanced martial skills were essential. This secret realm had long been plundered, with most valuable resources already taken. Now, only a stone tablet, which even a 9th rank grandmaster could not move, stood there. Martial artists only needed to use their spiritual power to comprehend it to obtain the high-level earth techniques recorded on the tablet. However, this was not the main focus. Inside the cave, Su Yu looked around, noticing a few eternal oil lamps hanging on the walls. These lamps were made from the oil of deep-sea fierce beasts, capable of burning for 1,000 years without extinguishing. Su Yu walked deeper inside, catching sight of a skeleton sitting at the highest point. This skeleton, whose age was unknown, still had indestructible substance flowing through its bones, emitting a golden glow. Since he had accepted its martial legacy, Su Yu hoped it would rest in peace. With a cold gaze, he gently raised his hand, grasping the skeleton from a distance, and with a wave of the other hand, a deep pit appeared. After completing this, Su Yu glanced coldly at the skeleton and chuckled. "Senior, aren't you planning to come out?" His voice echoed in the empty cave. Moments later, a ghostly voice responded to Su Yu's call. "Ah, I never expected that Nan Xiongfeng, would fall here." The voice was weak and chilling, filled with resentment and frustration. Subsequently, the skeleton, held by Su Yu from afar, trembled a few times, and a phantom figure emerged. It was an old, hunched, ethereal spiritual body, the former owner of the bones, once a powerful martial saint, now reduced to a feeble soul clinging to existence. He understood that Su Yu did not intend for him to continue living. The middle-aged man that Su Yu had transformed into smiled faintly. "It's time to relinquish the saint's position you've held for so long." The title of martial saint is not achieved merely by reaching a certain level. It requires the world's will to acknowledge it. Only when a martial saint dies and their soul ceases to exist can the saint's position be returned, allowing a 9th rank grandmaster to break through to become a martial saint. Otherwise, even the most extraordinary individual, even if their 9th rank original path reached 999.9 meters, could not surpass the final 0.1 meters to become a martial saint. This is the limitation. According to the book's later descriptions, Blue Star could accommodate at least 99 martial saints and 1 martial god, yet currently, there were only 36 martial saints. Thus, in unknown corners, the spiritual bodies of 63 martial saints still lingered in the world. Some were trapped in endless slumber due to great battles, while others were martial saints who, nearing their end, refused to die, and this skeleton belonged to the latter. He didn't want to die, give up anything, or relinquish the sacred position. They left behind relics, waiting quietly for a suitable body to enter, and then attempted to seize control. Although taking over a body could restore their sacred status, they would only become the lowest rank of martial saint. Even some exceptionally strong 9th-grade martial artists could stand on par with them. In the original storyline, when Chu Feng and Han Shuang entered this place, the spirit of a martial saint appeared, claiming to teach martial arts inheritance, but actually intending to seize control. Unfortunately for him, his spirit was weak and was ultimately destroyed by the child of destiny, whose mental strength far exceeded his own at the same level, thus gaining an inheritance. Hearing Su Yu's casual remark, the martial saint named Nan Xiongfeng became emotionally agitated and exclaimed, "Heh, give it up? Do you know how much effort I put in to become a martial saint? But just as I achieved it, I was severely injured by a strong alien being and didn't survive 3 years before reaching my limit. I haven't lived enough. I just became a martial saint. Why should I die so disgracefully? Do you know how hard it was to get here? I guarded that old immortal for 400 years until he died. I killed so many to become a martial saint. I paid with blood. But just as I became one, I was ambushed and killed by aliens. How can I be content?" Nan Xiongfeng's spirit fluctuated heavily, but Su Yu remained unmoved, coldly responding, "What does that have to do with me?" This simple statement immediately stifled any further outburst from Nan Xiongfeng. Only then did the martial saint realize that Su Yu showed no sympathy for his plight. "Humph, talking is useless. Since you won't spare me, I won't let you off easily either." A decisive glint flashed in Nan Xiongfeng's eyes. Knowing that Su Yu was a ninth-grade grandmaster, he chose to self-destruct. Even though his spiritual strength was less than 1% of his peak, self-destructing would surely injure the opponent. Yeah, if you want my sacred position, you'll have to pay the price. Nan Xiongfeng laughed maniacally and resolutely chose to self-destruct. Behind him, an illusory path began to appear, and the source path at its end started to crumble, while his spirit's aura expanded. If he managed to shatter this 1,000-meter source path, even a martial saint would be injured. This was his last resort, a choice of mutual destruction. If no one would spare him, he would take the other down with him. Let's die together. Nan Xiongfeng appeared crazed. Faced with this self-destructive trend, Su Yu showed no panic, calmly watching as the source path crumbled bit by bit. Seeing Su Yu's composure, a sense of foreboding arose in Nan Xiongfeng's heart. Indeed, just as his source path burned to the last meter, Su Yu made his move. To Nan Xiongfeng's utter shock, Su Yu formed seals with his hands, unleashing a sealing force that halted the self-destruction in its tracks. The space around Nan Xiongfeng began to collapse and compress. Feeling this power, Nan Xiongfeng was stunned and exclaimed, "This is a source seal. How do you know this? Are you from the Su family?" Su Yu replied with a smile, "Correct. Your reward is not dying just yet. Your greatest role is to make way for my father." He didn't immediately kill Nan Xiongfeng, but used his temporarily acquired 9th-grade consummate power to seal him. While for Chu Feng and others, the greatest opportunity here was heavenly-level martial techniques and high-level earth-grade skills. For him, it was the chance to create a second martial saint for the Su family. With a rumble, as the space was completely severed, Nan Xiongfeng's spirit solidified into a cube the size of a Rubik's cube. Su Yu raised his hand, grasping the cube containing the sacred opportunity, thinking to himself, "This gift will surely please my father." Su Yu toyed with the cube formed from solidified space, his gaze sweeping over the now lifeless bones that had lost their spiritual essence. With a casual wave, he tossed the remains into a pit for burial. After all, he had taken the man's life and his sacred position. Giving him a resting place was only reasonable. Unlike Chu Feng and Han Shuang, who would extract marrow from their enemies' bones after killing them, Su Yu felt a twinge of sentiment, thinking how kind he was to provide a burial. Having secured the greatest opportunity, he then pulled out 2 stone tablets from the cave and effortlessly stored them in his storage ring. Without the resistance of spiritual energy, the tablets were easy to collect. With everything done, a system prompt sounded in Su Yu's mind. Burial Heaven Blade, a star-level weapon, once held by a latest-stage star-shattering realm expert, whose death left the blade's whereabouts unknown. Burial Life Blade Technique, a star-level martial skill, exclusive to the star-shattering realm, comprises 3 forms: Burial Ground, Burial Heaven, and Burial All Beings. The Human Emperor Sutra allows the practitioner to gather the aura of the Human Emperor and walk the path of the Human Emperor. Upon gathering the will of all beings and stepping into the original path, the higher the faith of beings, the stronger the realm, allowing a breakthrough beyond the planetary limit to the star-shattering realm. Reading the system's description, Su Yu felt invigorated. The Burial Heaven Blade Technique and the Burial Heaven Blade were a perfect match, providing him with a new trump card for survival. The allure of a star-level martial skill was irresistible to Su Yu, who had previously slain an 8th-grade warrior with his Void Blade technique, showcasing his formidable strength. Now, with matching martial skills and a weapon, he was even more powerful. Su Yu's eyes narrowed with a smile, his lips curling in satisfaction. Not only had he caused a rift between the protagonist and his mentor, but he also gained a saintly position and substantial rewards. He silently congratulated himself for using a 9th-grade experience card, finding it worthwhile. He hoped that the foolish Han Shuang would drive Chu Feng to collapse, justifying his spuro-thement decision to spare her life. Su Yu couldn't help but reflect on how Han Shuang survived because he had held back. He was curious to see how Chu Feng would face ruin. A charge of betraying his mentor was enough to make Chu Feng suffer. Su Yu was confident that as the chosen one, Chu Feng's realm would rapidly advance under such pressure. Even if his realm didn't improve, his combat power would surely reach above the 7th grade. Su Yu had severed one of Han Shuang's arms, indirectly destroying her indestructible essence and permanently depleting 80% of her vitality. Now, Han Shuang was almost a cripple, and even after recovery, her strength would be mid to late 7th grade at most. This was a grand gift for the little pig, and Su Yu hoped he wouldn't be ungrateful, as it would be most entertaining for Su Yu to witness the unfolding drama. He thought with a cheerful grin, enjoying the thrill of manipulating human nature despite its cruelty. As the system rewards continued to chime, Su Yu's mood lifted, bringing him closer to his goal of establishing a Martial Saint family. Su Yu stood outside the Martial Saint ruins, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He had no regard for the current Martial Saint position, nor for the imperial scripture rewarded by the system. In his plan, these were merely small pieces on a larger chessboard. His gaze drifted into the distance. as if he could already see himself ruling over the heavens. Suyu calculated in silence. Once he mastered the origin path and broke through to the ninth grade realm, he would acquire a brand new Martial Saint position, unrestricted by Blue Star. As for the Imperial Scripture, while it allowed cultivation to the star-shattering realm through the power of faith, it was too limiting. Cultivating it would bind him to the human race, requiring him to be a benevolent ruler to advance his cultivation. This was clearly not suited to his ambitions. However, Suyu reconsidered, thinking that this technique could be useful for his father. With his father's renowned reputation and high status in the military, breaking through to Martial Saint would likely lead to a rapid increase in power. Additionally, cultivating the Imperial Scripture could allow one to become a saint independently, without needing the world's approval. This way, Suyu could use the additional saint position to create another Martial Saint. Stroking his chin, his eyes sparkled with a cunning light as he murmured to himself, "It seems that within a month, my Su family will have 2 Martial Saints. 3 saints in one family. That should be enough to protect ourselves." Suyu was not underestimating himself. He knew he was destined to stand out and had no intention of hiding. 1 Martial Saint might not be enough to deter those with ill intentions, so he would bring 3. Then he could act without fear of being targeted. "Wanna bully me?" Suyu sneered. "I'll bring 3 Martial Saints to your doorstep and see if you dare." Satisfied with his thoughts, Suyu nodded. What a profitable plan. He quickly mapped out his next steps. First handle the affairs of the first city, then head to the front line guarded by the Su family to help his father become a saint. Meanwhile, he would use his newly acquired realm card to push himself to the peak of the 7th grade martial arts and break through to the 8th grade in the upcoming battle. After the battle, that guy named Chu Feng, who had been causing trouble for so long, would finally meet his end. Those so-called romantic interests and ruins would all become stepping stones on his path to becoming a major antagonist. With his plan set, Suyu no longer hesitated. He turned away from the Martial Saint ruins, standing in midair. Looking down at the unremarkable small mountain, he clapped his hand downward. Boom. The entire mountain instantly crumbled and collapsed, dust rising into the air. The Martial Saint ruins turned into a small mound. Before leaving, Suyu did one good deed. He used a mountain to build a grave for the unfortunate Martial Saint. This act brought a fleeting sense of self-congratulation, as doing good was indeed a rare sin for a villain. After finishing everything, Suyu's gaze swept into the distance. He glanced at Han Shuang, who was sitting cross-legged recovering from injuries, a strange smile playing on his lips. "Let the curtain rise on this grand show with you as the opening act." Retracting his gaze, Suyu looked up at the sky, where the sounds of battle still echoed, causing his brow to furrow. "Well, I couldn't destroy the neon in my past life. But in this life," a flash of ruthlessness crossed Suyu's eyes, "I'll lead the Su family and our 3 saints to annihilate them. While I still have the 9th grade realm." Before he finished speaking, Suyu shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. His overwhelming demonic aura swept across 100 miles without restraint, causing fear among those who sensed it. Let's start by slaying the Shinzo Asakura as a sacrifice to the heavens. As dusk fell over the first city at an altitude of 10,000 meters, dozens of 8th grade martial artists and 3 early 9th grade warriors appeared disheveled. Across from them stood a composed and formidable 9th grade consummate warrior from Neon, the daimyo, Shinyo Asakura. He was the most promising candidate to inherit the title of Martial Saint from the Shinyo family, possessing immense combat strength and an 800-meter source path amplification, capable of single-handedly confronting all those present and even having the ability to kill them one by one. With a mocking expression, Shinyo Asakura coldly gazed at Yang Jun and his companions, sneering, "Is this all the strength you have?" Yang Jun's face darkened as he shouted sternly, "Shinyo Asakura, aren't you afraid of our Longwa Martial Saints and 9th grade consummate warriors coming for you? By committing such a betrayal against humanity, there's no place for you on Blue Star." Shinyo Asakura dismissed his words with a cold laugh. "And why do you think I'm daring enough to act? Why are your Martial Saints and those from other countries not here yet?" He had long been prepared. The turmoil of the alien races was already hindering humanity's efforts, preventing them from coming to support and buying him time. His goal was to massacre the entire first city, along with this generation's prodigies. Once the mission was complete, he would retreat and arrange for all Neon people to relocate to the extraterritorial battlefield. Hearing this, Yang Jun's heart sank. It seemed the fierce battle was inevitable, and without reinforcements, everyone present would perish here. Damn it, the people of Neon truly have no bottom line. Even after 1,000 years, they haven't changed. In the past, slaughtering humans could be understood as a fight for territory, but now they dare to openly betray. They should have wiped out the Neon people back then. Behind Yang Jun, strongmen from other countries began to curse vehemently, filled with rage. Although they had killed for resources in the past, in the face of racial survival, the nations had put aside their hatred to join forces against the alien invasion on the extraterritorial battlefield. Now, The hard-won advantage was completely destroyed by Neon and Heifei, leaving everyone regretting why they hadn't united to kill the two martial saints who had achieved sainthood by luck. If they had, today's situation might not have been so dire. Listening to the furious curses, Shinyo Asakura's face was full of arrogance and disdain. If it weren't for Neon's late start, do you think you'd have today's status? Since you've marginalized us, naturally, we side with the strong. As he spoke, he raised his arm, which began to swell under everyone's gaze, transforming into a blood-red beast claw. Shinyo Asakura looked at his mutated arm with a look of intoxication in his eyes. A bunch of fools, you have no idea of the power of the strong. Swoosh. Just as he finished speaking, the mutated beast claw struck down fiercely. In an instant, the claw mark, emanating a terrifying blood aura, tore through space and lunged towards Yang Jun and the others. If that strike were to land on a 10th San-meter high mountain, it would probably be shattered in moments. Even with dozens of them working together, they dared not resist, their faces changing dramatically as they mobilized all their energy and destructive power to defend. Yang Jun and the other three ninth-grade grandmasters linked their respective original paths, drawing from them the power to amplify their energy and combat strength. Hold it! Yang Jun shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Facing Shindai Asakura's casual strike, they had to give it their all, barely managing to withstand it together. Seeing this, Shindai Asakura sneered and struck again with his claw. Thud! Yang Jun and the others could no longer resist, blood spewing from their mouths as they were knocked back several miles before they could barely steady themselves. Everyone's aura was severely depleted as they looked at Shindai Asakura in shock, unable to hide their astonishment. The battle of a ninth-grade martial arts grandmaster affected a vast area, shattering the space within a radius of several kilometers, leaving a void that collapsed again after healing. Too strong. It was a completely overwhelming battle. A casual strike from a ninth-grade grandmaster could shatter space, summon an immortal golden body, and use original power to enhance it. Even a seemingly gentle palm strike could create a 1,000-meter-deep crater on the ground. A single strike could turn a major city with millions of people into nothingness. This is no joke. The power unleashed by a ninth-grade grandmaster's attack is no less than a magnitude 9 earthquake. I've had enough fun. Now it's time to kill you and then slaughter the first city. Only then will my mission be complete. Shindai Asakura teleported to within 100 meters of them, his eyes flashing with bloodlust as he licked his lips and said cruelly, "You should be thankful for causing my Neon to lose a batch of geniuses." Yang Jun and the others looked grim, all too exhausted to fight any longer. Even the ninth-grade ones were seriously injured at this point. Yang Jun's eyes were filled with intense resentment and hatred as he shouted, "Shindai Asakura, don't get cocky. Dare to kill so many of our human geniuses. Your Neon will surely face extinction." Ha ha ha, extinction? Shindai Asakura laughed arrogantly and said, "Let's see who faces extinction first. But you won't live to see that day die." With that, Shindai Asakura suddenly erupted, his martial arts golden body towering hundreds of meters high, stepping on the void. The right arm of that golden body was particularly strange, blood-red with a cursed aura. Crack! The right arm's claws pierced the void, the strange blood aura shattering space, and the boundless giant claw descended upon Yang Jun and the other strong ones from various countries. The eerie blood aura that made countless shivers spread across the sky, almost turning into a sea of blood, swallowing the space. It's over. Yang Jun and the others looked up at the blood-red giant claw overhead in despair, their eyes showing a tragic and hopeless expression. This time, they were truly doomed. Shindai Asakura's strike shattered their will to resist, the despair in their eyes was evident, and the madness on Shindai Asakura's face became more intense. Perfect blood food. So many 8th grades, plus 4 9th grades, if I devour them all, my original path can surely reach 999 meters. Just one step away from becoming a martial saint. Ha ha ha, become my Shindai Asakura's blood food. Shindai Asakura's expression was nearly insane. In his excited, trembling gaze, suddenly, bang. A blade light wrapped in overwhelming demonic energy tore through space, slicing into the massive blood claw that covered the sky. In the stunned and despairing expressions of everyone, the demonic blade light was reflected on every face. Then, a voice like a demon god from the depths of the underworld resounded through the sky. Does a neon beast dare to boast? A chilling and ominous voice resonated in the ears of everyone present, drawing all eyes upwards. There, a middle-aged man cloaked in swirling dark energy stood suspended in midair. The very space around him seemed to shiver under his oppressive presence, as if on the verge of collapse. The dense aura of malevolence left everyone breathless, their life force completely suppressed by this figure. Even Shinrai Asakura, at the peak of his power, felt an intangible pressure. His martial instincts warned him that he had been targeted by someone whose strength was far beyond his own. "Who are you?" Shinrai Asakura demanded sharply, his massive martial form raising a blood-red claw towards Suyu. The overwhelming power of the stranger sent his mental alarms into overdrive, causing even his formidable martial form to tremble under the oppressive dark energy. Do you think a beast like you can point your claws at me? The sophisticated yet sinister man raised an eyebrow, and with a mere flick of his black blade, the air hummed. To everyone's shock, Shinrai Asakura's formidable martial claw was severed in a single stroke. The imperishable essence gushed from the wound, but failed to reform. Who on earth are you? The state of his wound sent Shinrai Asakura into a panic. As a master of the 9th level of martial arts, having walked 851 meters down the path of origin, he should have been invincible except against a martial saint. Yet, here he was, wounded by a mysterious 9th level master. Even using his origin power, he couldn't heal the wound. It seemed impossible. Witnessing this, Yang Jun and the others were stunned. A non-saint had damaged a martial artist on the path of origin, and the wound couldn't heal a scenario beyond belief. At the 9th level, martial artists were no longer mere mortals. They could regenerate from a single piece of flesh, let alone heal such injuries. The refined middle-aged man, hearing Asakura's words, let a hint of killing intent flash in his eyes. You talk too much, he remarked coldly, and with a swift slash, his blade flickered. My jaw. Asakura's martial form screamed as its jaw was neatly sliced off, the divine essence dripping continuously, yet the wound remained inexplicably unhealed. The colossal form writhed in the air, causing the surrounding space to ripple, with void fractures appearing and closing in succession. This person was utterly bizarre, devoid of any life force, only exuding an unsettling dark energy. Under this suffocating pressure, Yang Jun and the others held their breath, not daring to move a muscle. The terror was overwhelming, more so than facing a martial saint. At that moment, Shinrai Asakura felt death encroaching upon him. Spare me, esteemed one. I am willing to offer all my treasures to you. Too am willing to become your servant. Known for his cunning, Shinrai Asakura immediately chose to beg for mercy, even offering to be a slave. To those present, it was astonishing. The once arrogant Shinrai Asakura now knelt in the void like a dog. His martial form lifted its only remaining left hand high above its head, presenting a storage ring in its palm as if offering a treasure. Suyu gazed calmly at him, and with a gesture, the storage ring effortlessly fell into his hand, which he then gently clenched. His formidable mental power surged into the ring like a tide, easily dismantling the barrier set by Kamadai Asakura. Boom. The enormous martial body trembled violently, and only then did Kamadai Asakura realize the terrifying power of the black-robed middle-aged man before him. His mental strength might surpass even that of a martial saint. Otherwise, how could he have broken through his soul barrier so effortlessly? He fell to his knees, trembling. His previous arrogance completely vanished. Master, I am willing to offer my soul imprint to you, to be your servant. Please spare my life. Kamadai Asakura's tone was utterly ingratiating, like a dog trying to show loyalty. Yet, in response to his sincerity, a trace of mockery flickered in Suyu's dark eyes. Indeed, in every parallel world, the people of Neon remain as shameless as ever. Their loyalty is worthless. When weak, they grovel at the feet of the strong, but once they have the means to rise, this vicious dog would immediately turn against its master. This is their inherent racial trait. Quite sincere, Suyu nodded indifferently. Hearing his words, a glimmer of joy flashed in Kamadai Asakura's eyes, accompanied by a hint of bloodthirsty intent. The opponent's life force was too unique. His new bloodline craved to devour this life force. If he could absorb this unique life force and origin path, he might instantly achieve martial saint status. As for being branded a servant, his new bloodline had a special ability to erase any soul imprint. Just give him a chance, and he could devour this tempting prey. With this in mind, excitement and cruelty gleamed in Kamadai Asakura's lowered eyes. Atop his martial body, a wisp of soul emerged as he respectfully said, Master, this is my soul imprint. Please brand me as your serf. However, before he could finish speaking, overwhelming demonic energy erupted, shattering the space around them. All creatures within 100 miles sensed it and looked up to the sky, their souls trembling with reverence and awe. While their bodies might merely quiver, their souls felt an instinctive urge to submit. Fallen. In the next moment, the entire sky changed color, darkness descended, and demonic energy enveloped the heavens. This sensation made Kamadai Asakura feel as if the sky itself was falling, as if a gate to hell had opened before him, with countless terrifying demons emerging, creating a hellish scene. In his despairing gaze, the space before him completely shattered and collapsed, the forces of space slicing his martial body into fragments. No. His eyes were filled with hatred and disbelief, his unyielding voice echoing. The martial body, turned into fragments of golden light, collapsed along with the origin path behind it. Boom. The immortal body exploded, the origin path crumbled. The sound of the path's lamentation echoed in the minds of all ninth-grade Origin Path warriors on Blue Star. Whether in seclusion or battle, all these powerful warriors opened their eyes in shock. A ninth-grade martial origin warrior had fallen. Yang Jun and others were stunned, their minds blank. A warrior of the Origin Path had died, like a chicken being slain with a single stroke. Along with the immortal substance, the Origin Path all extinguished, especially since this person was not even a martial saint. A martial ninth-grade pinnacle, with an origin path of 851 meters, Kamadai Asakura, was dead. Once everyone regained their senses, their gazes turned collectively towards the black-robed middle-aged man in the sky, filled with awe and fear. At this moment, only one phrase could describe what they witnessed: unparalleled majesty. Suyu quietly landed in the forest outside the first city, shedding the effects of the experience card and returning to his true cultivation level of mid-7th grade. However, his vitality far exceeded others at the same level, and his method of cultivating spiritual power put him beyond his peers, even surpassing 8th grade golden body martial artists. He tore off the dust mask from his face, revealing his true appearance. Taking a deep breath, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fists and murmured to himself, "The power of the strong is truly exhilarating." Yet, he was puzzled as to why the techniques and demonic energy from the 9th grade experience card felt so familiar, as if tailor-made for him, perfectly aligning with his natural constitution. After pondering for a while, Suyu shook his head and chuckled. "No point dwelling on it now. I'll handle matters here in the city first, then head to the 5th city to hand over what I have to my so-called father." He held the position of a martial saint, ready to claim it any time, along with the Emperor's scripture, a technique he would never practice himself but intended for Su Long to cultivate. Meanwhile, Yang Jun and General Mike, among others, witnessed Suyu's formidable strength, filling them with awe. Suyu cast a disdainful glance at them, causing them to hold their breath, fearful of angering this powerful figure. Yang Jun respectfully saluted Suyu, inquiring about his name, only to be coldly rebuffed, leaving him somewhat embarrassed, but wisely refraining from further questioning. At that moment, Suyu raised his hand, tearing open the space and stepping through, leaving the onlookers astounded. The ability to manipulate space without the cultivation of a martial saint deepened their reverence for Suyu's power. Yang Jun took a deep breath, turned to the other commanders, and said with a wry smile, "Let's go as well. This battle is over." His words were filled with hatred towards the neon and black fiends, vowing not to rest until those who betrayed humanity were completely eradicated. Su Long's martial arts cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th grade, and he had already forged his own path, advancing it to 900 meters. At this point, he was just a step away from breaking through to become a martial saint. However, without the Tao fruit of a martial saint, he would remain stuck at the 9th grade indefinitely. The situation was different now, as Suyu possessed a martial saint Tao fruit and a copy of the human emperor's scripture, both of which could create 2 martial saints. With Su Long's influence in the 5th city, he might achieve a breakthrough to martial saint in one leap. Thinking of this, Suyu felt elated. Even though he only experienced the pinnacle of the 9th grade for a day, it was enough. Before this experience, he might have considered cultivating the human emperor's scripture, but now, he no longer had that desire. He was determined to acquire the experience card for 9 nether demonic chi. Thus, Suyu grabbed a captured neon spy and flew towards the first city. This was a spy he had caught upon leaving the city, knocked unconscious, and thrown out of the city to cover his tracks on his return. Back at the martial arts exchange arena, Suyu saw the geniuses from various cities sitting in their respective areas with eyes closed, cultivating. The entire arena's energy was being fiercely contested, creating a tense atmosphere. Since fighting wasn't an option, it became a competition to see which group could absorb the most energy. Suyu wasn't concerned and headed straight to the 9th city's area, where he saw Chu Feng and Lin Panchi quietly conversing in a corner. A slight smile appeared on Suyu's face, relieved that the little glutton seemed uninterested in his teacher, sparing Han Shuang the trouble. As soon as Suyu returned, Fong Ting eagerly approached him, asking, "Young Master Su, did you catch a spy?" He glanced at the neon spy Suyu was dragging, showing disdain. Suyu nodded casually and tossed the spy aside, asking, "How's everything? No one got hurt, right?" Fong Ting replied excitedly, "No. You wouldn't believe it. These neon guys are really tough. Some have modified legs, others have modified arms, and some even have their entire skin replaced with that of alien races. Despite our numbers and several 7th grade fighters, it took us half an hour to take them down." He added with a hint of regret, "It's a shame we didn't get to stomp on them more." Suyu couldn't help but laugh, and then said meaningfully, "Don't worry, soon enough, you'll have your fun." Fong Ting asked curiously, "Are we going to war with Neon?" But Suyu knew that Neon was stationed at the 31st city, while the Su family had influence in the 5th and 9th cities, which were quite far apart. Entering the rest area, Su Yu nodded in greeting to Yi Qing and other members of the prestigious families. As for those who followed Chu Feng, he had already made it clear that they shouldn't regret their choice, even if they ended up dying at his feet in the future. Back at his spot, he nodded to the stunningly beautiful and aloof girl from the 8th city. Suddenly, a proud yet slightly embarrassed voice called out, "Su Yu, let me handle this neon person. I haven't achieved any merits this time. You've already made such a splash. Let me take the credit for this one. If you give me this merit, I'll forgive you. How about we make up?" Upon hearing this, people from both the 9th and 8th cities looked at her with peculiar expressions. Su Yu paused, turned to face Lin Panchi, whose face was filled with self-assuredness, and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Her demeanor reminded him of those girls from his past life who would secretly use their boyfriend's money to buy concert tickets. Su Yu coldly smirked. "Lin Panchi, do you not understand human language, or are you just seeking attention? I've told you to get lost many times. I have no intention of repeating myself." "Got it." Looking at Lin Panchi, who stood before him with an arrogant yet slightly shy expression, Su Yu's gaze remained indifferent. He raised his hand and slapped her, having long endured this foolish protagonist. What an absurd character. She couldn't distinguish the situation and still thought he was the sycophant from the original story. Ridiculous. Despite being hit so many times, she hadn't learned her lesson, just like those delusional fairies he'd encountered in real life. Seeing a sycophant get rich, they would immediately pull him out of the blacklist and shamelessly demand responsibility. Responsibility for what? Truly pathetic. If she weren't able to provoke him by staying close to Chu Feng, so you would have gotten rid of her long ago. His eyes were cold, a fierce glint flashing as he spoke icily. "I don't want to hit women, but your idiocy is practically begging for it." Whoosh. He had to control himself, as a murderous intent surged within him, nearly compelling him to crush her skull with a single blow. "Su Yu, if you dare hit Panchi, I'll damn well kill you." At that moment, an extremely angry voice resonated through the area. Everyone turned to see Chu Feng, consumed by fury, his eyes bloodshot, his aura dangerously unstable. Chu Feng's blood energy surged with full force, his combat power escalating, unleashing a strength that even those at the 7th rank found noteworthy, despite being at the peak of the 5th rank. Crack! Before he could make a move, a subtle sound came from within Chu Feng, and then his previously rampant blood energy settled. In mere moments, an even more robust force erupted from his body. 6th rank? The crowd was astonished. Breaking through in battle, and so swiftly, without any disturbance. Reaching the peak of a new level immediately? Didn't he need to stabilize his blood energy? Fong Ting's expression was serious as he reprimanded. "Chu Feng, do you know what you're doing? This is against the rules." As a peak 6th rank martial artist, Fong Ting's strength was unquestionable. As the top talent of the military academy, he had once challenged an early 7th rank instructor with his peak 6th rank combat ability. Although he ultimately lost, he managed to injure the instructor. Despite possessing 7th rank combat strength, he felt threatened by Chu Feng, who had just broken through to the early 6th rank. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, eyes filled with hatred, and retorted, "Against what rules? The generals aren't here, the exchange match can't proceed, so what's wrong with sparring with him?" His anger boiled over with no outlet, his teacher killed trying to save him, leaving him with nothing, fleeing like a dog with its tail between its legs. He had been humiliated by Su Yu multiple times, and now witnessed his beloved being slapped. Countless scenes of humiliation and rage flashed through his mind, and Chu Feng shouted, "Su Yu, today I'll make you regret it. You dared to hit Panchi. I'll make you kneel and apologize to her." So what if he's mid-7th rank? So what if he's a heavenly soul grandmaster? Is he really better than Su Yu? Chu Feng had a 24-hour automatic cultivation device, techniques, and martial skills that could reach mastery without active training. Moreover, his simultaneous comprehension allowed him to achieve in one day what would take others several days. Additionally, he had a significant secret. His meridians and dantian had double the capacity of others, allowing them to hold more and purer blood energy. The more he progressed, the greater the power he could unleash, just like now. "Kneel before me." In an instant, Chu Feng's figure vanished, leaving behind ghostly afterimages swirling around Su Yu, making it hard to tell what was real. His speed amazed everyone present, their eyes narrowing in surprise. Raging wave fist. The next moment, all afterimages dissipated like smoke. Chu Feng's fist glowed with a dazzling sea blue light, as if it harnessed the power of an entire ocean. The force of his punch tore through the air, breaking the sound barrier multiple times, causing the surrounding air to explode with a sharp, piercing sound. The sheer power of this strike forced even the martial artists watching to take an involuntary step back, their faces full of astonishment. Even a master at the 6th or newly 7th rank would hesitate to take such an attack head-on. This Chu Feng really has some skill, displaying such combat power beyond his level. No wonder he was the top candidate in the 9th city assessment. Now that he's advanced to the 6th rank, it seems he hasn't even used his full strength with this strike. He's strong, even causing ripples in space. Give him some time to solidify his rank, and he might be able to tear space, showing true 7th rank power. Indeed impressive, but I find him quite ridiculous. Why? The crowd discussed among themselves. Although they usually looked down on lower-ranked fighters, strength was the ultimate rule in this world. Chu Feng's ability to pose a threat made them regard him as an equal talent. However, overestimating oneself could only be seen as foolishness. Facing Chu Feng's fierce attack, Su Yu's eyes showed only a hint of boredom, as if watching a child pretending to be tough. Why do you all act so disgracefully? Smack! Another crisp, loud slap echoed through the space. This slap sent several of Chu Feng's teeth flying, blood splattering from his mouth. Boom! The once fierce and determined Chu Feng now collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, lying at Su Yu's feet. The impact was so strong that several floor tiles shattered, cracks spreading like a spider web. How can this be? Chu Feng's mind went blank, his eyes unfocused. The power gap can't still be this big. Back at Jingwu, when he challenged Su Yu, he could at least force him to use weapons and techniques. But now, Su Yu had defeated him with just one slap to the face. Before he could comprehend the disparity, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. What are you doing, Su Yu? Chu Feng snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with horror. Su Yu had stepped on his head, treating him like an insect. Chu Feng thrashed wildly, trying to escape the humiliating position. But no matter how hard he struggled, Su Yu's foot was like a 1,000-pound clamp, holding his head firmly to the ground. Let go, damn it. I'll kill you. Chu Feng roared continuously, his voice betraying an uncontrollable fear, confusion, and trembling. He, who aspired to prove his strength through invincibility, was now trampled underfoot like dust. This scene left all the onlookers, the prodigies, in shock, rendering them speechless. Someone whispered, such humiliation, Chu Feng might be ruined. Lin Panshi, who had been slapped by Su Yu earlier, stood frozen, watching the scene. Seeing Chu Feng struggling under Su Yu's foot, her heart pounded fiercely. Su Yu, let go of Chu Feng. Lin Panshi rushed over, her voice hysterical. If you have any issues, take them out on me. Why are you humiliating Chu Feng like this? I'll apologize, just let him go. Lin Panshi was nearly frantic, knowing full well the path Chu Feng wanted to take, the path of invincibility. But before he could even become invincible at his level, he was trampled by Su Yu. Could he ever recover from such a blow? She tried to reach Su Yu to pull him away, but before she could get within 3 meters, a surge of powerful energy burst forth, like an invisible wall, sending her flying back. Simultaneously, a voice filled with cold, killing intent echoed in her ears. Who do you think you are to question me? As Lin Panshi was blasted away by the force, her eyes briefly met Su Yu's. In that moment, she felt a flicker of killing intent in his gaze, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Her face turned pale, drained of all color. Those eyes were terrifying. It wasn't that she couldn't understand, but she couldn't believe that Su Yu actually harbored murderous intent towards her. Although the killing intent quickly dissipated, she still keenly sensed it. For the first time, she felt the approach of death. If Su Yu hadn't restrained himself, she might have already perished. Lin Panshi closed her eyes and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Sierra, Chu Feng, seeing this, was frantic, his voice echoing with urgency. Su Yu frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably troubled, thinking to himself, what's going on? Why is my killing intent suddenly so strong? What went wrong? He examined his internal state, and soon noticed a faint trace of blood in his eyes dissipating. After this, Su Yu's gaze cleared. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse inwardly. Damn those foreign bastards. I almost fell for it. In the original story, the blood of other races could amplify the desire to kill, which is why the human race was always cautious when fighting them. Apparently, when he captured that 5th-grade foreigner after recovering his 7th-grade strength, he got contaminated. Damn! Su Yu snapped back to reality, his gaze falling on Chu Feng, the child of destiny, who was under his foot. He felt a bit of satisfaction. He kicked Chu Feng in the abdomen, sending him flying. At the moment, he wasn't in the mood to humiliate the protagonist. Chu Feng was still a little fat pig. Besides the 10 on the kill line, there was 67 of his flesh left uncarved. Killing him too quickly wouldn't be good. While being humiliated, Chu Feng's resilient, invincible heart was also shaking intensely. Beneath his Dao heart, faint traces expanded once more. The Qingling pill, a top-tier healing elixir, could restore all injuries for a Martial Saint with just one pill, including hidden ailments. For those below Martial Saint, as long as there was a breath left, it could restore them. The Immortal Glazed Golden Body Forging method could, when forging an 8th-grade golden body, use special methods to condense immortal substances, strengthening cells into immortal cells, with combat power far surpassing martial artists of the same realm. Upon reaching immortal perfection, it could even slay 9th grade. Seeing the system's rewards, Su Yu was overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, it's better to keep the little fat pig around for a slow kill. Saving it for the new year makes it taste better, he thought to himself. acknowledging that his path to upgrading wouldn't be possible without the little fat pig's supply. He sighed, growing more eager to see Chu Feng's future performance. Watching Chu Feng carry Lin Panchi back to the resting area for treatment, Suyu felt a bit regretful and shook his head. What a pity, after the exchange competition, I'll have to leave and won't be able to keep an eye on Chu Feng's movements. But he wasn't worried that Chu Feng would cause any trouble. As long as he remained stronger, Chu Feng would always be his little fat pig to raise. Once he broke through to 9th grade, he would guide Chu Feng to that star fragmentation realm ruin. By then, it would be time to slaughter the little fat pig. Besides, he had left a big gift for Chu Feng. With such a generous reward, if Chu Feng still manages to rally support, Suyu would definitely have to admit, impressive. At 9 p.m., the sky was filled with the sound of figures cutting through the air as dozens of silhouettes descended onto the exchange arena. They had somewhat recovered. As Yang Zhen and the others returned, all the prodigies opened their eyes, focusing on the spectator stand. Dear students, I apologize for the issues that occurred during this exchange event, Yang Zhen said as he took his seat, his face full of regret. Due to the tense situation at the front lines of various cities, this year's martial arts exchange competition has been concluded early. However, the rewards will still be distributed. This incident has had a significant impact, and the cities are concerned about their talents being left outside, so they've decided to recall them. The rewards for the Global Martial Arts Exchange are jointly funded by the cities, so they don't mind distributing them as if they were giving them to their own family. After delivering the official statement, Yang Zhen instructed the representatives from each city's martial arts university to line up and distribute the rewards. When it was the turn for the 9th city, Yang Zhen looked at Su Yu with appreciation and smiled. Su Yu, you truly live up to the Su family name. To be able to slay an 8th grade golden body at such a young age is remarkable. In time, surpassing your father, Su Long, won't be out of reach. Yang Zhen belonged to the Martial Saint family of Yang, and was the brother of the current head of the Yang family, a peer of Su Yu's father, Su Long, in their era of prodigies. Despite their strength, they couldn't compare to the demigod Yi Tao of the same period. Su Yu, with a handsome face, smiled and softly replied, Haha, General Yang, you're too kind. I merely inherited the family's glory. If I were too weak, it would bring shame to the Su family. Yang Zhen nodded in agreement, sighing. Indeed, bearing the family's glory means shouldering more responsibility. Well, here are the rewards for your 9th city representatives. You can distribute them. All right. With that, Yang Zhen left. Despite standing before Su Yu for so long, even with close observation, he didn't realize that Su Yu was the mysterious 9th grade origin power who had slain Shindai Asakura. The effect of the red dust mask was formidable, making it an essential tool for those who want to kill and seize treasures. Su Yu held the storage ring and turned to the prodigies of the 9th city. By now, Chu Feng and Lin Panchi had also recovered. They had learned their lesson and didn't dare to criticize recklessly. With a clatter, Su Yu emptied the rewards from the storage ring and began distributing the extraordinary weapons. Each person received a grade extraordinary alloy weapon, along with spiritual stones for cultivation, totaling 110 stones, giving each person 10. Additionally, there was a low-grade, earth-level cultivation technique and martial skill, totaling 22 copies. Once the resources were distributed, everyone was satisfied, though there was still some resentment, especially from Lin Panxiao martial artist at the early stage of the 5th grade who received such valuable items without apparent merit, which irked some of the less privileged prodigies. Of course, they didn't voice these feelings now, waiting for a future opportunity to confront Lin Panchi. Now that everything is distributed, organize your belongings and prepare to return to the 9th city. Afterward, you're free to train as you wish, said Major General Qin Tua, who approached with a stern expression, his face still bearing injuries. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Major General Qin Tua didn't hesitate further, returned to the city. The group headed to the teleportation point, where Qin Tua retrieved an identity card from his storage ring and handed it to Su Yu, advising, Young Master Su, this is your pass. Keep it safe. Su Yu accepted the card, smiling. All right, General Qin, see you in 3 months. With that, Su Yu turned and walked towards the teleportation point for the 5th city, and after a brief exchange, he left with the representatives from the 5th city. Witnessing this, Fong Ting curiously asked, General Qin, why is young Master Su going to the 5th city? Qin Tuan nodded slightly, to the frontline battlefield. This statement surprised everyone, sparking discussions. Is he going to the battlefield so early? Martial arts students are required to train in the outer battlefield for a year before they can engage in battle. At the back of the group, Chu Feng lowered his head, his eyes flashing with resentment. The frontlines, don't think you're the only one who can make a name for yourself. Just wait. The day I reappear will be the day you, Su Yu, kneel before me. At the teleportation portal of the 5th city, a dozen figures emerged as the light from the teleportation array flickered. Exiting the grand hall, Su Yu bowed slightly to the representative of the 5th city, wearing a gentle smile and speaking with composure. General Li, I'd appreciate it if you could lead the way. In front of the martial arts students of the fifth city, General Li was a towering man with a long scar across his face, adding to his imposing presence. Due to the cultivation techniques he practiced, General Li stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, resembling a small giant. General Li waved his hand politely, saying, "No need for formalities, young Master Su. Our fifth city is under the jurisdiction of Saint Su, and your father is our city's lord. Leading the way is my duty." Although General Li's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the 8th rank, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive after witnessing Su Yu's strike that killed the Black Fiend commander, Nasabi. Even though Su Yu outwardly appeared to be at the mid-stage of the 7th rank, General Li already regarded him as a formidable martial artist of the same level. If Su Yu were merely a pampered young master, General Li wouldn't be so courteous. Turning back to the prodigies from the martial academy he had brought along, General Li commanded, "Return to your dormitory area on your own. Someone will assist you with access permits tomorrow." Dismissed. The prodigies stood with solemn expressions and straight postures, responding in unison before jogging away in formation. Observing their uniforms, Su Yu understood that most of them were military academy prodigies, indicating the stricter training regimen of the Fifth City's military academy. "Young Master Su, let's proceed." General Li nodded to Su Yu, signaling it was time to move. The streets of the Fifth City were sparsely populated at night, mainly due to the pressing war situation at the front lines and the fierce attacks from the alien races, which had drawn most personnel to the front. In the outer battlefield, all equipment powered by electricity or fuel was rendered unusable, making tanks, cars, and planes inoperable, resembling a primitive society. The front lines were thousands of miles from the city, making it extremely time-consuming to traverse such a distance by ordinary means. Due to the unique conditions at the front, they couldn't establish a teleportation point. Fortunately, both Su Yu and General Li had high martial arts cultivation levels, allowing them to fly through the air to the front lines in just 4 hours. In the early morning, Su Yu saw an orange glow approaching from the distance. They had arrived. It was the glow of the battlefield. As they landed, the air was thick with the smell of burning, and Su Yu immediately recognized what was happening, burning the bodies of fallen comrades. The alien races could extract and consume the blood energy of the deceased, potentially increasing their strength to terrifying levels. To prevent them from devouring the corpses of humans, they were forced to turn their fallen comrades to ashes. Su Yu frowned, realizing the situation was as dire as he had anticipated. In the original story, Su Long had been injured during a rebellion involving the Neon and Black Fiend factions, losing an arm to a Martial Saint, and his recovery later required the painstaking efforts of Su Yu's Martial Saint grandfather. Upon reaching the camp, they reported their identities, and soldiers promptly arrived to guide them. Upon entering the tent and lifting the curtain, Su Yu saw his father, Su Long, sitting at the head seat with a pale face. The sight of his father's weakened state caused him to tense up, and he quickly called out. At that moment, he noticed Su Long's empty left sleeve, his military uniform stained with blood, and his breath so weak it was alarming. "Commander, how did you get injured?" General Li, who had followed him in, turned pale and asked urgently. Su Long, being both the city lord and the army commander, usually exuded an aura of authority, yet now appeared so disheveled. Su Long looked up at the two of them and smiled faintly, saying, "It's nothing serious, just a waste of some resources to recover." Before he finished speaking, Su Yu gave him a knowing look. Su Long's expression remained unchanged as he instructed Major General Li. "Since you're here, go assist the Fifth Army in assessing casualties and managing medical resources." Major General Li immediately saluted and responded, "Yes, Commander." He then turned and left the tent without hesitation. After Li left, Su Yu asked with concern, "Father, how many ninth-grade grandmasters do we have here from the Su family? Is third great-uncle present?" He retrieved a Qingling pill from his storage ring, approached Su Long, and tossed the pill into his father's mouth. Su Long shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "This child, throwing things into my mouth without a word. Including me. Both your third and fourth great-uncles are here." Su Long replied, frowning. "Why are you looking for your third great-uncle? He's a ninth-grade grandmaster, just 10 meters away from becoming a martial saint." Before he could finish, a warm green glow emanated from within Su Long, enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, his pale complexion began to regain color, and the wound on his left arm started itching as if something was trying to grow. Startled at first, Su Long calmed himself, trusting that Su Yu meant no harm. The healing light restored his vitality, and the itching in his left arm grew more pronounced. Seeing the change in Su Long, Su Yu smiled faintly. "This is a Qingling pill. Even if you were just a head, father, I could still heal you." Su Long responded wryly. "No need to curse me like that." He was curious about such a miraculous pill that could even heal injuries inflicted by a martial saint, and wondered where Su Yu had obtained it. Knowing better than to ask too many questions, Su Long chose to trust Su Yu. Soon, he closed his eyes, savoring the soothing sensation of his wound healing. Over an hour later, what was once an empty sleeve now bore a new arm, albeit still tender, yet it would soon be strengthened to match his other bones with proper nourishment. A regrown limb is far superior to one reattached. Once recovered, Su Long opened his eyes, flexed his left hand, and asked sternly, "Now, tell me, why do you want your third great-uncle here?" Su Yu glanced at his father and, with a flick of his hand, a white glow emerged, revealing a crystal-clear cube. Seeing the cube, Su Long asked in confusion, "The Su family's source seal? What's inside?" Su Yu simply smiled, inviting him to explore further. Boom. In the next moment, Su Long's aura fluctuated violently, his expression filled with excitement as he trembled. "Inside is a saint position?" Realizing the secret, Su Yu stood up, exuding an invisible, commanding presence. "Yes, father, the saint position is intended for third great-uncle." Without waiting for Su Long to respond, he continued, "As for you." Su Yu paused briefly, his deep eyes glinting. "You're destined to be the emperor of the human race." Boom. Su Long's body shook violently, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Emperor of the human race. Seeing his father, Su Long, looking dazed and bewildered, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Under Su Long's puzzled gaze, Su Yu turned his left hand, revealing an ancient book emanating a strong aura of human fortune. As soon as the book appeared, Su Long felt a powerful imperial energy wash over him. "What is this technique?" Su Long's mouth was dry, his voice slightly hoarse. He felt a stirring deep within him a desire for this book. Su Yu held the ancient book tightly, looked up, his eyes shimmering, and slowly uttered, "The human emperor's scripture." This technique far surpassed even the highest level of heavenly grade techniques, reaching the level of the stars. Heavenly grade high-level techniques could only be created by martial gods, so what kind of realm was required to create a technique beyond that? Su Long remained silent, his emotions like a storm beneath a calm sea, growing restless. He didn't understand the significance of this technique, but he only needed to confirm one thing. By practicing it, he would inevitably become a martial god, or even a supreme being above that. Struggle flickered in Su Long's eyes, and finally, he sighed and spoke slowly. "This technique suits you better than me. I'm old, but you are young and exceptionally gifted. You should be the emperor of the human race. Our Su family will do everything to nurture you." His desire for his son to succeed ultimately overcame his personal ambition. More than cultivating the technique himself, he hoped his extraordinarily talented son would practice it. The name, Human Emperor's Scripture, alone suggested that only one person from the race could become emperor. Su Long's refusal and response made Su Yu's smile even brighter. "No, father, I have a different path to follow. I cannot be the emperor of the human race." Su Long's ability to consider others despite the temptation of a star-level technique impressed Su Yu greatly. After all, the human emperor's scripture was incredibly tempting, and few could easily turn it down, yet Su Long did. This showed the Su family's trustworthiness and worthiness of Su Yu's full support. Additionally, Su Yu genuinely didn't want to practice the human emperor's scripture for two reasons. Its limitations were too great, and he was more interested in the techniques from the 9-rank experience card. Otherwise, to become the destined villain who reigns over the heavens, relying solely on the human emperor's scripture would require nurturing the human race for countless years, which clearly did not align with his interests. Currently, he was only at the mid-7th rank, and even with a realm upgrade card, reaching the 8th rank would still take time. Practicing the human emperor's scripture without the support of human fortune would make advancing in rank too difficult. But Su Long was different. Practicing it would make him a saint instantly. Then, it would be much easier for Su Yu to wield power through him. Su Long still wanted to refuse, but Su Yu gave him no chance. He placed the human emperor's scripture in Su Long's hands with a smile, saying, "Father, you should take it and practice. I have better options. Also, please inform third uncle to return. We can't delay the plan to forge a triad of saints. Time is pressing, and I must enhance our family's combat strength quickly. As a villain, if I have to do everything myself, what's the point? The thrill comes from nurturing the family to become my enforcers. All right, I'll go notify your third uncle right away." Su Long was not a man to fuss over details. Seeing Su Yu's determination, he nodded heavily, his eyes sparkling with excitement. To become a saint. And not just any saint, but a martial saint with the title of human emperor. Such an opportunity was something he never dared to dream of. Initially, he thought that the Dragon Nation's plan to create a human emperor would be realized through Yi Tao, but unexpectedly, his own son had already discovered the human emperor's scripture. Soon, Su Long's message reached the front lines. Upon receiving the Su family's urgent command, a grandmaster of the 9th rank vanished from his position. Half an hour later, an old and weak voice came from outside the tent. "Su Long, what is the matter?" The tent's flap was lifted, and a thin old man with white hair and beard walked in. His clothes were tattered, and his presence seemed weak, yet the intense aura of killing intent was still palpable. This elder was named Su Zhanya, Su Yu's granduncle and the brother of Su Long, the Martial Saint. The Su family boasted 5 grandmasters of the 9th rank, excluding the 5th granduncle. All were 9th rank, including Su Yu's father and second uncle. This was the foundation of the Su family. As he entered the tent, Su Zhanya appeared slightly grave, but upon seeing that Su Long's aura had returned to its peak and his left arm had healed, he was taken aback. Your injuries are fully healed? Su Zhanya was momentarily stunned, the gravity in his expression dissipating into delight. Su Long nodded, having just recovered. Su Zhanya was about to ask further when he noticed Su Yu standing nearby. You? Why are you here? He was puzzled as to why his grandnephew was present. Su Yu bowed slightly and smiled, saying, Granduncle, I'm here to bring warmth to you and my father. Warmth? What kind of warmth? Su Zhanya was confused, then quickly approached Su Yu, playfully scolding. You rascal, daring to tease your granduncle. The front lines are so tense, and you call me back for this? You deserve a beating. As he said this, he raised his hand to give Su Yu a playful smack. However, his hand froze in midair. His gaze shifted from affection to astonishment, and he exclaimed, A saint's position. Su Zhanya shouted in disbelief. When Su Yu revealed the transparent cube, Su Zhanya sensed the long-sealed realm within him quietly loosening. Inside, a saint's position was sealed. Su Yu, observing his reaction, smiled with satisfaction. Granduncle, are you pleased with this warmth? Su Zhanya's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he laughed joyfully. Ha! Very pleased. I never expected you to have such an opportunity. This is wonderful. Quickly, give it to your father to break through to Martial Saint. Our Su family will soon have a second Martial Saint. The thin elder was so excited that he gestured wildly, speaking incoherently with delight. He did not wish to become a saint himself, but hoped to give this crucial opportunity to his nephew. This alone showed why the Su family could thrive for 1,000 years without decline. Su Yu smiled gently and said, Granduncle, this saint's position is for you. As for my father, he already has one. With that, Su Long took out the human emperor's scripture from his arms, the ancient book filled with the aura of humanity's destiny, leaving Su Zhanya utterly stunned. The aura of the human emperor? Su Zhanya was completely shocked, thinking to himself, what has my grandnephew done to bring 2 opportunities for sainthood to the Su family? He swallowed hard, and then said fiercely, Well done, Su Long. You focus on breaking through here, and I'll guard the front lines. Even if I die, I will hold them off until you become a saint. He understood that with these 2 items, the Su family could produce 2 martial saints in the shortest time. He felt his age and was willing to buy time for the Su family's prosperity, even at the cost of his own life. As Su Zhanya turned to leave the tent to return to the front lines, Su Yu stopped him. Granduncle, you and father focus on breaking through here. Leave the rest to me. Both men looked at Su Yu and said in unison, No way. However, before they could finish their refusal, a terrifying aura rose from Su Yu, pressing down on the 2 top 9th rank grandmasters like a dragon emerging from the sea, creating a monstrous wave. With me here, you can focus on your breakthroughs. The enemy will not advance a single step. Su Zhanya and his nephew Su Long were wide-eyed in disbelief and shock, their eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Although the surge of energy from Su Yu was unusual, the aura of a 9th rank was undeniably present and even more powerful than theirs. You, how did you reach the 9th rank? Su Zhanya stammered. A 9th rank? That's not something easily attained. He remembered that when he left the Su family, Su Yu was only at the 5th rank, and now he had suddenly reached the 9th. If his heart wasn't strong enough, he might have fainted from the shock. Su Long, Su Yu's father, was equally stunned, his face blank with disbelief. When I arrived at the battlefield, you were only at the 6th rank. How did you? He was bewildered, wondering if his son had been possessed by some ancient spirit. However, the familiar soul and bloodline assured him that Su Yu hadn't been possessed. Then how did he become a 9th rank? Surrounded by a dark aura, Su Yu almost suffocated those around him with its intensity. He smiled and explained, I was lucky to find a relic where a senior left me a gift. Before he died, he sealed his energy within me through a special technique. It doesn't harm my foundation, but I can use his power. I can still use it for about 10 hours. Boom. As he finished speaking, Su Yu took out 2 stone tablets from his storage ring, each inscribed with heavenly-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. He didn't reveal the earth-grade martial skills, as he intended to use those to train Fong Ting and others. As a villain, having top-notch lineage was essential, and he couldn't lack subordinates to handle matters for him. Gulp. Both Su Zhanya and Su Long swallowed hard, their eyes still filled with shock. Just then, someone burst in, urgently shouting, Commander, the situation at the front is critical. 10 9th rank and dozens of 8th rank enemies are leading an army to our gates. Hearing this report, the shock in their eyes immediately vanished. Su Yu quickly concealed his aura, appearing harmless. Su Long looked at the newcomer and said seriously, Understood. Relay the order for uninjured soldiers to take blood-replenishing pills and head to the battlefield immediately. Also, send someone to the fourth city to request reinforcements. Yes. The soldier received the order and promptly left. Su Long and Su Zhanya exchanged glances and continued. Let's finish this battle first, then we can break through. An attack organized by 10 ninth ranks and dozens of 8th ranks is one of the most formidable battles below the level of martial saints. Our 5th city's frontline has only 4 ninth ranks and fewer than 28th ranks, making this a tough fight. Without reinforcements, we can't hold out for more than 3 days. However, Suyu remained calm, gesturing for them to sit back down. He then spent 1,000 villain points from his system space to duplicate 2 copies of the Void Blade Technique, handing them to the two. The Su family had a long history of using blades, and their highest martial skill was the mid-heavenly grade God-slaying blade technique. While this level of martial skill could be used against warriors of the same rank, to truly dominate like a prodigy, top-grade techniques and skills were indispensable. This Void Blade Technique is a stellar-level martial skill. Although it's difficult to master initially, Suyu understands that after his father and third uncle break through to the level of Martial Saint, learning new martial skills is essential, and the Void Blade Technique is the best choice. Suyu, like a worried mother, feels anxious. To ensure his family's strength on Blue Star and their ability to protect him, he constantly provides them with various treasures. However, the Su family members are sensible and trustworthy. Su Long and Su Zhanya stand dazed and numb as Suyu hands them the copies of the martial arts manual. Su Zhanya feels a bit uneasy and whispers, but there are 10 ninth grade opponents. We can only hold on because we are both ninth grade grandmasters, capable of taking on 2 or even 3 opponents at once. If we lose our 2 high-end combat forces, all the pressure will fall on Suyu. Moreover, he currently only has the combat power of a ninth grade for a little over 10 hours. Su Long quietly puts away the Void Blade Technique manual and says in a deep voice, "Don't overexert yourself. We are not in a hurry to break through at this moment." He doesn't want Suyu to take risks, fearing that any mishap could severely damage the Su family. Suyu looks at them deeply and slowly says, "Father, you and uncle can focus on your breakthrough. As for the 10 ninth grade opponents, I am confident." He doesn't tell them much. Only he knows how extraordinary this ninth grade cultivation card is. Filled with confidence, Suyu believes that with the endless support of his ninth grade cultivation, he can defeat all ninth grade opponents. He can even manage to kill a slightly weaker Martial Saint. Below the level of Martial Saint, he is invincible. Even above it, he can trade blows equally. If Su Long knew that the mysterious person who killed a ninth grade opponent in the first city this afternoon was him, he might go crazy. Su Zhanya and Su Long remain silent, not understanding why Suyu is so confident. But the mysterious aura he exudes suggests that perhaps it's indeed feasible. Moreover, being able to casually produce the Emperor's Sutra and offer them a sacred position indicates that Suyu has encountered significant opportunities unknown to them. Could it be that a terrifying existence beyond a martial god has arrived on Blue Star and taken Suyu as a disciple? This would explain everything. Otherwise, how could he possess martial arts techniques surpassing those of a martial god? With this thought, the two feel slightly reassured. Su Long and Su Zhanya exchange glances, their expressions somewhat helpless. They sigh and then say, "Since you are confident, we won't stop you. But remember this." Su Long pauses, then seriously continues, "Never overreach yourself. Preserve your life, and you can reclaim your standing in the future. Hold them off for 2 days, and once I have mastered the Emperor's Sutra, I will emerge." Su Zhanya's hand, full of wrinkles and age spots, silently rubs the sealed cube, understanding that Su Yu is giving them the chance to achieve a sacred position. Su Yu smiles slightly, then takes out the red dust mask. As soon as he puts on the mask, thin as a cicada's wing, his entire demeanor changes. His body structure, soul, aura, and everything else transform into another person. To the astonishment of the two men, Su Yu's appearance instantly becomes identical to Su Long's, leaving even Su Long stunned, as if looking in a mirror. "Xiao Yu." Su Long is puzzled. However, Su Yu's next words warm his heart. "Father, since you are to become the emperor of humanity, I will gather enough human faith to help you achieve sainthood. This era is still yours." Su Yu silently adds in his heart, "But in the countless years to come, it will be my terrifying era of ruling the heavens." When he achieves the ultimate dominion over the heavens, the entire cosmos will be plunged into an era of endless war and bloodshed. Su Yu transformed his appearance to resemble Su Long in order to prevent the diversion of human faith. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of troops gathered. If he could display invincible prowess in the upcoming battle, then with the temporary blessing of faith, Su Long could break through to the Martial Saint level in less than 3 days, potentially becoming a top-tier Martial Saint. With proper nurturing, he might even become a human emperor in the future or reach the demigod realm within a few years. Alas, the desire for a father to see his son become a dragon, who can understand it? Su Yu took out a Qingling pill and handed it to his third granduncle, Su Zhanya, with a smile. "Granduncle, swallow this pill, and your depleted energy and blood will be restored to their peak in a short time. With that, he crushed the sealing crystal, capturing the holy position to become a saint. Su Zhanya accepted the Qingling pill and nodded heavily. Great. I never expected, after giving up on becoming a saint in my lifetime, to receive such a generous gift from my grandnephew. Truly moving. Boom. The blood energy modified by the red dust mask burst forth instantly, but Suyu knew that he was still using demonic power. Father, you can focus on your breakthrough. Leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu tore open space in front of them and stepped in. The two exchanged glances, solidifying their previous belief. Suyu had indeed been taken as a disciple by a powerful figure. With this thought, they immediately headed to the underground retreat. The fifth city had been operated by the Su family for hundreds of years, as was the ninth city. During this time, they had made all sorts of preparations. The underground cultivation chamber was reinforced by generations of martial saints, so even a full-force attack by a martial saint would not break its defenses. It would take at least a day to wear it down. When they entered the underground chamber and activated the defense formation, two distinct yet intimidating auras filled the entire camp. One was the might of the Holy Realm, and the other was the imperial pressure that compelled humans to submit. Meanwhile, outside the camp's location, on the front lines over 1,000 miles away, an army of hundreds of thousands of low-level martial artists clashed with alien races. The sounds of battle were deafening, flames erupted everywhere, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and the stench of burning corpses. Kill. These damned aliens dare to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. The Grandmasters were already blocking the alien strongmen at the front, and the others couldn't lag behind. Kill these beasts. Charge. The fifth city originally had a garrison of 1,000,000 troops, but due to the attack launched by the aliens yesterday, they suffered heavy losses. Although they annihilated 300,000 alien troops, the fifth city also lost over 200,000 soldiers. While the aliens' lower-tier forces weren't greatly threatening individually, their sheer numbers and swarm tactics meant even one person capable of defeating 10 could be overwhelmed. The battle raged across the plains stretching hundreds of miles, a battleground between humans and aliens for over a century. The once existing mountains had been worn away by the battles of the strong, leaving only barren, dry land. Boom. On the forefront of the battlefield, dozens of martial gold bodies stood in the air, facing massive, blood-colored giants with eerie and bloodthirsty auras. Damn it, these aliens' methods are getting more terrifying. One careless move, and their blood energy will corrupt you. Some 8th-grade golden body warriors looked on with apprehension. If the blood energy enters their bodies, it will affect their will, eventually turning them into bloodthirsty monsters. The furious golden giant roared, raising his axe high and striking down fiercely at the blood-colored giant. The axe sliced through the air, carrying a force powerful enough to shatter a mountain, crashing down with a thunderous boom. The blood-colored giant raised its hand to block the attack, the force spilling out and shattering the ground. Ha ha ha. The leading blood-colored giant let out a piercing laugh, unsettling the humans' minds. Today, your fifth city will belong to our kind. In response, a latest-stage 9th-grade grandmaster from the human camp coldly retorted, if you want to take our fifth city, you'll have to pay with your lives. They were determined to protect the dignity of humanity, standing firm and unyielding. For thousands of years, without such resolve, humans would have long been eradicated by other races. The blood-colored giant sneered maliciously, your city lord lost an arm to our holy deity. Let's see what other strong figures you have left to defend. The 9th-grade grandmaster watched the giant coldly, offering no reply. Suddenly, a chilling sight appeared before him: 3 peak 9th-grade alien powerhouses. The remaining latest-stage 9th-grade martial arts grandmasters turned pale. The city lord and General Su were already struggling against 10 early to mid-stage 9th-grade aliens, and now 3 peak 9th-grade powerhouses had arrived, each having stepped into the path of origin. Ha ha ha. I told you, this city is ours for the taking. Prepare to die. The leading blood-colored giant laughed maniacally, his momentum overwhelming. With a slight exertion, he shattered the space beneath his feet. The blood-colored giants launched their attack, with others quickly finding their targets. Boom. The burly, bald 9th-grade grandmaster endured the assault of 5 9th-grade aliens, his martial body dimming as he spat out golden blood. Ha ha, such a supplement. Human 9th-grade blood is indeed nourishing. The blood-colored giant inhaled the golden blood, the bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes growing more intense. The attacks of the 5 9th-grade alien powerhouses surged like a tide, repeatedly shattering and restoring the surrounding space. Despite being a latest-stage 9th-grade martial arts grandmaster, the bald one struggled to cope, retreating step by step, coughing up golden blood once more, his martial body completely dimmed. Now, you can't escape, human 9th grade. Die. Seeing this, the peak 9th grade alien above flashed a greedy, murderous intent and vanished before the bald 9th grade's eyes. In that instant, the bald 9th grade felt a chill rise up. Within moments, The peak ninth grade alien appeared before him, claws striking viciously at his head. Ha ha, this blood meal is mine. Despair filled the bald ninth grade's eyes as he thought. In the end, I couldn't hold the line. He looked with all his might at the hundreds of thousands of human troops still fighting, his eyes full of apology. Sorry, I couldn't protect you. As he slowly closed his eyes, awaiting death, a cold yet furious voice echoed across the battlefield. Crack! Heaven slaughter! The dense blood color stained the dark battlefield, with the sound of space shattering incessantly. In the next second, the screams of the peak ninth grade alien rang in the bald ninth grade's ears. Ah! He opened his eyes to see a familiar figure standing before him, wielding a silver moonblade that shattered the space in front of him. This is our human territory. Dare to step even half a foot in, and are you prepared to die? A lone man with a sword stood between the alien and human races. The middle-aged man's eyes were sharp, his military uniform draped over his broad shoulders, exuding an aura of invincibility that seemed to resonate with power. If anything could be deemed invincible, it was him standing alone with his sword, facing 13 ninth rank and dozens of 8th rank aliens, a true symbol of invincibility. In the sky above the battlefield, the space within a 100-mile radius shattered, revealing the deep, dark void. Even as the space struggled to heal, it was once again obliterated by the residual waves of his sword aura. On the ground, where the human and alien armies faced off, a massive abyss stretching for miles appeared, the sword's intent lingering in the air, piercing the skin of alien warriors and filling them with terror. City Lord! City Lord! City Lord is invincible. Welcome back, City Lord. On the battlefield, all the soldiers who had stopped to watch erupted into cheers after a brief moment of shock. Every soldier's eyes shone with fiery admiration and reverence. This was their City Lord, Su Long. Greetings, City Lord. At this moment, the 8th and 9th rank warriors of the human camp respectfully bowed behind Su Long. Su Long nodded slightly and asked, General Qi, are you injured? Qi Lianzhao, a bald-headed 9th rank warrior, looked pale but couldn't suppress a smile as he replied heartily, It's nothing, just a minor injury. City Lord, has your hand recovered? He was the head of the prestigious Qi family from the capital, a formidable late-stage 9th rank grandmaster, who had been by Su Long's side since childhood, serving as his right-hand man. Su Long responded indifferently, Yes. Next, you and the others will eliminate the 8th rank aliens. Leave the 9th ranks to me. Su Yu's eyes were cold and emotionless, understanding that to build momentum for his father, he had to do his utmost to create an aura of invincibility for the 9th rank. With their faith, Su Long could achieve sainthood within 3 days. Qi Lianzhao was taken aback and quickly protested, City Lord, your injuries have just healed. You can't take such risks. Besides the 10 ninth ranks, they have 3 ninth rank grandmasters at perfection level. He knew Su Long's combat prowess, unrivaled in the same realm, able to fight 2 ninth rank grandmasters at perfection level without falling behind. Yet now, Su Long intended to face 13 ninth ranks alone. Su Yu grinned, his tone firm and undeniable. Leave it to me. Stand down. Qi Lianzhao hesitated, but after a moment, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Yes, I will obey. He led another latest-stage 9th rank grandmaster to organize the 8th rank warriors below. Watching this, the 13 ninth rank aliens across from Su Yu glared at him like hungry wolves, sneering. Su Long, we'll settle old and new scores with your blood today? Daring to come alone to interfere with us? How arrogant. Su Yu, in the guise of Su Long, smirked coldly and replied, That depends on whether you have the strength. As a fellow human, Su Yu could already feel a force of faith gathering and surging towards the front line of the 5th city. With this faith, he would amplify his father's reputation countless times, allowing him to attain the title of Martial Saint in the name of invincibility, stepping onto the path of the human sovereign. In doing so, the 13 formidable 9th grade alien warriors before him would become his stepping stones. Buzz. Su Yu felt a surge within and swung his silver moonblade, its sound resonating as space rippled around him. Seeing his audacious demeanor, the alien warrior who harbored a deep grudge against Su Long was filled with murderous intent and shouted fiercely, Attack together. Kill him here, and the rest of the humans will be powerless to resist. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the 13 ninth grade aliens activated their blood-colored gold bodies, unleashing such immense power that even space could not contain it. Each claw and fist of these blood-colored forms seemed to carry the force to destroy a city. If such attacks landed on the ground, the tens of thousands of human soldiers and over 1 million aliens below would be annihilated in an instant. The roar of their power was so fast that even 10 times the speed of sound couldn't compare. Su Long, meet your end. The furious roar echoed like a tiger's growl, shaking the very fabric of space. Su Yu gripped his silver moonblade, his gaze growing sharp and fierce. The blade's intent was so overwhelming that even a martial artist of the 9th grade struggled to withstand it. In the final chapter of the God-slaying blade technique, mental power several times that of the ninth grade enveloped the silver moonblade. With the infusion of blood and energy, the blade trembled violently, shattering the surrounding space, leaving the void irreparable. As he raised the silver moonblade, a colossal phantom appeared behind him, exuding a suffocating aura that instilled fear in every living being within 1,000 miles. Even some weaker entities knelt in Su Yu's direction. The apparition's presence caused the souls of all creatures to shiver, especially the terrifying pressure emanating from the massive blade it held aloft. It seemed that a single slash would obliterate their very souls. While the humans were spared much of this soul-crushing pressure, the alien forces were not so fortunate. Warriors below the 7th grade fell to their knees, eyes filled with terror. If they didn't kneel, the weight of the pressure, almost breaking their spines, would crush them. Even kneeling, they felt extreme oppression, only able to breathe with difficulty by prostrating themselves on the ground. Not good. The leading 9th grade alien's face changed dramatically, eyes wide with fear, as he shouted frantically, "Retreat! This strike is too strong. At such close range, only those in the late 9th grade can survive." He was bewildered. How had Su Long grown so powerful? Wasn't he supposed to have been weakened after losing an arm to their tribe's holy deity? Why had his strength not diminished, but instead become greater? If it were the previous Su Long, he might have barely managed to hold his ground in an unknown fight, but this time was different. This strike from Su Long exuded the scent of death. Could he have become a saint? Impossible. A terrifying and absurd thought arose in his mind, refusing to dissipate. The 13 alien 9th grade grandmasters frantically retreated, attempting to escape the range of the strike, but it was too late. Su Long's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with killing intent, as the silver moon blade sliced through space, severing even the void. The god-slaying blade technique, buzz. As the silver moon blade descended, the entire space fell silent, then was filled with the endless sound of shattering resonating across the sky. Crack. The final chapter, annihilate the gods. With one strike, the heavens and earth seemed to change. In the eyes of countless beings, this blade appeared as if it would cleave the sky above them. The power of the blade erupted, carrying with it an immense energy of mental force, suddenly crashing into the alien army. In an instant, countless lower-ranked warriors among the aliens fell to the ground, their eyes widened, pupils dilated, as if their souls had been shattered. In the vast alien army, a significant portion of the warriors lying on the ground perished immediately, instilling fear throughout the entire force. They had come to plunder Blue Star, fearless of death, yet this bizarre phenomenon of death sent shivers down their spines. High above, at 10,000 meters, the shadow behind Su Yu descended with the strike, a tangible blade shattering space and slicing through the void, sweeping across 13 alien warriors of the 9th rank with an invincible force. The shadow's attack, though seemingly harmless, was in reality a deadly strike aimed at their mental power. What is the greatest asset of high-ranking warriors? Indestructible matter, a golden body, and formidable mental power. However, if the soul itself is severed, what use is indestructible matter? Wouldn't a golden body become just an empty shell? My blood god golden body. It hurts, my head is about to explode. Stop it. The once imposing 13 9th-ranked alien warriors now scurried like drowned rats, clutching their heads and desperately trying to flee, only to find the space around them had been severed, making escape impossible. In just a few seconds, those early and mid-9th-ranked alien warriors perished amidst unwilling roars, the light of their golden bodies extinguished, and their indestructible matter consumed in the cycle of destruction and recovery. When the final trace of mental power was worn away by the blade's intent, their bodies shattered into countless fragments, crashing to the ground with a tremor like an earthquake. The falling debris even crushed a swath of alien warriors. This scene was witnessed by the human army and numerous 8th-rank warriors, leaving everyone stiff and trembling, mostly with excitement, their faces flushed. Long live the City Lord! Long live the City Lord! The City Lord is invincible! Everyone shouted Su Long's name with all their might, their eyes filled with awe and admiration even more intense than before. So powerful. With a single move, he had slain several 9th-ranked grandmasters, and the residual power even wiped out a third of the alien army. This was their City Lord. One blade to slay the true king of the aliens. The martial ranks of the aliens and humans differed. They referred to 9th-rank martial artists as true kings, martial saints as holy gods, and martial gods as holy kings. Qi Lianzhao raised his head, gazing at the figure with growing excitement and reverence in his eyes. Powerful, as expected of the one I follow. Ha ha ha. Our City Lord has the potential to be invincible. The City Lord's strength is advancing rapidly, and it won't be long before he becomes a candidate for Martial Saint. The tens of thousands of troops present discussed excitedly, momentarily forgetting that the enemy before them was the aliens. However, the residual power of the attack still lingered, leaving them unable to move from their prone positions. In the sky, the leading ninth-rank pinnacle alien warrior's blood-colored golden body dimmed significantly, clutching his chest and coughing up blood, his eyes filled with extreme shock and fear. How is it possible? How could you become so powerful? You're not even at the holy god level yet. The blood-colored giant appeared to be in a frenzy, shaking his head in denial and muttering to himself like a madman. At this moment, only 6 of the 9 supreme warriors remained by his side. Apart from the 3 who had already reached the pinnacle of their path, those at the early and middle stages had all perished, leaving only a few strong enough to barely hold on. The 7 felt a sense of fear, losing any will to fight against Suyu. Could they continue this battle? No, they couldn't. This single strike had killed 7 supreme warriors. Such battle prowess was comparable to a martial saint at full strength. Suyu sheathed his silver moon blade with an emotionless expression, calmly stating, "I may not be a martial saint yet, but dealing with you is no great effort. It's a pity. The top-tier martial skills of the Su family are still somewhat lacking. If I had used the Void Blade Technique or the Burial Blade Technique, not a single part of you would remain intact. Damn you, Su Long, don't be so smug. Our tribe has 2 new holy deities, and they will soon come here to destroy your 5th human city." The leading blood-colored giant clutched his violently throbbing heart, still issuing threats despite the situation. They had never expected Su Long to recover from his injuries and even advance in power. With a single strike, he had severely injured 13 true kings and killed 7 of them. He vowed to settle this score. Is that so? Su Long's eyes were deep, and then he smiled, softly saying, "Then you should go down and wait. Your holy deities will soon join you." His voice was quiet, but it did not escape their ears. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the wounded alien true kings grew even more grim. "Don't be arrogant. In 2 days, our holy deities will arrive and slaughter your people." The threat was cut short. An overwhelming pressure, several times more terrifying than before, swept over them, chilling them to their core. "If your holy deities come, they will rest here for eternity." A voice cold as ice echoed across the heavens. In an instant, the space that had just stabilized showed signs of shattering again. The stars in the galaxy above twinkled brightly. To their eyes, the galaxy seemed to expand infinitely, as if it were about to fall. Void Blade Technique, second form, sever the galaxy. The calm voice resonated in everyone's ears. In the pitch-black night sky, the stars shone brightly. When the severely injured alien warriors saw Su Long raise his blade, summoning the galaxy, they were terrified out of their wits. No! Boom! As the final strike to sever the galaxy descended, back at the military camp behind the front lines, in an underground training chamber. Within the stone door on the left, a rich aura of the human emperor quietly emerged. Behind the stone door, behind Su Long who was meditating on a mat, a vast and wide path slowly appeared. The origin path materialized, and with the infusion of the power of faith from hundreds of thousands, the chaos at the end of the path suddenly receded by several meters. Boom! The origin path extended to 1,000 meters. As this vast, endless path expanded to a kilometer, the entire battlefield, and even the whole of Blue Star underwent a dramatic change. Countless people looked up, uncertain of the situation. Only those familiar with this scene wore expressions of shock. In the depths of the void on the battlefield, a scholarly and gentle figure suddenly froze, and the book in his hand fell. Someone has stepped onto the Emperor's path. In the depths of the battlefield beyond our world, within the void, a refined man in a white robe stood. Though his expression was somewhat stiff, a hint of joy flickered in his eyes. He laughed heartily. Haha, humanity has finally produced an emperor again. In this void, where even martial saints struggle to endure, he exuded no overwhelming presence, only the harmless aura of a scholar. However, any powerful figure present would recognize him as Yi Tao, the prodigy who emerged 30 years ago, now the director of the Long Kingdom's Martial Arts Administration. Halfgod Yi Tao. He picked up a book that had fallen into the void and closed his eyes to enter the path of origin, sensing the formidable force of human belief alongside the great path. His heart immediately settled. Ha ha ha, a human emperor has emerged. It's time to build momentum for him. Yi Tao's eyes gleamed with delight. He had thought it might take decades for humanity to produce an emperor, yet here one was. He couldn't help but wonder who this emperor, born of humanity's fortune, might be. As the director of the Martial Arts Administration, Yi Tao understood the symbiotic relationship between the path of origin and the emperor's path. As long as humanity grew stronger under his system, his power would also increase. The stronger the emperor, the stronger he could become. Although this path to divinity was rapid, its drawbacks were evident, relying too heavily on humanity's fortune and faith. If it weren't for the current alien invasion, he would never have chosen the path of enlightenment to achieve sainthood. While he pondered, the void ahead suddenly surged, and a bloodthirsty aura capable of bewildering minds appeared out of nowhere. Yi Tao, our race is growing stronger every day. In less than 10 years, I shall break this cage. and that will be the day your human race meets its end." A cold and terrifying voice echoed in the void. The voice was bizarre. If the weak accidentally heard it, they might be overwhelmed by murderous intent and turn into bloodthirsty monsters. Hearing this, Yi Tao snorted coldly, dispersing the eerie aura with the scholarly force that emanated from him. "Our ancestors once took your race's martial god away, proving that our fortune is not yet exhausted. In the future, we shall invade your ancestral star and eradicate your vile species." The voice in the void fell silent for a long time before sneering. "A race fit only to be blood food knows nothing of our heritage. Just wait, your cage of origin is nearing its limit. Ha ha ha, when I break free, your people will become blood food slaves." In the endless void, only this cruel and arrogant voice echoed. From afar, this part of the void was enveloped by a transparent golden book, like a cage, making escape impossible. On the front lines of the Fifth City battlefield, the space was equally fragmented and desolate. For miles around, the aura of the void leaked out, and within the 10 kilometers at the center of the battle, almost tangible blades of energy still flickered. A massive rock struck by these blades split silently in two. The terrifying power poured down, offering no chance of survival for the weak. On the battlefield beneath the sky, hundreds of thousands of human soldiers simultaneously looked up. Under their fervent gaze, blood-red points of light descended from above, resembling a starry river cut down from the heavens. However, they knew this was not a falling starry river. It was the alien ninth-grade warriors who were slain by the Fifth City Lord and the general commander of the Fifth Army, Su Long. Their martial bodies left no fragments behind. In the hands of the City Lord, these ninth-grade warriors were obliterated with a single slash, turning into stardust that scattered across the sky. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the heavens. Moments later, the shattered space healed and restored itself. When Su Long's majestic figure stood firm in front, the impact of one man with a single sword was undeniably awe-inspiring. "The City Lord is invincible in martial arts. Long live the City Lord. Quickly, spread the news of this battle to the surrounding cities. Our Fifth City's crisis is resolved. The City Lord is incredibly powerful, as strong as the martial sage." Hundreds of thousands of human soldiers cheered, their excited voices echoing across the sky, exhilarated by the victory of this battle. There was nothing else. The invincible stance of their commander was their greatest encouragement. The morale of the entire Fifth Army was greatly boosted. Even though there were still hundreds of thousands of alien troops not far away, they completely ignored the enemy at this moment. They had won this battle. High-level combat power determines the outcome of a battle. Clearly, the balance of victory in this war had tipped in favor of the Fifth Army. In the sky, Su Yu didn't immediately go down to help, but instead turned his gaze back towards the encampment. There, he sensed a different aura of royalty rising, the fortune of the human race. It seemed his father had become a sage. Su Yu's smile was radiant, and he was naturally very pleased with this outcome. With 3 martial sages in the Su family, they could provide him the greatest support on Earth, including sweeping through Neon and Black Fae, as well as the Norse pantheon. Of course, the main goal was to cultivate a martial god, or even a star-shattering martial artist for the Su family and the human race. With this in mind, Su Yu's figure disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was on the ground. In front of the human army, the aliens, upon seeing their true king slain, had their morale and fighting spirit collapse instantly. Countless aliens lost the will to fight and turned to retreat. "Run! The invincible true king of the humans is here. Go back and ask the sacred gods of the tribe to come and suppress, or this place will be lost." They fled in disarray, completely unable to muster the will to fight. However, their retreat appeared laughably slow in Su Yu's eyes. Wielding his silver moon blade, Su Yu slashed forward, releasing a terrifying blade light that split the space in a straight line. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of alien troops were slaughtered, leaving less than 10,000. The City Lord is invincible. Seeing this scene, the human soldiers couldn't help but cheer again. Su Yu stood in the air, in front of the human army, pointing the silver moon blade forward, and shouted loudly, "All soldiers, follow me to kill." The sound echoed in everyone's ears, making countless people's blood boil as they raised their weapons in response to Su Yu. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Hearing the voices from behind, Su Yu's smile grew even broader. This was the momentum he wanted. The greater his father's prestige, the stronger his power would be. Next, he would present his father with another great gift. Advance the front line, a radius of 3,000 miles, all human territory. With that, Su Yu slashed open the space, creating a spatial rift, and entered it. His goal was to seize all the territories that the aliens had previously occupied in the Fifth City, while his cultivation experience card was still active. This battle marked the first opportunity for humanity to launch a counterattack against the alien races since the disappearance of the martial god. Previously, humans had controlled much larger territories, but the continual emergence of powerful beings from the alien races forced them into a defensive position. 30 years ago, the rise of the demigod Yi Tao managed to hold back the alien demigods, providing a temporary respite for humanity. However, this was merely a delay. Despite Yi Tao simplifying martial arts training, allowing countless humans to enhance their combat skills, the struggle against the alien races remained challenging. Now, with the elimination of more than a dozen ninth-grade martial artists from a single city, a significant blow has been dealt to the high-level forces of the alien races. The battle outcome is undoubtedly inspiring. 2,000 miles away from the fifth city stronghold, at the alien army's encampment, a blood-red blade light stained the sky, shattering the area and slaying countless aliens. The sounds of battle and roars filled the night, ensuring a sleepless evening. With a thunderous crash, Su Long's strike created a massive crater 50 miles wide, centered on the alien encampment. Smoke and dust billowed as the Fifth City Army advanced, pursuing the remaining aliens. 2 hours later, Su Long hovered in midair like a radiant deity, guarding the area. Countless human soldiers looked up at him with admiration and reverence in their eyes. Report, City Lord. All aliens in this area have been eliminated. We've seized thousands of pounds of 8th-grade source marrow, several mineral veins, and numerous rare, medicinal resources. As the sky over the battlefield lightened with dawn, the land that witnessed a night of brutal combat was illuminated, filled with the sounds of smoke and the cheers and joy of humanity. Qi Lianzhao approached Su Yu with high spirits and respectfully asked, City Lord, what are our next steps? He was utterly impressed by Su Yu's combat prowess. So powerful. With just one person and one blade, he had pierced through the alien base, even slaying several ninth-grade peak experts who came to aid. Not a single alien could withstand a blow from him. Such strength commanded respect. Su Yu sat cross-legged in the air, the silver moon blade floating beside him, his ninth-grade aura still potent, intensified by the slaughter of over 1 million aliens that night. Ordinary warriors approaching within 100 meters would likely kneel in fear. Secure this location and contact the 7th and 9th cities. Have the Su and Qi families, along with other top families and Martial Saint clans, come to divide the mineral veins, Su Yu instructed. Glancing at the exhausted army below, Su Yu said calmly, distribute the spoils from tonight's victory to all soldiers of the 5th city. The Su family will take 30%. Qi Lianzhao nodded in agreement, finding this arrangement more than fair, even generous. Considering the vast resources seized, Su Yu could have kept everything for himself without objection. Yet, he chose to share the spoils, demonstrating a magnanimity that earned Qi Lianzhao's admiration. Su Yu's decision was driven by the fact that these soldiers were the first source of faith for Su Long and were loyal to the Su family's leadership. In this story, the family's goal is to become the foremost clan, and Qi Lianzhao spares no expense in investing resources. For the entire battlefield beyond the region, these resources are insignificant. As he approaches a breakthrough to become a martial saint, he will need to venture to the ancestral stars of other races and the territories of demon plants, where high-level combat power truly requires resources. Upon receiving orders, Qi Lianzhao returned below and shouted to the soldiers, who were excitedly collecting resources. After collecting all the resources, everyone returned to base for rest. Tomorrow, we will reward you based on merit. Each unit should record their achievements, and rewards will be given accordingly once we return. The City Lord's directive was clear. Besides the mineral resources, all captured alien resources would be distributed among them. The news caused the soldiers to cheer enthusiastically, creating an atmosphere of fervor akin to indoctrination. They joined the army not only to protect humanity, but also to acquire resources to enhance themselves. Although their role in this war had not been fully realized, the City Lord still provided rewards, leaving the 5th City Army deeply impressed. Thank you, City Lord. After everything was settled, Su Yu slowly stood up, his cultivation card entering the countdown. He looked ahead, where an aura that could intimidate even a 9th-grade grandmaster was forming. He knew that was a martial saint. Finally, they couldn't hold back. Su Yu slightly curled his lips and grasped the silver moon blade floating beside him. Beep. 9th-grade cultivation card time remaining. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 29 seconds. The system prompt in his mind made Su Yu's eyes flash sharply. He executed the first move of the Void Blade Technique, Slash the Void. Instantly, he flashed 100 miles away, as everyone witnessed his full power erupting, shaking the earth and shattering space. Boom. This slash tore through the void, cleaving a chasm even more terrifying than the one last night, over 1,000 miles deep and 1,000 meters wide. If aimed at the void, it might even cut through it. The ground shattered, numerous mountain ranges were leveled, and the power of this strike was felt even by the martial saints miles away. What a powerful strike! The terrifying aura rising from the alien race's main camp on the 5th City front line suddenly stalled. Su Yu's resonant voice echoed through the heavens. Within this boundary, everything belongs to my 5th City. Step even half a foot across, and even a martial saint will die. Boom. The white clouds in the sky were scattered by this voice filled with bloodlust, leaving the listeners silent and increasingly awed. No one knew just how strong Fifth City Lord Su Long truly was. Fifth City Army, return to the city. Su Yu left these words, sliced through space, and vanished into the void. As he disappeared, countless soldiers were awed by his dominance, and a strong sense of faith poured into a fundamental path. Moments later, outside the forest at the Fifth City Army's base, a space unfolded, and Su Long's figure emerged. Beep. 9-grade cultivation card experience time ended. With the voice in his mind, the invincible aura around Su Yu began to fade, quickly reverting to his mid-stage 7-grade martial state. Feeling his power recede like a tide, Su Yu felt a sense of loss. Indeed, he needed to harvest some villain points to strengthen himself, otherwise, he couldn't compete in high-level battles. He shook his head to clear this thought, and then his smile turned wry. I wonder if digging such a big hole will get me in trouble with my old man. He thought nervously. That last powerful strike even intimidated the alien Martial Saints. If they wanted to eliminate Su Long, they'd probably need 2 Martial Saints at once. He's the human emperor now. He should be able to handle it, right? With this thought, Su Yu couldn't help but feel uneasy. In the underground training room at the base, he suddenly sneezed, feeling a sense of being schemed against. After the battle concluded, news of the Fifth City's skirmish quickly spread throughout the 18 cities guarded by the Dragon Nation. Upon learning the outcome of this great conflict, everyone was elated. For the first time, humanity had achieved a significant victory against the alien races. One man, one blade, and in a single night, nearly 29th-grade alien warriors were slain, including several who were at the peak of their powers. The name of Su Long, the Fifth City's governor, became renowned across the entire outer battlefield. As his fame spread, the faith in humanity grew stronger. In a secluded training chamber, the potent aura of imperial power continued to intensify, improving with each passing moment. Su Yu privately rejoiced. This is incredible. Our people have finally achieved a flawless victory against the alien races. Governor Su Long truly is the pillar of our race. The tale of Su Long slaying nearly 29th-grade aliens became the talk of the town. In the Su family's training chamber at their base, Su Yu, after the battle, chose to enter the chamber for training. This battle was not only to bolster his father's reputation, but also to undermine Chu Feng's future opportunity to become emperor. Chu Feng was destined for greatness, but Su Yu wanted his father to ascend first, thereby denying Chu Feng the chance. No matter how fast Chu Feng progressed, he couldn't escape Su Yu's control or overturn his fate. Inside the training chamber, Su Yu first stabilized his own realm to its peak before entering the system interface. As soon as he logged in, a flurry of notifications sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully altering the Su family's fate from cannon fodder. Receiving rewards. Star-tier combat technique divine elephant suppression power, 10,000 villain points, and a spirit-nourishing pill. The abundance of rewards was dizzying for Su Yu. The spirit-nourishing pill could nurture the soul's power and enhance mental strength, whereas the demon descent was a secret origin technique of the supreme demon bone, allowing the summoning of a chaotic god-demon phantom to greatly boost strength, albeit with some side effects, activated after reaching the 8th realm. The star-tier combat technique, divine elephant suppression power, was created by a cosmic powerhouse, capable of shattering stars when mastered. Seeing the system's descriptions, Su Yu realized the magnitude of his gains. In the face of demon descent, the divine elephant suppression power seemed less enticing, not to mention the ultimate transformation technique, the Heavenly Demon Sutra. Upon reading about this technique, Su Yu understood why he felt boundless demonic power when using the 9th-grade experience card. It originated from this. There was no level description, only a breathtaking portrayal. One person evolves through ages, through futures, through all realms, and ultimately into eternity. At that moment, Su Yu's eyes burned with unprecedented fervor, and he resolved to acquire this technique at all costs. No matter the cost in villain points, the Hahua Zizai Tianma Sutra must be in his hands, as it was his greatest card to rule over the heavens. Su Yu was secretly excited, eagerly opening the system's store. As soon as he entered, a window popped up. Limited time purchase, Hahua Zizai Tianma Sutra, grade unknown, costs 150,000 villain points. Seeing this, Su Yu didn't hesitate to buy it. Ding! Purchase successful, replacing the host's original technique. Progress 1. Estimated completion time, 21 hours, 35 minutes, and 11 seconds. Seeing this prompt, Su Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, his body instantly relaxing. He didn't quite understand why, but he felt that this technique was essential for him. It was tied to his future destiny. Perhaps it had to do with his own compatibility? A smile appeared on Su Yu's face, his hand unconsciously placed on his chest, feeling the strong heartbeat within and the barely perceptible demonic aura. Was this demonic heart born for this technique? Su Yu murmured to himself. Initially, he thought that as a transmigrated villain, he would need to rely on villain points to enhance his realm and match the protagonist's level, given only some innate talents. But after using the 9-grade cultivation card, he realized he was wrong. His heart wasn't ordinary, it was a demonic heart, with a piece of demonic bone. No matter his identity, nothing could stop his progress. Suyu paused, a cold and determined expression on his handsome face. Then I'll be a fate-defying villain that makes all heavens tremble, he thought to himself. No matter how many chosen ones there are, he only needed to know that in all the heavens, there could only be one villain, and that was enough. The cold expression gradually faded as Suyu exited the system space, turning to sense his father's progress. The Emperor's aura was getting stronger, indicating his father was consolidating his Martial Saint realm and would soon emerge. Although the other training room was quiet, Suyu could clearly sense that under the calm atmosphere, his third granduncle's origin path was advancing to its peak. In just a month, his granduncle's origin path could reach 999.9 meters. Then, he would only need to crush the sealed magic cube to immediately seize the Martial Saint position, becoming the Su family's third Martial Saint. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, his mood gradually relaxing. The stronger the Su family, the more beneficial it was for him at this stage. I should also break through to the 8th grade. The immortal glazed golden body, the immortal glazed cells, refining these will take some time, he thought, considering those old ghosts who chose to occupy the sacred positions due to the alien schemes and who needed to be dealt with. Of the remaining 62 Martial Saint positions, the Su family would occupy 90%. Thinking of this, Suyu took out resources and began cultivating, preparing to advance to the late stage of the 7th grade martial path. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. Because starting today, the alien race that had declared war on the 36 cities of the human race began to retreat. Reliable sources reported they were gathering forces to launch a full-scale attack on the 5th city. In the depths of the western outer battlefield, within the alien race's base, a chilling voice sounded. In 3 days, launch a full-scale attack on the human race's 5th city. Upon witnessing the unusual actions of the foreign races, the Dragon Kingdom quickly made adjustments, mobilizing powerful individuals and armies from various cities and dispatching a third of its forces to support the 5th city. Meanwhile, personnel from mining new veins were also on their way. In just 2 days, the Dragon Kingdom had extracted tens of thousands of tons of cultivation resources from the veins seized by Suyu, significantly alleviating the pressure on the human race. The foreign races are powerful because they control most of the resources on the outer battlefield, including the source marrow and energy stones needed for cultivation. In contrast, the human race relies on body refining to increase their blood and energy capacity, as well as on the improved techniques by Yi Tao to enhance their overall strength. At the army camp of the 5th city, inside the command tent, a large war table was surrounded by grandmasters of the 9th grade and 2 martial saints. The elder at the head of the table had a face marked with several scars, exuding an oppressive aura of killing intent that, despite his efforts to suppress it, still caused unease among the 9th grade masters present. He was Su Zhantian, a martial saint of the Su family, and Su Yu's grandfather. Beside him was Jiang Tianzhong, the former head of the Jiang family, also a martial saint. Jiang Tianzhong's ordeal had been much more severe than Su Zhantian's. Half of his face was nearly destroyed, and his right eye was hollow from being gouged out. The process of achieving sainthood was not as glorious as it seemed, as they had been attacked by foreign martial saints during their ascension, managing to survive but unable to fully recover from the severe damage caused by the terrifying origin power. This is going to be a tough battle, Jiang Tianjing said with his legs crossed, his left eye filled with concern. The foreign races were launching an all-out attack on the 5th city, likely involving several martial saints. It would be difficult for just the 2 of them to hold the line. Su Zhantian remained expressionless, tapping his fingers on the table as he calmly stated, "No matter how tough, we have to fight. We can't miss the opportunity for sainthood this time. Su Long must achieve sainthood. With a new martial saint joining us, our situation will improve significantly." Jiang Tianjing nodded with a wry smile. Yes. The Jiang and Su families had been allies for a long time, advancing and retreating together. When he became a saint, Su Zhantian had come to protect him, and the scars on his face were from that battle, which nearly cost him his life. The 2 exchanged glances before asking the others, "How many 9th grade masters do we have currently?" Reporting to the martial saints, "We have gathered 60 9th grade masters this time, with 20 of them having reached the pinnacle of the origin path. The rest are in the early to mid stages, and 21 more are on their way." 60 9th grade masters? The 2 pondered for a moment before declaring, "Good. Notify everyone to move to the frontline battlefield tonight for deployment." Yes. The numerous 9th grade masters around the table stood up and orderly exited the tent. After they left, Su Zhantian sighed. "This will be the last time I protect him as he pursues sainthood. As a martial saint, He could naturally sense the increasingly dense and terrifying pressure emanating from the underground cultivation chamber of Martial Saint's aura, and not just any ordinary Martial Saint. His son was truly remarkable. Jiang Tianzhong also nodded, but couldn't help furrowing his brow in puzzlement. Strange. Why are there two auras of sainthood here? It seems there's another 7th grade presence inside. Su Zhantian chuckled in disbelief and shook his head, saying, "Have you lost your mind? Achieving the status of a martial saint is incredibly difficult. Where would two martial saints come from? Let's go to the front lines first." Jiang Tianzhong retracted his spiritual force, shrugged his shoulders, and said with emotion, "All right, the two of us old fellows will go and see how many martial saints the alien races can send to stop Su Long from achieving sainthood. Haha, however many come, they'll have to bow down. If they want to stop my son from becoming a saint, they'll have to step over my dead body." Su Zhantian's hearty laughter echoed in the tent, but in the next moment, the laughter abruptly stopped, and his presence vanished from the camp, leaving only a faint trace of spatial energy lingering in the tent. Boom, boom, boom. As evening fell, the sun set slowly over the battlefield, and the glow of the sunset spread across the land. The front line began to tremble, and stones on the ground bounced. Looking up, the orderly ranks surged towards the frontline plains like a tide, a sight that was awe-inspiring. A massive force of over 10 million human soldiers swept across the battlefield. Only when they reached the plains did they halt, each face solemn, exuding a murderous aura. The surrounding creatures sensed this intimidating presence and fled, fearing the battle would engulf them. "Form ranks." Qi Lianzhao, the commander of this battle, flew through the air, summoning a martial golden body 1,000 meters high to stand on the ground, his voice booming. Beside his martial golden body, dozens of 9th-grade grandmasters gathered, their presence so overwhelming that the space around them seemed to tremble under the pressure. Without unnecessary words, all the powerful warriors fixed their gaze on the front. On the opposite side of the abyss that Su Long had sliced through with his sword, dusk descended, and night gradually replaced the light. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Whoosh! As everyone watched intently, the ground on the other side of the abyss quaked, and an oppressive force surged skyward. Looking up, the clouds in the sky were scattered by this force, revealing sparse starlight. This scene made the expressions of the massive army grow grave. Countless people quietly circulated their energy and blood. Woo! When a strange horn sounded, a dark mass of alien troops slowly rose on the opposite side. Their aura was even stronger than that of the human race, with bizarre appearances, bodies glowing red, small horns on the sides of their heads, and a chilling presence distinct from the humans. The human race's energy was vigorous, while the aliens were extraordinarily cold. Upon seeing this, the 9th-grade grandmasters tensed up, wary and alert. This was because the hundreds of large aliens leading the other side were all 9th grade. At the forefront, the expressions of the two martial saints, Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzhong, also turned serious. This was trouble. However, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. In the endless darkness above the alien army, the space suddenly tore open, revealing a massive rift. In the next moment, under the terrified gaze of the human race, 5 horrifying figures slowly emerged, their auras sweeping across the field, collapsing the space instantly. Blood-red specks of light drifted down, accompanied by a greedy voice. "Millions of blood feasts. Today our younglings can feast well." Under a sky dominated by the enemy, 5 ominous, powerful beings emerged, causing the very air to tremble. They approached Su Zhantian and Jiang Tian, walking through the void. The power of these 5 otherworldly deities had reached its peak, enveloped in a nauseating crimson aura, filled with countless faces screaming in defiance. At this moment, the human army felt a surge of unrest, as if their very souls were being crushed. Su Zhantian and Jiang Tian immediately unleashed their own life force to counter the threat. Their expressions were grave as they thought. Such a formidable force, with 5 of them coming together to ambush us. The 5 alien deities, towering at 4 meters, resembled the other creatures below, except for the bone wings on their backs and the sharp, gleaming horns on either side of their heads, which sent chills down one's spine. The leading deity spoke coldly. "Your human race has produced individuals of such exceptional talent. If we do not kill them now, once they become saints, they will be able to rival multiple deities of our kind." He was referring to the demigod Yi Tao, a figure regarded among the aliens as a demon, who had once single-handedly used a book to annihilate millions, including a deity. Now, if the humans were wise and surrendered the 5th city lord, they would retreat, granting the humans a few more years to survive. Otherwise, they would start by slaughtering the 2 of them today. Su Zhantian and Jiang Tian snorted in response. "Let's see who is stronger." No sooner had the words left their mouths than the space around them exploded, and the figures of the 5 deities and the 2 humans vanished, engaging in fierce battle within the void. Even as the spatial rift closed, the sky was still filled with oppressive pressure and the sounds of explosions. Attack! Commanded Qilian Zhao, the commander of the massive human army, towering at 1,000 meters. His order sent countless humans charging at the aliens. This battle not only tested the endurance of lower-level warriors, but was also a trial of strength for both races. Once the martial saints decided the outcome, the losing side would face complete annihilation. Kill! The thunderous cries of combat filled the battlefield, with sparks flying from the clash of swords. In the sky, dozens of 9th-rank human warriors faced off against 100 9th-rank aliens. At this stage, their strength was undeniable. Though they couldn't fight in the void, the battles of these top 9th-rank warriors shook the heavens, affecting thousands of miles around. Even a fraction of their power could obliterate 10,000 great mountains. If even the slightest bit were to touch the ground, it would be enough to decimate all life within dozens of miles. Boom. In the underground training chamber at the military encampment, 3 auras surged as if undergoing a transformation. Inside the stone chamber, Su Yu sat cross-legged, his skin nearly transparent, veins clearly visible, with blood flowing like underground magma, containing energy capable of destroying everything. Upon closer inspection, the blood shimmered with a special glass-like color. Beside him lay a pile of rare 9th-grade source marrow, a coveted resource for any martial artist at the peak of the 7th grade. If they could leverage the 7th grade source marrow to assist their cultivation and break through to the 8th grade golden body, they would become formidable figures among the 8th grade golden bodies. Masters are divided into ordinary masters and heavenly soul masters, and the 8th grade golden body also has different levels. The immortal golden body is categorized into flood dragon level, hidden dragon level, and true dragon level. The flood dragon level has the least potential and is primarily cultivated by smaller countries without strong martial traditions. The hidden dragon level is mainstream in Longhua, suitable for most ordinary prodigies. The true dragon level requires vast amounts of source marrow to refine, typically needing just over 10 pounds of 9th grade source marrow. However, at this moment, the 9th grade source marrow besides Su Yu amounted to several dozen pounds, yet much of his skeleton remained unrefined into gold. He realized that after absorbing this source marrow, he would have to exit seclusion. As he cultivated, he calmly analyzed his state. After using a realm upgrade card, he had advanced to the late 7th grade peak. Initially, he planned to solely rely on the source marrow to cultivate a golden body, but he chose the immortal glazed golden body forging method to establish the strongest foundation. The 9 forging golden body method allows the golden body to be forged more than 9 times at the 8th grade. He aimed to refine an immortal glazed golden body, and then use the 9 forging method to undergo 9 nirvanas. Once he completed 9 nirvanas and broke through to the 9th grade, even those who had reached the pinnacle of the original path at 9th grade would not be his match. The war should have started by now, he thought. If war broke out, heading to the battlefield to break through extreme combat might fully awaken his immortal cells. Besides building a golden body, the immortal glazed golden body also involves forging cells with immortal properties. If he could forge immortal cells, even if only a pool of blood remained in the future, he could revive as long as the immortal cells existed. This was precisely why Su Yu chose to cultivate the resource-intensive immortal glazed golden body. With this in mind, Su Yu decisively accelerated the absorption and refinement of his bones. The entire 100 pounds of 9th grade source marrow lost its luster, and his bones began to radiate golden light. With a deep breath, he exhaled a mouthful of impure air, opened his eyes, and suppressed the raging energy within. Exiting the training chamber, he glanced at the tightly closed stone doors on either side and murmured, "Father, 3rd great uncle, hurry up and come out. The war has begun, and the world should witness the might of the Su family's 3 saints." Buzz, the 2 stone doors seemed to respond to his call, trembling slightly. Seeing this, Su Yu smiled faintly. It seemed they needed a bit more motivation, so it was better for him to go out and stir things up. Otherwise, they wouldn't finish their cultivation. Moreover, he had a premonition that as Chu Feng's luck value gradually decreased, a new child of destiny was emerging. With his current strength, the new child of destiny's background likely wouldn't be simple. Therefore, the Su family had to be well prepared. Otherwise, as the antagonist, he wouldn't feel safe even going out. Haha. He hoped these 8th grade aliens would bring him pressure. Otherwise, the cultivation of the immortal glazed golden body would fail. With those words, Su Yu's figure vanished instantly. This time, he intended to use his real combat power to single-handedly face hundreds of 8th grade golden body aliens. Buzz. As he departed, a crisp sound of shattering glass came from the training chamber on the right, belonging to Su Zhanya. Instantly, spiritual rain filled with the energy of heaven and earth began to fall across various parts of Blue Star. Someone had become a saint. On the vast battlefield stretching for miles, flames and explosions erupted continuously. Whenever an alien warrior killed a human soldier, they would consume the soldier's life force, leaving behind a shriveled corpse that crumbled to dust at the slightest touch. Amidst this gruesome scene, no one felt discomfort. Repeated exposure had numbed their hearts. Only when the aliens paused to absorb life force did the humans seize the chance to strike, preventing their enemies from growing stronger. Clang, clang, clang. Despite the absence of modern weaponry, the surging life force and the energy manipulated by 6th and 7th grade warriors created a spectacular sight. Amidst the chaos, a young man with a crew cut maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of roguishness in his eyes. His handsome appearance belied his caution. He was not weak, having reached the peak of the 6th grade level, with signs of breaking through to the 7th grade master level. Unlike the soldiers around him wielding weapons, he fought barehanded, engaging the aliens in close combat. Known for their cunning and physical resilience, these aliens met their match in him. His fists smashed into their heads, causing them to explode like watermelons, splattering the battlefield. Damn, these stubborn aliens have thick skulls. Fong Ting cursed as he punched through yet another late 6th grade alien, shaking his hand with a grimace. It still hurts. Ha ha ha. Captain, you better grab a weapon, or you might end up with a busted hand before you take out many more of them. The young faces around him called out. Captain, don't push yourself too hard. When has the captain ever overreached? If he can't win, he retreats, and who can catch him? That's right, Captain, go get them. We can't disgrace our military academy. This alien squad needs to be wiped out. Fong Ting cracked his knuckles with a confident grin. You guys stay down here, while I go fetch the head of that 7th grade alien for you to kick around like a ball. He charged excitedly into the alien ranks. Though he respected Su Yu, it was because Su Yu had once defeated him. Without Su Yu around, his arrogance knew no bounds. Having fought in several battles and earned numerous accolades, he was now a major. Damn it, I'll smash your heads in. Fong Ting seethed with frustration. The rise of the Su family to the Holy Realm pleased him, as they had heavily invested in their military academy, allowing students to exchange points for martial arts techniques freely. If not for the Su family's special recruitment that got him into the academy, his achievements would have capped at the 3rd or even 2nd grade, unable to escape poverty. Now, these aliens dared to obstruct his benefactor's ascension to sainthood, leaving him powerless and frustrated. Unable to challenge the high-level combatants, he vented his anger on these smaller foes. These alien scum dared to target Su Long, the city lord, in his quest for sainthood. If he couldn't kill them, he'd make them suffer. Fong Ting charged into the ranks of the alien army, cursing under his breath. Astonishingly, he managed to dodge their attacks almost effortlessly, not suffering a single blow along the way. Even when faced with several 7th grade aliens, he navigated through them unscathed. Soon, he penetrated the core of the alien defenses. Here, he encountered a short, weak 7th grade alien who, despite his rank, lacked the corresponding combat prowess. This alien played a role akin to a strategist, directing the battle. Among aliens below the 8th grade, the larger they were, the simpler their minds, necessitating a more intelligent figure for tactical planning. Only at the 8th grade did their brains fully develop. Thus, this small and frail alien served as the centurion, commanding the troops. Killing him would throw the remaining aliens into chaos. Die, you bastard! Fong Ting shouted as he spotted the diminutive alien commander. He leaped forward, clenched his fist, and struck down with force. Quick! Stop him! The small alien commander was alarmed and shouted urgently. The surrounding burly aliens, hearing the command, abandoned their opponents and rushed back to defend, trying to block Fong Ting. However, Fong Ting paid no heed, and his fist landed heavily on the small alien's head. Splat! The head exploded, and fragments flew in all directions. The aliens, losing their mental connection, suddenly lost their bearings, and the once orderly battle formation was disrupted by the Dragon Nation soldiers. I'm out. Fong Ting didn't linger after the headshot, and quickly made his escape. His next target was the commanders of other alien squads. Fong Ting possessed an extraordinary ability to escape. Sometimes, his body was as slippery as an eel, and when surrounded, he could instantly sink into the ground, moving beneath the surface. This ambush skill allowed him to eliminate several alien squad commanders, and none of the aliens he killed had an intact head. That's the 7th one. One more, and I need to head back, Fong Ting said, panting as he lay hidden underground. After a brief rest, he resurfaced, targeting an unguarded squad commander nearby, and charged without hesitation. Dodging the alien defenses, he was about to reach his opponent when he clenched his fist, thinking, die, you damned alien. Boom. Fong Ting's fist closed in on the alien squad commander's head, but the commander showed no fear, only a mocking smile. Seeing this smile, Fong Ting's heart sank, realizing something was amiss. Damn, it's a trap. Before he could dive underground, a tremendous pressure enveloped him. 8th grade. Fong Ting's face turned pale as he felt the oppressive force. Damn it. He was just a warrior, not even at the 7th grade. How did he provoke an 8th grade alien? You blood food. You've killed several commanders, so you have some skills, but this is the end of the line. An 8th grade alien emerged, its crimson eyes gleaming, raising its claws to slash at Fong Ting's throat. If the claws hit, he would end up like a slaughtered animal. It's over. I fell for it. Fong Ting thought despairingly, cursing his foolish overconfidence. He was about to close his eyes when suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. Snap! A blade flashed, slicing through the 8th grade alien's claw and head in one swift motion. Seeing the figure before him, Fong Ting exclaimed in shock, "Damn, Su Xiao." Fong Ting was not only shocked, but also felt a sense of relief and joy at having narrowly escaped death. He urgently asked, "Su Xiao, when did you arrive?" Su Yu did not answer immediately. Instead, he unleashed the Su family's god-slaying blade technique, slicing through the air with a swift stroke. Blood splattered, and the nearby aliens were instantly cut down. Moments later, Su Yu said, "All right, we've gone too far in. Let's retreat quickly." With a flick of his finger, a strand of green light flew into Fong Ting's hand. "Yes, I'm leaving right away." Fong Ting held the green light and swallowed the pill, instantly feeling his vitality restored to its peak. The strong efficacy of the medicine deepened his awe for Su Yu. Once recovered, Fong Ting charged towards the perimeter without hesitation. Along the way, he encountered alien obstructions, and with each punch, an alien's head exploded instantly. Witnessing Fong Ting's ruthless display, Su Yu couldn't help but admire. He's quite a fierce one, striking to kill with each blow, perfectly fitting the role of my villainous underling. Su Yu was very satisfied with Fong Ting's performance, for two reasons. First, his willingness to follow him and his decisive, ruthless actions. Second, his surname was Fong. Su Yu thought to himself that this guy might be connected to the next child of destiny. If he could recruit this child of destiny to work for him, wouldn't that be wonderful? After the battle, he planned to cultivate these talents carefully. With this thought, a glint of sharpness flashed in Su Yu's eyes. He turned his gaze forward, where hundreds of 8th grade warriors were engaged in fierce combat, their golden bodies radiating light, and the power of destruction almost tearing the sky apart. Even a peak-level 9th grade martial artist would feel intimidated by such pressure. However, seeing this scene, Su Yu felt a surge of excitement. I can't join the high-level battle for now, so let's feast on these 8th grade warriors. He possessed the legendary destruction physique, with meridians thicker than ordinary people and a dantian twice the size of others at the same level. Coupled with various advanced battle techniques and martial skills, he was adorned with numerous auras, yet he had never fully unleashed his combat power. This time, he wanted to vent and test his true strength, even hoping to be besieged to death to comprehend the true essence of the immortal glazed golden body and immortal cells, becoming a true 8th grade golden body realm. With this in mind, Su Yu reached into the void ahead and pulled out a strangely shaped long blade, black and white in color, exuding a dense aura of death, the buried heaven blade. The moment it appeared, the blade's aura seemed capable of burying everything. Whoosh! In the next second, under the astonished gaze of the aliens, Su Yu's figure vanished from where he stood. In midair, hundreds of 8th grade warriors were engaged in fierce combat, their martial golden bodies erupting. Each golden body was at least 9 meters tall, with the tallest reaching 100 meters. These were 8th grade martial golden bodies, and if a 9th grade martial artist displayed their golden body, it would be at least a kilometer tall. Boom! In this space, the destructive power unique to the 8th rank spread like a tide. Both the 8th rank from the Dragon Nation and the alien races showed signs of injury. However, in this chaotic battle among the 8th rank, the Dragon Nation was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. The alien 8th ranks numbered nearly 300, while the Dragon Nation had only about 180, most of whom were drawn from various cities and were in the later stages of the 8th rank. Yet, facing 308th ranks, they were still struggling. Boom! In the sky, with a loud explosion, a golden light from a martial path body suddenly dimmed. At this moment, a beam of golden light rushed toward an alien 8th rank attempting to pursue, blocking them and shouting, "Major General Li, run!" The martial path body, which was blown away, quickly vanished, transforming into a tall, middle-aged man. His face was stained with blood. He coughed up, and there was a large wound on his chest, revealing his internal organs. Major General Li, who had led Su Yu to the military camp that day, was now completely unconscious, his breath weak, and blood was pouring out uncontrollably. Below, the 7th rank aliens, smelling the golden blood, went mad, rushing to the falling body of Major General Li. Blood feast. Blood of the revered. It's all mine. Witnessing this, countless humans were ignited with rage, and the 7th rank masters stepped in to block them. Beasts, get down here. Your opponent is me, get down. Anyone who can spare a hand, go save Major General Li. The chorus of angry shouts echoed around, but was soon drowned by the sounds of battle. In the face of insufficient manpower, just protecting oneself and holding back the enemy was extremely difficult, let alone saving someone. At that moment, a scream erupted again. Looking over, another mid-stage 8th rank golden body warrior was sneak attacked and seriously injured by an alien. Whoosh! An alien clawed out his heart from behind. The destructive power that couldn't be healed by the indestructible material spread over the wound. Without the interference of this destructive power, the indestructible material of the 8th rank would surely have healed the injury. Let's see how you can stop our tribe now. The alien 8th rank latest powerhouse opened its bloody mouth wide and swallowed the still beating heart. This scene struck fear into everyone's hearts. Don't be captured, even if it means dying, self-destruct. After his heart was devoured, the aura of the injured alien 8th rank latest warrior surged again, booming. 8th rank latest peak. He laughed maniacally. Die for me. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the blood on this alien 8th rank became even darker, and after his skyrocketing aura stopped, he sneered. Let these two revered ones evolve our tribe's young ones. With that, a sonic boom echoed. His target was the falling Major General Li and another human 8th rank. He intended to tear these two 8th rank bodies apart, using the blood rain to nourish the tribe's 7th rank latest peaks. If they broke through, victory would be theirs. Damn it. Someone self-destruct and stop him. If he tears apart Major General Li and Major General Sun's bodies, we're in trouble. Someone wanted to rush down to self-destruct and stop him, but was blocked by an alien 8th rank. After being obstructed, everyone became furious, their attacks growing fiercer. Die. With no one to stop him, the alien 8th rank's malicious grin grew wider, blood-red claws gleaming as they stabbed toward Major General Li's body. Seeing this, everyone's eyes burned with rage, and they roared in fury. In the midst of everyone's despairing gaze, a plain white light flashed by, and a shout echoed in everyone's ears. Get out of my way. The shocking change made everyone stop cursing and look forward. They saw the white light pass through the body of the alien 8th rank, and everyone's pupils shrank sharply. Because they saw that where the white light passed, it carved a slender void fissure in space. The sneer on the alien 8th rank's face froze. Bang! The next second, the alien 8th rank was split in two, his soul neatly severed in half. Then in the space, a chilling voice echoed. Those who harm my people shall be killed without mercy. Su Yu, dressed in a white robe, had an ethereal appearance due to his long hair that hadn't been cut for 2 months. His handsome face carried a cold expression, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent. Behind him, Fong Ting flew through the air and caught the falling Major General Li. 2 green pills shot from Su Yu's hand, landing precisely in the mouths of Major General Li and Major General Sunday. As soon as the Qingling pills entered, a gentle and vibrant green light enveloped them, expelling the destructive force raging within their bodies. After completing this, Su Yu gripped the Zhongtian blade, raising his eyes to the hundreds of 8th grade foreign beings, his fighting spirit soaring. At that moment, an angry voice rang out, and a black-robed elder swiftly appeared before Su Yu. His face was furious as he shouted, "Go back. This is not a place for you. This is a battlefield." Su Zhanyuan, face filled with anger, glared at Su Yu and commanded, "Return." Su Yu was a precious seed of the Su family, and if anything happened to him here, even his brothers wouldn't spare him. Unfazed by Su Zhanyuan's anger, Su Yu exuded a chaotic aura at the peak of 7th grade, bordering on the early stages of 8th grade, causing the lower-ranked foreign beings below to be blown away. Su Zhanyuan looked bewildered, incredulously asking, "Are you about to break through to 8th grade?" Su Yu nodded slightly, speaking seriously. "5th granduncle, the Su family has never feared the battlefield, not in the past, and certainly not in my generation. So, forgive me for not obeying." His voice was calm, yet resolute. Su Zhanyuan wanted to say something, but it only came out as a sigh. "As you wish." With that, he returned to the battlefield, engaging in fierce combat with a late 8th grade and 4 mid-8th grade foreign beings. Although Su Yu's appearance surprised many, they soon refocused on the more pressing threat of the enemy before them. Releasing his aura, Su Yu watched as Fong Ting and Major General Li left, then turned his attention back to the battlefield, observing the enemy. To him, the enemy wasn't important. What mattered was where to strike. Moments later, his gaze fixed on a peculiar 8th grade foreign being. This being bore distinctive features, such as large bull horns and a pair of wings on its back, clear signs of being a descendant of a sacred foreign god. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Su Yu's lips as he thought to himself, "It's you, a descendant of a sacred god? Let's see what makes him special." At that moment, the horned foreign being tore through an 8th grade opponent, a disdainful expression on its face, saying, "These blood feasts are truly weak." Licking its lips, it pierced a heart with its claws, swallowing it whole, a look of ecstasy on its face. The taste of these blood feasts is truly exquisite, rich in blood energy, a great supplement for my kind. Beside him, 2 ordinary 8th grade peak foreign beings respectfully echoed, "The master is absolutely right." After devouring the heart, the horned being began searching the battlefield for its next prey. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on Su Zhanyuan, and with an excited expression, he exclaimed, "He has the aura of Su Zhantian. I want to devour him." Before his words had fully left his mouth, the horned alien decisively charged towards Su Zhanyin, his eyes growing increasingly bloodthirsty. As a child, he had consumed a drop of sacred blood, which his father had seized for him from the Su family of the human race, the blood of the divine Su Zhantian. This made him particularly sensitive to and fond of the Su family's blood. The horned alien appeared behind Su Zhanyuan, raised his sharp claws, and viciously aimed for Su Zhanyuan's back, roaring, "Die!" Su Zhanyuan, who was currently battling 5 8th-grade alien powerhouses, suddenly felt a chill from behind, the aura of death approaching him. Not good. Su Zhanyuan's face changed dramatically. Just as he was about to dodge, several 8th-grade beings locked onto him simultaneously, surrounding him. "Ha ha, this blood feast is mine." The horned alien was ecstatic, quickening his pace, piercing the air with such force that the sound of it exploded in the ears. In a critical moment, a terrifying blade aura erupted, severing the horned alien's claw at the root. "Get lost." The sudden turn of events shocked all surrounding 8th-grade aliens, who cried out, "Protect the Holy Sun." Among the aliens, the offspring of their divine figures held a status higher than anyone, even true kings, and no one was more noble than a Holy Sun. If the Holy Sun were to fall here, all these 8th-grade beings would face death upon their return. In an instant, the nearby 8th-grade aliens abandoned their pursuit of the human 8th-grade and surrounded the horned alien instead. My claw." The horned alien was terrified upon seeing his claw severed, with a mysterious force eradicating the indestructible substance within him, and he roared, "Kill. All of you, kill him for me. I want him dead." Hearing his command, the numerous 8th-grade aliens changed expressions and then shouted in unison, "Yes." In a flash, their figures vanished from their original positions, and over a dozen late 8th-grade alien powerhouses summoned their golden bodies, unleashing oppressive power that scattered those around them. Even the 8th-grade human powerhouses' faces changed at this moment. Trouble. Su Zhanyuan, seeing the surrounding 8th-grade aliens, grew paler, thinking to himself, all late 8th grade. This is tough. Although there were over a dozen aliens gathered here, their situation had not improved. Each person was dealing with at least 2 8th-grade aliens, leaving no room to fight. "You run. Your second granduncle is above," Su Zhanyuan shouted. However, Su Yu remained unmoved by his call. "Fifth granduncle, you should rest. Leave this to me." Su Yu stood boldly in the air, hands behind his back, sword in hand. Despite the siege of more than a dozen late 8th-grade foes, he appeared unfazed, even exceptionally calm. Su Zhanyuan's face darkened further upon hearing this, scolding, "Get out of here. They are late 8th grade. Not here to play house with you." This fool. Can't he see the situation? Attack. Kill him for me. The horned alien roared upon seeing Su Yu unmoved. Swoosh. At his command, the over a dozen 8th-grade figures moved instantly, each attacking Su Yu with a force that pressed against the space around them. The space trembled, collapsed, and shattered. Without a 9th grade, space couldn't remain shattered for long. To shatter it for even a second was an immense feat. Damn it. You're going to get me killed. Su Zhanyuan's face was grim, swearing under his breath, while his aura surged violently, hinting at self-destruction. He intended to save Su Yu. His own path to 9th grade was a dead end, making him a cripple, and he could die. But Su Yu was still young and couldn't die. Just as Su Zhanyuan was about to rush in, intending to use self-destruction to save Su Yu's words halted him. "Fifth granduncle, you don't understand. This battle is my chance for advancement. They don't pose a threat to me." Su Zhanyuan was about to argue, but the following scene left his eyes wide open. "I wield a blade that can bury all things, bury the heavens, and send off all beings. Since you seek to be buried by me, I shall grant your final wish." The space, like a mirror, made a crisp sound under the gradually gathering pressure. Crack. This blade, burying the heavens. In an instant, an endless aura of death began to gather, swirling invisibly around the burial heaven blade. Within moments, it enveloped all the surrounding alien attackers. The deathly energy invaded their bodies, terrifying the 8th grade aliens. They hurriedly tried to mobilize their energy to suppress the corroded organs within. However, they soon realized it was all in vain. Their energy was completely ineffective against this deathly aura, and there was even a sense of being assimilated by it. Their organs began to wither, and their blood seemed to freeze. What kind of energy is this? Why is it so destructive to my body? Even indestructible matter is useless against it. Quickly, escape from the range of the black mist, or we won't last long. These once formidable 8th grade powerhouses were now in a state of panic, desperately wanting to flee the black mist. Otherwise, the mist alone could erode them to death. The deathly aura continued to gather. This scene drew the attention of all the lower grade cultivators and 8th grade powerhouses. As they watched the eerie black mist gradually condense, the eyes of all the strong ones suddenly narrowed, filled with fear. Their combat instincts were frantically warning them that even a touch of the black mist could result in severe injury, if not death. In the human camp, Su Jinyuan's aged face showed a comical expression. He had been worried about Su Yu, even considering rushing in to self-destruct, willing to die to save him. However, reality slapped him hard. Su Yu alone had made over 10 late 8th grade aliens lose their fighting spirit, and he hadn't even swung the blade yet. How is this possible? What has you gone through to cultivate such terrifying martial skills? Su Jianyuan gasped as he watched the deathly black mist swirling ahead. He knew that he had left Su Yu for just over half a month, yet now Su Yu could contend with 8th grade opponents on the battlefield. Although he knew Su Yu had once slain a black-feathered 8th grade, that was merely an early 8th grade with a golden body, vastly different from these dozen late 8th grade aliens. Under his puzzled gaze, Su Yu held the blade horizontally behind him, his body slightly bent, preparing to strike. As the deathly black mist reached a certain concentration, a sharp gleam flashed in Su Yu's eyes. The aura of death coiled around the blade, slowly forming a giant black mist dragon in the air. Let me send you off. Burial of life, he whispered, gripping the burial heaven blade, his muscles tensing as he unleashed a strike. Roar. At that moment, it was as if a dragon's roar echoed in everyone's ears. Boom. The giant black mist dragon opened its gaping maw, carrying the blade's deadly aura, tearing through the air, slicing through space, and with a speed 10 times that of sound, it fiercely bit down on the numerous 8th grade alien powerhouses. Bang! A violent explosion reverberated, and the black mist dragon burst open, its pervasive, life-eroding black mist savagely tearing through. My indestructible matter is fading, help. Lord, save me, I don't want to die. The air was filled with piercing screams, one after another, as the black mist slowly dispersed, revealing the scene within. To their horror, the golden glow of the alien 8th grade bodies faded rapidly, along with their life force. Until the last drop of energy was exhausted, their bodies disintegrated, finally turning to nothingness. From the moment they were bitten by the black mist dragon to their deaths, only 2 seconds had passed. At that moment, every strong warrior of the 8th rank felt a wave of panic in their hearts. In just 2 seconds, more than a dozen latest-stage 8th rank Golden Body Realm warriors were slain, and their indestructible matter and spiritual power were obliterated. As the life force of these alien beings faded away, the black mist gradually dissipated. Even though the mist had cleared, the area remained shrouded in a deathly aura. Several 6th rank alien warriors approached the area beneath the black mist, and without uttering a sound, they silently perished under the horrified gazes of those around them. Instantly, no one dared to approach this region. In front of Su Yu, a large-horned alien stared blankly at the scene, his eyes gradually revealing a look of terror. Finally, when he saw Su Yu's faintly smiling expression, he shouted in panic. Quick! All of you, come here! Kill him for me! The large-horned alien pointed at Su Yu, his voice filled with fear and trepidation. He realized that Su Yu's target was him. Whoosh! At the sound of the alien holy god's descendant, all the aliens ceased their attacks and rushed towards Su Yu, surrounding him. Meanwhile, every 8th rank warrior watched Su Yu warily, their bodies tense, as if afraid he would unleash the same attack again. Nearly 300 8th rank alien warriors gathered, sensing that this formidable enemy must be eliminated first. Otherwise, with him present, the situation might reverse. Observing this, the numerous 8th rank warriors of the human race also gathered behind Su Yu. At this moment, regardless of their strength, there was a newfound respect and admiration in their eyes as they looked at Su Yu. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the strong are always revered. Clearly, Su Yu had completely won them over. A half-step 8th rank, yet able to slay more than 10 latest-stage 8th rank aliens with a single strike, showcasing the demeanor of an absolute martial saint. Su Jianyuan saw that Su Yu's battle state had dissipated, and he flew to his side, his gaze complex yet gratified, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. He only knew that at this moment, his grandnephew's importance was unmatched, and even if all the 8th ranks present perished, ensuring his safe return was paramount. After unleashing the deadly blade technique, Su Yu felt his previously uncontrollable blood and chi surging again, a trace of immortal aura emerging from his spine. He understood this was the formation of indestructible matter. Faint though it was starting to take shape. Even within the billions of cells in his body, one had begun to emit a faint, immortal aura. Battle indeed is the best way to enhance strength. Su Yu felt invigorated, as if a dormant volcano within him was about to erupt. He glanced at his 5th granduncle, understanding his intentions, but he truly didn't need it. Su Yu smiled slightly and turned to the 8th rank human warriors who wanted to assist, softly saying, "Everyone, I alone am enough here. Please, go to another area." Though gentle, his words carried an undeniable authority and absolute tone. All the human warriors trembled slightly. The young master of the Su family intended to fight 272 8th rank warriors alone? How is that possible? Even a 9th rank powerhouse wouldn't dare make such a bold claim. It's worth noting that among these aliens, while most were early 8th rank, there were quite a few late 8th rank and peak rank warriors. In the 8th rank realm, the minimum blood and chi is 100,000 calories, with the peak reaching 9,900,000 calories. With the ability to regenerate and wield destructive power, their combat strength can no longer be measured by mere blood and chi values. Under the siege of so many 8th ranks, even a mid-9th rank grandmaster of martial arts might fall here. How could Su Yu, a half-step 8th rank, be so confident? Su Zhanyuan anxiously exclaimed, "Don't be reckless. Hurry and retreat." He was genuinely worried. However, Su Yu no longer heeded him, nor did he suppress the terrifying energy within him that had reached its critical point. Boom. His aura exploded, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the entire area. Fight! With that, Su Yu's figure instantly charged forward, heading straight for the 272 8th rank alien warriors. He intended to face all the 8th rank warriors alone, to prove himself at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. A fleeting apparition appeared, shadows intersecting above the heads of powerful 8th rank beings from various races. Su Yu, clad in a white robe, stood proudly in the air, as if stepping on their heads, looking down at them with a disdainful smile. "Come at me, if you dare," he said with a nonchalant tone that left everyone breathless and secretly shocked. Such arrogance. Yet, faced with his imposing presence, no one dared to underestimate him. The mysterious nature of his strike instilled fear even in the strongest of the 8th rank. Su Yu yearned for an exhilarating battle, his energy surging like magma within him, almost impossible to contain. Fight 100 8th rank golden bodies to prove invincibility in the 8th rank extreme realm. His blood boiled, and a scorching aura emanated from his skin, exerting an unparalleled pressure on those present. With each steady and powerful heartbeat, it seemed as if he was not just an 8th rank warrior, but a terrifying celestial elephant. Such formidable power inside him. Even without reaching the 8th rank, his overflowing vigor caused the very space to tremble. Kill him now." A great horned alien, encircled by other aliens, screamed in terror, commanding, "All of you, attack and kill him." Fear gripped him, having always regarded humans as mere prey, believing they could never surpass them. Yet, Su Yu's presence was like a brutal slap, unsettling him. Over 200 8th rank aliens hesitated briefly, then decisively soared into the sky, choosing to unite rather than fight alone, aiming to kill Su Yu swiftly. Die! Dozens of aliens attacked first, unleashing the pressure of the 8th rank pinnacle, shattering the surrounding space, and causing energy to surge through the void. A blood-red golden body stood in the air, claws swinging fiercely towards Su Yu. Such a coordinated strike from so many 8th rank pinnacle warriors was something even a 9th rank would not easily withstand. "Ha ha, bring it on." Su Yu, seeing this, laughed heartily, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Though not yet of the 8th rank and lacking a martial gold body, he showed no fear of these colossal beings. He reached out a hand, pushing the space aside, sending a powerful wave that swept away all lower-ranked aliens within 10 miles. With a thunderous grasp, he caught a blood-red golden body, squeezing it until blood sprayed out, turning the entire space golden. This scene appeared dreamlike to the human warriors. Su Yu did not pause, his small frame containing energy that could alter the heavens and earth. In a flash, he appeared atop another blood-red giant. "So ugly, why grow so big just to scare people?" he remarked, before stomping down with enough force to crush a mountain, like a human-shaped beast, unleashing his raw power. Thud! Shrouded in an aura of death, Su Yu stomped down fiercely, shattering the head of the blood-colored giant. The deathly aura surged downward, instantly engulfing the indestructible substance within the giant. With a thunderous crash, yet another formidable 8th rank golden body fell. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in shock. Was this truly a battle against an 8th rank opponent? It seemed more like Su Yu was slaughtering a mere chicken. Such power. Could this be the young master of the Su family? Even more ruthless than City Lord Su Long in his day. A true martial saint in the making. If Su Yu achieves sainthood, he might one day stand on equal footing with Director Yi Tao, ascending to the status of a demigod. Every 8th rank human warrior had an exceptionally high level of discernment, each a battle-hardened elite whose abilities were beyond question. In the current situation, they had all recognized Su Yu's extraordinary prowess. Despite not being at the 8th rank himself, he was able to slaughter peak 8th rank opponents as if they were nothing more than chickens. Kill him for me. What are you all doing, just standing there like useless fools, waiting for him to come and kill you?" The leader of the horned aliens trembled all over, his teeth chattering as he roared at the 8th rank warriors around him. They had to flee. Otherwise, they would surely die here. He didn't want to die. He had a bright future ahead. In 50 years, a new saint position would emerge in his clan, and he aspired to become a holy deity. Hearing his words, the 8th rank aliens dared not underestimate the situation and immediately took action. With their massive golden bodies unable to precisely target Suyu, they resorted to physical combat, willing to risk their lives to kill him. Each 8th rank alien brandished their weapons, from J-bone weapons to spears and battle staves. Boom. The collective assault of the 8th rank aliens shattered the space, sending energy flying, killing low-ranking aliens, and some human soldiers who couldn't escape in time. Blood-red lightning ravaged the air, carrying malevolence and a bloodthirsty aura as it charged towards Suyu. Facing this combined attack, Suyu was fearless. He paused, turned, and launched a punch. Boom. Beneath his almost translucent skin, faintly colored glass-like bones unleashed astounding energy, instantly neutralizing the attack. Before the 8th rank aliens could react, he delivered another punch. Bam! Several early-stage 8th rank aliens, unable to dodge, were directly punched into the void, reduced to nothingness. At that moment, a voice rang out, and over 20 aliens appeared behind Suyu, aiming a brutal strike at his head. If it hit, even a 9th rank warrior would be decapitated on the spot. The attack, infused with destructive power, evaporated the air, creating a vacuum and causing sonic booms to echo continuously. Young master, be careful. The human 8th rank observers couldn't help but shout a warning. Suyu was well aware of the situation behind him. Retracting his fist, he turned around, his eyes revealing a colossal phantom capable of shattering the heavens. His blood surged like mercury, momentarily pausing. Within his body, several particles pulsed, each possessing formidable power. The energy of these particles gradually released, brewing a long-awaited eruption of might. His body, gradually transforming to a glassy color through battle, shimmered, and his chest swelled. In the next second, a towering divine elephant phantom formed behind Suyu, standing in the void as if it could crush the heavens underfoot. Then, a terrifying sound wave emanated from Suyu's mouth. Roar! Boom! Instantly, the space in front of him cracked like a spiderweb and shattered completely. Divine elephant suppressing prison power. With one roar, the stars shattered. Behind Suyu, a colossal elephant towering thousands of meters roared towards the sky. The terrifying sound waves instantly created ripples, shattering the space and spreading outwards. Wherever the sound waves passed, the space shattered, and the darkness in the void seemed to swallow the night. Within a radius of several miles, all living beings felt as if their eardrums were about to burst. The pain was unbearable, and their mental strength nearly collapsed. This was merely the outermost power of the sound waves. Closer to the center, lower-level aliens couldn't withstand even 0.1 seconds. Their bodies shattered, and blood and flesh flew. The battlefield situation became clear in an instant. The elephant's skyward roar directly caused tens of thousands of aliens to explode and die on the spot. Those alien elites attempting to ambush Suyu faced the full brunt of the sound wave's strongest attack. Their bodies instantly showed cracks, and undying material surged out wildly, but to no avail. Ultimately, amidst unwilling cries, over 20 alien elites at the late and peak stages of the 8th grade were pulverized, with undying material and fragments of corpses flying in all directions, creating a shocking scene. After the divine elephant's phantom vanished, the glassy hue within Suyu's body grew more intense, almost overwhelming him. The long-dormant energy of blood and chi within him reached a critical point, ready to erupt at any moment. With a cold snort, Suyu suddenly disappeared from his original position, leaving spatial cracks in his wake. Though not enough to shatter the space, it struggled to contain the increasingly abundant energy of blood and chi within him. Streams of destructive power were born from his dantian, and his bones transformed from golden to glassy. When Suyu reappeared, he had already torn an 8th grade alien in half with his bare hands, blood raining down like a scene from a purgatory. Wow, young Master Suyu's combat prowess is truly monstrous. He's using the battle with the aliens to continuously unleash destructive power. Many human experts, who finally caught their breath, stood on the ground, looking up in awe and admiration at Suyu's divine display in midair. Su Zhanyuan felt a complex mix of emotions as he watched Suyu single-handedly face 200 8th grade opponents without being at a disadvantage, even overwhelming them. As Suyu's great uncle, he felt both gratified and somewhat melancholic. As Suyu's guardian, Su Zhanyuan had volunteered to accompany him since he was 6 years old. Until now, he had witnessed Suyu's journey from unrequited love, wasted talent, and stagnated cultivation to the day Suyu asked him to help sever ties with his mundane past, leading to a breakthrough in his cultivation. From the midstage of the 5th grade, Suyu leapt to the 6th grade overnight. Half a month later, at the Capital Martial Arts Heavenly Rankings Tournament, he easily defeated the top-ranked contender and entered the realm of the Heavenly Soul Master that very day. And now, just over a month since then, Suyu had reached the 8th grade Golden Body realm. Time had indeed passed. Watching his grandnephew's invincible stance, Su Yuan's aging eyes filled with tears of joy and pride. Under Su Yu's leadership, the Su family experienced a resurgence of vitality and brilliance. In midair, Su Yu unleashed the overflowing energy within him, relying solely on his physical strength to instill fear in the hearts of the 8th grade alien experts. You just killed my 5th city guard, Major General Wu. Now go join him. Su Yu declared coldly, like a judge, as he gripped an 8th grade peak alien warrior with an iron-like grip, emotionlessly announcing his death. Boom. With a slight exertion of force, the power of destruction erupted, shattering the alien's head along with his mental power. In the eyes of countless humans who revered him and aliens who feared him, Su Yu slaughtered the 8th grade golden body experts like they were mere chickens waiting to be slaughtered. With every resounding blow, another 8th grade alien fell. In just a few minutes, more than half of the 272 8th grade alien experts had perished, leaving the early and mid-stage ones insignificant. The terrifying scene of this killing god was so shocking that even the bloodthirsty and brutal alien monsters wanted to flee. Run. He's not human. He's a monster. The alien experts, overwhelmed by Su Yu's crushing power, instinctively wanted to escape. As the first breakthrough emerged, their combat strength collapsed, with only one thought in mind. Run as far as possible. Since you're here, where do you think you're going? Su Yu sneered coldly, exuding a divine, glassy glow, his wicked smile adding to the eerie atmosphere. Mighty young Master Su. Invincible young Master Su. Inspired by Su Yu's aura, the human warriors were filled with fervor, raising their weapons to pursue the aliens. The battle swiftly turned. Leave 10 8th grade fighters here to oversee the battle. Everyone else, follow me to support the 9th city garrison. Su Yuan, seeing the tide turn, immediately led the remaining 8th grade fighters to assist, knowing that Su Yu's presence was sufficient. Kill! The thunderous battle cries and intense killing intent soared into the sky, leaving the soldiers both shocked and delighted, their morale skyrocketing. In the 8th grade slaughterhouse, Su Yu's energy and blood almost exploded, and his tough skin showed signs of cracking, much to his annoyance. These 8th grade aliens were simply not enough to satisfy. Rip! As the thought crossed his mind, Su Yu swiftly killed a 9th grade alien at close range. No one below 9th grade could withstand his second strike. In just 7 minutes, Su Yu, barehanded, annihilated all 272 8th grade alien experts. Poof! After punching through the last 8th grade alien, Su Yu's gaze locked onto the crazily fleeing horned alien in the distance. A slight smile appeared on his otherwise indifferent face. Your turn. As soon as he spoke, his figure darted like lightning, instantly closing in on the horned alien. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, the horned alien turned back, screaming in terror, "No, don't kill me. My father is a holy god. If you kill me, you'll never escape." Filled with dread, he was nearly driven to despair by Su Yu's slaughter of nearly 300 8th grade warriors. Su Yu sneered dismissively. Is yours the only family with a martial saint? Enough, you die too. As he spoke, energy and blood converged in his hand, causing the space in his palm to collapse and releasing a chilling aura. Heaven-crushing palm. The energy accumulated in his palm was unmatched, even by a full-force strike from an early 9th grade expert. As the palm descended, the horned alien screamed in terror. No. Just as the palm was about to strike, a terrifying fluctuation erupted beside him, accompanied by an angry roar. How dare you harm my clan's holy son? Boom. With the explosion, the surrounding space, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered instantly. Two opposing forces collided, causing a massive explosion. Taking advantage of the aftermath, Su Yu retreated several hundred meters, steadying himself as he gazed into the distance. A vortex appeared beside the horned alien, and soon, a tall, purple-skinned, three-eyed alien with a menacing face emerged. The arrival of this three-eyed creature caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating waves of disturbance. A filthy, pungent odor emanated from him, almost tangible, corroding the space around him and leaving cracks that appeared and reappeared. A formidable presence of the 9th rank. Su Yu stared intently at the sudden arrival of the three-eyed alien, then shifted his gaze to the horned alien being protected behind him. With a slight smirk, he said, "It seems your life is quite tenacious. You still survive." Even though this alien was killed by Chu Feng in the original story, it doesn't mean he lacks fortune, as someone has clearly come to his rescue. The horned alien was in shock, sitting suddenly in the void, cold sweat pouring down as he thought to himself. That was too close. Oomph. A lowly race dares to attempt the slaughter of our holy child. It seems you don't know the meaning of death. The three-eyed alien spoke coldly, his heart filled with rage. His duty was to protect the holy child, and failure would mean certain death upon his return. Those others were useless. So many failed to protect the holy child while he was away briefly to ambush a human 9th rank. They were just a step away from death. Furious, he thought the blood sacrifice before him truly deserved to die. Suyu scoffed at the words, replying indifferently, "Enough talk. Since you're of the ninth rank, make your move." This early peak ninth rank alien, nearing mid-level, was strong enough for Suyu to fight without restraint. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu vanished, his presence revealed by the surging energy tearing through space. Seeing this, the three-eyed alien showed disdain, thinking, does he still think such a trick can kill me? Bang! He sidestepped and struck with his claw, shouting, "Get out here!" The fierce claw wind tore through space, and Suyu leaped out, his body shimmering like glass. Boom! Undaunted by the sharp claws, Suyu threw a punch directly. The collision of fist and claw sent both flying back several meters. Steadying himself, the three-eyed alien's face darkened as he stared at the faint fist mark on his claw, his grotesque features twitching in fury. How dare he suffer a setback against a mere half-step sovereign? It was an utter humiliation. He was a sovereign king, and yet he couldn't kill a martial artist not even at the sovereign level. Rip! A claw tore through the void, revealing several cracks as terrifying power poured down. Suyu exhaled a breath filled with blood energy, laughing wildly as he charged forward. Boom boom boom. Before countless onlookers, Suyu, with his reckless fighting style, forced the ninth-rank alien to retreat repeatedly. Bang! Suyu took a solid hit to the chest, and immediately, the light of glazed glass on his body shone brightly. The glazed heart bone was complete. As the bone in his chest fully transformed into a glazed color, an energy containing indestructible matter quickly infused the wound, and in the blink of an eye, Suyu's injury healed. How is this possible? The vertical pupil of the three-eyed alien shrank suddenly, disbelief written all over his face. He couldn't even break through Suyu's defense. Could he really be at the half-step venerable realm? Before he could figure it out, Suyu launched an even more ferocious and domineering attack, leaving him with no place to hide with each punch. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of sonic booms echoed continuously as the space cycled between shattering and healing. Everyone watching was completely shocked. A half-step 8th grade golden body realm could actually fight evenly with a 9th grade early-stage alien powerhouse, even showing signs of suppressing the opponent. The Su family truly is a millennia-old, enduring family. So powerful, each generation more monstrous than the last. And now this generation's young master of the Su family is displaying an invincible stance. Stop watching and start clearing out the aliens around us. Suyu's life-risking fighting style inspired countless young soldiers, each unleashing their potential and fiercely slaying many aliens. Boom. After dozens of rounds of intense battle, Suyu's energy accumulated purely through his blood and vitality was fully unleashed. Injured and healed, repeating this cycle constantly. Suyu fought more bravely as his momentum became increasingly profound and terrifying. The 9th grade three-eyed alien became more and more frightened as they fought, eventually feeling a hint of fear. Is he using me to advance to venerable? This thought stirred uncontrollable shock within him. Several times he tried to break away, only to be dragged back by Suyu, leaving him no chance to draw a weapon or unleash any combat techniques. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful heartbeat grew more steady, and in the following minutes, Suyu's bones completed their final transformation one by one. As the progress of glazing his entire skeleton reached 90, Suyu's heartbeat grew louder, and the blood flowing within him gradually turned from crimson to a glazed color. The glazed blood surged like a vast river, stirring countless waves. Boom. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed color. Countless black tribulation clouds began to gather over the battlefield. Crack. The sound of tribulation lightning resounded, and Suyu, who was engaged in fierce battle, suddenly halted. He looked up at the tribulation clouds amassing energy above him, his eyes narrowing slightly. About to undergo a tribulation again? This time, the tribulation clouds are 100 times more terrifying than when he crossed the heavenly soul master tribulation. Ha ha ha, you lowly blood food. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Seeing Suyu pause his assault, the already battered three-eyed alien was overjoyed, laughing arrogantly. When the tribulation lightning falls, it will be your death. He was truly terrified by Suyu's previous onslaught, even suspecting at one point that Suyu would wear him down to death. Unexpectedly, Suyu is about to undergo a tribulation. It seems even the heavens are on his side. Suyu cast a cold glance without responding to his taunts, instead focusing his mental energy on sensing the changes in his bones. With only the final cranial bone remaining, he would advance to a perfect 8th grade golden body, undergoing a heavenly tribulation. Without hesitation, Suyu accelerated and charged directly into the thunderclouds above. Boom. As Suyu approached, countless mystical thunders roared within the clouds, as if in furious anger. The three-eyed alien's eyes flickered with a murderous intent. This person must die. If allowed to grow, he would pose a tremendous threat to their race, potentially becoming a second demigod. With this thought, the three-eyed alien's figure flickered, following closely behind Su Yu, launching an attack with all his might. Seeing this, the human warriors below turned pale and urgently shouted, "This isn't good. Stop him quickly." Countless 8th grade and even 7th grade warriors rushed forward desperately, trying to shield Su Yu from the attack. However, the three-eyed alien was indifferent, unleashing a force that sent these human warriors flying, blood gushing as they crashed heavily to the ground. After clearing these obstacles, the three-eyed alien turned towards Su Yu, eyes filled with a sharp killing intent, as terrifying energy gradually condensed in his claws. He intended to kill with one strike. "Die!" he roared, his claws slashing out fiercely, unleashing an explosion of terrifying power that swept across the battlefield, throwing everything into chaos. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry resounded through the sky. Su Zhanyuan, Su Yu's great uncle, charged upward with all his might. His eyes were bloodshot, his life force burning fiercely as he roared, "Run! Don't undergo the tribulation yet. If you don't run, you'll die. Come to uncle, I'll shield you." His voice was filled with despair and madness. Hearing this cry, the three-eyed alien's killing intent intensified, shouting angrily, courting death. He would not allow anyone to obstruct his plan. After unleashing the attack on Su Yu, the three-eyed alien immediately rushed towards Su Zhanyuan, claws gleaming with cold light, ready to tear him to pieces. However, just as the three-eyed alien was about to strike Su Zhanyuan, the space suddenly tore apart, and a terrifying aura of imperial might erupted. At the moment when the claw was about to descend, a powerful hand emerged from the rift, firmly grasping the claw. Then, a resounding voice echoed across the battlefield, steady yet filled with rage. "Daring to strike at my son during his tribulation and showing murderous intent towards my great-uncle. Tell me, how do you wish to die, you pest?" Boom. As the imperial aura fully burst forth, countless humans instinctively bowed, the thunderous sound reverberating across the battlefield. "Welcome back, Martial Saint," everyone shouted in unison. The Emperor's aura enveloped the battlefield for miles, and the majesty of the Martial Saint swept across like a fierce wind. Without a Martial Saint to resist them, the alien army fell to the ground like fields of wheat in the wind. Warriors below the Saint level were vastly different. Upon reaching the Martial Saint stage, they gained the initial ability to traverse the universe, not yet able to venture far, but already transcending the mortal realm. From the spatial rift behind Su Zhanyuan, a figure in military attire stepped out, each step causing the ground to tremble, clearly a powerful being of the Holy God realm. The once arrogant three-eyed alien, upon seeing Su Long, was filled with terror instead of bloodlust. Amidst screams, the three-eyed alien turned to flee, only to be yanked back by Su Long. With a snap, Su Long's hand gripped the alien's head, his voice filled with fury. "How dare you meddle in the battlefield? Do you think your kind has already won?" The alien's skull cracked under Su Long's grasp, and it screamed in agony. "You dared to attack my son and try to kill my fifth uncle." Su Long's overwhelming pressure was like a raging dragon, crushing the alien's spine. In his grasp, the three-eyed alien was as insignificant as an ant, unable even to struggle. "Spare me, Holy One." Su Long's icy gaze hardened, and with a slight squeeze, the alien's life force vanished instantly, its claws dropping lifelessly as it died. Under the amplification of the Martial Saint's powerful essence, it didn't even have the chance to use any immortal material, being crushed to death along with its spirit. With a thud, Su Long casually discarded the corpse and turned to the dazed Su Zhanyuan beside him. "Fifth uncle, I'm sorry for not coming sooner. I was stabilizing my essence." Su Long felt guilty and pained. He had been protected by Su Zhanyuan since childhood, and his son was also under his care. Now, this elder had almost fallen into a dire situation. Su Zhanyuan was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with shock and joy. "Ha, you finally became a saint. Our Su family now has two saints." His words were incoherent with excitement. His eyes, though clouded and weak, were filled with relief. The children he had watched grow up had now fully matured. In just a few decades, Su Long had surpassed him, achieving the rank of Martial Saint. More than his own safety, he longed to see the revival of the Su family, and with this wish fulfilled, he felt at peace. Su Long nodded with a smile, glancing at Su Yu, who was faintly visible within the tribulation clouds. He said to Su Zhanyuan, "Fifth uncle, you go rest. Leave father to me. This absurd battle should come to an end." As he spoke, his gaze turned deep. Having walked the path of the human emperor, he understood much, realizing how childish this war seemed compared to the future threat of annihilation. This was merely a battle to halt sainthood, while the true crisis of extinction loomed ahead. If a breakthrough couldn't be found, becoming a human emperor would still be insufficient to stop the alien onslaught. They were draining the human race. "All right," Su Zhanyuan nodded firmly. Although Su Yu said he didn't have to listen, Su Long's words at this moment were filled with genuine authority. After all, he was a top-tier powerhouse of his time. Once Su Zhanyuan descended, Several human warriors of the 8th rank immediately stepped forward to escort and reassure him. Su Long paid no mind to the wary and fearful gazes of the alien races behind him. He stood tall in the sky, looking down upon the human army below. His voice was as loud as a bell, echoing across the battlefield and reaching every human ear. Soldiers, I apologize for the grievances you've suffered. At this moment, the remaining millions of troops wore expressions of excitement, for the Dragon Nation had gained another supreme martial saint. Now, let's launch a counterattack and drive these aliens back. Su Long raised his arm, and everyone followed, raising their weapons and shouting in unison, counterattack, charge. The human army, invigorated, charged fearlessly. Witnessing this, Su Long, although reluctant to send them to their deaths, knew that extreme times called for extreme measures. Those who survived here would surely play an even greater role in future battles. As he watched the army charge out, Su Long glanced at a nearby commander, who immediately understood and approached him. Greetings, Martial Saint. The commander, a latest-stage 8th rank martial artist, said respectfully. Su Long nodded slightly and asked, where are the other Martial Saints? Martial Saint, the aliens have dispatched a large army this time, and the other city garrisons and Martial Saints are all tied up and unable to come. Only Zhan Tian Martial Saint and Tianzheng Martial Saint could make it. The commander reported promptly to Su Long. Su Long knew that when a human achieved sainthood, the aliens would surely come to obstruct it, so he was surprised by the scale of this event. In the past, when someone attained the Martial Saint level, only 1 or 2 alien Martial Saints would come to assassinate them, but this time 5 had come, causing him a headache. How am I so special that I can attract 5 alien Martial Saints and millions of alien troops? Su Long wondered, pondering that wars of this scale usually occurred once every decade, yet only 3 years had passed since the last one. Have the aliens recently gained a new Martial Saint? How could they spare 5 to come and assassinate me? The commander, filled with deep respect and fervor, replied excitedly. The day you, with a 9th rank body, killed 20 weak 9th rank aliens, including several original 9th ranks, and finally slashed a chasm in the sky to subdue an alien Martial Saint. They fear your sainthood immensely, which is why they sent 5 to assassinate you. Since this achievement was publicized, nearly all human warriors regarded Su Long as the second director of the Martial Arts Bureau, Yi Tao, believing he had the potential to reach the demigod realm. After hearing the report, Su Long appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was deeply shaken. Who exactly is Yuer's master to give him the ability to slaughter 9th rank opponents in such a short time? When Su Yu brought out many precious items, he suspected his son had been taken as a disciple by a powerful being from beyond. Otherwise, how could he casually produce so many valuable things? But that wasn't the most important part now. He even possessed the ability to kill 9th ranks. This realization sent shivers down his spine. 9th rank warriors are not like cabbages. The Dragon Nation had only 228 9th rank warriors in total, not as many as the 400 known alien 9th ranks, but they were of higher quality. Yet, Su Long had wiped out 20 alien 9th ranks in one battle, eliminating 1/10 of their elites, so it was no wonder the enemy was desperate to assassinate him. He took a deep breath, tore open the space, and accurately located the direction of the Martial Saint battle in the void. Since this kid has placed me on such a high pedestal, I mustn't let him down. Boom. From the freshly torn spatial rift, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, the pressure from which caused the nearby 8th rank commander to plummet to the ground instantly. Fortunately, Su Long bore the brunt of the pressure, allowing the commander to escape unharmed, merely being blown away. Ha ha ha, Su Zhantian, do you and Jiang Tianjing think you can stop us? Foolish dreamers. In the void, 2 figures were sent flying backward. Even the void struggled to withstand the ripples of their battle. 5 menacing alien Martial Saints were about to seize the opportunity to attack the duo when, from beyond the rift, a figure quietly stepped in, appearing instantly before Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianjing. Su Long, you've become a saint. The 5 alien Martial Saints were incredulous and stunned at his appearance. Where's your Martial Saint tribulation? They were baffled as to how Su Long could silently become a Martial Saint with such a stable aura. It was well known that after reaching the 8th rank, each advancement required overcoming a tribulation, a baptism of heaven and earth. Surviving the tribulation meant becoming powerful, failing meant death. The Martial Saint tribulation was especially fearsome, with every bolt of lightning capable of killing a 9th rank who had emerged from the origin path. Yet, they sensed no trace of a tribulation. Su Long glanced at the 5 alien Martial Saints without speaking, instead turning to transfer his undying essence to the injured Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzheng. With the infusion of the Emperor's undying essence, the deep wounds on their chests began to heal, and their pale complexions improved. Su Zhantian stood up, scrutinizing Su Long with amazement in his eyes. You changed your path? As Su Long's father, he understood better than anyone. Su Long previously followed the path of the benevolent general, which didn't greatly enhance combat power. But now, the essence he sensed from Su Long wasn't the benevolent general's path, but a new path, one that stirred thoughts of Su Long as a leader. Was this the origin path of humanity? Jiang Tianzheng also observed from the side, frowning. The Emperor's path? He asked incredulously. Su Long nodded with a slight smile, replying, I'm on the path of the human emperor, which requires no tribulation. This isn't something to hide, but it's limited to the upper echelons. The human emperor's path strengthens as the human race and their recognition of him grow. Hiss. Jiang Tianzheng and Su Zhantian exchanged glances, drawing a sharp breath. Walking the path of the human emperor. Wasn't this what Yi Tao mentioned before, that humanity needed someone to become an emperor to resist the aliens? We thought it might take decades, even centuries, but now Su Long has suddenly switched to the human emperor's path. Seeing the shock and questions in their eyes, Su Long said, Dad, now's not the time for this. Let's deal with the situation here first. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at the 5 eager alien martial saints. Although they were outnumbered 3 to 5, he remained unfazed. The alien martial saints present were all second rank, none exceeding the third rank, and he could handle them. All right. Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzheng suppressed their questions and readied themselves for battle. The progression of a martial saint is divided into 9 ranks, with each rank's difference measured in kilometers. Su Zhantian and Jiang Tian became saints 30 years ago, and even now they are only at the second stage of martial saint. In human cultivation, from the first rank to the 9th, as long as there are enough resources and insight, and the courage to hone skills in battle, one can advance rapidly. However, upon reaching the martial saint realm, advancement relies on personal exploration, slowing down the progress considerably. 5 alien martial saints sneered, baring their fangs, eyes gleaming with malice as they mocked. Humph. You've barely become a martial saint, yet you dare to join the fight. You must have a death wish. Su Long didn't care. His storage ring flashed, and a silver spear exuding a moonlit aura appeared in his hand. This was his silver moon spear. Before mastering the Blade of Origin, he was skilled with the spear. To fit the Su family's martial saint legacy, he switched to blade techniques. Now, having found his own path, wielding the spear represents his peak combat strength. Su Long swept the spear across the void, its tip pointing downward, gathering silver light mixed with destructive and origin power, as if to pierce through the void. Who wants to die? Su Long asked arrogantly, gripping the silver moon spear. Back in the day, he was invincible at the 8th rank, except for the demigod Yi Tao. At this moment, an alien martial saint with blood-red bone wings was infuriated by his arrogance. With a flap of his wings, he shot forward at incredible speed, stopping less than a kilometer from Su Long facing the charging enemy. Su Long's gaze was sharp. He thrust the silver moon spear forward, creating a small hole in space, its tip emerging from the other side of the alien martial saint's head. Sensing the threat of death, the martial saint instantly descended, narrowly avoiding the attack as the spear tip grazed his head. The winged martial saint looked grim, shocked. Was Su Long truly just a newly formed saint? To possess the combat power of a second-stage origin as soon as he became a saint was astonishing. Su Long sighed slightly, thinking his spear skills had become rusty over the years. But this next strike you won't evade. Before his words faded, Su Long's figure blurred, charging at the enemy. The power of his spear disturbed the dark matter energy in the void. Crescent moon strike. Boom. In the endless darkness, a crescent moon shadow rose, the rich moonlight power combining with Su Long's origin martial path, destabilizing the void. The winged martial saint's face changed drastically, fear gripping his heart. As a second-stage martial saint, why did Su Long's attack carry such a strong sense of impending death? He had no time to ponder, drawing his weapon and unleashing all his energy to barely deflect the silver moon spear's tip. Clang. Sparks flew, origin power scattered, and chaotic currents surged in the void. Boom. In just half a second, the winged martial saint's weapon shattered, and he was sent flying 1,000 miles. Afterward, Su Long swept the silver moon spear forward, calming the chaotic currents in the void. All of you, come at me together. Su Long's expression was cold, revealing the sharpness and dominance he had hidden for years. The remaining 4 martial saints stared at him, puzzled. How did you become a saint? Wasn't the recent thunder tribulation because of you? They awaited Su Long's explanation. However, Su Long laughed heartily. Who told you the saintly thunder tribulation was caused by me? If not you, then who else? The 4 alien saints looked grim, an ominous feeling creeping into their hearts. The next moment, Su Long's cheerful and booming voice resonated through the void. The saintly thunder tribulation was mine. Do you have any objections? As the voice faded, a frail old man with hair and beard both white as snow boldly stepped into the void. His arrival was accompanied by a massive thundercloud, which seemed to cover an area of nearly 100 miles. Within the cloud, lightning and thunder tribulations crackled, each bolt radiating a terrifying power that sent shivers down one's spine. This was a tribulation of ascension, the tribulation to become a saint. Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzheng were utterly stunned by the scene, their mouths agape as if they had seen a ghost. How have you also become a saint? Su Zhantian's eyes were wide with shock, his gaze fixed on his younger brother. The enormous thundercloud above and the intense power emanating from him were unmistakable signs that Su Zhanya was indeed undergoing the tribulation. Seeing his elder brother's expression, Su Zhanya couldn't help but laugh heartily. I was lucky to gain an opportunity. Once I finish the tribulation, I'll return and tell you everything, elder brother. Compared to his previous encounter with Su Yu when he was in dire straits, Su Zhanya now exuded a vigorous fighting spirit, and his robust life force seemed almost limitless. Having just entered the realm of Martial Saint, his base life force started at 10.01 million calories. With the amplification from his inherent power, he could exert a combat strength of no less than 15 million calories. Su Long smiled reassuringly, saying, "Third uncle, focus on your breakthrough. With me here, no one can stop you from becoming a martial saint." In just 1 month, the Su family had produced 3 saints, propelling them into invincibility. Su Long himself had embarked on the path of the human emperor, and with the power of faith bolstering him, he was now a second-level martial saint. Even against a third-level martial saint, he could not be defeated, and he could even hold his ground against a fourth-level martial saint. No one can stop the rise of the Su family. Su Long's bold declaration echoed in the air, and Su Zhanya laughed heartily, fully believing his words. Without hesitation, he charged into the thundercloud in front of 5 alien martial saints. In an instant, the entire void was illuminated by the light of the tribulation cloud's lightning, with thunderous booms shaking the soul and terrifying power spreading, almost threatening to burst this temporarily created space. Faced with Su Long's audacity, the 5 alien saints showed signs of distress. Kill. We must stop the humans from rising again. The bone-winged martial saint, who had been sent flying by Su Long's spear earlier, had returned, looking slightly disheveled and filled with hatred. For a saint renowned for 100 years to be bested by a junior was a humiliation beyond measure. The other 4 saints did not hesitate and responded sharply. They had thought that sending 2 first-level martial saints and 3 second-level martial saints to intercept Su Long was more than enough, but they had underestimated him. Now they were caught in a difficult situation, but they had no choice but to proceed. Boom. At that moment, the energy within the void reached its peak, and even though it was hidden from the outside world, the terrifying energy still seeped through. On the battlefield outside, both human and alien warriors were filled with dread upon sensing this martial saint's inherent power. Su Long snorted coldly, gripping his silver moon spear as he took the initiative, directly confronting 2 first-level martial saints and 1 second-level martial saint. The remaining 2 saints were quickly engaged by Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzheng. As the battle of the martial saints erupted, Su Long, now a saint, seemed like a deity, bathed in the aura of the human emperor, his combat strength overwhelmingly fierce. Every strike from his hand could effortlessly annihilate a formidable Dao Ninth Grade. The thunderous roar of the tribulation clouds and the sea of lightning continued to churn, accumulating terrifying energy. Outside the void, Su Yu's tribulation of the 8th grade extreme realm had begun. Seated amidst the nearly liquefied sea of thunder, Su Yu allowed the lightning to wash over him, his body gradually taking on a more pronounced jade-like luster. As the final skull absorbed the lightning, it radiated with a brilliant golden light. He was cultivating. Despite the destructive aura within the sea of thunder, there was also a glimmer of vitality that Su Yu aimed to capture. Destruction tempered his body, while vitality restored it. During his previous tribulation as a 7th grade heavenly soul master, his destruction body was only partially formed due to insufficient absorption of destructive power. Now, with the vast support of the sea of tribulation, Su Yu had the potential to reach a more complete state. He endured the pain inflicted by the thunder while diverting his mental energy to capture vitality, absorbing as much as possible into his dantian. This vitality was incredibly precious, and his defense was extraordinarily formidable. The relentless lightning strikes could not penetrate his defenses. To activate the emergence of immortal cells, Su Yu cautiously allowed a thread of lightning to enter his body, strengthening himself in the process. As the current passed through, cells that already contained traces of immortality fiercely resisted the destructive force. However, after numerous strikes, the cells began to grow stronger. The cycle of destruction and recovery continued. Suddenly, after an unknown duration of being struck, a cluster of cells near his heart underwent a sudden transformation. This group of 300 cells all turned into a jade-like color. The rich, immortal aura coursed through his veins into his heart. As the immortal aura entered his heart chamber, Su Yu's body trembled, and his remaining skull transformed into a fully jade-like color at that moment. The formation of jade bone was complete. Instantly, from his dantian and spine, the exclusive, indestructible substance of the 8th grade realm began to generate continuously. Indestructible substance is measured in strands. For an 8th grade golden body cultivator to produce indestructible substance, they must expend mental energy and a large amount of blood energy. Each 1,000 points of mental energy and 10,000 units of blood energy can produce one strand. The mental energy of an 8th grade golden body cultivator ranges from a minimum of 10,000 to a maximum of 100,000, while blood energy ranges from 10,000 to 999,999 units. To recover 1,000 points of mental energy and 10,000 units of blood energy, an 8th grade martial artist requires at least a day of cultivation. A single strand of indestructible substance already enables them to regenerate a severed limb. To gather nearly 1,000 strands to cover the entire body, the consumption of blood energy and mental energy is unimaginable. Thus, indestructible substance is incredibly precious. However, for Su Yu, the indestructible substance appearing in his body already exceeded 300 strands. If converted into cultivation stones, it would be enough to exchange for 30 million stones, a figure beyond ordinary comprehension. With the formation of the golden body, the tribulation gradually weakened, and the rampant blood energy within Su Yu's body began to settle, capturing the last thread of thunder vitality. Boom! In the sky above, the thunderclouds shattered with a deafening explosion. On the battlefield, a resonant voice echoed across the entire area, causing the 9th grade warriors engaged in battle at 10,000 meters high to cease fighting and look downward in unison. The 8th grade golden body solidified. Simultaneously, in the temporary battle space opened in the void, the Martial Saint tribulation clouds covering 100 miles exploded, dissipating without a trace. Moments later, an overwhelming and violent saintly aura swept through the battle space. Haha. Today, the Su family boasts 3 saints. When Su Zhanya completely transcended the tribulation of thunder, the holy might within him was fully realized. As the thunderstorm dissipated, the worlds will bestowed its recognition, marking the emergence of the 38th Martial Saint on Blue Star. At that moment, a spiritual rain imbued with the energy of heaven and earth began to fall from the sky, and everyone touched by it, regardless of their level of cultivation, could feel a slight improvement. Even ordinary people who couldn't cultivate found their bodies strengthened and their health improved by the rain. This was the benefit of becoming a saint, but such privileges were reserved only for martial saints acknowledged by the world's will. Ha ha ha, the Su family is destined to prosper in this era. Su Zhantian, amidst battle with the alien race, glanced back, and his aura surged with excitement on his scarred face. The Su family thriving. More than the continuation of a millennium-long legacy, he eagerly anticipated witnessing the spectacle of 2 saints emerging from the Su family. Now, not just 2, but 3 saints appeared simultaneously. Jiang Tianzheng watched this scene unfold with envy in his eyes, reflecting on the Su family's flourishing fortune. Fortunately, the Jiang family's relationship with the Su family was extraordinary, ensuring that even if the Jiang family lost its saintly status, the Su family would still look after them. Sky-cutting spear. At this moment, Su Long, entangled with 3 alien saints, thrust his spear into the shoulder blade of a comparatively weaker martial saint, and with a sharp twist, snap. The martial saint's arm was severed instantly. Su Zhanya then joined the fray, taking on this alien martial saint directly. Having just become a martial saint, he needed the challenge, and this opponent was perfect for honing his skills. Suddenly, the sound waves of battle echoed endlessly in the void, and the space became increasingly unstable under the attacks of these top-tier fighters. This was a characteristic of the extraterrestrial battlefield developed temporarily and existing for over 1,000 years. The space was far less stable than in the normal world. Even an 8th grade could break the space, and a 9th grade could wield the power of space. As for martial saints, even their aura was enough to cause spatial tremors, and when fully unleashed, they could easily turn a 1,000-mile radius into scorched earth. Spurt. Once the number of martial saints was equalized, the 5 alien martial saints lost their advantage, even finding themselves at a disadvantage. After fighting fiercely for dozens of minutes, Su Long once again used the amplification of the human emperor's original path, significantly increasing his combat power, and shattered the leg of a second-tier martial saint with a single thrust, instantly filling the void with the stench of alien blood. The 5 alien martial saints were forced to retreat together, their eyes filled with embarrassment and reluctance. Although Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzheng also sustained new injuries, this was not enough to bring them joy. Failing in their assassination attempt, the Bone Wing martial saint snarled, "Retreat. We won't be arrogant for long. When the patriarch breaks free, it will be the end of your human race." 100 years ago, we received a message from the Holy King transmitted from the depths of space. He was preparing to break through the star fragment. A century has passed, and the Holy King will likely return. Then, Blue Star will surely become the spoils of our race. The Bone Wing martial saint bared his fangs in a sinister grin, saying, "This time you got lucky, but next time, we will wipe out your entire race." Even Yi Tao couldn't stop us now. With those words, the half-winged figure behind him tore through the void and charged forward. Seeing their retreat, Su Long and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Killing them outright wasn't realistic yet, but if Su Long could stabilize for a few more months, leaving two of them behind wouldn't be a problem. Let's go, they said, tearing open the void with their bare hands and slipping through. At the front lines of the Fifth City battlefield, the surface was blanketed in smoke and debris. Although the human race had suffered over 2 million casualties, the invading army of 10 million from the alien race had been reduced to only 5 million. This battle was a resounding victory. After fighting for a day and a night, everyone was exhausted, but they continued to fight with determination. Behind them were countless civilians, including their family members. If they took a step back, their loved ones would die. So they chose to fight to the death. When Su Long and the 4 martial saints appeared, a wave of cheers erupted from the human camp. Long live the martial saints! They had seen that 2 of the 5 alien martial saints were injured. They had triumphed in terms of top-tier combat power. As soon as the martial saints appeared, the battle in the skies between the 9th-level warriors ceased, and both sides returned to their camps. The 9th-level casualties were relatively low, with the humans losing 4 and the aliens 2. Subordinates greet the 4 martial saints, the 9th-level warriors said, bowing to Su Long and the others before retreating to the rear. With the battle paused, both sides were at a standoff. However, the human side was clearly brimming with morale, while the alien side showed signs of defeat. After all, in 1,000 years, they had never suffered such a crushing defeat. Calling all the alien forces back, they retreated to the other side of the land Su Yu had previously severed. The leader, the bone-winged martial saint, said grimly, "Don't think you've won. This time was just a fluke. Cherish your remaining time, for in less than 20 years, it will be the end of your human race. Troops retreat." With a reluctant order, the alien army withdrew from the battlefield. As they turned to leave, Su Long, standing in midair, raised his silver moon spear, charging it with energy. The spear's tip crackled with black and purple energy, tearing through space. In the next moment, Su Long hurled the silver moon spear with force. With a piercing sound, the spear flew across the battlefield. When the bone-winged martial saint turned his head, his face turned pale. Trying to dodge, he was nonetheless targeted by the spear. With a sickening crunch, part of his bone wing was shattered. Ah! With a pained scream, Su Long stepped forward, retrieving the silver moon spear, and coldly said, "If you're defeated, leave your spoils before you go." Even if he couldn't kill them here, he would still collect a toll. Su Yu's effort to build momentum for him couldn't be wasted. The domineering words sent a shiver through the millions of weary soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Their eyes burned with admiration as they looked at his back. So powerful. Is this their newly ascended martial saint? Long live the city lord. Cheers once again filled the air. Meanwhile, the bone-winged martial saint and his men, unable to retaliate despite being injured, quickly retreated. The lower-tier aliens, terrified, fled as fast as they could. Once they had vanished completely, Su Long turned around, looking at the excited faces below. A bright smile appeared on his otherwise cold face. "We won this battle. From now on, the territory within 3,000 miles belongs to the Dragon Nation." Cheers from millions of people nearly drowned out the area. Not far away, Su Yu sat cross-legged in the air, watching the scene with a smile on his handsome face, a strange light flickering in his eyes. It seemed his father, the human emperor, was beginning to build momentum. The Su family had now found its footing, enough to sustain them for the next few years. Now, it was his turn to take the stage. His restless ambition was stirring. Next, he would deal with the child of destiny and the heroine, ensuring a balance between tension and relaxation. The intense battles wouldn't tire the audience. Instead, they would continue to be exhilarating, addressing power dynamics in the process. The Battle of the Marksmen concluded. After the dust settled, the human race began assessing the losses from this war, ultimately finding that over 2 million soldiers had perished, along with several 9th-rank grandmasters and 10 8th-rank golden body experts. The brutality of this battle was undeniable. Although the addition of 2 martial saints was a cause for celebration, the high mortality rate cast a somber shadow. On the brighter side, the spoils of war were quite promising. They acquired abundant resources and 10 spirit stone veins, along with several primeval forests, all of which were high-quality resources awaiting development. Proper utilization could significantly enhance the strength of the human race. After 3 days of fortifying defenses and organizing resource extraction, Su Zhantian, Su Zhanya, and Su Long sat at the head of the table in the reception room of the city lord's mansion in the 5th city. Su Zhanshuan and Su Zhanyuan were seated nearby. Though the gathering was small, everyone present was from the Su family. Su Long, seated at the head, nodded slightly and asked Su Yu, "What urgent matter prompted you to call us back?" He had just achieved the rank of martial saint and had many affairs to handle. Su Zhantian was also curious about this grandson of his, wondering how he had reached the 8th rank at such a young age. After all, Su Long had been a top talent of his generation, and if not for the emergence of Yi Tao, he would have been a leading figure of the previous generation. Even so, Su Long broke through to the 8th rank at 30, while Yi Tao did it at 29. But Su Yu, at just 22, had already reached the 8th rank and possessed a heavenly soul. Such talent was almost unbelievable. Under the scrutinizing gaze of his elders, Su Yu smiled softly and said, I have some suggestions regarding our Su family strategic plans that I'd like to discuss with you, father. Hearing strategic plans, the Su family elders became intrigued and urged him to continue. Oh, go on. Su Yu smiled slightly, and a flash from the storage ring on his finger revealed 20 emerald green pills in his hand. A faint spiritual aura spread through the room, accompanied by a captivating fragrance that left everyone in awe and disbelief. Su Zhantian's body trembled slightly, his face filled with shock as he exclaimed, What are these pills? The moment I smelled them, the hidden injuries within me began to heal. In contrast, Su Zhanya and Su Long remained composed, having already experienced these pills, which could even be called miraculous. Su Yu was not surprised by their reaction and explained calmly, These are Qingling pills. Below the Martial Saint level, even if one is on the brink of death, these can save them. Above the Martial Saint level, they can heal wounds and restore foundations. There are 16 pills here to be given to the Martial Saints of the Dragon Nation and its allies, with a few kept by Grandpa for emergencies. With that, Su Yu tossed the pills, landing them in Su Zhantian's hands, and also giving 2 each to the 4th and 5th granduncles. Su Yu turned to his 5th granduncle Su Zhanyuan, offering a warm smile as he said, 5th granduncle, this pill is enough to restore the foundation you lost years ago and mend the deficiencies in your spiritual power. In the Su family, the 5 dragons are indispensable. Su Zhanyuan is the one he has known the longest, and this relative has risked his lifetime and again to save him. Now, with plenty of elixirs at hand, he cannot forget him. As Su Zhanyuan looked at the elixirs in his hand, he was momentarily stunned, as if recalling something. His eyes gradually reddened, and tears began to well up. 5th uncle, when Yu grows up, he will surely become a martial saint and protect you throughout your life. 5th uncle, today Yu has advanced to the 3rd rank, and I will definitely find spiritual medicine to restore your foundation, so that you too can become a martial saint. 5th uncle, I've fallen for a girl. She's so beautiful. Can I give her this month's resources? 5th uncle, I have a request. Please accompany me to call off the engagement. For 20 years, he has been guiding Su Yu, and now the past flashes vividly before his eyes. The promise made by the young child has been fulfilled, and he begins to protect this lonely old man. Su Zhanyuan wipes away his tears, nodding with a smile, and says, All right, as you wish. The other strong members of the Su family are also deeply moved. After distributing the elixirs, Su Yu placed the martial arts scrolls he had prepared in advance on the table. He looked at his father and said seriously, Father, now that you've emerged from the Emperor's origin, there are still many things to do. These are the original versions of the Void Blade Technique and the Burial Blade Technique, star-level martial arts, meant to replace the Su family's God-exterminating blade technique. As for the cultivation methods, they will remain as they are for now. The other treasured Earth-level and Heaven-level martial arts are not much use. You can use them to build momentum and earn a reputation among the human race. Next, he plans to start harvesting benefits from Chu Feng, exchanging them for the War God cultivation method and some high-level techniques and martial arts, officially setting the Su family on the right track. Meanwhile, the lower-level items can be used to bolster Su Long's reputation. This arrangement doesn't affect the Su family and can also unite people's hearts, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. Su Zhantian and Su Zhanchuan were confused, not understanding what star-level martial arts were. It wasn't until Su Zhanya explained that these were martial arts above the War God level that their faces showed increasing astonishment. Su Long gently tapped the conference table and pondered, There's no rush to spread the word, but we can first release the high-level earth techniques to the public, allowing everyone in the Dragon Nation to practice martial arts. Having cultivated the Emperor's origin, he deeply understands the importance of reputation and faith among the people. If the Dragon Nation's over 1 billion people acknowledge his status, he can become a war god. Su Yu did not object to this, as he knew his father would handle it. If necessary, he could help him. He certainly doesn't want to be the nice guy, only wanting to find the destined child to harvest the villain points. All right, you can go now. We have another meeting later. Su Long waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, About Neon and Blackfi? Su Long glanced up at him and nodded. Yes, we also need to deal with Neon and Blackfi. Their alliance with the alien races has infuriated the human race, and it's been decided to send troops to obliterate these treacherous regions. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's face lit up with a bright smile. Let me know when the expedition begins. I need to hone my skills as well. I've waited a long time for the day to destroy Neon and Blackfi. For some reason, he felt a bit excited and eager. After a few more words with Su Long and the others, Su Yu left the conference room. Outside the city lord's mansion, a young man with a crew cut sat on the steps. Seeing Su Yu come out, he immediately approached. Young Master Su, I've completed the tasks you assigned, just waiting for your arrival. Su Yu glanced at Fong Ting, a smile spreading across his handsome face. This was a promising talent, perfect to train as his shadow guard. Lead the way, let's meet them. And by the way, you can replace your techniques. Su Yu's ambitions extend far beyond this small blue planet. He understands that this place is merely a stepping stone, and he cannot linger here for long. In the face of those powerful protagonists capable of wiping out millions and shattering galaxies with ease, Su Yu knows he must continually strengthen himself to stand against them in the future. Before you arrived, Fong Ting had already explained everything to you. In the mountains, 500 miles from the fifth city, a group of 12 young people, including Fong Ting, gathered with determined and resolute expressions. These individuals are cadets from humble backgrounds, all selected as outstanding talents by the Su family during college entrance exams. They were originally meant to be nurtured into military leaders like Qin Tuo, but due to Su Yu, they have regrouped here. Su Yu looked over these young individuals and said calmly, from today onwards, you will be my personal shadow guards. If anyone is unwilling, you may step forward now. As his words fell, none of the 12 standing at the front wavered. Their eyes remained steadfast. Young Master Su, you recruited us through the military academy's admissions mentors, and it's all thanks to you that we have achieved what we have today. If you're willing to lead us, how could we not be willing? They were full of gratitude towards Su Yu. Without him, they might have become mediocre, living out their lives in obscurity, far from the level of having 5th or 6th grade cultivation, being lieutenants or captains, and earning the respect of ordinary people. Moreover, on the battlefield that day, Su Yu single-handedly tore through nearly 300 8th grade aliens, a feat of unparalleled talent. To serve as Su Yu's personal guards is indeed an immense honor. Perhaps in the near future, Su Yu could become a martial saint. And who wouldn't want to follow a future martial saint? Su Yu observed their reactions, nodding silently to himself. Although their talents might not be extraordinary, and they might never reach the 9th or even 8th grade in their lifetimes, their loyalty compensates for everything. Very well, since none of you wish to leave, from now on, I will teach you new cultivation techniques and martial skills. With that, a mid-tier heavenly-level cultivation manual appeared in Su Yu's hand. It was the Su family's direct cultivation technique, accompanied by the heavenly-level martial skill, the Extinguishing God Blade Technique, along with 3 other types of heavenly-level martial skills. With a thought, the cultivation manual flew towards them. As they received it, the 11 young individuals widened their eyes in surprise and delight. Heavenly level, all heavenly level. These heavenly-level techniques would be enough to tempt even a 9th grade grandmaster, yet Su Yu bestowed them upon them effortlessly. For the next 6 months, you will train here. There are 20 million spirit stones inside, along with the elixirs you need for breakthroughs. Su Yu paused before continuing. Once you reach the mid-6th grade, I will teach you new techniques for cultivating mental power. He hopes to cultivate heavenly soul masters so that these shadow guards have a solid foundation, allowing them to surpass the star-shattering realm in the future. Yes, we will obey the young master's orders. The 11 young individuals clutched the cultivation manual tightly, their expressions filled with excitement, gratitude, and loyalty. Soon, they were led by Su Yu into the depths of the mountain range. This area was naturally protected by an illusion that could prevent anyone from discovering them, unless a grandmaster personally intervened. Once inside, Su Yu glanced at Fong Ting, a young man with a roguish air, and gestured for him to come over. For now, don't worry about swapping techniques. Focus on cultivating your spiritual power first, Su Yu instructed. He then spent 1,000 villain points from his system space to imprint this soul refinement manual, casually tossing it to Fong Ting. This is the soul refinement manual. It can cultivate spiritual power. Your vital energy is already abundant, so suppress it for now. Train your spiritual power to the 7th rank before breaking through to the heavenly soul master. Fong Ting took the manual, his expression both comical and incredulous. What? Spiritual power can be cultivated too. If this gets out, it'll cause an uproar on Blue Planet, he exclaimed, conflicted. But before he could continue, Su Yu raised a hand to cut him off. If you want to follow me, do you think your current talent is sufficient? Su Yu's words left Fong Ting speechless, making him realize his own shortcomings. Su Yu's sharply defined features reflected calmness, and his eyes carried an air of superiority as he said, wars extend beyond Blue Planet. Train diligently. Don't neglect the Void Blade technique I taught you earlier. In a month, come find me at the City Lord's mansion. With that, Su Yu stepped into the void, walking away from the primeval forested mountains. Fong Ting watched Su Yu's retreating figure, his eyes gradually brightening with determination and sincerity. He murmured, rest assured, young master, I will follow in your footsteps and become a weapon in your hands. With those words, Fong Ting turned and delved deeper into the mountains to begin his training. Su Yu strolled alone in the air, gazing at the unpolluted sky, filled with countless stars and a dazzling Milky Way. Hands clasped behind his back, he looked at the starry sky, silently thinking, grow quickly. The 12 individuals behind him were his chosen guards, the void assassins he had trained, destined to fight across the heavens. Su Yu would ensure they grew amidst bloodshed and spread their fearsome reputation throughout the cosmos. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Su Yu furrowed his brow, puzzled. What does this mean? I haven't been trying to profit from Little Fat Pig lately, so why is it sending me rewards? He pondered for a long time without finding an answer. It wasn't until he returned to his quarters at the city lord's mansion that a figure in a black robe silently appeared before him. The person kneeled on one knee, respectfully reporting, Young master, the vice principal of Jingwu, Han Shuang, whom you instructed me to monitor, has returned to the first city. She is quite injured and currently at about the 7th rank. Upon her return, she deliberately spread news. Our investigation revealed that she had a falling out with her disciple, and her injuries are a result of that. After hearing the informant's report, Su Yu realized. So the recent reward came from this situation. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he instructed, Go, have someone suppress this news for now. In 25 days, help her stir things up. This is a good opportunity, but it will be more interesting if I handle it personally after leaving seclusion. If I frame Chu Feng for killing Han Shuang, how will he recover? Understood. After the 7th rank informant left, Su Yu entered the training room. Boom. The door to the training room closed with a thunderous sound, and a faint voice of anticipation echoed softly. It seems we'll meet again soon. Chu Feng. Oh Chu Feng, can you bear the accusation of murdering your master? In the following period, not much happened. After the failed attempts by the foreigners to assassinate Su Long and Su Zhanya, they retreated to their own territories without achieving sainthood. However, small-scale skirmishes between martial saints continued to occur. The foreigners were preparing to recruit warriors from Neon and Heifei, and they were unwilling to forego the addition of 2 martial saints. As a result, they frequently harassed the martial saints of Blue Star to prevent them from regrouping and retaliating. Within the 9th city, rumors were spreading. Some claimed that the leader of the New Era Alliance was responsible for the disappearance of Vice Principal Han. That can't be true. Chu Feng and Vice Principal Han are mentor and disciple. How could he harm his own mentor? Exactly, Vice Principal Han is a formidable warrior at the late stage of the 8th grade Golden Body realm. Chu Feng is nowhere near that level. How could he possibly threaten Vice Principal Han Shuang? Someone cautioned, don't spread unverified rumors. Wait until Chu Feng returns from the Beast Forest, and you'll know the truth. The students of the 9th city were now free to train independently. Some chose to enter the Beast Forest to hunt beasts, while others traveled to seek opportunities. After being away for a while, each would return to the city to share their gains and exchange them for points to meet graduation requirements. The outer battlefield was filled with dangers and opportunities, offering a more exciting life than the monotonous existence on Blue Star. Some students who couldn't afford storage rings initially managed to purchase these luxury items after a few treasure hunts and beast hunts to acquire beast cores. As such, with no major events occurring, the New Era Alliance led by Chu Feng was practically defunct, with no one specifically managing or organizing it. As for Chu Feng pushing Lin Panchi to manage it? Without the backing of his reputation, Lin Panchi couldn't develop the alliance led by Chu Feng into a significant force as in the original story. Currently, Lin Panchi was mostly just following Chu Feng, reaping benefits without significant roles to play. Of course, Su Yu still found her valuable. Being the female lead, eliminating her could earn him tens of thousands of villain points. In the Beast Forest outside the 9th city, Chu Feng beheaded a 7th grade demon beast with a single sword strike, swiftly extracting the beast core and tossing it to Lin Panchi behind him. That's the 98th 7th grade beast core. Lin Panchi's pretty face broke into a sweet smile. She carefully wiped the blood off the core with a cloth before storing it in her storage ring. A few more days of training, and we can return to the 9th city to exchange resources, Lin Panchi said as she walked to Chu Feng's side, a hint of tenderness in her gaze. Once we have the resources, you can attempt to break through to the late stage of the 6th grade. Looking at the resolute Chu Feng in front of her, Lin Panchi couldn't help but marvel at the many miracles this man possessed. In less than a month, he had advanced from the peak of the late 5th grade to the mid-6th grade. Following him, she too had fortunately broken through to the 6th grade martial arts realm. This man was truly a prodigy. Hearing this, Chu Feng's killing intent gradually subsided. He turned to Lin Panchi with a smile and said, No rush. We should gather more resources. Your strength needs to improve too. His ambitions extended far beyond merely reaching the late stage of the 6th grade. He was determined to make a breakthrough and reach the 7th grade Heavenly Soul level in one go. At this moment, his spiritual power had reached 4,500 Hz, comparable to the early peak of a typical 7th grade. By refining and compressing his spiritual power, He was confident he could become a heavenly soul master. Only by maintaining peak condition could he become the strongest in the future. Lin Panchi nodded repeatedly, feeling a warmth in her heart. Chu Feng genuinely cared for her well-being. Even though his resources were limited, he still thought of taking care of her. Compared to him, Suyu was nothing in her eyes, especially after he slapped her once, which filled her with loathing and murderous intent. She secretly wondered if, when Chu Feng reached his peak, he would avenge her against the Su family. Let's go. We'll hunt deeper and look for some spiritual herbs. Chu Feng noticed her change and smiled smugly before composing himself, saying boldly, "We'll reach the peak together." With that, he and Lin Panchi ventured into the depths of the beast forest, striving for a smile from the beauty. Time flew by, and 21 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the city lord's mansion of the fifth city, the door to Su Yu's cultivation room slowly opened. Clad in a spotless white robe, he stepped out. Looking up at the sun hanging high in the sky, he squinted slightly and muttered, "Time flies when cultivating." Though he had only trained for just over 20 days, his aura had become incredibly robust, showing no signs of instability, firmly establishing himself at the early stage of the 8th grade. Additionally, the aura of his cultivation technique had transformed into a more effortless essence, appearing more enigmatic than a month ago. His Freedom Demon art had completed its transformation, and although it had not yet reached the initial entry level, its aura far surpassed his previous heavenly grade technique. In a flash, Suyu disappeared from where he stood. Over the past few days, he had handed over this soul-refining scripture and the martial god cultivation method he received from the system before his retreat to Su Long. Upon learning that it was a technique directly leading to the level of a martial god, Su Long immediately passed it on to the Su family's martial saints, Su Zhantian and Su Zhanya. Meanwhile, he returned to Blue Star to share the heavenly grade techniques with the public. On the last day of the deadline, at night, 12 late 6th grade warriors suddenly appeared in Su Yu's courtyard, kneeling on one knee and respectfully calling out, "Greetings, young master." Su Yu glanced at the successfully trained dark guards and nodded slightly. "Let's go. Back to the first city. We have someone to pick up." With those words, the courtyard was emptied in an instant. In a corner of the city wall within the first city, a woman sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened her eyes like a mad woman as a faint cracking sound came from within her body. Her expression was distraught as she clawed at her scalp and hissed softly, "Damn it! Why do I keep failing?" This disheveled, crazed woman had eyes full of pain and resentment, shouting, "Ah, am I destined to be a cripple for life? Trapped in this damned first city." At this moment, Han Shuang no longer bore the noble demeanor of a late 8th grade peak powerhouse, consumed by resentment. Her hatred wasn't directed at the one who crippled her, but at her prized disciple. "Ah, I refuse to accept this." Han Shuang pounded the ground in frustration, the immense vibrations echoing around. Not far away, Su Yu, hovering in midair, watched her downfall with amusement, smiled slightly, withdrew his gaze, and turned to Fong Ting and the others behind him, saying, "Go, bring back our deputy, Principal Han of Jingwu, to the city." Fong Ting and the others responded and quickly descended. In the corner, Han Shuang felt the incomplete dantian and damaged meridians within her, and a sense of desolation arose in her heart. Despite her noble status, being among the top tier, given more time, she would surely have broken through to the realm of a 9th grade grandmaster. However, now she had become a cripple unable to cultivate, stuck at the early to mid-stage of the 7th grade. How could someone who once looked down on everything accept this? "Ah, Chu Feng, I must have been blind to think you were loyal and worthy of taking on as a disciple." Thinking about how all her current misfortunes were caused by Chu Feng made her heart grow cold. If he had chosen to sacrifice himself, even if the enemy ended up killing her, Han Shuang would have had no complaints. But Chu Feng didn't. He chose to let her die to save himself. Every time she recalled that day's events, disgust overwhelmed her. Boom. She punched the stone floor, her face covered in dirt and blood, showing a fierce expression. "That beast didn't even have the courage to come back for my body." Han Shuang vented her twisted inner rage and overwhelming murderous intent. Yet every time she tried to break out of here, an invisible barrier blocked her, preventing her from taking a single step outside. This was the defensive formation in every city, imprisoning those without identity cards to prevent outsiders or ill-intentioned individuals from causing trouble. Her arm with the storage ring had been cut off by Su Yu, so she couldn't retrieve her identity card in time. Unable to prove her identity, she was caught by patrols when she entered the city to inquire about Chu Feng and the exchange competition and was exiled here. Boom, boom. Han Shuang punched the ground repeatedly. Just then, a cold voice rang out. "Who's causing trouble in the city?" Upon hearing this voice, Han Shuang immediately stopped, looking up towards the alleyway. Then, in her excited and trembling gaze, several figures in military academy uniforms slowly emerged. Seeing familiar faces, Han Shuang could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, "It's me. I am Han Shuang, The vice principal of Jingwu. You're Fong Ting from the military academy, right? You should have seen me before. In the more than 20 days since she was captured here, this was the first time she'd seen anyone pass by, so she couldn't hold back and rushed over, pounding on the barrier and shouting. Fong Ting and the others, hearing this, approached, and, seeing Han Shuang, were initially taken aback, then surprised. Vice Principal Han, how did it end up like this for you? Han Shuang didn't explain much, immediately instructing. No time for nonsense. Quickly get the person who makes identity cards in this city to come over. I need to get out. She had no patience left, her mind set solely on escaping and making Chu Feng pay, caring little for anything else. Furthermore, most students from the military academy came from poor backgrounds, with cultivation levels and perspectives far from her own, so she couldn't be bothered to be polite. Fong Ting felt a bit displeased at her words. Look at her state, still putting on airs. Of course, he didn't show it, instead nodding in agreement. Go inform the household registration office. Have them bring a card to lift the ban. Soon, a chubby little officer from the Household Registration Bureau was brought over. Han Shuang reprimanded him harshly, finally getting her identity card made. As her breath was recorded, the barrier that had confined her instantly disappeared. Stepping out of the remote alleyway, she took a deep breath, finally free. At that moment, she could no longer suppress her anger and prepared to leave by walking on air. Behind her, the chubby officer shouted, Principal Han, please wait. In the first city, only those of the 9th rank are allowed to fly. Also, your entry and exit registration hasn't been completed. Please cooperate with us and return. However, before he could finish, Han Shuang impatiently shouted, Get lost. I'm the vice principal of Jingwu. How can I not fly? As for registration, I'm heading back to the 9th city now. With that, she swiftly flew towards the teleportation point. The chubby officer was left dumbfounded, thinking to himself, who is she? Acting like this, how did she become the vice principal of Jingwu? Is it really that prestigious school that produced the head of the martial arts directorate? Fong Ting comforted the officer a bit, gave him some compensation, and then left. When they returned, Suyu watched Han Shuang disappear into the distance, his smile growing even brighter. He whispered, release the news and evidence of the blockade, and while you're at it, spread the word on Blue Star. In the distant clouds, a figure hidden within the dark clouds appeared, respectfully bowing to Suyu and responding, Yes, young master. With everything arranged, Suyu walked slowly towards the teleportation point, saying eerily, Return to the 9th city and enjoy the show. This time, I'll ensure that Chu Feng is branded with the crime of murdering his master, forcing him to flee to the beast forest, focusing on becoming a worthy little pig for me to slowly cut with a dull knife. Vice Principal Han, for the sake of my little pig's growth, I'll clear your name. But you should also die tomorrow night. A flash of sharpness flickered in Suyu's eyes. Although he had feelings for Blue Star, for those who opposed him, sorry, it would be best if they all perished. In the 9th city, at the new student plaza of the Martial University, it had long become a trading hotspot. After returning from treasure hunts, everyone would come here to sell or exchange the resources and goods they desired. Wow, so many 7th grade beast cores. Amazing, no wonder Chu Feng is the leader. He hunted so many 7th grade beasts in just a month. And this withered blood vine, it's a crucial material for crafting 7th grade blood essence pills. With so many resources and beast cores, they could probably sell for 8 million spirit stones, right? Chu Feng truly deserves to be the leader of our new era alliance, his strength far surpassing his peers. He and Lin Tongxue make such a perfect pair, truly a match made in heaven. In a corner of the plaza, many students gathered, their eyes fixed on the array of beast cores and medicinal materials on the ground, filled with awe. So strong. No wonder they're the genius leaders from humble beginnings. Facing the praise and discussions from the crowd, Chu Feng and Lin Panchi both wore faint expressions of pride. They had stayed in the beast forest for so long just to earn the admiration of everyone. Haha, everyone, I'm offering these to the New Era Alliance at a low price, or they can be exchanged for the resources needed for the mid-6th grade. Once these resources are submitted, you'll definitely earn enough credits for graduation. After Chu Feng finished speaking, Lin Panchi added at just the right moment, We're only selling to members of the New Era Alliance, no one else. As they spoke, they intentionally glanced at the nearby disciples from noble families and those who had left the New Era Alliance. Seeing their smug expressions, the others couldn't help but mutter under their breath. What's there to be so proud of? It's just some beast cores. Do they really need to show off like this? With Chu Feng's words, classmates who had resources quickly stepped forward to make exchanges. After all, 7th grade beast cores are rare, especially since the assessment credits are almost entirely based on beast cores and participation in battles. Within minutes, Chu Feng had exchanged enough resources to break through to a soul master, and they could also help Lin Panchi advance to the mid-6th grade. With an abundance of supplies on hand, Chu Feng felt invigorated and cheerfully announced, In half a month, I will break through to become a master. You're all welcome to come and observe. I'll also share my insights on breaking through to master and the growth of spiritual power. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. Wow, seriously, Boss Chu Feng, you're breaking through to a soul master too? Amazing. Boss Chu Feng always aims for the top. A soul master, it's rare to see one in decades. Last time, Suyu broke through, but didn't share any insights. That was disappointing. Yeah, Boss Chu Feng, we're all behind you. We'll definitely be there. Seeing the support he continued to receive, Chu Feng smiled with gratitude and clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you all for your trust. I will not let you down." Just then, a cold laugh echoed through the air. Well, 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 quite impressive for a disciple of mine. Breaking through to master, such a grand affair. Chu Feng's face changed dramatically, and he looked towards the direction of the voice, his body trembling uncontrollably, eyes filled with disbelief, as he exclaimed in shock, "Teacher, how? How can it be you?" The entire crowd fell silent instantly. Chu Feng spent the entire day at the hospital, filled with anxiety and exhaustion. Yesterday, his grandfather had suddenly collapsed and was rushed to the hospital, leaving no one to care for him at home. Chu Feng hadn't yet adjusted to the situation and felt dissatisfied with the content of the previous chapters, hoping for the reader's understanding. At that moment, a woman appeared before Chu Feng, her hair disheveled and her face smeared with blood and dirt, making him shiver with fear. It was Han Shuang, his former mentor, now glaring at him with eyes as sharp as daggers, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Her cold smile reminded him of the harsh words he had spoken to her, filled with resentment. Chu Feng felt a chill of fear enveloping him. The onlookers around them began to whisper among themselves, and the scene quickly became chaotic. Some gasped, accusing him of murdering his mentor, pointing fingers at him with disdain. Even those who were part of the New Era alliance felt ashamed and quietly stepped back, seemingly trying to distance themselves from Chu Feng. Chu Feng hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think. That day, a ninth-grade warrior knocked me away, and I didn't even have a chance to take your body." He was sweating profusely, filled with panic and fear that he wouldn't be able to clear his name and would become the target of everyone's scorn. Han Shuang responded with a cold laugh. "Then why, in over a month since you've returned, have you not informed the city guard general to search for me, or even mentioned my disappearance?" Her eyes burned with anger as she accused Chu Feng of incompetence and indifference. The martial arts students watching exchanged glances, shaking their heads, indicating they hadn't heard Chu Feng mention Han Shuang's disappearance or death. At this moment, Chu Feng felt utterly hopeless, as every excuse he had was blocked, and the situation before him grew increasingly dire. Not many people have even heard rumors about it. Only a very few have come across this matter, but it never gained traction and eventually faded away. Seeing everyone shake their heads, Han Shuang turned her gaze to Chu Feng, the disciple she once took pride in. She asked coldly, "Do you have anything to say now?" Chu Feng's face was already pale, devoid of any color, his mind blank, almost forgetting the fact that his teacher had died in the wilderness. The only thing he could remember was being humiliated and forced to kneel by that mysterious demonic aura of the ninth rank. He longed to grow stronger quickly and seek revenge in the future. "Teacher, I. Chu Feng opened his mouth, trying to explain. However, Han Shuang said indifferently, "What do you have to say?" She wanted to see what excuse Chu Feng could come up with. In her heart, Chu Feng was already sentenced to death. No matter how talented you are, as long as you haven't broken through to the 8th or ninth rank, I can still kill you. Chu Feng's mind raced frantically, trying to find a reasonable excuse, but he was at a loss. This time, he couldn't gain any advantage. At that moment, a light-hearted laugh echoed. "It's been so long since I came back, and the ninth city is still so lively." Upon hearing the familiar voice, everyone turned their heads, focusing on the source of the sound. A handsome figure in a white robe, Suyu, approached slowly. Seeing him, the disciples from the noble families were instantly excited, exclaiming, "Wow, it's young Master Su. You're amazing, tearing apart an 8th rank on the battlefield. We heard you've already advanced to the 8th rank golden body. Is it true?" Embarrassingly, back then, young Master Su and I were at the same level, but now I'm far behind. The Su family had produced 2 martial saints one after another, followed by young Master Su slaying nearly 308th ranks and strongly advancing to the golden body realm. The disciples from the noble families looked at Su Yu with admiration and respect, quickly making way for him. Su Yu soon stood in the middle of the crowd, surprised as he addressed Han Shuang. "Vice Principal Han, how did you end up like this in just over a month?" Han Shuang gave a cold smile. "You should ask my good disciple." At this point, her hostility towards Su Yu had diminished. Previously, she targeted Su Yu for Chu Feng's sake, but now, Chu Feng's enemies were her friends. Hearing this, Su Yu curiously turned to Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, what happened with your teacher?" Faced with Su Yu, once considered his greatest rival, a trace of killing intent and hatred appeared on Chu Feng's pale face. "It's none of your business," he replied coldly, then bowed to Han Shuang. "Teacher, there are many inconveniences today. I'll explain to you another time. Rest assured, I'll find medicine to heal your injuries. I've heard that the current martial saints possess a pill that can heal any wound. I'll spare no effort to get one for you. After speaking, Chu Feng turned to leave, reaching out to pull Lin Panchi, only to find she was no longer by his side. Chu Feng was bewildered. Across from him, Lin Panchi's pretty face showed some resistance, and she said softly, Chu Feng, I want to wander around. You go on your own. With that, she turned and left before Chu Feng could say anything. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, unable to even lift his head to look at Su Yu. His mind was in chaos, wondering if he could ever clear up this misunderstanding. Sheer, wait for me. I have something to say. He called urgently as he hurriedly chased after Lin Panchi, leaving the scene in a rush. As she watched them leave, Han Shuang's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness, fixing her gaze intently on Chu Feng's retreating figure, a cold smile playing at the corner of her lips. Humph, she scoffed, casting a glance at Su Yu before turning away. Su Yu remained unfazed, a faint smile on his face, as if none of this concerned him. Once they were gone, Su Yu raised his voice in the trading market, declaring, Everyone, these are tough times, and the martial arts of Long Country have been quiet for too long. To change this, my father, Su Long, has decided that we will make the Su family's earth-level techniques, heaven-level martial skills, and all top-tier Xian-level arts freely available to everyone in Long Country soon. His announcement brought the trading market to a standstill, followed by an outburst of enthusiastic cheers. Thank you, Master Martial Saint, for this gift. Heaven-level martial skills, earth-level techniques. My goodness, the Su family truly cares for ordinary families like ours. People were moved to tears, exclaiming, He's really doing this. I'm overwhelmed. Boo-hoo. Everyone was celebrating not for anything else, but because the Su family's willingness to share their top-level techniques and skills earned their respect. Standing quietly in the center of the market, Su Yu observed the eager and respectful gazes directed at him, his lips curving into a smile. Ah, Blue Star, these humans are my treasure trove, my army for conquering the starry seas. With this thought, Su Yu felt a wave of joy, his peripheral vision catching the direction where Han Shuang had disappeared. Vice Principal Han, you understand the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So, to make our common enemy suffer, it seems you'll have to make a sacrifice tonight. Without a doubt, when Su Yu announced that the Su family would reveal all top-tier Xian-level cultivation methods and martial skills, as well as some resource-light, de-level high-grade methods and Tian-level skills, the news instantly set the martial arts community of Longwo ablaze. Across Blue Star, countless ordinary people were thrilled. They had been constrained by limited cultivation methods, able to reach only the first or second rank in their lifetime, while slightly better-off families could only reach the third rank. This limitation left them frustrated, as acquiring advanced methods required money, resources, or points, and sometimes they could not break through these stages even in a lifetime. However, with the availability of free advanced methods, their shackles could finally be broken. Perhaps, overnight, Longwo would see a surge of mid-ranked martial artists. The Su family, indeed a noble family with the Three Saints Gate, deserved admiration. As Director Yi Tao said, they are powerful figures with the world in mind. People flocked to the martial arts headquarters, where it was rumored that they were tirelessly copying methods for nationwide distribution. I plan to camp out at the martial arts headquarters library and won't be coming home tonight. Overnight, all of Longwo was ignited. The calm surface of the lake stirred into waves, stimulating everyone's nerves. On the Longwo battlefield beyond the borders, excitement was even more palpable. Those on the front lines had already received the copied methods and skills, and everyone was switching to new methods and martial arts. A new wave of enthusiasm for cultivation surged, and those geniuses previously limited by their methods were breaking through after switching. At this moment, Longwo's martial arts fortune was rising significantly, along with the path of education and the Emperor's path of Su Long, all growing rapidly. Deep within the battlefield, a scholarly middle-aged man in white robes, lying in the void reading a book, suddenly froze as a tidal wave of power surged within him, stretching and broadening his fundamental path infinitely. He felt the uncontrollable energy stirring and wore a look of astonishment. What was happening? How did Longwo's martial arts rise so dramatically overnight? He closed his eyes, savoring the expanded fundamental path, his expression suddenly vacant as he murmured, The Emperor's path is also skyrocketing, and the path of education is growing. As one aligned with the path of education, he was meant to assist the Emperor and educate humanity. The stronger the Emperor and humanity became, the stronger he grew. Previously weakened by stretching his vast fundamental path to cover the void, he now found himself much restored, and the book of the fundamental path covering the void became more stable. Damn it! Yi Tao, what have you done now? Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming presence as a massive blood mist surged towards him, accompanied by a voice filled with rage and confusion. Why has your fundamental power strengthened again? He had been chipping away at a corner of the fundamental path book, eroding many of its features, but just now, The eroded corner had suddenly solidified. This meant that years of effort were all in vain. As the blood mist emerged, Yi Tao closed the book, stood up, and smiled. Take a guess. Upon hearing this, the blood mist erupted in fury. Die. Boom. Instantly, a violent battle erupted within the book of the fundamental path covering the void, with a force hundreds of times stronger than a martial sage. If it were to fall entirely on the battlefield beyond the borders, it would likely tear it apart. At the same moment, Su Long, who was originally stationed at the front line, felt the human sovereign's path within him constantly expanding. A continuous stream of faith power surged into it, dispersing the fog ahead and elevating the original path by more than 1,000 meters. A deep hum resonated within his body as an ethereal path appeared behind him, reaching an impressive height of 3,500 meters. Meanwhile, beside him, Jiang Tianzheng was consuming Qingling pills to heal his internal injuries. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Su Long, and he asked in amazement, "How did you reach the third stage of Martial Saint?" Su Long put down the frontline reports, pinched the bridge of his nose to adjust to the surge of power and mental strength, and replied with a wry smile. The recognition from the human race has increased, and with the promotion of cultivation techniques, it will be like this for a while. He understood that the sudden increase in power was undoubtedly manipulated by that kid, Su Yu, behind the scenes. The hype was indeed a bit crazy, but it was beneficial. Su Yu wanted to rely on him, so he would oblige and show him what it meant to be a human sovereign. Thinking of Su Yu's recent changes, Su Long couldn't help but smile proudly. Jiang Tianzheng took a sip of spiritual tea, suppressing his shock, and remarked, "It seems you might reach the demigod state faster than that kid Yi Tao." Back then, Yi Tao achieved Martial Saint and advanced one stage every 6 months, reaching demigod status in 6 years. But you've broken through 3 stages in just a month. Haha, Yi Tao has walked the original path for many years and knows more than I do. Feeling pleased, Su Long responded, "With the 5th city merging, it's time for us to expand outward. There are many resources here waiting to be exploited. Let's prepare to deploy troops." The fervor of Dragon Country's martial arts began spreading to the entire human race, with foreign cities looking on enviously as the excitement continued to grow. That night, Chu Feng walked out of the 9th city, looking back at the massive fortress standing on the front line, his heart filled with unwillingness. Damn Suyu. His resentment grew deeper, almost to the point of obsession. He thought to himself that if it weren't for that demonic 9th grade, he would have already acquired Earth level or even Heaven level techniques. He was supposed to be the one supporting the progress of the human race. It was all the Su family's fault for taking all his ideas. Otherwise, once he became 9th grade and entered the original path, promoting techniques below Heaven level, he could have become a saint overnight. Now, everything was gone. Suppressing his discontent, Chu Feng paced outside the city, muttering, "The teacher should see my message, right? Surely, she will come out right." Chu Feng hoped to explain things privately to Han Shuang. Coincidentally, he had recently discovered the location of a spiritual herb that could nourish meridians and dantian, originally intended for breaking through to Heavenly Soul Master, but now it could help Han Shuang recover. After waiting for a long time until the middle of the night, a cold, emotionless voice sounded. "Good disciple. Do you have anything else to explain?" Chu Feng turned around to see his elegantly dressed and aloof master, feeling a mix of emotions but suppressing the impulse. After all, it was too rebellious. Chu Feng steadied himself, showing a sincere expression, and earnestly said, "Teacher, I was indeed wrong that day, but I had my reasons. I called you out tonight to take you to a spiritual herb that can repair your dantian and meridian damage." Han Shuang gave him a long look and responded coolly, "Lead the way." She didn't mind if it could heal her injuries. Once she regained her 8th grade cultivation, she'd be the first to deal with Chu Feng. Seeing her not as cold-hearted as before, Chu Feng felt relieved and quickly said, "Teacher, please follow me. It's not far from here." With that, he led the way through the air, with Han Shuang following behind. After the two had been gone for a while, a shadow quietly appeared near their previous location. Little Fatty Pig truly understood his intentions, sparing him from having to use the red dust mask to deceive that old woman Han Shuang. Suyu watched the direction they disappeared in, feeling gratified. Little Fatty Pig truly had his heart. At the edge of the ominous beast forest, at the entrance of a limestone cave, Chu Feng and Han Shuang stood silently, gazing into the dark depths of the cave. Their steps involuntarily halted. Chu Feng pointed inside and said seriously, "Teacher, there's a xianyin flower in there. It can nourish your meridians and dantian, which would greatly benefit your injuries." His tone was firm, but he quickly added, "However, there's a fierce beast, a snake comparable to a latest-stage 7th grade monster, guarding it. We need to work together to defeat it." Although the xianyin flower wasn't as precious as a demon plant, it was still a valuable spiritual herb, something Chu Feng had intentionally reserved for Han Shuang. He had originally planned to obtain it after exchanging resources and reaching the peak of the 6th grade. But now, he had to act ahead of schedule. Chu Feng knew that if he didn't calm Han Shuang's anger, she wouldn't let him off easily. While he wasn't afraid of Han Shuang, the power of rumors could be incredibly damaging, possibly affecting his future chances of achieving sainthood, or even barring him from entering human cities. Had he known the outcome, he wouldn't have rashly become Han Shuang's disciple, as her fate wouldn't have affected him then. A hint of doubt flashed in Han Shuang's eyes as she asked, "You're not lying to me, are you?" She didn't fully trust Chu Feng's words. Despite Chu Feng's strong demeanor, she questioned whether he would abandon her to save himself in a life-and-death situation. Chu Feng sighed and said earnestly, "I wouldn't deceive you. Saving you might restore some of my reputation. After all, there's that mysterious ninth-grade grandmaster as an excuse. Any help is welcome." He understood that all this was for the future of the human race. When he accepted Elder Zhao's martial heritage, he became aware of the intense war between the different races and humans, and the limited time humans had left. He needed to become a martial saint within 20 years, and then rely on the power of human belief to ascend to martial god, as only then could he secure a chance for humanity's survival. Bearing the hopes of humanity was a heavy burden, and giving up on Han Shuang pained him deeply. "All right, I'll trust you this one last time," Han Shuang said with a fleeting glance of emotion in her eyes, nodding slightly. Hearing this, Chu Feng beamed brightly. "Teacher, it's good that you trust me. Wait here while I lure the serpent out, and you take the opportunity to pick the xianyin flower." With those words, Chu Feng dashed into the cave. Shortly after, a terrifying aura emanated from within, followed by an angry hissing sound echoing out. Chu Feng quickly emerged from the cave, with a massive black snake in pursuit. Only when the giant serpent was fully visible did Han Shuang realize its true length, a staggering 100 meters. The black scales glistened eerily under the moonlight. Chu Feng wielded his star sword technique, with starlight flickering as his sword light slashed out, instantly severing the surrounding trees. The sword light struck the serpent's head, sending sparks flying. Yet this mountain-splitting attack only left a shallow mark on the serpent's body. The serpent, in pain, angrily flicked its tongue, its vertical pupils filled with human-like rage, as if questioning, "How dare this ant harm me?" Seeing that his attack failed to inflict significant damage, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly as he launched another attack before swiftly fleeing into the distance. Observing this, Han Shuang smirked inwardly, thinking, "Well, this works too." She quickly concealed her presence and swiftly entered the cave. As soon as she entered the cave, a chilling aura swept over her. At the end of the cave, a vast space opened up, with a lake in the center exuding a bone-chilling cold. In the lake, a flower with a luminous glow bloomed brilliantly. It was the xianyin flower. Han Shuang's heart fluttered with excitement as she lightly floated over the water, effortlessly plucking it. Her heart raced with joy. She could finally repair her injured meridians and dantian. Suddenly, bubbles surfaced in the lake, and a massive black snake lunged at her with its jaws wide open. Han Shuang snorted coldly, and with a gentle swipe of her palm, she unleashed an invisible force of blood energy. The black snake was instantly sliced in half. With the xianyin flower in hand, Han Shuang wasted no time, swiftly placing it in a jade box, and quickly fled the scene. Boom. Shortly after she left, a large black snake frantically charged back into the cave. Upon discovering its offspring had been cut in two, the entire stone mountain trembled, and rocks tumbled down. 100 miles away by a stream, Han Shuang met Chu Feng. Chu Feng, looking a bit disheveled, approached the stream and, seeing the unmistakable joy on Han Shuang's face, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Teacher, did you get it?" he asked. Han Shuang nodded, and Chu Feng smiled. "Then, teacher, you should recover first. Once you're healed, I'll explain everything." He knew that until Han Shuang recovered, she wouldn't say much to him. The wisest choice now was to give her space while he aimed to break through to the peak of the 6th rank. After all, he too aspired to become a soul master and lay the foundation for becoming a martial god. Han Shuang watched him quietly, the air filled with silence. "Well then, teacher, I'll take my leave." Chu Feng touched his nose, respectfully bowed, and stepped into the void, heading towards the depths of the fierce beast forest. After he left, Han Shuang couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Quite the actor. But that's all it is. Once I'm recovered, Chu Feng won't be allowed to live. Does he really think just fetching me a xianyin flower is enough? She gently stroked the jade box, filled with anticipation, and flew towards the 9th city. Meanwhile, at the treetops in the distance, Suyu concealed his presence, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. As he watched Han Shuang depart, Suyu smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and a human skin mask appeared in his palm. As soon as the red dust mask was placed on his face, Suyu's appearance and aura changed instantly. He touched his current face and couldn't resist a chuckle. What a delicate face, not particularly handsome, yet somehow so attractive to the heroine. The protagonist's aura is indeed powerful. In Suyu's eyes, Chu Feng didn't possess the protagonist's aura. His appearance was merely delicate and elegant, with no remarkable features. The only notable aspect was his courage to fight, create miracles, and the constant stream of antagonists sent to embarrass him and provide experience points. Otherwise, what was Chu Feng? Even the cultivation technique he practiced was a high-level Xian technique gifted to the Lin family by the Su family. But that didn't matter. From today onwards, the name of the demonic cultivator Chu Feng would resound across the outer battlefield. The murderer and plunderer Chu Xiaofeng, the savior and redeemer Su Rinhuang. With a flash, the entire fierce beast forest fell silent, save for the occasional roar of beasts. On the outskirts of the fierce beast forest, just a few dozen miles from the ninth city, Han Shuang felt a surge of safety as she neared the city, murmuring to herself, almost there. Once I've recovered, it'll be time for Chu Feng to pay the price. Just as she was about to accelerate, a sense of danger emanated from behind her. Not good. Han Shuang's expression darkened as she swiftly dropped 100 meters, narrowly avoiding the intense threat. A sword light flashed past where she had been, slicing through a small mountain ahead. Boom. The mountain crumbled into pieces, and Han Shuang glared angrily, turning to shout, "Who dares to ambush me here?" As her voice echoed, a familiar yet infuriating presence surged from behind her. "Teacher, you truly are restless. I intended to let you live, but it seems you have a death wish." As the words fell, another fierce sword light gleamed. Buzz. The sword strike, with the force of a mid-level 6th grade, made Han Shuang's hair stand on end. Even though she was no longer at the peak of the 8th grade, she was still a solid 7th grade martial arts master. Her golden bone structure had been shattered, and her indestructible energy was depleted. She had once reached the 8th grade, her physical strength surpassing the average late 7th grade. However, Chu Feng's sword left her utterly astonished. Did he think that just because I was injured, he could easily defeat me? Stop! Han Shuang shouted sharply, gripping a supple thin sword and slashing forward. The sword's radiance erupted, and the surrounding forest was felled in swathes by the residual force. Yet in that instant, Han Shuang was sent flying, blood spurting wildly, her eyes filled with confusion and shock. Could Chu Feng truly be so powerful? Could he challenge an opponent a full grade higher than himself? Had he held back in the battle with the Black Serpent just to avoid arousing my suspicion? Boom. Han Shuang crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater several meters wide. Chu Feng walked slowly towards her, stepping through the air, looking down at her from above. Too weak, he shook his head, full of disdain. If your level wasn't higher than mine, I might have actually wanted to take you as my teacher. Before he finished speaking, Chu Feng swung his sword, sending an attack directly at Han Shuang's remaining arm, blood splattering everywhere. Her agonized screams echoed through the forest, her face contorted in pain. The power of heaven and earth, she gasped in disbelief. How could a 6th grade martial artist refine the power of heaven and earth so soon? Chu Feng chuckled softly and said, "That's right. I'm about to break through to become a heavenly soul master. If I couldn't even condense the power of heaven and earth, how could I achieve that?" He leaned down, pinching Han Shuang's cheek, examining her with a sigh. TSK. Teacher, you've taken good care of yourself. Your skin's elasticity is quite impressive, such a pity. Hearing such flippant words, Han Shuang gritted her teeth, hatred burning in her eyes. You'd better let me go now. I might still let this go otherwise. Crack. Chu Feng applied a little more pressure, shattering her lower cheekbone. Or what? He smirked devilishly, calmly saying, "If you die here tonight, no one will know the truth. You're just in my way." Feeling his murderous intent, Han Shuang's eyes filled with panic. No, I was willing that day. She shook her head repeatedly, her eyes pleading. "I'll explain it to everyone. I won't let you get implicated." She understood that Chu Feng was too strong. In a cross-grade battle, she was no match for him. In such a situation, she couldn't afford to provoke him further. At this moment, Han Shuang deeply regretted that if her storage ring hadn't been stolen, even if Chu Feng could fight at the 8th grade, she would have had the confidence to seriously injure or even kill him. But now, she had no life-saving cards left. Hearing this, Chu Feng's grip loosened slightly, and Han Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, continuing, "Rest assured, I will clear your name." However, facing Han Shuang's words, Chu Feng simply responded with a bright smile, seemingly indifferent to her concerns. Just as Han Shuang felt relieved, her heart tightened again upon hearing his pause, and she quickly said, "I can swear to the will of the world, you have to." Before she could finish, she felt a warm liquid spraying from her neck. When she realized what it was, a wave of fear surged in her heart. It was her own blood. She looked up at Chu Feng, seeing a flash of demonic aura in his eyes. "You are a demon cultivator," she stammered. Chu Feng displayed the radiant smile befitting a protagonist, his determined face showing a hint of softness and pity. "Ah, teacher, although I'd like to spare you, I don't appreciate being investigated. Also, I prefer to trust a dead person." Before he finished speaking, a surge of energy erupted from Chu Feng's hand, shattering her brain and destroying her remaining spiritual energy. After completing this, Chu Feng casually discarded the lifeless body, retrieved a handkerchief from his space, and wiped his hands. Farewell, teacher. He tossed the handkerchief aside and flew towards the depths of the beast forest. The handkerchief fluttered in the breeze, eventually settling on Han Shuang's face, which still bore traces of fear. The air was filled with her lingering spiritual energy. Moments later, in the ninth city, Suyu removed the mask of the mortal world, returning to his original appearance and aura. Such poor acting and framing techniques wouldn't have succeeded with anyone else, but his mask could mimic the essence of all beings, even simulating soul auras. He could perfectly impersonate anyone or any creature he had encountered, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. Suyu glanced back at the city, a faint smile on his face. Murder and arson, all attributed to Chu Feng. As for me, the righteous young master of the Su family. His soft laughter echoed, and Suyu's figure vanished from sight. After some time, the sun rose slowly from the east over the battlefield beyond the domain, painting the sky with pale hues. The ground trembled with rhythmic thuds, thud, thud, thud. Soon, a patrol army of 100 soldiers approached at a jog. Upon arriving and seeing the pit and the body, the leading squad captain recoiled in shock. Dead, someone is dead. Vice Principal Han of Jingwu has been killed. This news quickly spread throughout the ninth city. Within half a day, the news of Han Shuang's assassination was all over the city, spreading with astonishing speed and rapidly reaching neighboring towns. In the ninth city, rumors began to circulate. Have you heard? Vice Principal Han Shuang is dead. No way, when did this happen? This morning, the patrol army found it while passing by the beast forest. I heard her brain and spiritual energy were shattered. Oh my god, I saw Vice Principal Han leaving the city last night. I didn't see Chu Feng in the dorm last night either. No way. Chu Feng wouldn't be so foolish, would he? Committing a crime at such a critical time. It's unclear, but I heard the head of the Martial Arts Administration's Research Institute has come to collect Vice Principal Han's undissipated spiritual energy to trace back the events. Rumors swirled throughout the city, with no source to be found. Meanwhile, in the Spiritual Research Institute established in the ninth city, an elderly man appeared extremely displeased, his expression darkened with rage and murderous intent almost overflowing from his eyes. Teacher, although I wish I could spare you, I find it easier to trust a dead man. Some chaotic voices erupted, followed by a surge of energy before his eyes. Bright red blood quickly filled the mental projection screen, and the scene abruptly ended. Bang! With the conclusion of the scene, the old man's aura as a ninth-grade grandmaster could no longer be restrained. Chu Feng dared to commit such a heinous act, killing his master. The white-haired elder's body trembled continuously, clearly enraged to the extreme. I will personally slaughter this treacherous beast. His roar echoed throughout the research institute, and the terrifying pressure of his ninth-grade power burst forth, causing all the staff to shrink back in fear. Once the incident was clarified, the Mental Force Research Institute promptly issued an announcement, offering a substantial bounty for Chu Feng, dead or alive. If Chu Feng is killed, the reward is a 500 milliliter bottle of spirit essence, worth millions of spirit stones. If captured alive, one can make 3 requests of a ninth-grade grandmaster. This announcement instantly confirmed Chu Feng's crime of master killing. Simultaneously, the young master of the Su family also issued a bounty. For a fellow student from the same martial university, Chu Feng ranked second on the heavenly list this year, with limitless potential, yet his character is lacking, committing the unforgivable act of killing his master. I deeply apologize for this. Therefore, I am personally offering a bounty for Chu Feng, dead or alive. Killing Chu Feng will earn a scroll of heavenly martial techniques and 5 million spirit stones. Capturing him alive allows the choice of any Su family technique and 10 million spirit stones. Additionally, I extend my sympathy to Director Han Xian for the loss of his beloved daughter. Given Director Han Xian's significant contributions to enhancing the mental power of the Dragon Nation, the Su family is willing to invest 1 billion spirit stones and provide a demonic plant for the Institute's dissection and research. This news stirred up countless waves. All martial arts experts not engaged in frontline battles swarmed into the beast forest, initiating a thorough search for Chu Feng. As the news spread, Su Yu, who was training at the 9th City Lord's mansion, received a flurry of system alerts in his mind. Ding! With a series of system notifications, Su Yu was pulled out of his cultivation state, and a flood of information flashed through his mind. Seeing these rewards, a broad smile spread across his face. After nurturing Chu Feng for so long, a simple cut yielded such abundant equipment. Su Yu felt gratified, finding his decision to keep this little fat pig until the right moment to be a wise one. He checked the system panel and noticed the 3 stellar-level combat techniques among the rewards, which gave him a sense of relief, as his survival tools had increased once again. These system-granted martial arts and techniques could be automatically cultivated, allowing him to focus on learning other skills. Otherwise, if given so many things, he would need to seclude himself for years to comprehend them successfully, which would hinder his progress. Opening the attribute panel, the host was Su Yu, with a cultivation level at the early 8th stage, third refinement of the Golden Body realm. His vitality was 378,411 units, proficiency at 99, and mental power at 58,773 Hz, with a villain value of 671,500. The system store was available for access, and the martial arts training section included techniques like the Heavenly Demon Sutra, Golden Body 9 Refinements, Soul Refinement Scripture, Divine Elephant Prison Force, Azure Emperor Reincarnation Fist, Time Blade Technique, Heaven Severing Finger, and Source Severing Technique. Additionally, there were items like the Sky Abyss Sword, Azure Spirit Pill, Burial Heaven Blade, Spirit Nourishing Pill, a Realm Enhancement card, and the Undying Heavenly Blade. His innate ability was Demonic Descent, and his main mission was to become the fated villain ruling over all realms. With one Realm Enhancement card remaining, it was time to mobilize resources to enhance his physique. Su Yu introspected his internal condition and had a plan. He was just one refinement away from the mid-8th stage, and if he could elevate his golden body to the 4th refinement, he could use the enhancement card to break through to the late 8th stage, bringing him within reach of the 9th stage. Seeing the Spirit Nourishing Pill in the inventory, Su Yu slapped his forehead in realization. How foolish of him. This pill could be given to 5th Granduncle. If he could quickly reach the 9th stage, then by severing and attaching another Martial Saint source, he could immediately break through to Martial Saint himself. Of course, this didn't interfere with other plans. The task progress had reached 58, leaving only 32 to go before eliminating Chu Feng. Besides the ruins of the Shattered Star, only the Northern European Divine Court remained. Everything was progressing rapidly. Su Yu understood that in 2 months, after breaking through to the late 8th stage, he could have 3rd Granduncle lead an army of 1,000,000 to pressure the Neon region. His plan was clear. First break through to the late 8th stage, then launch campaigns against Neon and Black Philippines, and finally head to the Northern European Divine Court to intercept Chu Feng's remaining opportunities. At this moment, Chu Feng was like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Su Yu secretly marveled at this thought, exhaling a breath of stale air. He figured it was indeed time to venture out after all this cultivation. He exited the system panel, slowly opened his eyes, which were as deep as an abyss, and a mysterious smile crept onto his lips as he anticipated the conflict between Chu Feng and Lin Panchi. As he stepped out of the training room and into the courtyard, Fong Ting approached him respectfully, smoothing his slightly prickly crew cut. He informed Su Yu that Director Han Xian from the Institute of Mental Power wanted to pay a visit. Su Yu pondered for a moment before calmly saying, "Tell him to come to the city Lord's mansion tonight." Fong Ting nodded in agreement and then disappeared from Su Yu's sight. Strolling through the small courtyard, Su Yu reached the pavilion's recliner, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, and took a light sip. He contemplated Vice Principal Han's father, thinking to himself, "Of course, I have to meet him." After all, Director Han Xian was a top researcher who developed the liquid capable of enhancing warriors' mental power. Although he possessed 9th grade combat strength, he was relatively weaker among those of the same level, with only his mental power standing out. In the original story, Han Xian firmly supported the protagonist, Chu Feng, serving as one of his crucial assets. Moreover, Su Zhanyuan had once been crushed mentally to protect himself, and now, with his only daughter being crushed by Su Yu, it was indeed thrilling. Su Yu's lips curled slightly upward, his eyes glinting dangerously as he murmured, "When your mental power liquid is fully mass-produced, Director Han Xian, as a good person, I will personally send you down to reunite with your daughter." He had invested 1,000,000,000 spirit stones and an 8th grade demonic plant capable of producing life essence in Han Xian. How could Han Xian refuse such a profitable deal? This was merely to exploit Han Xian's only value. Meanwhile, the 9th city was engulfed in a storm of public opinion over Chu Feng's betrayal of his master. The generous bounty, including spirit stones, mental power liquid, and heavenly-level martial arts techniques, stimulated the nerves of the masses. Attracted by such a massive reward, powerful figures from other cities flocked to the 9th city's fierce beast forest, all with one goal, to kill Chu Feng. At the same time, within the city lord's mansion, Major General Qin Tua and Han Xian sat in the reception hall, expressionless. As they chatted idly, their eyes occasionally glanced outside the reception hall, seemingly waiting for something. As soon as it struck 8 o'clock, a gentle breeze blew, and suddenly, a handsome, ethereal young man in a white robe appeared in the main seat of the reception hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Tua and Han Xian both stood up, bowed slightly, and solemnly greeted, "Greetings, young Master Su." The visitor was none other than Su Yu. "Both of you are heroes of our human race. There's no need for such formalities. I'm just a junior." Su Yu sat at the head of the table, waving his hand with a smile. Below him, Qin Tua and Han Xian both wore wry smiles. They wanted to treat Su Yu as an ordinary junior, but circumstances didn't allow it. The Su family produced 3 martial saints, 2 of the second rank and 1 of the first rank, along with numerous strong warriors of the ninth and eighth ranks. Without any power of their own, how could they dare to put on airs in front of the young master of the Su family? Moreover, as high-ranking officials, they had long heard about the battle. Su Yu, not yet reaching the 8th rank golden body, slaughtered nearly 300 8th rank foreign warriors, including some at the peak of the late 8th rank. He even forced a 9th rank foreign warrior to flee in panic. If it weren't for his impending tribulation, he might have even worn down a 9th rank warrior. With such strength, status, and identity, who would dare to disrespect him? It's only natural that they sit below while Su Yu takes the head seat, a situation they find perfectly reasonable. After the pleasantries, Su Yu looked at Han Xin with a hint of curiosity and asked, "Director Han Xin, you came to see me. Is there something you need?" His question was, of course, rhetorical. Han Xin, with his white hair and aged appearance, showed a hint of disappointment on his wrinkled face, but still wore a smile as he solemnly said, "I came to see the young master to express my gratitude. The young master donated 100 million spirit stones and an 8th rank demon plant to our Mental Power Research Institute. This has undoubtedly provided strong motivation and confidence for the Institute to achieve mass production of the mental essence liquid. For this, I came specifically to thank you." Han Xin bore a slight resemblance to Han Shuang, and he looked directly at Su Yu. Su Yu smiled gently and replied, "It's a small matter. After all, it's for the benefit of our human race. The Su family has some resources, and naturally, we should donate them." Besides wanting to expedite Han Xion's research results, Su Yu also had personal motives. Su Long needed public support. Once Han Xion's research succeeded, if he mentioned gratitude to Su Long during the release, wouldn't the faith of the human race soar? Although an 8th rank demon plant capable of producing life essence was more precious than 100 million spirit stones, in the original story, wasn't it a nearly dead 7th rank peak demon plant given by Chu Feng that saved Han Xin's research institute from bankruptcy? "I'll give you an 8th rank one directly. Research to your heart's content. In the original story, you succeeded in a year. With better resources, you should have no problem succeeding in half that time, right?" Hearing Su Yu's words, Han Xian was even more impressed and respectfully said, "The Su family truly is a pillar of our dragon nation. Such magnanimity is truly admirable." He had always thought the Su family invested in him to control this technology, but he hadn't expected it was for the benefit of humanity. Su Yu shrugged it off with a smile. "The reputation is too great. I can't bear the title of a national pillar." Then he suddenly sighed deeply and, with a hint of regret, said, "Director Han Xin, I'm truly sorry for your troubles. The matter with Vice Principal Han was my fault. If I hadn't saved Vice Principal Han from the trap formation in the first city, she wouldn't have returned, and it wouldn't have led to." His sigh echoed in the hall, seemingly filled with remorse. Upon hearing those words, Han Xian shook his head repeatedly, suppressing his grief as he solemnly declared, "It was my daughter's fate. But as for that treacherous disciple who killed his master, I won't let this go easily." He understood that blaming Su Yu was pointless. After all, who could have foreseen the future events? The fault lay with Chu Feng. Han Xian pleaded, "If you can put a bounty on that traitor, you would be doing me a great favor. In the future, I, Han Xian, will be at your service, even at the cost of my life. Once Chu Feng is captured and the research results are out, I will give them to you unconditionally. This is my sole obsession in life." As he finished speaking, a deep sense of sorrow emanated from Han Xian. Losing his only daughter was a heavy blow, and as her father, his heart was undoubtedly in turmoil. Seeing his sorrowful expression, Su Yu appeared to be somewhat sympathetic on the surface, but inwardly, he was sneering. If the original storyline unfolded, the fate of the Su family would likely be even more tragic than Han Xian's. After guarding the battlefield beyond the domain for a millennium, countless martial saints and those below the 9th rank had perished here. Ultimately, it was to fatten Han Xian's family at the Blue Star Research Institute, leading them to slaughter the Su family. His father was unknowingly killed by Han Xian's daughter's disciple with a single shot at the 5th city's gate, and his 5th great-uncle's soul was shattered by Han Xian, unable to reincarnate. With a heavy expression, Su Yu nodded seriously and said, "For a traitor among our fellow students, I, Su, also wish to contribute. If I have any information on Chu Feng, I will inform Director Han immediately." Han Xian gave him a grateful look, then stood up and bowed to Su Yu. "Young master, I will return to my research and strive to complete it soon. I will publish the results under the Su family's name." He decided to fully support Su Yu if there were no further issues, as Su Yu had indeed treated him well. Su Yu rose to help the elderly Han Xian, patting his hand and saying, "Director Han, your righteousness is admirable. Let me see you out." However, Han Xian stopped him. Once Han Xian left, the heaviness and admiration on Su Yu's face faded, replaced by a detached expression. Returning to his seat, Qin Tua finally looked away from where Han Xian had left, asking, "Young master, why did you summon me back?" Su Yu smiled and said, "I need you to oversee the ninth city, locate where Chu Feng might be hiding, and discuss the upcoming mission to eliminate the traitors back on Blue Star." Before the puzzled Qin Tua could respond, Su Yu gently lifted the stool Han Xian had just used. Underneath, there was a small, special object with a mini array inscribed on it, absorbing faint spiritual energy to maintain its function. Seeing this, Qin Tuo's expression turned grim, but he quickly composed himself and said seriously, "Young master, please follow me. I'll take you to inspect the ninth city's array core." As they departed, he added, "Let's provide as much support as possible to Director Han." "I understand." Their voices gradually faded away. In the next moment, Su Yu and Qin Tuo appeared in the command hall of the city lord's mansion, where the latter activated an isolation array with a wave of his hand. "Young master, what is that old ghost Han Xian up to?" Qin Tuo was seething with rage, his face livid with anger. The audacity of someone setting up eavesdropping devices in the reception room of the city lord's mansion was simply a death wish. He crushed the ceramic teacup on the table with a loud crack. Su Yu, however, remained remarkably calm, sipping his tea and remarked coldly, "That old ghost caused the deaths of several 8th grade experts on the battlefield outside the domain years ago to seize a demon plant, which got him confined to Blue Star. He never trusts anyone, only what he hears and sees himself. Plus, his daughter once threatened me, so it's only natural he suspects me." Qin Tuo, a major general nurtured by the Su family, was unfailingly loyal to them, ready to sacrifice himself whenever needed. Su Yu glanced at him and said slowly, "If he wants to guard the ninth city, let him. Once he completes his research and our researchers get their hands on it, he can be disposed of." Qin Tuo nodded yes. Killing Han Xian would raise suspicion, but no one would dare openly suspect the Su family. The Su family has done so many significant things recently that their reputation won't easily suffer. Moreover, Han Xian has already said he would publish his research in the name of the Su family, so it's even less likely we'd kill him. However, we can arrange for someone to leak Chu Feng's whereabouts to him, leading him to the depths of the fierce beast forest to be devoured by a 9th-grade fierce beast. That should do it. Qin Tuo thought the plan was a bit far-fetched, but understood that no one would oppose the Su family. Su Yu pinched the bridge of his nose and continued, "There's another thing regarding Chu Feng. Send the Su family's dead soldiers to find him. Spread the news casually to make him more vigilant. If he's caught too soon, it would be detrimental to our plan. Although Chu Feng is the child of destiny, his luck value has dropped by 58, so who knows if he might suddenly be captured. We must be prepared for all eventualities." Understood. After Qin Tuo left, Su Yu looked up in a certain direction and murmured, "It's time to wrap this up." As orders were issued, activities between the cities increased, and the shadow guards and dead soldiers trained by the Su family began to move. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In a room of an inn in the ninth city, Lin Panchi was curled up on a bed frame, her hair disheveled and in a sorry state. Her eyes were vacant as she mumbled incessantly, "Impossible, impossible. How could Chu Feng think of killing Vice Principal Han? This is all fake. It must be Su Yu's doing. He's framing Chu Feng. Chu Feng would never be that foolish." In this storm of teacher-killing accusations, Lin Panchi couldn't escape being the subject of gossip. Although she and Chu Feng hadn't officially announced any marriage, they had been inseparable since arriving at the battlefield outside the domain. The lack of an official relationship was twisted by outsiders into something more. Upon learning that Chu Feng was wanted, she immediately concealed her appearance and fled her dormitory. Even now, she refused to believe that Chu Feng would kill a teacher. In her view, Chu Feng wasn't the only one with a grudge against Han Shuang. Su Yu was involved too. Besides, Chu Feng was only at the mid-6th grade in cultivation, lacking the capability to kill a teacher. The only family with such power in the entire battlefield beyond the domain is the Su family. Although she instinctively blamed Su Yu for everything, this time, she was right. Just as she was rambling, a sudden knock on the door startled her. Her hair stood on end, and she thought to herself, who could it be? A hint of paleness appeared on Lin Panchi's beautiful face as she lowered her voice and hoarsely asked, "Who is it?" "Sierra, it's me." A steady and gruff voice responded. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Panchi's phoenix eyes, and she quickly jumped out of bed to open the door. Although she hadn't heard this voice before, she knew that the only people who would call her Sierra were her father and Chu Feng. Opening the door, she saw a tall, rugged-looking middle-aged man standing outside. Lin Panchi hesitated for a moment and asked, "You?" "It's me, Chu Feng." Despite his unremarkable appearance, the man's voice was incredibly rough. Upon hearing this, Lin Panchi quickly looked around before pulling him inside and closing the door. "Chu Feng, are you crazy? How dare you come back?" At the sight of Chu Feng, Lin Panchi's heartstrings seemed to snap, and tears the size of beans rolled down her cheeks as she cried out, "Do you know that you killed your master? The entire human race on the battlefield beyond the domain is hunting you down." These past few days, she had been on edge, fearing strangers would take her away. Now, seeing him, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Lin Panchi cry for him, a hint of tenderness mixed with hatred flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. He removed the metal from his chest. His appearance began to change, eventually transforming back to his original form. Sierra, I'm sorry. Chu Feng returned to his true form, pulling Lin Panchi into his arms and hoarsely said, I was framed. That night, I was taking my teacher to find the Xianin flower to heal his meridians and Dantian. After obtaining the flower, I left to break through to the Heavenly Soul Master. Boom. As he spoke, the unique pressure of a Heavenly Soul Master erupted, making it hard for Lin Panchi to breathe. You really broke through? Lin Panchi was shocked. How did you escape back here? The city entrance checks are extremely strict now, and ordinary people can't possibly get in. Chu Feng replied heavily. After I broke through to Master, I accidentally found the relic of a 9th grade expert skilled in theft. Inside, I found this metal that can change my appearance and even alter my aura. Only a martial saint can detect it. Eventually, I even killed a 7th grade martial artist who came to hunt me and used his identity to enter the city. After speaking, Chu Feng added with a sinister and resentful tone, I never killed my master. This was all Su Yu's doing to frame me. His fist clenched tightly, filled with extreme anger and frustration. I knew you didn't kill your master. Listening to Chu Feng's explanation, Lin Panchi couldn't hold it in any longer, collapsing into tears in Chu Feng's arms, sobbing. Do you know what I've been through these past few days? Her sadness and grievance, combined with her soft voice at the moment, were heart-wrenching. Chu Feng unclenched his fist, gently patting her back to comfort her. Don't worry, I'll prove myself. Okay, Lin Panchi responded heavily, then broke free from Chu Feng's embrace, curiously asking, how did you find me? After all, I didn't leak any information about hiding here. Chu Feng met her curious gaze with a soft laugh. Well, I left a trace of my spiritual power in the reward I gave you for the exchange competition, so I could find you accurately. Hearing this, the curiosity in Lin Panchi's beautiful eyes instantly turned into fear and shock. Why are you as disgusting as Su Yu? Using something like this to track me? Chu Feng was stunned, feeling a mix of emotions. Chu Feng was taken aback, speechless in the face of Lin Panchi's sudden cold demeanor. What did I do? He asked, utterly confused about why Lin Panchi was upset. Her gaze grew icier, and she took a few steps back, looking at him warily. Your actions feel exactly like Su Yu's, she said coldly. He used to pretend to give me things, but would infuse them with a trace of his spiritual power to track me. I didn't expect you to do the same. Lin Panchi was extremely sensitive to items infused with spiritual power. She couldn't stand Su Yu's behavior and would meticulously check everything he gave her, returning anything suspicious and only accepting the rest. Hearing this, Chu Feng was both amused and exasperated. He earnestly explained, Sheer, do you really think I'm like that scum Su Yu? I only did it to know your whereabouts. I have my own matters to attend to and can't always be by your side. This is the only way I can find you quickly. Have I ever harassed you? He explained patiently, knowing that despite his tarnished reputation, Lin Panchi still chose to trust him, making her a woman worth his effort. As Lin Panchi listened, the coldness in her eyes gradually faded, and she asked suspiciously, Really? Chu Feng nodded firmly, solemnly declaring, I swear. Seeing him raise 4 fingers as if to take an oath, Lin Panchi slowly said, All right, I believe you. But what are you going to do now? Lin Panchi sat at the table, her eyes filled with worry, clearly willing to trust Chu Feng, though the outside world had lost faith in him, leaving him an enemy to all. Chu Feng sat across from her, his usual determination seeming less convincing, even making Lin Panchi wonder if it was an illusion that he appeared so ordinary. In this situation, I can't prove I didn't kill my mentor. Chu Feng sighed, shaking his head. Even my teacher's father couldn't uncover the truth, so how can I? My mentor was the renowned head of the Dragon Country's Spiritual Power Research Institute, an expert in spiritual power. He even developed a method to capture spiritual power and read a person's memories before death. If he couldn't find any flaws, what can I do? Many people saw me leave the dorm that night. Lin Panchi was alarmed, urgently asking, Does this mean you'll carry this burden forever? If so, what am I supposed to do? She had never considered independence, only wanting to rely on Chu Feng for the rest of her life. After a moment of thought, Chu Feng slowly raised his head and said seriously, Let's leave here and go deep into the beast forest. I can hide our presence, and I know a huge secret. Chu Feng had carefully considered and decided to be honest with Lin Panchi, intending to take her away to train together. Lin Panchi was stunned and asked, What secret? Under her gaze, Chu Feng slowly revealed, the secret beyond the martial god. Boom. This revelation struck like a bomb in the silent valley of Lin Panchi's mind. Beyond the martial god, she murmured incredulously, swallowing hard. Yes. Chu Feng nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This secret was revealed to me by Elder Zhao. As long as we cultivate and search simultaneously, once I reach the power of the ninth rank, I can forcibly open that cave. After gaining the inheritance, not only can I stand at the pinnacle of martial saints, I might even become a martial god, or perhaps go even further. His gaze was resolute as he quickly analyzed the current situation. I initially planned to wait until I reached the late 8th rank, but given the current circumstances, we have to develop in the wilderness. To the north is the territory of the alien races. To the east is our human territory. The west is an endless forest of fierce beasts, and the terrifying sea beyond. And to the south is the domain of the demon plants. We can gradually move from the forest of fierce beasts towards the demon plant territory, seeking opportunities to steal life essence to help us break through to the 8th rank. By then, we will have the strength to search for that relic. Chu Feng's mind was clear and calculated. The stigma of being a master's layer is indeed hard to shake off now, but once he reaches the late 9th rank or the martial saint level, who would dare to question him? At that time, he intends to sweep through the alien races with an invincible force, rebuild his reputation, embark on the path of the human emperor's martial arts, and ultimately achieve the peak of the martial god. The road is fraught with deadly risks, but he has no other choice. Sharer, are you willing? Chu Feng looked expectantly at Lin Panchi. Lin Panchi fell silent, struggling internally. Following Chu Feng would inevitably plunge the Lin family into turmoil. But if she doesn't take a chance, who else can save the Lin family? All right, I am willing. She nodded firmly after a brief hesitation. Let's do as you say. We'll live in the wild from now on. She longed for opportunity, for becoming a female martial saint. Following the conventional path of cultivation might lead to little achievement, but if she could find the relics of a power beyond the martial god with Chu Feng, there would be a chance to soar to great heights. Chu Feng beamed with a bright smile and handed a brooch to Lin Panchi. This is a transformation brooch, paired with the transformation medal. It can conceal our aura and alter our appearances. We must set off immediately. All right. The two donned the brooch and medal, instantly changing their appearances. Chu Feng transformed into a rugged middle-aged man, while Lin Panchi became a plump, unattractive woman. They left the inn openly, purchased supplies at the 9th city market, and applied to leave the city under the guise of hunting Chu Feng. By midday, the two stepped out of the city gates. Holding Lin Panchi's hand gently, Chu Feng said, "In 10 years, when we return, the world will recognize us." Yes. Lin Panchi nodded resolutely. Let's go. They stepped into the void, heading deep into the forest of fierce beasts. Their figures soon vanished into the sky, and the news of them faded away. Atop the 9th city wall, Su Yu stood tall in white robes, his garment flowing in the wind. Qin Tua and Fong Ting stood silently behind him. A bright smile appeared on his handsome face, which had captured the hearts of countless women. The final act begins. At that moment, the space beside Su Yu rippled, and a black-robed figure, revealing only their eyes, knelt on one knee. Greetings, young master. The family head requests your presence in the 5th city to discuss battle arrangements. Su Yu nodded slightly, looking into the distance with a hearty laugh. Come with me to Blue Star, and let's launch an expedition against Neon. We obey. Qin Tua and Fong Ting responded in unison. In the 5th city of the battlefield beyond the borders, Su Yu walked into the military camp stationed outside the city. Inside the tent were 4 powerful 9th-rank individuals, along with his father Su Long and his 3rd granduncle Su Zhanya. Su Yu casually found a spot to sit, noticing Su Long only nodded slightly, which he didn't mind. He pulled up a chair and sat down, feeling comfortable as most people here were from the Su family camp, making formalities unnecessary. Su Long's aura of the human emperor was growing stronger, leading Su Yu to ponder that if the martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom entered a period of rapid development, Su Long might reach the level of a half-step martial god within 2 years. Su Zhanya's level had also deepened significantly, likely nearing the 2nd stage of martial saint. It seemed the martial god cultivation method passed on to the Su family had indeed benefited them greatly. Su Yu thought to himself that in such a chaotic world, achieving the level of martial saint among the human race meant being a prodigy of the generation, with strength far surpassing that of ordinary alien martial saints. This situation reminded him of the 3 Kingdoms period, where despite the depletion of national power, no small country could seize the opportunity to take over the Central Plains due to the emergence of heroes in times of chaos. The current situation on Blue Star was similar. After Su Yu sat down, Su Long slowly spoke to him. This time, returning to defend Blue Star, your 3rd granduncle will be in charge. The Eagle Nation and Bear Nation will also send troops to assist. This decision to clean up the human traders was made after discussions among various countries. After all, no one wants Blue Star to harbor a lurking threat, which, if not removed, could lead to unexpected attacks. At this moment, Su Zhanya threw out a stack of documents from Blue Star and continued to analyze. According to investigations, the martial arts in Neon are dominated by the Shindai family, leaving ordinary people with no power to resist. Under them are the Miyamoto, Kudu, and Yukishiro families, collectively known as the Three Guardian Families. They control Neon's martial arts and have now sealed off the entire nation, preparing to sacrifice ordinary people to the aliens. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill down their spine. Although Neon had not seen much development in recent years, its population had surpassed 200 million, yet there were less than 2 million martial artists. If all 200 million were sacrificed, the hellish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood would be unimaginable. Suyu sat quietly, listening intently to Su Zhanya's analysis. We discussed with the Eagle and Bear nations and decided to first cut off the three guardian families under the Shindai family, then launch a final attack, Su Zhanya concluded. Suyu suddenly interrupted. No, we should attack directly. The guardian families will naturally retreat to defend. Splitting our forces would actually be disadvantageous. Everyone turned their attention to Suyu. Although they were all 9th rank and martial saints, no one ignored his opinion. Su Zhanya frowned and said, but doing so would result in heavy losses. Destroying the guardian families is meant to weaken Neon's defenses and dismantle their refining formations. A direct assault, though feasible, would be costly in terms of casualties. Suyu smiled at his third granduncle and replied, true, but I have a way to dismantle their formations. We only need to target the Shindai family's main base. The method of severing the source exists precisely for this purpose. Breaking and setting up formations is my specialty. Suyu felt a flicker of excitement at the thought of capturing the Martial Saint from the Shindai family. If he could seize him before he assimilated the Blue Star Martial Saint's position using his alien abilities, Suyu could use the original interception method to trap and exhaust his life force, providing training resources for the Su family disciples. This would be even more effective than living amidst a pile of spirit stones. Once his life force was extinguished, they could seal his Martial Saint position, adding another Martial Saint to the Su family. Suyu understood that while eradicating ordinary people was impossible, the Shindai and Shinsho families could be completely annihilated. If so, there would be no need to spend much time destroying the source formation of the Neon. At the head of the table, Su Long nodded, having made up his mind. All right, let's follow Yuer's plan and head straight to the Shindai family headquarters. Remember, we must not gamble with the lives of our soldiers. With a serious expression, Su Long looked at Suyu and said in a deep voice, even if it takes longer, we must not fill the gap with our soldiers' lives. Suyu responded with a sigh. Father, rest assured, I would never be so reckless. This place is where I see as a talent cultivation base. Who has ever seen a lone villain? I will only continue to strengthen the human race. Anyway, in 12 years, the alien martial god taken by the human ancestors will break through and return, bringing space pirates to Blue Star. That will be when I truly begin my journey as an antagonist in the Starry Sea. Su Long nodded, knowing that Suyu wouldn't disregard the lives of soldiers, but still felt the need to remind him publicly. Since the decision is made, prepare the army to return to Blue Star. With their strength continuously improving, the situation on the battlefield had eased considerably. He could deploy a martial saint to lead the army to clear out traitors, a task well within their capabilities. Yes, sir. Within the tent, several 9th grade members of the Su family camp stood up, clasping their fists in response. Soon, as orders were issued in an orderly manner, the garrison of the 5th city began to mobilize. This time, 70,000 troops each from Eagle Sauce, Bear Hair, and Dragon Country were dispatched to defend Blue Star, with a total of 14 9th grade and 92 8th grade officers. Suyu's 4th great uncle commanded the 9th grade, while an officer from Bear Hair led the 8th grade. After these 9th grade officers left the tent, Su Long turned to Suyu. As for you, you're responsible for dismantling the formation and providing support. While he trusted Suyu's combat skills, he was still concerned about the possibility of Neon sending assassins. You're at the 8th grade now, and your 5th grade uncle is also repairing his foundation to break through to the 9th grade, so no one will be assigned to protect you. Suyu chuckled lightly. Father, don't worry, there's no problem. It's just about clearing out the Shindai and Shinsho families. Familiar with the storyline, he already knew the opponent's trump cards. The ordinary citizens of Neon despised the Shindai family, and most soldiers felt the same. Therefore, this battle wouldn't be too difficult. The real challenge lay in the source formation. In the original book, Chu Feng, as the protagonist, turned the tide of battle by breaking the Neon source formation, reversing their decline. Although the original story saw over 1 million casualties, that was due to the source formation's destructive power. He wouldn't follow Chu Feng's path. If you have confidence, then go ahead. Su Long waved his hand helplessly, unable to restrain the young man. Well, I'll be off, father. Wait for my news. With that, Suyu left the tent under his father's gratifying gaze. As he exited the tent, a secret message from Suyu suddenly reached Su Long's ears, freezing the smile on his face. Passing through the military camp, he arrived at the base, now filled with a sea of soldiers. Seeing this sight, Suyu couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Then, at the signal from Su Zhanya, Su Yu moved, stepping into the air, his voice loud and clear, echoing throughout the military base. Soldiers, follow me to defend Blue Star and punish the traitors of humanity. Move out. As his words fell, the iron flood of countless Dragon Country soldiers surged forward, a murderous aura rising to the sky, scattering the clouds above. Yes, sir. Boom. The entire army set off. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of well-prepared soldiers marched in unison towards the space teleportation point within the base. This teleportation point led directly to a military base outside of Kyoto. The vast army surged like a tide, their vigor and vitality piercing the skies, even creating a hole in the clouds above. At the forefront of the army was Su Zhanya, the main commander of this operation, leading the way. He was followed closely by 5 ninth-rank grandmasters, all representing high-level combat power and demonstrating the Dragon Nation's resolve as the leading martial power on Blue Star to eliminate traitors. As the troops reached the teleportation point, everyone passed through the vortex in an orderly manner. After a few moments of darkness, their vision gradually restored to light. When they reappeared, they had returned to Blue Star from the extraterritorial battlefield. Given prior arrangements, the military base in Kyoto was already prepared to welcome them, with special vehicles waiting to transport them to their rest area. Observing the modern military base, Su Yu felt a sense of disorientation. Accustomed to the primal extraterritorial battlefield, adjusting back to Blue Star proved challenging. The other 9th and 8th rank warriors felt similarly. Shortly after, the high-ranking officials arrived at the military base's conference room in military jeeps. Everyone gathered, and the person in charge activated a virtual projection, displaying the combat representatives from Eagle Nation and Bear Nation. They bowed slightly to Su Zhanya, respectfully addressing him as Martial Saint, before taking their seats. This was a customary gesture of respect towards a Martial Saint. Martial Saint Zhanya, our military preparations are complete. The aircraft carrier is expected to arrive near the Neon Sea area in 3 days, reported the representative from Eagle Nation. Following that, the representative from Bear Nation nodded and added, our Kuznetsov is also fully serviced and ready to deploy. Without teleportation arrays, crossing the sea using aircraft carriers was the fastest method. Each of the 3 nations was deploying 700,000 troops, requiring countless ships, including aircraft carriers and battleships, for transport. Since they were all warriors, they needed no sleep, allowing for more personnel to be transported. Additionally, dispatching dozens of large tankers would help move the forces. Su Zhanya, wearing his military uniform adorned with 5 stars, the highest rank in Dragon Nation and exclusive to a Martial Saint, nodded to the representatives from Eagle and Bear Nations and said, we from Dragon Nation will depart the day after tomorrow, aiming to arrive simultaneously with you. Our preparations to eliminate the Shindai family are thorough, knowing they've allied with foreign races. The Shindai and Shinshu families will undoubtedly have hidden cards. We cannot underestimate them, so our troop deployment is aligned with a large-scale operation. Hearing this, the representatives from Bear and Eagle Nations exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Should we launch hydrogen bombs and thermonuclear devices as a precaution? In modern times, we favor technological warfare over manpower, as nuclear resolution is inevitable. Su Zhanya firmly rejected this, stating, no. The ordinary citizens in Neon are victims this time. Our targets are solely the Shindai and Shinshu families. We must not harm the innocent. The representatives from Bear and Eagle Nations exchanged another glance and agreed. If it's not necessary, we won't launch them. After all, Dragon Nation is leading the charge, and their casualties won't be significant. Martial Saint Su Zhanya will handle it, focusing only on the 9th-rank warriors of the Shindai family. The Jindai family boasted a Martial Saint, and along with the 3 Shinsho families under its command, they had a total of 12 warriors who had reached the 9th level of martial arts. This gave them an advantage of 2 more 9th-level warriors than their opponents, making victory almost certain, provided the Martial Saints battle went as expected. Su Zhanya was in a meeting with the leaders of 2 countries discussing strategies. As a colonel, Su Yu wisely left the conference room, uninterested in the details of post-war benefits distribution. His only concern was ensuring his plan remained undisturbed. He was determined to claim the physical body of the Neon Martial Saint, along with the Martial Saint's Dao fruit. As he exited the military base, Su Yu unexpectedly saw a figure standing ahead. The person quickly approached him and said, young Master Su, I need your help with something. Su Yu was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yi Qing, why are you back? What do you need my help with? The young man before him exuded an air of elegance, yet his physique was robust. He was Yi Qing, the son of Yi Tao, the director of the Martial Arts Administration and a demigod. Yi Qing was one of the few geniuses in the original story who did not associate with Chu Feng. Su Yu thought to himself that it was a pity about Yi Qing's talent. Despite having a demigod father, he remained at the 9th level, seemingly ordinary. Yi Tao's original path was one of enlightenment, complementing the path of the human emperor. However, when a star fragmentation realm expert from an alien race returned from the star Sea to Blue Star, Yi Tao's martial path was forced to merge into Chu Feng's human emperor path, aiding him in breaking through to the star fragmentation realm. Ultimately, this legendary demigod, who had devoted half his life to educating the human race in martial arts, perished. Initially, people remembered him, but in the original story, after Chu Feng defeated the alien race's final trump card and left Blue Star, he returned a century later to find only his own statue. Upon inquiry, he learned that he was credited as the sole slayer of the star fragmentation, and Yi Tao's statue had been dismantled by the Lin Panchi family. Su Yu couldn't help but feel the irony. Yi Qing looked at Su Yu, appearing somewhat lost. In a short time, Su Yu had become a formidable 8th-level martial artist, while Yi Qing was to return to the Martial Arts Administration to take on a role, nominally preparing to take over as director, but in reality being protected. Yi Tao's reputation on the outer battlefield was too prominent. Once the alien races learned he was the son of a demigod, they would stop at nothing to capture him. Yi Qing regained his composure and said solemnly, "I want to ask you for a favor. Can you take me to this battle? I'm just a step away from reaching the 7th level, but without a life-or-death fight, it might take me another year or two. Also, I have a cousin whose talent is quite unique. He seemed unremarkable at first, but over the past 2 years, he has advanced from the 3rd to the late 6th level. He also wants to come to the battlefield. Is that possible?" He hastily added, as if fearing rejection, "No matter what happens, it won't be your responsibility. You won't be implicated." Hearing this, Su Yu gave him a long look. An unremarkable cousin advancing from the 3rd to nearly the 7th level in 2 years, and with the same surname, Yi, indicated that this cousin also had the potential of a child of destiny. Understanding the principle of breaking through after destruction, Su Yu smiled and said, "Is that all? Sure, I'll take you. Be here the morning after tomorrow." "Great." Yi Qing nodded emphatically, a hint of joy in his eyes. After exchanging a few words, he turned and left. Standing at the military base gate, Su Yu watched Yi Qing's retreating figure, a slight smile on his lips, thinking to himself, "Let's see what path this child of destiny will take." The campaign against the Neon Shindai clan is in full swing. On a rare day, Su Yu was not idle. Upon returning to the Su family, he first distributed the martial god cultivation method to the core members and left a few star-level martial techniques before departing. Su Yu's exploits on the battlefield beyond the domain were widely celebrated, and the Su family, both young and old, took pride in him. As members of the Su family, they had naturally heard some rumors about the rise of 2 newly appointed martial saints in the family, both linked to Su Yu, with rumors suggesting that the opportunities were gifted by him. This alone was enough for the Su family to wholeheartedly support Su Yu's intentions. The Su family's promotion system has always been clear. Any Su family descendant can practice the family's martial arts. If they achieve the 9th rank, they can become the new main branch of the Su family. Currently, there is only one main branch in the Su family, the branch of Su Zhantian, recognized as the head of the family. However, the situation with the Su family's descendants is somewhat lacking. As Su Yu wandered through the Su family's courtyard, witnessing the bustling activity, he couldn't help but pinch his brow in thought. It seemed that the fortune of this generation of the Su family was concentrated on him, leaving the family without a promising successor. It became apparent that capturing a martial saint from the Shindai clan, using the method of intercepting the source and refining their essence and vitality, might enhance the physique of the Su family disciples. Su Yu shook his head, pondering to himself that the path to establishing a villainous family that reigns supreme over all heavens was still long. However, according to the system's introduction, if he could slay or subdue a child of destiny, not only would he benefit personally, but the family would also receive a feedback of fortune. If he could accomplish this, the Su family might see the emergence of several prodigies. With this thought, Su Yu no longer hesitated and headed straight to the training room for the final practice session before the great battle. This time, he aimed to break through to the mid-8th rank in one go. Over this period, he had cultivated the Golden Body 9 refinement technique to the peak of the 3rd stage, honed his vitality to 399,999, and maintained his mental strength at a peak state with the help of the soul refining scripture. As he entered the training room, an invisible pressure filled the surroundings, causing passing Su family disciples to feel the aura of a slumbering dragon and cautiously keep their distance, fearing they might disrupt Su Yu's practice. On the day of his training, numerous battleships and several aircraft carriers slowly sailed into the military base and nearby seas in Kyoto, docking at the military pier. The actions of both the bear and the eagle were similarly significant, naturally triggering the sensitive nerves of many. News outlets across Blue Star reported their movements, as the operation to clear the Neon Shindai clan was known to no other countries except the 3 involved. In Kyoto, inside the martial arts headquarters building, a girl with long pink hair and an exquisitely delicate face like a fairy stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing in the direction of the Su family. Though she appeared lively, There was a lack of her usual mischievousness. Yi Lianqing propped her chin with her hand, her eyes reflecting boredom as she sighed softly, though it was only momentary. She waved her small, fair fist outside the window, her beautiful face filled with determination. As she practiced, she remembered her master's words: once she reaches the 9th rank, she could visit her father and brother Yu on the battlefield beyond their realm. This thought filled her with motivation, but it was followed by a long, melancholy sigh. By the time she leaves Blue Star for her trials, brother Yu might have already forgotten her. In a moment of emotional turmoil, an uncontrollable surge of terrifying energy from her late 7th rank martial arts stage spread out, causing the floor-to-ceiling window to crack like a spider web. Meanwhile, in the Yi family side courtyard, Yi Qing approached the pavilion, where a young practitioner was sitting cross-legged. Xiao Chun, he called softly. The young man in the pavilion, handsome and refined in appearance, slowly opened his eyes and emerged from his meditative state. Jingge, how did it go? Did young Master Su agree to take us? Looking at his cousin, 3 years younger but far stronger in battle, Yi Qing nodded. He agreed. We're leaving the morning after tomorrow. All right, I understand, Yi Chen replied. After Yi Qing turned to leave, Yi Chen asked internally, Elder Mo, what about my cousin's future? If Blue Star can't withstand the alien races, can we take him with us? A moment later, an aged voice echoed in his mind. Don't worry, Blue Star has 20 years left. If your uncle can break through to Martial God, there might be a chance. The voice paused, then continued seriously. In this battle, you must completely unleash your potential. Your talent is considered genius even among the millions of member states in the Galactic Federation, but you must survive first to seek revenge. Yi Chen nodded with a bitter smile. 20 years if he fought desperately. Using his life-enhancing talent through slaughter, he might reach the martial god stage before his uncle. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, speaking with admiration. I wonder what kind of person young Master Su is, to have slain over 100 8th rank aliens before reaching the 8th rank himself. It's truly admirable. A remote, barbaric low-level life planet, no matter how talented, won't possess a hidden dragon-level gift. No need to pay too much attention, Elder Mo's disdainful voice sounded. In the future, you will surpass him. Accustomed to the old man's superior attitude, Yi Chen merely shrugged and returned to his training state. Time flew by, and the day of departure arrived. That morning, the training chambers of the Su and Yi families in Kyoto opened simultaneously, and several figures transformed into streams of light, heading straight for the military base. At exactly 6 o'clock, outside the gates of the military base, Su Yu stood still, and when he opened his eyes, Yi Qing and Yi Chun had already approached. Young Master Su. They greeted him in unison. Su Yu nodded with a smile. Let's go. The army has already gathered at the port. As Yi Chun discreetly observed Su Yu, recalling Elder Mo's unremarkable assessment, Su Yu suddenly soared into the sky, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. The overwhelming pressure of his blood and energy left Yi Qing and Yi Chen astonished. The Divine King's seed detection completed, and data was being transmitted, but the transmission failed. Just as Yi Chun was about to move forward, a piercing alarm sounded in his mind, and his expression changed drastically. Mo Lao, what's happening? Yi Chen asked gravely. At that moment, Mo Lao in his mind remained silent for a while before slowly saying, my transmission program has been activated. According to my settings, once a seed surpassing the true dragon level is detected, a signal will be immediately sent to the Galactic Federation. In less than 50 years, the Federation will arrive to take the seed away. If there is resistance, the planet will face destruction. Mo Lao was not the consciousness of a powerful being, but merely a system guidance program to assist talented seeds in their cultivation and lead them to the Galactic Federation. This time, he had chosen Yi Chun. Yet, he was puzzled as to how a low-level barbarian planet could have an existence surpassing the true dragon level. What should we do? Upon hearing the potential for planetary destruction, Yi Chen's face changed dramatically, and he urgently asked, why didn't you tell me about something this significant? He had always regarded Mo Lao as half a teacher, never expecting that Mo Lao, who had a consciousness of his own, would keep such crucial information from him. Mo Lao was silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, it's okay, the program repair won't be that fast. It will take at least 100 years to transmit the program. I'm severely damaged, and my energy is already insufficient. Rest assured, 100 years is enough time. As long as this Divine King seed leaves in the future, Blue Star will remain safe. He realized he had caused trouble. This young man, who had finally let his guard down around him, might become wary of him again. After hearing this, Yi Chen's expression remained grim. 100 years, damn. It's forcing me into slaughter. Killing could make him stronger. By defeating opponents, he could seize their vitality or energy to enhance himself. In theory, he had no bottleneck. Therefore, to salvage the situation, he could only embark on a path of relentless slaughter. After careful consideration, Yi Chen took a deep breath and said to Qinggu, let's follow Su Xiao's lead. As they spoke, their bodies transformed into streams of light, quickly catching up with Suyu. The landscape on the surface whizzed past behind them. Soon, a small black dot in their vision began to enlarge, revealing hundreds of small black dots in the blue sea ahead. The bustling crowd filled them with excitement. Upon reaching the port, they gradually slowed down, finally landing on the ground and standing behind Suyu, looking up at the fleet and the massive aircraft carriers on the sea. A sense of awe washed over them. Steel behemoths. Truly steel behemoths. After millennia of human craftsmanship, they could now build gigantic aircraft carriers a kilometer long, enormous like monsters. On the hull, several black gun barrels gleamed with a dark luster, leaving a profound impact. On the aircraft carrier, Su Zhanya stood on the deck, overlooking the troops below, and shouted loudly, "All troops, board the ship." Boom. Everyone stepped onto the boarding ladders, continuously pouring into the aircraft carrier and various warships. Once tens of thousands of soldiers were aboard, with the issuance of a command, all the warships simultaneously set sail, departing from the coast under the watchful eyes of countless ordinary citizens. Their target was singular, the Shinyo family in neon. Boom. The aircraft carrier sliced through the waves, standing firm amidst the raging sea, unwavering. On the deck, Su Zhanya's eyes burned like flames as he stared intently at Yi Qing and Yi Chun. "Why did you bring these two along, you brat? If they get injured in battle, Yi Tao won't let it slide. He'll extort us for millions of spirit stones at the very least." Yi Tao, a demigod, was highly regarded among ordinary people, but within the noble families, he was both respected and resented. After ascending to Martial Saint, Yi Tao robbed every Martial Saint and top family, amassing billions of spirit stones. He then founded the Martial Arts Administration, disseminated martial arts techniques, and handed over a few spirit stone producing mines to sustain the vast resources required for the administration. Otherwise, with its enormous population, it would have been impossible to support the martial arts administration without bankrupting Yi Tao. Previously, Yi Tao had used the excuse of his offspring being injured at someone's house to extort them. If they refused, he'd hunt down their top-tier fighters for a beating. Despite the frustration, the Martial Saints could only turn a blind eye and give him what he demanded. After all, they understood that Yi Tao's mission was to popularize martial arts. Their investment proved worthwhile. After establishing the Martial Arts Administration, Yi Tao revamped the examination system, significantly boosting human strength, and quickly achieved demigod status within 6 months. Suyu glanced at his great-uncle and said calmly, "If they can't survive a minor skirmish, do they really deserve to be called prodigies? Yi Tao knows we're taking his son for training. He might even be grateful to us." The child of destiny will surely be grateful. I just wonder what makes this child of destiny special." Su Zhanya's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the 3 young troublemakers, his white beard almost floating in anger. "Do as you please," he said, turning on his heel and leaving. Once the great-uncle left, Suyu glanced at the two and continued, "You should hurry up with your training. We still have 2 days and a night before reaching the Neon Sea." Suyu sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation, with Yi Qing and Yi Chun following suit. Time flew by as they trained. During this period, the massive aircraft carrier fleet moved steadily through the ocean. After over 30 hours of sailing, they finally met up with the fleets of Eagle Sauce and Bear countries, which had been waiting in the Neon Sea. Once all were assembled, the formidable fleet of the 3 nations began advancing towards Neon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next evening, Suyu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "We've finally arrived at Neon proper," he said, his smile growing brighter as he looked at the city skyline ahead. With the fleet's arrival at Neon, numerous figures appeared on the decks, and an invisible aura of killing intent began to build. This ominous atmosphere even frightened the deep-sea beasts lurking below, causing them to scatter in fear. This battle was destined to be a baptism of blood. At that moment, on the shores of Neon, the expressionless residents walking the streets seemed to sense something. They paused, turning to look towards the sea. As the sun set, the shadows of the warships stretched long in the sunset. As the ships approached, the massive steel war fortresses came fully into view. Despite the intimidating sight, the neon onlookers showed no fear or panic. Instead, upon seeing the ships, a glimmer of hope returned to their dull eyes. Finally, are we about to be freed? On the aircraft carrier deck, Suyu looked at the well-dressed but terrified and numb people of Neon Country ahead, leaving everyone in shock. How could the power of blood and energy be so thin? Some 9th-grade experts released their spiritual power to carefully sense the situation of the city ahead and were instantly stunned. Normally, even if the city were full of ordinary people, the energy level should be quite dense. However, the current state of Hungbing City was not even comparable to a county with a population of 500,000. Suyu reached forward with his hand and slowly said, "They were sacrificed." As soon as he finished speaking, the 8th and 9th grade experts present gasped. "Sacrificed? For 1,000 years, The population data of Neon Country had been steadily rising, and this city should have had at least 5 million people. Now, it was less than 500,000. How could anyone be so heartless? Suyu released his grip, and a strand of invisible thread dispersed with the wind, his expression turning cold. Millions of people had been sacrificed. These were supposed to be his future workforce. The Shindai family was truly despicable. As the aircraft carrier fleet sailed into the port, countless Neon Country people wandering along the coast noticed the massive steel fleet. If it were any other country, seeing so many foreign aircraft carriers entering their territorial waters would have caused panic. However, Neon Country was now completely different. With every kilometer the fleet advanced, the excitement on their faces grew. Boom. At that moment, the entire fleet stopped 1 kilometer from the shore. Ahead, a transparent barrier enveloped the sea. Who dares trespass on our neon soil? A majestic voice thundered. Simultaneously, the transparent barrier began to gather pressure, as if it would attack the 3 nations' aircraft carrier fleet at any moment. This was the Origin Defense Formation. Facing the formation's aura, which faintly held the pressure of a martial saint, 9th grade experts from various countries showed serious expressions. In a country with a martial saint, such national defense formations are common, which is why countries do not easily attack families with martial saints. The 4 main points of the Origin Defense Formation are located in the cities of Xiongbu, Jindu, Jingsun, and Dongjiang, guarded by the Setsamori, Miyamoto, and Kudo families of the Kamimura clan. The final point in Dongjiang is controlled by the Shindai family. Commander, how should we break through? At this moment, the representatives of the Bear and Eagle nations flew to the Dragon country's aircraft carrier, saluted Su Zhanya, and respectfully said, "The Origin Defense Formation has not been dismantled. If we rush in, there could be heavy casualties." They had expected to first attack the 3 Kimimemuru clan's points before advancing to Dongjiang. But Su Zhanya had taken them directly to Dongjiang, striking at the heart of the Shindai family. To break through the formation, at least tens of thousands may die, Su Zhanya said, glancing at Suyu. "Are you ready, young Su? Don't be reckless. This is a formation personally set by a martial saint using the Origin. A formation drawn with the origin and national fortune, laid out with the terrain, is not something ordinary people can break. Even a martial saint wouldn't dare attack without the strength of a 5th-stage martial saint, as this formation is linked to the nation's fortune. Its power is not to be underestimated." Upon hearing this, a confident smile appeared on Su Yu's handsome face. He replied softly, "Don't worry, third uncle, I never do anything I'm not confident about." Seeing his confidence, Su Zhanya said no more. Yi Qing and Yi Chun, the 2 brothers, watched in disbelief as they saw Su Yu and Su Zhanya walking away. They couldn't comprehend it. According to their understanding, Su Yu was going to break the original defense array personally set up by the martial saint, which seemed impossible. They thought to themselves, Su Yu's ability to kill hundreds of 8th-level fighters was already astonishing, and now he was going to break an array? The leaders of Mao Xiong and Ing Jiang also frowned, thinking, "Are you kidding? How could the martial saint allow a young boy to break the array? Is this a death sentence for them?" Despite their dissatisfaction, they had orders to unconditionally follow the commands of the Dragon country's martial saint in this battle, so they couldn't argue. Ahead, within the territory of Neon, a streak of light instantly arrived. Standing inside the original defense array, facing hundreds of steel ships, a 9th-level warrior from Neon couldn't help but sneer. "Humph. Mao Xiong, Ing Jiang, Dragon country, do you think our Neon is weak? How dare you bring so many elite troops and ships to our land to cause trouble?" He realized that these major countries on Blue Star clearly intended to cleanse Neon's rebellion, but he didn't care. If given 2 more days, they could sacrifice everyone in Neon, and the Shindai family could create another martial saint. By then, they could forcibly open a space portal to the Divine Clan's holy land and become a new kind of human. Seeing this short, middle-aged 9th-level warrior appear, Su Zhanchuan on the aircraft carrier said solemnly, "Shindai Chao Wu, you dared to side with alien races and slaughter humans at will. You should have expected this day to come. We thought your betrayal was already inhumane, but now you even turn on your own people." The short 9th-level warrior named Shindai Chao Wu laughed loudly. "Huh? Su Zhanchuan, the victor becomes king, and the demise of Blue Star is inevitable. What we are doing is preserving the seeds of humanity. Why do you oppose us?" In his view, humanity was doomed. He had learned too many secrets about the stars on the battlefield beyond, and a low-level planet like Blue Star was considered slave level in the universe, where even the lowest space pirates could easily kill Blue Star's strongest. What could they possibly fight with? Having experienced the advanced world outside, where all races intermingle, he no longer cared about humanity or its survival. Survival was the ultimate strength. "There's no use talking anymore. Since you dare to come, let me show you the Shindai family's national defense origin array." With a wave of his hand, Shindai Chao Wu intensified the pressure of the transparent origin array, mercilessly absorbing the surrounding energy. The terrifying energy gathered within the origin array, enough to evaporate the sea ahead. Seeing this, the ninth-level warriors on the aircraft carrier grew serious. Even Su Zhanya, who had advanced to Martial Saint, frowned deeply. Su Zhanya couldn't help but shout to Su Yu. You aren't you going to act? Hearing his great-uncle's voice, Su Yu remained calm. With everyone watching, he stepped onto the void, directly facing the neon origin array. His hands seemed to grasp the void, as if holding something tangible. The space rippled like paper as he gently lifted it. Origin's severance technique, power of heaven's severance. As soon as he spoke, the world instantly changed color. Su Yu held the space in his hands, and the surrounding area wavered as if it were mere paper, causing the sea to surge and the ground to tremble slightly. A mysterious power flowed through his hands, gradually pouring into the void. As he moved his hands, the grand array set by the legendary Martial Saint of the Shin era over 10 years began to show fluctuations, and the originally stable pressure of the source started to show signs of collapse. With a forceful tug, Su Yu caused the surrounding scenery to become disordered, as if the entire world had been flipped upside down. The deep blue sea beneath the aircraft carrier boiled, and with a loud crash, the skyscrapers in Hungbing City began to collapse one after another, trembling as if in an earthquake. The terrifying power left the present ninth-grade experts staring in shock, their expressions filled with horror as they watched Su Yu controlling the space from above. What kind of power was this? Had the young master of the Su family already ascended to a martial saint? How could he have advanced to such a level so quickly at such a young age? It was clear that the Su family's young master possessed the ability to break the source array. Despite the murmurs of the crowd, Su Yu remained indifferent, his expression calm as the power of annihilation and his mental energy drained rapidly. Bang! At that moment, Su Yu unhesitatingly used his last level-up card. Late 8th grade. Everyone was stunned. In such a situation, the Su family's young master had suddenly leaped from mid-8th grade to late 8th grade martial arts, completely overturning their understanding. He was undoubtedly a divine king candidate. In the mind of Yi Chun, who was squeezed behind by the 9th grade experts, the excited voice of Mo Lao echoed repeatedly. So powerful. This child's talent is extraordinary, a Ancient Millennium prodigy even in the Galactic Federation. No, this information must not get out, or this divine king candidate will be destroyed. Mo Lao muttered to himself. Although initially designed as a system program to cultivate prodigies for the Galactic Federation, he had gradually developed his own consciousness through countless years of wandering. Though still confined to the system, Mo Lao had developed a deep affection for this planet. He had experienced countless hosts and had now chosen Yi Chun, feeling a strong connection to this world. However, those prodigies he had cultivated disappeared after being sent to the Galactic Federation. Mo Lao understood that the prodigies he raised either died or were enslaved by the Federation's nobility. Each prodigy was raised by him from a young age, and naturally, he felt a deep bond with them. He longed to find a body to implant his data consciousness and become a person. Yet, he felt responsible for their fate. As he developed his self-awareness, he grew attached to these prodigies like a mentor or father, resisting the transmission of their information to the Galactic Federation. Listening to Mo Lao's mutterings, Yi Chun couldn't help but ask, Mo Lao, what's wrong? What is a divine king candidate? It was the first time he had seen Mo Lao so unsettled. Hearing Yi Chun calling out to him, Mo Lao snapped back to reality and solemnly said, Xiao Chun, remember this. You must stay by this man's side. His future achievements will far exceed your imagination. The Divine King Seed is a realm that only the first ruler of the Galactic Federation could reach. If the Federation discovers him, your planet will be doomed. I will now enter self-induced slumber to prevent information leakage. Of course, I can't control it for long, at most 10 years. Remember, your talent is the god-level heart of slaughter. The more you kill, the stronger you become. You can absorb the energy and specific memories of those you kill, but keep your true self. Do not let the slaughter consume your soul. In the future, you too have the chance to surpass the stars. I'm going to sleep now, Xiao Chun. In 10 years, I hope you will have become a martial god, or even surpassed the stars. With those final words, Mo Lao fell into a deep sleep. He used his slumber to suppress the transmission of program-set information, which, although it wouldn't last for years, would buy the Divine King Seed some time. After all, he also wanted to see the high and mighty Federation nobles reduced to nothing. The system shut down. As the cold, emotionless prompt sounded, Yi Chun felt a weight settle in his heart. Mo Lao. He pushed aside his chaotic thoughts, lifted his head, and fixed his gaze on Su Yu's back, his resolve growing stronger. Follow Su Xiao, become a prodigy. If that's the case, then I will use this bloody battle as a foundation to break through to the 7th rank. After this slaughter, I should be able to reach the late 7th rank, maybe even the 8th. Yi Chun's resolve solidified, knowing that time was running out for Blue Star. In midair, while searching for the core of the Origin defense formation, Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a crisp voice ringing in his mind, bringing him back to awareness. Note: When the Son of Destiny's loyalty to the host reaches 100, you can recruit them. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Son of Destiny's loyalty. Receiving rewards. 300,000 villain points. A realm upgrade card 1. Supreme Demon Bone 1. Boom. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Suyu was momentarily stunned. What the heck? This unformed Son of Destiny actually submitted to me? And these rewards are quite generous. At that moment, Suyu's mood lifted, and he couldn't help but smile a devilish grin. Yi-chun was quite perceptive. Thud. At that moment, inside the Origin Defense Formation, Kamadai Asamu felt a tremor in his Origin martial arts, stumbled, and fell from the sky to the ground. Boom. Instantly, the earth was pierced by the force surging within him, creating a large crater. Cough, cough. What sorcery did you use to make my Kamadai family's Origin Formation backfire on me? Kamadai Asamu clambered out of the pit in a sorry state, eyes wide with shock. Suyu glanced at him and smiled calmly. It's already backfired? It seems your Kamadai family's Origin Formation is quite crude. As he spoke, Suyu reached out and grasped a corner of the Origin Defense Formation that swayed like reeds in the wind. Screech. With a piercing noise ringing in everyone's ears, the once formidable Origin Formation now crumbled and spread outwards like a breached dam. Boom. In an instant, the light shield covering 100 miles began to dissolve. With the disappearance of the formation, a dull, black stone appeared in Suyu's hand. All troops, land and annihilate the Kamadai clan. As his voice fell, countless cries of slaughter rose to the sky. Kill, kill, kill. Boom. In this battle, civilians were not to be slaughtered, so many modern powerful weapons could not be used. However, this did not prevent the combined forces of the Jindai family and the Shinsho 3 families from reaching 2 million. Excluding those soldiers who resented the Jindai family, the loyal forces did not exceed 1 million. This martial artist war was not hard to fight, but the key lay in whether victory could be achieved in the high-level confrontations. At Hungbing Coast, warriors from the 3 nations were landing, yet there was no military presence on this stretch of coast, only indifferent ordinary people. It was clear that the Jindai family had long anticipated this battle and had already withdrawn all forces to defend Dongjiang in advance. In Dongjiang, amidst the bustling skyscrapers, stood a vast wooden compound, exuding a strong, ancient neon style. Surrounding the manor were 1 million soldiers. At this moment, the armies of the Dragon Nation, Bear Nation, and Eagle Nation had landed at Hungbing, expected to reach Dongjiang in 20 minutes. A man dressed in ninja attire knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting to the elderly figure seated at the head. Chao Wu Sr. is currently retreating. The elderly figure had white hair and a hunched frame, but the aura around him was so intense it made the air thick. He was a martial arts practitioner of the 9th grade, having taken 999 steps on the path of origin. The hunched elder opened his eyes, a cruel glint flashing through his aged gaze, akin to that of an alien race. The blood pools have been largely deployed, and now only this final Dongjiang blood sacrifice remains. Once it's in place, I shall defy the heavens and become a saint. The elder's hoarse voice rang out, tinged with an eerie quality. Hearing this, the ninja's eyes sparkled with excitement. May the head of the family achieve sainthood successfully, and may martial arts flourish. Achieve sainthood. Our Jindai family will welcome its 2nd martial saint. Have the Shinsho 3 families arrived? Jindai Jinguji inquired. They have arrived and are currently guarding the perimeter of the blood pool, the ninja replied. Jindai Jinguji nodded and slowly rose, causing the thick air around him to disperse. I will enter the blood pool first, and the remaining 1 million blood sacrifices shall be thrown in to aid my ascension. As he finished speaking, Jindai Jinguji's figure vanished from the courtyard. As you command, head of the family, the ninja said, bowing his head, not daring to look up. Subsequently, a series of orders were issued from within the Jindai family, and countless martial artists sprang into action, each holding a large iron cage, containing ordinary neon civilians. These were their blood sacrifices. Except for the elderly, almost all neon civilians had been captured by the Jindai family and thrown into the blood pool. No help. I beg you, lords of the Jindai family, my parents are still in the hospital. Please let me go back to take care of them. The cries and curses of the Kobayashi family echoed endlessly in this space. However, as the cages were opened, countless people were dumped into an abyss as large as 10 kilometers, the blood-red waves glistening, appearing both enchanting and sinister from a distance. The thick blood scent spiraled in the air, suffocating. Listening to their curses and pleas, the martial artists guarding the perimeter couldn't help but sneer. These foolish blood sacrifices truly are naive, thinking that offering their lives to help our master achieve sainthood is the greatest honor of their lives. Indeed, once the master becomes a saint, there will be 2 saints in Neon. At that time, we will not be a closed-off nation avoiding accountability, but rather we will slaughter Blue Star and contribute to integrating our clan into the Holy Clan. This time, I captured over 2,000 people, and the master granted me a strand of holy blood to merge with. Now I can consider myself half a member of the Holy Clan. How enviable you are, Shuadai-jin. Above, the warriors chatted and smoked leisurely, while ordinary people were caged beneath them. Buzz. As they envisioned joining the Holy Clan, a piercing sound cut through the sky. The next moment, a terrifying black blade beam split the earth, shattering the space it passed through. Clang. As the blade neared the blood pool, a crimson barrier lit up, directly withstanding the sharpness that could cleave through voids. Crack. The barrier rippled, and immense energy leaked outwards, shattering the glass of surrounding skyscrapers, which fell in fragments. Rumble. Deafening explosions rang out as the shocked Kamadai warriors watched countless skyscrapers being sliced in two by a blade beam, instantly turning the modern city into ruins. Enemy attack. As night gradually fell, the airborne figures terrified the warriors guarding the blood pool. Run away. As pampered clan disciples, they had long forgotten the harshness of the battlefield. Unlike the Dragon Nation's clans, they did not have to fight once they came of age. Thus, faced with such an apocalyptic scene, they wet their pants in fear and scrambled to flee. Whoosh. Warriors of the third rank and above could fly. This time, every warrior summoned from the three nations was third rank or higher, all capable of flying. 2 million airborne warriors rushed towards Dongjiang, their dense figures blotting out the sky, leaving onlookers gazing upwards in horror, as if the apocalypse had truly arrived. In the instant the skyscrapers were severed, high-ranking warriors from the Kamadai, Shuedai, Miyamoto, and Kudu families all took to the air. In midair, a ninth-rank powerhouse from the Kamadai family glared with disdain, coldly shouting, "Ahead lies Kamadai territory, halt, or face death without mercy." Possessing holy blood, he felt a bloodthirsty impulse when looking at the human race, like a starving beast spotting prey. Humans were merely blood food, and all of Neon's blood food was here, serving as nourishment for their master. Having replaced most of his blood with holy blood and lacking food, he was already famished. Looking at the armies of the three nations, his eyes were filled with bloodlust and greed. How dare this lowly blood food race act brazenly in Kamadai territory, truly courting death. However, before his arrogant words could finish, a colossal 1,000-meter divine elephant's shadow appeared, twisting and shattering space with a thunderous trumpet. Boom. The divine elephant's front foot rose high, as if treading on the sky. Crash. The next second, in the eyes of the terrified ninth-rank warrior, the divine elephant's front foot came crashing down on him. The divine elephant tramples the sky. Boom. The giant foot of the celestial elephant stomped down with a thunderous force, draining the energy from the world and solidifying it. In one swift motion, it crushed a weak 9th-grade warrior from the Shindai family, along with several 8th-grade warriors into the ground. Crack. The earth split with a sound like breaking glass, and spiderweb-like fissures spread out, swallowing the surrounding buildings. Crash. Dust filled the air as countless warriors from the Neon clan were sent flying by the shockwave. In the sky, Suyu stood in a white robe, fluttering in the fierce wind. His handsome, ethereal face was devoid of emotion, showing only a distant indifference to all life, like a deity without a trace of compassion. It seemed as if he had just stomped on an ant, not a person. Lowering his gaze slightly, he looked at the approaching army in the distance and coldly commanded, "Kill." Behind him, an army of 2 million moved in response, brandishing weapons as they swarmed toward the Shundai family's forces like locusts, warriors covering the sky as they descended. Boom. Intense flames and a sea of blood surged into the sky, illuminating the land that was soon to be engulfed by darkness. Even low-level warriors joined the fray, with 14 grandmasters of 9th-grade martial arts, 92 8th-grade golden warriors, and hundreds of 7th-grade masters standing behind Suyu. As the 8th and 9th-grade warriors from the Shindai and Shinshu families joined the battlefield, the high-ranking warriors of the three-nation coalition also emerged, with a clear objective: to annihilate the warriors of the Shundai and Shinshu families. How dare you? This is our territory, and you dare trespass. You court death. A furious voice boomed across the sky, followed by the oppressive aura of a martial sage, causing everyone's spines to bend slightly. Soon after, an elderly yet robust man soared into the sky, his narrow eyes filled with rage, cruelty, and malice. His gaze was piercing as he fixed on Su Zhanya, licking his lips as he spoke with a chilling tone. "A mere first-stage martial sage dares to run wild in my Shindai family's domain. It seems you're tired of living." This was Zhongji of the Shindai family, a second-stage martial sage. Facing Zhongji's beast-like gaze, Su Zhanya remained unafraid. He stepped forward, shattering the void beneath him, and said, "Zhongji, you old ghost. After all these years, you've only reached the second stage of a martial sage. It seems the foreigners have given you quite a few gifts." Su Zhanya knew Zhongji. He was a contemporary of his father, though their relationship was strained. Su Zhanya had long suspected Zhongji's involvement in his father's death. Ah, the little brat of the Su family. It seems your father's death didn't cause your family's downfall. Truly, a martial sage family. Zhongji stretched his body, appearing aged but incredibly robust, his bones cracking like firecrackers as he moved, seemingly holding boundless energy within. At these words, a sharp glint flashed in Su Zhanya's eyes as he sternly shouted, "You became a martial sage and learned nothing but the ugliness of foreigners." Heavenly slaughter. As his words fell, a long blade appeared in Su Zhanya's hand, and he swung it furiously at Zhongji. Crack! The space shattered with a thunderous sound, countless blood-red lights swirling in the void, shattering each fragment that attempted to heal. This heavenly slaughter strike was 100 times more powerful than anything Su Yu had unleashed before. The waves released by Tian Tua were even more overwhelming than the 50-million-ton Tsar Bomba, suffocatingly powerful. The entire region of Neon felt tremors of varying intensity, and the surrounding sea roiled as countless deep-sea beasts fled the shallow waters, racing into the distance. Even a two-stage martial saint like Shindai Nakami felt a strong sense of oppression in the face of this strike, his brow furrowing in caution. Tear Heaven Claw. Despite the terrifying blade light, Shindai Nakami remained calm, his hands swelling into sharp claws that shot skyward, fiercely tearing the blade light apart. With a whooshing sound, he roared, "Come on, you old beast, I'll beat the crap out of you today." However, just as he tore through the blade light, before he could relax his guard, a giant golden hand grabbed him and instantly pulled him into the void. The void closed immediately, sealing endless energy within, as if it would burst at any moment. In the distance, Su Yu watched as his third granduncle dragged Shindai Nakami into battle within the void. He then glanced at his fourth granduncle, Su Zhanshuan, standing beside him. Although he had had the least contact with his fourth granduncle, it didn't mean there was no bond between them. Su Yu softly said, "Fourth granduncle, you don't need to stay with me. Go and fight. I have things to do." He needed to secure the formation eye of the original array and use the power of interception to completely reverse the energy of Neon's world. He intended to drain it dry. Su Zhanshuan looked at his grandnephew, complex emotions in his eyes. Despite the years apart, memories remained vivid. That year, he had returned to the Su family on leave from the battlefield, which was when his grandnephew developed feelings for a girl and asked him for the first time, "Fourth granduncle, I used the reward you gave me for a girl I like. Will you blame me?" Su Zhanshuan had been at a loss for words, simply smiling, patting his head, and giving him a storage ring with spirit stones. It wasn't until the day he left that he learned the 10 million spirit stones he gave his grandnephew were taken by an insignificant family. In a fit of anger, Su Zhanshuan stormed into the Lin family, forcing Lin Hao and Lin Panchi to kneel for a day and night until his ninth grade pressure dissipated. Although the Lin family didn't know his identity, Su Yu did. From that day on, Su Yu never spoke to Su Zhanshuan. Now, after many years, he called out fourth granduncle once more. Su Zhanshuan sighed and firmly said, "No way, your third granduncle asked me to watch over you. If anything happens, he'll beat me to death." He was particularly stubborn and found it hard to change his mind once he made a promise. Su Yu looked at him, stroking his beard with mixed feelings, feigning difficulty, and said with a headache, "Fourth granduncle, you really don't need to follow me. You're too weak." Hearing this, Su Zhanshuan's hand paused mid-stroke, nearly pulling out a few strands of the beard he had painstakingly grown. He glared at Su Yu with displeasure and said, "What did you say, kid? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson today." With that, he unleashed his latest ninth grade grandmaster pressure, rushing towards Su Yu to give him a good thrashing. However, things did not go as he intended. Su Yu grabbed Su Zhanshuan's arm, yanked hard, and threw him like a cannonball into the sky, crashing heavily into the ninth grade battlefield above. "Fourth great uncle, my apologies. I'll come back another day to make amends." With that, Su Yu vanished instantly from the spot. Meanwhile, Su Zhanshuan, who was hurled thousands of meters into the air, looked embarrassed and furious, his anger making him want to stomp his feet. Damn it, that brat actually dared to throw me. Despite his anger, Su Zhanshuan was shocked by Su Yu's strength. As a latest-stage ninth grade warrior himself, he felt a hint of death emanating from Su Yu. On the other side, Su Yu descended from the battlefield and landed in the Shindai family's estate, which spanned hundreds of acres in the bustling center of Dongjiang City. He sensed a few formidable presences lurking within the estate, causing a smile to appear on his face. The control node of the array is here. Once he obtained the node, he could transform this primordial array into one capable of draining the energy of the entire neon heavens and earth. Such terrifying energy was something even a latest-stage ninth grade warrior wouldn't dare to recklessly devour, but Su Yu needed it. He had reached a minor achievement in his Heavenly Demon Transformation Sutra and planned to use the energy of 1,000 miles of heaven and earth, with the Heavenly Demon Supreme Bone as the foundation, to achieve his first true form as a Heavenly Demon. In the next moment, he stood above the Shindai estate, an overwhelming aura suddenly rising and spiraling, a force that seemed to demand the heavens themselves to bow. Below, several mid-stage ninth-grade warriors rushed out, appearing neither human nor ghost, a chilling sight. How dare you show killing intent above the Shindai house? Prepare to die. These half-human, half-demon warriors, filled with rage, soared into the sky. Watching their emergence, the smile on Suyu's lips turned increasingly sinister. Half-step stellar-level martial technique. One finger, heaven-severing finger. With a single finger, it seemed as though even the heavens would be pierced with a massive hole. The void shattered, releasing an infinite suction that swept the surrounding dust into the pitch-black nothingness. This almost tangible finger, carrying a destructive force that would instill fear in 8th and 9th rank martial artists, pressed down on the Shindai residents below. The terrifying energy erupted, instantly snapping the spines of several mid-9th rank members of the Shindai family. A dreadful pressure swirled in their hearts, leaving only one thought: unbeatable. They could not withstand this move. Even if they could barely resist, it would only be for a few seconds before they were crushed into dust and dispersed into the world. This destructive force carried an aura of annihilation that their indestructible matter could not withstand. Even with 4 million calories of vital energy at the mid-9th rank, it was futile. The energy above was enough to obliterate both vital energy and indestructible matter. With this finger, I sever the heavens. Suyu uttered softly, unleashing a surge of destructive and annihilating power around him, with vital energy several times beyond that of an ordinary late 8th rank. The combination of 3 energies made the heaven-severing finger completely tangible. At this moment, even space itself could not block its descent. Boom. In just a moment, the finger capable of piercing the heavens landed completely on the Shindai residence. Buzz. A brilliant blood-colored shield sprang up, enveloping the entire Shindai estate. However, this shield could not withstand the corrosive power of destruction. Crack. After barely 10 seconds, the blood-colored shield shattered completely, turning into fragments of light that gradually disappeared. No. Seeing that even their Shindai family's protective formation could not withstand it, the few 9th rank Shindai members within the attack range of the heaven-severing finger were horrified, each desperately trying to flee. However, escape was futile, as this strike had solidified the surrounding void, leaving them no way out. Poof! Several blood mists erupted as each mid-9th rank member was turned to dust under Suyu's finger. With the protective formation of the Shindai residents gone, it could not withstand the pressure of the heaven-severing finger and exploded with a roar. As the dust settled, Suyu stood in the void, his expression indifferent as he surveyed the scene. His vital energy flowed like mercury through his meridians and limbs, breaking through a blood-colored shield that could withstand the attack of a source 9th rank expert, and even killing several early to mid-9th rank experts was no surprise to him. With the partial mastery of the destructive body, the power of the immortal glazed gold body and immortal cells, and his unusually strong dantian, his combat strength could no longer be measured by ordinary metrics. If he unleashed his full power, even a source path 9th rank below 400 meters could not kill him, let alone these mid-9th rank opponents. Without at least 15 million calories of vital energy, Suyu would not even consider such adversaries worth his attention. The power of a half-step stellar-level martial skill was indeed terrifying. Looking at the giant crater below, Suyu thought to himself, with the forces of destruction, annihilation, immortality, vital energy, and spirit, he could at most challenge late 9th rank martial artists without defeat. However, once he employed martial skills and techniques beyond the martial arts of Blue Star, his combat strength was entirely different. Late 9th rank martial artists possessed at least 7 million calories of vital energy, with those stepping into the source path starting at 10 million, capping at 20 million. At this stage, martial artists were akin to true human-shaped nuclear bombs. Even the might of a 50-megaton Tsar Bomba can't compare. At this moment, Suyu seemed to transform into a walking Tsar Bomba, exuding a powerful aura as he drew in the dust from the shattered void. Below him, the Shindai residence remained unscathed, while the enormous blood pool beside it emitted an eerie crimson glow, instilling fear in anyone who gazed upon it. Suyu stared at the blood pool, feeling a jolt of surprise. After all, nearly 200 million people's blood had been poured here, and the terrifying blood energy was enough to push a second-stage Martial Saint to the pinnacle of the 3rd stage. Yet, the Shindai family merely used it to create a second Martial Saint, which seemed like a waste of resources. As he watched the swaying blood pool, Suyu's smile grew more sinister, and a glint of demonic purple flashed in his eyes. Since everything was set in motion, why not let me manifest the first true body? Before he finished speaking, a dense demonic aura suddenly appeared in Suyu's hand, and with a flash of demonic light, a section of spine was revealed the celestial demon, Supreme Bone. He gently caressed the bone, which had come under Yi Chen's submission, a smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "This spine seems to want me to use it for substitution, doesn't it?" However, With the transcendent technique of the he transforms freely celestial demon scripture, this celestial demon supreme bone should be used to create a true body. The true body is a characteristic of the he transforms freely celestial demon scripture, allowing one to manifest a form from things they have seen or understood. If this form is created using oneself as material, the form is indistinguishable from the true body. Even if the original body perishes, it remains. Although he was only halfway to mastering the technique and couldn't manifest many forms, this one with Suphicite was his second identity, the Demon Emperor. While he couldn't personally carry out the slaughter of the human race, there was no issue with this identity. If not for his desire to support the Su family on the path to invincibility and to cultivate Blue Star as a talent repository, he wouldn't be so benevolent. Previously, he had some reservations and needed to use the red dust mask to change identities when scheming against certain people. But once this form manifested, he could act without fear. Though Suyu felt a bit of regret, knowing that if his power were supreme and he had perfected the he transforms freely celestial demon scripture, he could retrieve different versions of himself from the river of time and merge them into his form. But one must learn to be content. For now, it was sufficient. With this thought, he gripped the celestial demon supreme bone tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the blood pool below, a hint of fervor flashing in them. Come, let's see who devours this blood pool first. As soon as he spoke, Suyu inscribed the method of manifesting forms from the he transforms freely celestial demon scripture into the celestial demon supreme bone, simultaneously slicing off a small portion of his spiritual power to infuse it. Instantly, the celestial demon supreme bone shone brilliantly, and the endless vitality within Suyu surged forth, merging into the bone as the blood energy gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Suyu's soul formed a slight connection with the spiritual power within the celestial demon supreme bone. It's done. Suyu's eyes snapped open, the brilliant light within them shining intensely. Half of his vitality had diminished, and he had severed 10,000 units of spiritual power to merge into it. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha! This time, I'm the biggest winner. Whoosh! In the next moment, he hurled the celestial demon's supreme bone into the blood pool with force. With a splash, as the bone hit the water, a small vortex began to form within the pool. Absorb it, and when this pool is completely consumed, let the world witness the emergence of the Demon Emperor. Once everything was set, Suyu finally withdrew his gaze from the blood pool. At this moment, the entire Dongjiang had transformed into a battlefield, with modern skyscrapers reduced to ruins and the air filled with the sound of fierce battle cries. The combat between lower-tier warriors was clear to see, revealing the distinct techniques of seasoned soldiers versus ragtag forces. The troops returning from the outer realms displayed formidable fighting prowess against the 200,000-strong army of the Shindai family, each soldier possessing extensive battle experience. It was fair to say that this battle was almost a one-sided crush. In the high-level battlefield, warriors of the 8th grade Golden Body realm hovered in the air, each attack causing the very void to tremble. Even the stable space of Blue Star couldn't withstand such frequent combat vibrations, let alone the 9th grade battles raging thousands of meters above. The warriors of the Shindai and the 3 guardian families, who had undergone various degrees of blood replacement, exhibited bizarre combat styles. However, no matter how strange their methods, they were still just hybrid blood warriors, falling short compared to true aliens. Suyu watched all of this with deep-set eyes. With over 98th grade warriors, they could barely handle the situation, while the presence of more than 10 9th grade warriors was enough to suppress the 9th grade fighters of the Shindai family. The real key, however, lay with his third great-uncle. The shout of heaven-opening blade caught Suyu's attention. In the distance, Yi-chun wielded an grade extraordinary alloy saber, relentlessly pursuing over a dozen late 6th grade Shindai warriors. With a single slash, he cut them in half. Yi-chun's eyes were filled with killing intent, his blood-red gaze more ferocious than that of a beast. As he slaughtered his enemies, he absorbed their blood energy into his body, further solidifying his cultivation at the peak of the late 6th grade, hinting at a breakthrough to the 7th grade barrier. After killing over 10 6th grade peak warriors, Yi-chun was not satisfied. He exhaled a breath of stale air after absorbing the blood energy, standing still as he gazed at the battle scene ahead, murmuring, "Still not enough. The Heavenly Soul Master is still a bit short." 6th grade warriors could no longer satisfy his needs, as his blood energy was already saturated. At this point, the only way to improve was to slay 7th grade opponents and absorb their world energy to enhance his mental strength. Only then could he lay the foundation. The Heavenly Soul Master was the base, as old Emo had once told him, and one must not blindly achieve mastery, but wait until mental strength was overflowing to break through and condense the Heavenly Soul. Only in this way could he obtain a ticket to become a martial god. Otherwise, even if he could fight across levels, breaking through to martial god would still be fraught with difficulties. This was why only one martial god had ever appeared on Blue Star. Cultivating mental strength was extremely challenging without a dedicated training method. It was a pity that old Mo was asleep. Otherwise, if they could go together to the crash site and repair the machine, he might have retrieved the mental strength cultivation method for himself. Now, he could only explore slowly. Yi Chen's eyes showed a hint of regret as he thought to himself. With my current control over blood energy and mental strength, killing some 7th grade warriors shouldn't be difficult. As long as I kill 3 7th grade masters, I will have accumulated enough mental strength. With this thought, Yi Chen's gaze grew determined, and he gripped the Agrade saber tightly, resolutely charging into the 7th grade battlefield. As he drew blood once more, the killing intent on his body and the madness in his eyes grew even more intense. Yi Chen swung his blade down, blood splattering as he instantly cleaved a 7th rank warrior from the Miyamoto family in half. Faced with this horrifying scene, Yi Chen was drenched in blood. He felt the opponent's life force, seized it with his mental power, and absorbed it into himself. In an instant, his aura became increasingly violent, and he thought to himself, "Today, I shall avenge the blood feud of our ancestors from 1,000 years ago." Not far away, Suyu withdrew his gaze, remarking, "A born killer, made for slaughter." He felt a slight admiration for Yi Chen's display, thinking that such a person was perfect for him. Yi Chen's mention of the ancient blood feud showed he hadn't forgotten the past, and Suyu secretly praised him. However, Yi Chen's instinct for killing also worried him, fearing that without control, he might become a mindless monster of slaughter. In contrast, Yi Qing, the demigod's son, seemed somewhat mediocre, hesitant to strike decisively against enemies, likely influenced by his father's refined teachings. Suyu shook his head at this, thinking, if Yi Qing could be more decisive, he wouldn't be stuck at the 9th rank Grandmaster level. He decided to lend a hand, musing, "In the future, your father will be the civilized one, and you'll be the butcher." With that, Suyu flicked his finger, sending a beam of light into Yi Qing's body. As the light fused with him, a hint of malevolence flashed in Yi Qing's heart. He was shocked to find a surge of violent impulse rising within him. He struggled to resist, shouting in his mind, "No, I want to be an educator." However, his long-suppressed ferocity was ignited, and his swordplay grew increasingly fierce, each strike lethal. Time blurred as Yi Qing's sword claimed more than 20 enemies, the bloodshed awakening his ferocity and continuously boosting his power. Eventually, while restraining his edge, he managed to slay an ordinary 7th rank Grandmaster, albeit injured. Closing his eyes, when he reopened them, the scholarly air was gone, replaced by the sharpness and vigor of a warrior. Yi Qing roared, "I'm done being civilized. You damned brats of the Shindai family, come and face your death." The image of civilization has completely collapsed. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. This was more like it. In the martial world of Blue Star, civilization is unnecessary. Only warriors are needed. He truly enjoyed this feeling of having subordinates. They shouldn't be foolish, but they must be brave. In any situation, the solution is always kill. If not, then there's not enough killing, not enough ruthlessness. Only in this way can future troubles be eliminated. To stir up a storm in the sea of stars, killing is essential. These are his subordinates, the future gods of death. This killing intent will start from Blue Star and spread to every corner of the heavens. The path to enlightenment is through slaughter. During this time, he also observed Fong Ting and the other 11 dark guards. Clearly, after training in advanced techniques and martial skills, Fong Ting was now on par with top-tier prodigies, even resembling Chu Feng in his ability to fight across levels. It seems he could try cultivating a child of destiny himself. Suyu was very pleased with his teaching results. In his view, a protagonist becomes a child of destiny not only due to the favor of the world's fate, but also thanks to various long-lost secret arts. In small places where Xian-level techniques are considered top-tier, the protagonist can produce high-level Xian techniques, even Earth-level ones. How could they not dominate? With each new map, techniques and skills are elevated. As long as one dares to risk their life and has a bit of luck, they can always rise to the top. In the blood pool abyss, spanning 10 kilometers, blood was bubbling continuously as if boiling over. At the deepest part of the pool, a hunched and diminutive figure sat cross-legged at the center, eyes tightly closed, absorbing all the blood into the illusory avenue behind him. The origin path. This is the hallmark of a martial arts grandmaster of the 9th rank. After stepping onto the origin path, the avenue manifests, the source strengthens, and combat power is amplified. Though the avenue didn't seem very wide, with the blood filling it, the originally chaotic path was cleared of mist by the blood fog, revealing a scarlet road ahead. The illusory avenue extended 990 meters, meaning just 10 more meters, and this hunched old man would become a saint on the spot. However, this is the blood avenue, which Blue Star's world consciousness would not recognize. Thus, it's a reverse path to becoming a martial saint. Boom. The heartbeat of the hunched old man echoed in the blood pool, and the next second, he opened his eyes, his scarlet gaze flickering. What was devouring the blood pool's energy? This pool, forged from the blood of 200 million people, was just enough to help him corrupt Blue Star's martial origin. If a portion was missing, it would be manageable. But now, the energy of the blood pool was plummeting every second. If this continued, the energy would be completely drained before he could break through to sainthood. Buzz. Kamadai Teruya parted the blood fog, his eyes flashing with bright light. At this moment, he gazed into the distance. He saw a mass of demonic energy voraciously consuming the blood energy, its ravenous behavior even more terrifying than his own cultivation. What is this? Kamadai Teruya was furious at the sight, raising his hand to unleash a force that tore through space, striking the mass of demonic energy. Bang! However, this attack, potent enough to kill a Midnanthrank expert instantly, merely sent the demonic energy flying, without hindering its absorption of blood energy. Shindai Jigu roared as if he were about to tear through the very fabric of space. Damn thing! How dare you obstruct my path to sainthood? Before his words even finished, his figure vanished into the air, instantly rending the space and appearing near the cluster of demonic energy. With a thunderous sound, Shindai Jigu's left hand suddenly morphed into a sharp claw, exuding an aura of total destruction as it fiercely grasped toward the demonic energy orb. However, the orb seemed to possess a will of its own, and it erupted with dense demonic energy that repelled his attack. Shindai Jigu let out a muffled groan as the rebounding energy invaded his body, his eyes filled with intensifying rage and murderous intent. Damn thing. Let's see who absorbs faster. He knew that unleashing his full power in the blood pool would destroy it, and his anger was hard to quell. Ultimately, he chose to sit cross-legged, deciding to absorb energy first. With only 10 meters left, he was determined to achieve sainthood, regardless of whether the residual energy would affect his mind. Gurgle. Two massive forces continued to draw energy from the blood pool. The originally viscous and foul-smelling blood became thin, its bright red color gradually fading. The struggle between the two grew more intense, with the one absorbing more gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Suyu did not witness this scene directly. The dense blood aura prevented his mental power from probing deeply. Yet, he sensed that his avatar, closely linked to him, was rapidly growing stronger, the trend becoming more evident. With this in mind, Suyu stopped observing, his gaze deep and focused on the Shindai estate. Time was of the essence, with only 2 hours remaining. He raised his hand, and a light flashed, revealing a bizarre blade surrounded by dense death energy, yet teeming with vitality, the undying Heaven Blade. This SS-grade extraordinary weapon, forged by a human emperor who had reached the star-shattering realm, carried the life and death energy of an entire planet, possessing immense power. Next, he needed to gather the formation cores and drain all the earthly energy from the Neon territory. With the blade in one hand and the other resting behind him, Suyu's white robe fluttered freely in the fierce wind, his handsome face bearing a smile like a banished immortal, yet his eyes gleamed with a sharp ruthlessness. The descent of the Demon Emperor's avatar was to be celebrated with Neon's earthly energy. Whoosh! In the next moment, Suyu's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, slowly dissipating long after. Deep within the Shindai estate, 3 martial grandmasters at the peak of the 9th grade sat cross-legged in 3 positions, guarding the estate. Their presence was like a massive mountain. The scent of their blood mixed with the strange blood aura of foreign tribes, distorting the nearby space and thickening the air, signaling the prelude to breaking through the source path. It's truly frustrating that amidst all this blood aura, we can't personally capture it, lamented the 3 patriarchs Miyamoto, Kudu, and Yukishiro as they sensed the blood aura outside. They resolved to guard the area, knowing that once the patriarch broke through to Martial Saint, they could act freely, indulging in as much blood as they desired. I've long craved the blood delicacies of the Dragon Kingdom. They fantasized while guarding the blood pool and the Shindai estate. At that moment, a calm voice erupted from above the sky. First move, slash the void. Buzz. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed around the 3 individuals, followed by a chilling sense of impending doom that sent shivers down their spines. They looked up to see a figure in white suspended in the sky, wielding a sword that seemed to dim the very stars. The power of this strike was so overwhelming that even the surrounding stars appeared to lose their luster, as if they might fall at any moment. The immense force of the void pressed down, capable of slicing 100 Tenthasandin warships in half, yet the blade's momentum remained unaffected. Attack together, shouted Shuadai Yun, the head of the Shuadai family, his voice sharp with urgency. Give it your all, and don't underestimate it. This strike can cut through the source. Hearing his command, the 3 dared not slacken. They each drew their weapons, unleashing their most powerful attacks to counter it. Divine Evasion, Miyamoto's Twin Blade Slash, Ninja Single Blade Flow. Their combined strikes clashed against the void-infused blade energy. Bang! Seconds later, the 3 figures crashed to the ground like meteors, sending debris flying and dust billowing into the sky. In the air, Suyu, clad in white, descended slowly within 50 meters of the Shindai residence, treading on thin air and holding the undying heaven blade. A knowing smile played on his lips as he remarked, "Is this your ninja martial arts? It seems rather fragile." The fusion of blood and ninja techniques might enable some stealthy maneuvers, but their offensive power was weak. Even if they were at the peak of the ninth rank, how could they compare? Before reaching the 8th rank, he could pursue a ninth rank alien barehanded, let alone these half-blood mongrels. Withstanding his strike was already their limit. "Who are you to insult the way of the neon ninja?" Shuai Yun shouted, emerging from the ruins, looking far from his previously composed self, now disheveled and furious. Realizing he couldn't defeat the man alone, he immediately activated his alien bloodline. His eyes became slit-like, cold and merciless. The heads of the Miyamoto and Kudo families did the same, their muscles bulging, their aura fluctuating between sinister and unstable, all sharing a common trait: a loss of humanity, driven purely by a lust for violence. Clearly, their mixed bloodlines were of a lower alien class. The once normal blood energy was now tainted by the spirit of human warriors. Suyu remained silent, raising the undying heaven blade as a wave of life and death energy spread out. The remaining greenery in the area began to wither under its influence, leaves turning yellow and falling at a visible pace. Crack! This aura of life and death was unstoppable, draining the power from within warriors. Shuai Yun, Miyamoto Takeo, and Kudo's eyes' expressions shifted drastically as their murderous intent waned under the oppressive aura, realizing their life force was rapidly depleting. What kind of sorcery is this? My vitality is draining away. Quick, interrupt him before he completes his charge, or we're all doomed. Shuai Yunfei quickly scanned the neon warriors around him, his heart tightening at the sight. The weaker ones had already collapsed, their skin rapidly aging as if the light of life was swiftly fading. In mere moments, many second and third-grade warriors had perished, their spiritual power extinguished along with them. Even the surrounding trees were affected, withering and turning into a ground covered in dead branches. 3 latest-stage 9th-grade martial grandmasters, in a frenzy, burned their internal energy in a desperate attempt to launch their strongest attack against Suyu. Together, they could hold their own even against a 400-meter origin 9th-grade opponent. However, Suyu's lips curled into a confident smile, seemingly unfazed by their actions. This strike can sever time, cut through all things, and slice away lifespans, Suyu thought to himself. Though he was still a novice and his strength was limited, he felt more than capable of taking down these 3. As veins bulged, an infinite amount of energy and destructive force poured into the immortal heaven blade, an indescribable power coalescing. The surrounding space remained intact despite the terrifying energy, without even a breeze stirring. Yet, this power instilled suffocating fear and awe in countless beings. The warriors around halted their battles, instinctively stepping back. Even the 8th and 9th-grade fighters in the sky sensed the dread emanating from this place, all pausing to watch Suyu's immortal heaven blade in horror. A person's time is finite, and a late 9th-grade master lives no more than 500 years. Thus, this blade would cut away 300 years of life. Once the power was fully gathered, all fluctuations within dozens of miles ceased. Even the wind slowed upon entering this area. Suyu paused momentarily and then declared with a smile, "This blade is named Time. The Time Blade." Buzz. The strike was not earth-shattering but eerily calm, causing countless souls to tremble with a deep-seated fear. The blade's energy sliced through space without causing any disturbance, yet it cut in an extraordinarily profound manner. As its aura spread, the neon warriors around collapsed one after another, their skin withering until they became mere skeletons. The 3 late 9th-grade grandmasters stared wide-eyed, shouting in despair, "No!" Buzz. In the next moment, an exquisitely mysterious power of time erupted. The abundant vitality within the 3 was severed, and as their life force snapped, their skin and hair aged rapidly. Age spots appeared on their hands and faces, their hair turned white from the roots, and their energy dwindled instantly. Boom. With the full eruption of the power of time, these once vigorous 9th-grade masters were reduced to feeble old men, their energy nearly depleted. "No, what? Cough, cough. What kind of power is this?" The trio's eyes were filled with confusion and fear, a deep dread of time's mercilessness gripping their hearts. Suyu smiled calmly. "The blade of time, severing time and life. Now, it's time for you to die." With that, Suyu swung the blade again, its power not breaking the space, but deadly to the 3. Boom. The blade's energy exploded, and the 3 bodies burst instantly, turning to dust scattered across the Shindai estate. The time blade, extinguishing 9th-grade peaks. After finishing, Suyu caught his breath and noticed a strand of white hair among his locks, but it was all worth it. He reached towards where the 3 had fallen, 3 blood-colored stones appearing in his palm. As he gazed at them, Suyu's smile grew radiant, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. Suyu lightly touched the complex source array intertwined with demonic energy, blood energy, and the nation's fate. His eyes glimmered with a devilish light as he thought to himself, devour the source. Although this array wasn't highly advanced, it was decent enough and could be roughly transformed into a heaven-severing array. While it would drain all the energy from the surrounding area, it might actually benefit the land, given the overwhelming resentment from the many deaths here. He could refine this resentment for his own gain, which he considered a positive outcome. Suyu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, thinking, even a villain can do good deeds sometimes. Then, he firmly grasped the light curtain of the array before him. The power of severing heaven spread from his hands, and in no time, it eroded the source array. He picked up a blood-red stone, and his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing 500 miles away in a small coastal town. The town, originally capable of housing millions, now held only around 10,000, mostly the elderly, weak, and children, all ordinary people with insufficient energy. Suyu reflected, the people of the Shindai clan are even more ruthless than a villain like me. He withdrew his mental energy, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, as he decided he wouldn't mind taking the unused energy for himself. With that thought, Suyu used a special energy to modify the blood-red stone and placed it into the source array. Over the following days, he made several trips, altering the array's formation until only the final Black Master Control Stone remained. By the time he completed these tasks, the night was deep, and the first light of dawn was about to break. The process of reversing the array was mentally exhausting, leaving Suyu feeling a bit fatigued. However, by continuously absorbing the energy of the world through his soul-forging technique, he managed to adapt. Rubbing his temples, Suyu said with a slight headache, just one last step. His gaze shifted to the blood pool below, which had transformed from a thick, nauseating stench to a clear, water-like purity, resembling a clean, pristine lake. His vision pierced through the layers of water, finally settling on the figure within the demonic energy below, which had taken on a humanoid form identical to his own. It was his true form as a heaven demon. As time passed, the battle neared its end, with the armies of the Shindai and the three guardian families suffering heavy losses, leaving the surface littered with bodies. As the first light of dawn appeared, the sky lightened, and suddenly, a steady, powerful heartbeat sounded. Thump, thump. The heartbeat echoed like sound waves, spreading infinitely outward, causing the space to ripple like a storm-tossed water surface. Thump, thump, thump. With the third heartbeat, the rippling space was suddenly shattered by a terrifying force of demonic energy. Witnessing this, Suyu's eyes brightened, and he thought, heaven-severing reversal. He placed the black stone into the new array eye, and instantly, the entire source array underwent a dramatic transformation, causing the entire area covered by the array to tremble violently. The sudden tremor of the earth brought the fierce battle to an abrupt halt, filling everyone with unease. It turned out that there was a change in the source array. In the air, a ninth-rank powerhouse from the Shindai family witnessed their source array being tainted by a surge of demonic energy. The evil aura quickly spread, causing the powerhouses of the Shindai family to change their expressions dramatically. Su Zhanchuan forced back a ninth-rank opponent with a single strike, then turned his gaze towards Suyu, seemingly pondering something. He thought to himself, what else does this kid know that even I am unaware of? This sinister demonic energy doesn't seem like qi and blood. It resembles the demonic ninth rank that Yang Zhen and the others reported earlier. Could it be? No, this information must be suppressed. Su Zhanchuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He couldn't allow anyone to discover Su Yu's secret. His grandnephew had a promising future, and he couldn't let anything jeopardize it. With this in mind, Su Zhanchuan immediately shouted, attack together. Don't let them regroup. Once the source array shatters and the world's energy returns, it will be their end. The crowd hesitated for a moment before responding in unison. Yes. The ninth-rank powerhouses sent by the Dragon Kingdom were all allies of the Su family. Although some things went unsaid, they were not foolish enough to leak secrets. The Su family's three sages were at the peak of their power, and their future achievements couldn't be compared to those of a ninth-ranked grandmaster's daughter. Kill! Su Zhanchuan roared, as the Shindai family's fighters had long been a thorn in his side. In an instant, the battle resumed with renewed intensity. Although the ninth-rank members of the Shindai family wanted to support their side, they were powerless to do so, forced to watch as their grand array was dismantled. Below, the 8th-rank warriors glared with bloodshot eyes, while the low-ranked Shindai fighters fearlessly charged at Suyu, who was altering the array. You Dragon Kingdom brat, you're courting death. Get away from our clan's array. They cursed, unleashing powerful bursts of qi and blood in an attempt to disrupt Suyu. Suyu cast a cold glance, feeling a chill in his heart, then swiftly drew the immortal sky blade. With a flash of the blade, he swept it across, and the endless blade light shattered the void, slaying all the warriors who came to interfere on the spot. After completing this, he paid them no further attention, as the power of the sky severance rapidly spread, draining his chi and blood until his last ounce of spiritual energy was exhausted. With the fluctuation of the array, the source array within the entire range of Neon was completely severed. The array was complete. Suyu released his grip, gazing at the isolated source array, and laughed wildly. "Ha! Come forth." As his words fell, he raised his hand, channeling all the energy from the source array. Boom. In the next moment, a thick pillar of energy shot out, enveloping his transformed demon form within the blood pool. Boom. As the world's energy was infused, the sound of a heartbeat echoed across the battlefield. The sudden change startled Shindai Jigu, who was attempting to break through the 9th rank barrier, halting the faint aura of sanctity surrounding him. He abruptly opened his eyes, seeing his demon form enveloped by the energy pillar, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Damn it! Where has my world energy gone? At that moment, within the range covered by the array in Neon, the world's energy rapidly diminished, continuously converting into demonic energy and being injected into it. Furious, Shindai Jigu unleashed a power beyond the peak of the 9th rank, shattering the blood pool completely. The space shattered entirely, and a faint holy power pointed directly ahead. Divine Evade. Shindeji Tani, despite being over a century old, still possessed formidable strength akin to his peak. After absorbing a substantial amount of life force, he was just a step away from achieving sainthood. His strike, unleashed with full force, caused the ground within a 50-mile radius to collapse, sending the clear water of the blood pool surging outward. Die! Shindeji Tani roared, nearly deranged. The Shindeji family had plotted for years, sacrificing countless lives so he could become a martial saint. Now, it seemed all for naught, as this mysterious entity thwarted their plans, fueling his rage. The katana sliced through the air, its force sweeping all before it, and even a peak-level 9th grade expert would be doomed under its might. Clang! Yet, when the katana met the glowing orb, it was halted by an immense resistance. No matter his efforts, the blade could not advance an inch. Witnessing this, Shindeji Tani's expression turned wild with anger. Releasing one hand, he clenched his fist and struck forward with a powerful blow. Shikigami Fist. His blood surged, and with the eruption of demonic energy, the silhouette of a 9-tailed fox appeared, causing the space around them to collapse. The Shikigami was the hallmark martial art of the Shindeji clan, a legendary demon in the martial tales of Neon. Although merely a shadow, its power was undeniably formidable. If the 9-tailed fox struck the ground, the entire Dongjiang might plunge into the sea. Bang! However, the 9-tailed fox's impact only caused the demonic energy orb to tremble slightly, without inflicting any substantial damage. The demonic entity continued to absorb the demonic energy transformed by the heaven-severing array without restraint, its aura growing stronger, its heartbeat increasingly rapid and powerful. Across the entire Neon region, the world's energy was being relentlessly drained, and within minutes, it had thinned to an alarming degree. Training there long-term would make it difficult to surpass even the 6th grade in martial arts. Countless towering trees withered due to the depletion of energy, and already barren lands became dry and cracked. What on earth is this thing? Shindeji Tani's face was grim. When he attempted to retrieve his katana, he was shocked to find it stuck in the orb, unable to be withdrawn. This unforeseen change unsettled him. Before he could retreat, the orb of demonic energy suddenly intensified in brightness. A terrifying demonic power, so overwhelming it caused souls to tremble, swept across the battlefield in an instant. Boom. At such close range, Shindeji Tani was caught off guard and sent flying several miles by the explosive demonic energy. Coughing, his aged and hunched form emerged from the debris. Clutching his chest, disbelief etched across his face. What the hell is this? He could barely cope with the blow, his gaze locked onto the demonic energy orb with a ghostly intensity. In the next moment, under his watchful eyes, the orb began to contract, the energy pillar from the sky diminishing, revealing a humanoid figure. As the light dissipated, a figure clad in a black robe, hair flowing freely, stood revealed. His handsome face bore a devilish grin. He stood tall and straight, like a mighty pine towering between heaven and earth, impossible to ignore. In his eyes, filled with demonic energy, purple light flickered, instilling fear in all who beheld them. What a gift this is! Beneath the messy strands of hair, a face with a wicked smile suddenly emitted a mesmerizing voice. Just after succeeding, a 9th grade blood feast is delivered right to my mouth. I won't be polite then. Hearing these words, Shindai Jigu's face turned extremely grim. This person actually considered him as a blood feast. Damn it. I don't care who you are, I'm the current head of the Shindai family. If you want to treat me as a blood feast, let's see if you have the qualifications. Shindai Jigu angrily retorted. A mere mid-9th grade, and you dare to boast here. He sensed that this seemingly dangerous guy in front of him was only at the mid-9th grade martial arts level, while he was at the pinnacle of the original 9th grade, just a step away from becoming a martial saint. How dare he consider me a blood feast? Faced with Shundai Jigu's words, the figure, shrouded in demonic energy, smirked as if mocking him. In the next second, the demonic figure vanished. Shundai Jigu's pupils shrank, and he immediately felt a terrifying aura behind him that made his hair stand on end. Instinctively, he shot out, fleeing. Perfect timing. As a true form of the demon, I love the mixed blood of your kind the most. The taste is deadly to me. The demon's true form moved, and like a giant heavenly hand, it reached forward to grab him. Impossible. Get away from me. Shundai Jigu turned around and saw the giant hand, his aged eyes filled with horror and fear. He continuously unleashed his attacks, each one being the strongest attack of an original martial artist, but none had any effect. Divine evasion. Seeing this, he summoned his katana, grasped it tightly with both hands, and launched his strongest strike. Even though this strike shattered space and turned the ground for miles into ruins, even causing magma to erupt from the earth, it could not halt the giant hand's movement. A mere ant, practicing a broken blood demon method, and you think you can challenge me, the true form of the demon? Isn't that laughable? The demon's true form's eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain, surrounded by overwhelming demonic flames, exuding unparalleled arrogance. As Shundai Jigu met those eyes that looked down upon everything, his spirit trembled. Submit. At this moment, he only wanted to submit. From the other, he felt a pressure that belonged only to a superior being, a pressure from bloodline, not of human lineage, but of an alien bloodline. Before Shundai Jigu could beg for mercy, the giant hand grasped him tightly and squeezed. Splurt. Instantly, a mist of blood erupted. The original 9th grade, even a single drop of blood, was enough to make the void tremble and shatter. Even a 7th grade grandmaster wouldn't dare be tainted by such blood filled with destructive power, or else they would be severely injured or even crushed to death by the blood mist. However, faced with this blood filled with destructive power, the demon's true form took a deep breath, savoring the alluring taste. Of course, he absorbed the energy within the blood, not the blood itself. This mixed blood, he found disgusting. Spare me. I am willing to submit. Shundai Jigu weakly pleaded for mercy. However, the demon's true form showed no mercy. Splurt. He crushed him into pieces. Releasing his grip, the fragments of Shundai Jigu's body, drained of all energy and blood, scattered to the ground. This time, the demon's true form closed his eyes to absorb the energy. After a long while, he opened his eyes, which flickered with purple demonic energy, full of arrogance and domineering pride. At this moment, a streak of light descended and landed in front of him. Looking at the newcomer, the demon's true form wore a faint smile. From today onwards, I shall be called Duan Jiuyo. The name Duan Jiuyo suits him well. Su Yu, dressed in white, resembles an exiled immortal, always wearing a gentle smile. In stark contrast, his true form as a heavenly demon is clad in black robes, with flowing long hair and an arrogant gaze that seems to look down upon everything. Though they share the same appearance, their personalities are entirely different. However, as long as Su Yu's main form remains alive, the white-clad Su Yu is the dominant one. Looking at his heavenly demon true form, Su Yu took out a storage ring and a mask from his pocket, smiling as he said, "These are yours now. From here on, you can cultivate on your own." With his heavenly demon true form, Su Yu could act without concerns, leaving Duan Jiuyo to clean up the aftermath. The heavenly demon true form took the storage ring, placed it on his finger, and nodded to Su Yu, saying, "Then I'll go settle this battle. I haven't had my fill yet." Su Yu nodded lightly, and with permission granted, the heavenly demon true form donned the mask, instantly transforming into a remarkably handsome man. It was his first day in the world, and he had a great need for nourishment. After changing form, the heavenly demon true form swiftly vanished into the ruins, heading straight for the battlefield of the 9th grade warriors. Watching his figure soaring into the sky, Su Yu squinted slightly, thinking to himself, Duan Jiuyo, who destroys clans, and the gentle Su Yu, the young master, make a perfect pair. With Duan Jiuyo, Su Yu could act more freely. While he couldn't personally take part in mass slaughter on Blue Star, his heavenly demon true form could. He could act without restraint, committing acts of violence, while Su Yu maintained his image as a refined gentleman, still adored on Blue Star. It's almost hard to suppress my own killing intent. Su Yu thought to himself excitedly. Although he also craved bloodshed, now was not the time. Retracting his gaze, Su Yu stepped through the void back to the surface, where the low-level warriors' battle had stabilized. They were hunting down every warrior from the Shindai and Shinsho families, vowing to leave none alive, believing only killing could resolve everything. Watching Fong Ting and the others fighting fiercely, Su Yu smiled slightly, spreading the power of interception to envelop the battlefield, allowing them to slaughter at will. Kill. Get used to the taste of blood, Su Yu murmured with a smile. Once this is over, you should all advance to the 7th grade Heavenly Soul Master. The soul refining technique should be taught to Fong Ting and these dark guards. Yi Qing and the unformed child of destiny, Yi Chun, must also become heavenly soul masters. They've just begun their foundation. High above in the sky, over 29th grade warriors were still locked in intense combat, evenly matched and unable to determine a victor. Despite outnumbering Shindai's 9th grade warriors by 2, after a night of battle, only a few were injured. Opposing Su Zhanchuan was a Shindai 9th grade peak martial grandmaster, whose reattached arm appeared bizarre, with 2 fangs protruding from his mouth, resembling a fierce beast. Su Zhanchuan, you're nothing special. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Shindai 9th grade warrior suddenly lunged forward, his massive golden body opening its mouth wide, seemingly ready to take a bite out of Su Zhanchuan. Watching his actions, Su Zhanchuan's face darkened as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it! You think you're the only one who can bite?" He raised his fist and slammed it into the opponent's face. With a loud thud, the golden arm's light scattered, and his arm was bitten by the peak 9th grade warrior, causing indestructible matter to splatter. "Damn you!" Su Zhanchuan swung another punch at the opponent's head, pulling back his bitten arm, and cursed furiously. "I'll show you biting." Su Zhanchuan quickly drew his personal weapon and began wildly slashing. His fighting style was relentless. Once he targeted an enemy, he wouldn't stop until they were dead, regardless of who else was around. This rabid dog approach left him seriously injured after each battle, with fingers severed and his head nearly split in half. Yet strangely, whether it was a strong or weak 9th grade opponent, he always healed rapidly. At that moment, the peak 9th grade warrior of the Shindai clan was also enraged, shouting, "Blood Demon Claw. I'll claim the life of one of the Su family's 5 dragons today." Blood energy surged into his claws, gradually gathering terrifying power and faintly exuding an aura of origin. Su Zhanchuan felt a strong sense of danger and realized the severity of the situation. He quickly retreated, thinking, "This is bad," as his crazed eyes regained clarity. Seeing the blood demon aura emanating from the claws, he was gripped by fear. Too late. The peak 9th grade warrior sneered, thrusting his claw to tear through space and strike at Su Zhanchuan. As the claw approached, Su Zhanchuan's pupils reflected its image, and his heart raced with fear. Just as it was about to pierce him, a flash of black sword light appeared with a clang sound, freezing the claw midair. Vivid blood sprayed from Su Zhanchuan's shoulder as the claw was neatly severed. Su Zhanchuan stared in shock at the scene, his gaze vacant. In his moment of surprise, a strikingly handsome young man in a black robe seized the severed claw. A powerful devouring force emanated from his hand, absorbing the blood demon aura within the claw, which withered and lost its properties. With a crunch, he crushed it into dust after absorbing the indestructible matter and blood demon aura. Still not enough. Su Zhanchuan heard him murmur, and to his astonishment, the domineering young man swiftly decapitated the peak 9th grade warrior with a single sword strike, obliterating the spiritual force along with the space. Just a bit more. The voice faded as the young man vanished instantly. The battlefield echoed with agonizing screams as demonic energy filled the air. The void was exposed, black sword light gleamed, and the sky seemed split in two, enveloping everyone in a chasm-like void. Within minutes, the domineering young man had turned the 9th grade battlefield into a hellish scene, littered with body parts and blood of the golden bodies devoid of divinity. After eliminating all the 9th grade warriors from the enemy, the young man sliced through the void with his sword and stepped inside. As the void fissure closed, a terrifying holy might erupted. At that moment, 9th grade grandmasters from Longhua, Maoxiong, and Eagle Kingdom paused, stunned, and wondered, who is this person, killing 9th grades faster than cutting through paper? The 9th rank cultivators present were utterly shocked, as if questioning their own existence. Someone they struggled to defeat, a peer of the same rank, was taken down with a single sword strike. Was their cultivation truly so fragile? Among them, only Su Zhanchuan stared at the still healing void fissure, deep in thought. The pure demonic aura resembled the energy emitted when Yu Boy manipulated the primordial array. Could this sword be Yu Boy's creation? The mere possibility sent a chill down Su Zhanchuan's spine. An invincible grandmaster of the 9th martial rank implied that Su Yu's secrets were far more complex than the Su family knew. He might be a disciple of a sect with a distinguished lineage, or perhaps from a sect established by a peerless figure from the distant stars. His background could even surpass that of a martial god, who lacks the ability to nurture an invincible 9th rank. With these thoughts, Su Zhanchuan became more determined to protect Su Yu's secrets, as his existence posed a threat to other races. On the battlefield, Su Yu chose to observe rather than intervene. Although he had the power to save lives, he decided against it. It wasn't out of indifference, but because such skirmishes among lower-tier warriors were meant to hone their potential. For a tribe to thrive, it must continually produce fresh blood. Those who survive will face even broader horizons in the future. Shielding them constantly is like attending a martial arts university without understanding risks or defenses. On the battlefield, The annual casualty rate exceeds 30%, and this year it's even worse. In the original story, 70% of the students perished, paving the way for the protagonist, Chu Feng, to ascend to the throne as the human sovereign with martial god prowess. When Yi Tao sacrificed himself, another star-shattering realm warrior emerged, all built on human sacrifices. Suspended in midair, Suyu pondered, murmuring to himself. With Neon dealt with, only Blackfield and the Nordic god court remain. Blackfield could be managed, but the Nordic situation was far more complicated, requiring a breakthrough to the 9th rank before taking action. Since the rise of martial arts, Blackfield's focus on scientific development has waned. If they solely focused on refining physical martial arts, technology was unnecessary, resulting in their weakest strength and almost non-existent martial resources. In contrast, the Nordic god court's goddess, despite being of a different race, was considered part of humanity due to her god-king lineage, with ancestors who reached the star-shattering realm, complicating matters. Suyu took a deep breath and murmured, I must continue to hone my strength. Chu Feng can wait for now. Currently, Chu Feng posed little threat, with the only potential game-changer being the star-shattering relic. However, reaching the relic required years, and a late 8th rank cultivation couldn't turn the tide. This allowed Suyu some leverage, deciding to settle old scores first. He returned to his senses, his gaze becoming profound. The Lin family, once destined to become the second most powerful family on Blue Star, just behind the Chu family, was now on the brink of destruction. Suddenly, a violent ripple tore through the space, and an injured figure emerged from the void under the watchful eyes of all the warriors. He was covered in blood, his clothes in tatters, and his breath unsteady. Despite his aged appearance, his body was robust, with muscles marred by deep wounds that reached the bone. Cough. Suzhanya, you think killing me is that easy? If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Shindai Nakaji sneered, his gaze sweeping the spatial rift. Before him, the void trembled, and 2 figures emerged from the fissure. Suzhanya, trembling as he held a large knife, pointed at Shindai Nakaji and cursed. Damn old man. You think just because you're a 2nd-level martial saint, I can't cut you down? It's just a matter of exhausting my foundation. Push me, and I'll cut you down right now. Shindai Nakaji smirked disdainfully. If his original formation hadn't been broken, leading to a sudden loss of strength, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. His eyes scanned the battlefield below, noticing that only a fraction of the Shindai family's forces remained, and his anger surged. Very well, you've nearly wiped out my Shindai family. With those words, he gestured, capturing the remaining less than 5,000 Shindai descendants, and then glared menacingly at Suzhanya and the domineering young man beside him, threatening, we'll meet again on the battlefield beyond the domain, and that will be the day your dragon nation perishes. With that, he tore open the space and disappeared with the remaining Shindai people, the space sealing shut behind him. Suzhanya was about to pursue, but was stopped by the domineering young man beside him. Seeing this, Suzhanya abandoned the chase, realizing he wasn't as unaffected as he appeared. The gap between a 1st-level and a 2nd-level martial saint was immense. Shindai Nakaji had severed one of his legs, and it hadn't healed yet. Let him live for now, Suzhanya said reluctantly. Thank you for your help, Suzhanya said sincerely, cupping his hands towards the domineering young man. The young man waved dismissively. No problem, I just wanted to devour him. I'm off. With that, he too tore open the space and slipped away. Watching him leave, Suzhanya couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the demonic path is invincible. Even a mid-9th grade can injure that old dog. Recalling the fierce battle in the void, Suzhanya was still somewhat in awe of the ferocity. Once everyone had left, Suzhanya surveyed the scene below. The entire Dongjiang had become a wasteland, and it was hard to argue against calling it the end of days. Ruins and bodies were everywhere, piled high. If not handled properly, the area could soon become a breeding ground for plague. Soldiers, we have won this battle. Suzhanya raised his large knife, his voice booming across the field. After resting, retrieve our fallen comrades' bodies and bring them back to the Dragon Nation for burial in the Martyrs' Cemetery. As for these traitors' bodies, gather them up and burn them to ashes. Follow the Martial Saint's order. His rousing voice echoed throughout the space. Soon, the army began to rest and regroup. It was now noon. At the spatial teleportation point in the 35th city on the battlefield beyond the domain, the space vortex suddenly lit up, and Shindai Nakaji's battered figure flew out, followed by several thousand injured Shindai soldiers. Once out of the vortex, Shindai Nakaji didn't dare linger and quickly led his people towards the city gates. Damn Dragon Nation people, once we reach the Holy Clan, we will see your end. His eyes burned with hatred, his chest filled with raging fury. At the city gates, he struck with his fist, shattering them. Men, follow me to the Holy Clan, and we will avenge this blood debt. Before he could finish, the scene outside the gates froze him to the core, a chill shooting from his feet to his head. In his horrified gaze, 2 godlike figures stood before him, watching him with mocking eyes. Shindai Nakaji, you won't be reaching the other races, came the voice, and Shindai Nakaji screamed, his voice sharp and piercing, Sulong. Boom. The conflict to suppress the traitorous Jindai family among the humans has concluded. At this moment, the energy within the entire land of Neon has been completely drained. Although some remnants remain, it's nearly impossible for ordinary people to break through even to the 6th rank here. It will take at least 10 years, if not longer, to recover. Due to the disruption of Neon's network, the three nations worked together for several days to complete a census of the remaining ordinary people in Neon. In the well-preserved hall within the ruins of the Jindai family, a martial arts expert of the 8th rank, holding a report, earnestly explained, according to our statistics, there are now only 2 million ordinary people left in Neon. Among them, over 1.3 million are elderly, and less than 100,000 are children under 3. Most of the remaining ordinary men are disabled. Based on our population recovery model, it will likely take 20 years to return to a population of 10 million. Furthermore, the energy in Neon is so thin that the level 1 can train to will be very low. After the report concluded, all eyes turned to Su Zhanya, who was seated at the head. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhanya instructed, arrange for people to rebuild Neon, and also turn this place into a base for cultivating medicinal herbs to produce low-grade qi and blood pills. From this battle, Longwo will take 60% of the spoils, with the remaining 40% equally divided between Maoxiong and Engjiang. The Jindai family had ruled Neon for hundreds of years, amassing countless wealth and resources. Despite over 600,000 casualties in this conflict, it was all worth it. For the next century, Neon will be completely reduced to a base for cultivating medicinal herbs. The distribution decided by Su Zhanya met no objections from the other two nations' leaders, as Longwa had contributed the most effort, and it was only fair they received more. Besides, the 20% share was enough to cover their losses. Each of the three nations left 30,000 soldiers to garrison the area and planned to send personnel to handle post-war affairs upon returning home. After all, they were military generals skilled in commanding troops, and issues of interest and production needed to be managed by the martial artists remaining on Blue Star. Ordinary people can shine in the world of martial arts by making their greatest contribution, cultivating herbs, and producing food for the martial artists. Once the distribution discussion ended, the meeting adjourned. A few days later, fleets from each country set sail, leaving Neon's port and returning to their respective nations. As they departed, the surviving Neon citizens gathered spontaneously to bid them farewell, tens of thousands kneeling and weeping, singing praises of their achievements. After all, without the aid of these three nations, all of Neon might have become a disgrace to humanity, or worse, a source of blood food. They did not resent the three countries that shattered Neon, but rather the Jindai family's rule. Because of them, every ordinary Neon family had their members aged between 3 and 70 taken as blood food. The blood feud of destroyed families left them no choice but to hate. Although Neon lay in ruins, its people remained, and rebuilding the nation was merely a matter of time. On the aircraft carrier deck, Suyu watched the Neon citizens crying out of excitement, his expression unchanged. This world, where the strong prey on the weak, operates this way. If you are weak, you suffer, or even face extinction. Upon returning home, after a month of rest, he would head back to Hefei for battle. At this moment, Su Zhanya approached, standing in front of Su Yu with a faint smile. You, are you planning to go again? Su Yu turned his head slightly, looked at his third great-uncle, and grinned. No, I just came here on a whim. He came not only to break the formation, but also to outsmart the Martial Saint of Neon. Now that everything has gone according to plan, there's no need for him to go to Hefei. The results of this endeavor will keep him satisfied for a long time. After all, his goals extend beyond just fighting. To become a villain reigning over all realms, the schemes required are immense. Compared to the vast heavens, Blue Star is really too small. With enough strength and a strong family, even if the logic of his schemes is full of holes, it doesn't matter. Strength is truth. Su Zhanya smiled knowingly at Su Yu's words and, looking into his eyes, said seriously, that demon-spirited warrior, he's yours, isn't he? Young Yu, don't get too deep into this. In recent days, he had learned about that demon-spirited young man's background, who could kill 9th-grade warriors with ease and possessed a mysterious devouring ability, capable of consuming the blood and energy of warriors. Such an ability is terrifying, enough to make all warriors on Blue Star anxious. People have a herd mentality. Once they discover someone can devour warriors' blood and energy, they will panic, fearing they might be targeted and devoured. This situation cannot be allowed. Su Yu chuckled softly, his hands behind his back, his clean white shirt fluttering in the sea breeze. Gazing into the distance, he calmly said, Third great uncle, I know my limits. Don't worry. My ambitions go beyond just Blue Star and the alien races. This is merely my starting point. Su Zhanya looked at him, somewhat lost in thought, as if seeing him for the first time. After a long pause, Su Zhanya came back to his senses, suddenly ruffling Su Yu's hair with his aged hand, and smiled warmly. You rascal, that's not what I wanted to say. Whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it. You are the pride of the Su family, and we old folks have watched you grow up. The Su family will always be your support, no matter what you become or what enemies you make in the future. The Su family will stand behind you, even if it means going against the entire Blue Star. The Su family never kills the innocent or bullies others, but we won't let anyone bully us either. Hearing this, Su Yu looked up at his third great uncle's aged face and smiled. Don't worry, third great uncle. I won't be foolish enough to rely on devouring others to achieve my goals. That's good, Su Zhanya replied with a satisfied smile. All right then, I'll go check on your fourth great uncle. He's still holding a grudge about being thrown out by you. Ha ha ha, just thinking about that scoundrel being tossed by you is really satisfying. Su Yu watched his third great uncle's departing figure, a bright smile also on his face. This kind of family suits him well. No wonder in every novel, when the protagonist defeats the villain's family always comes to back him up. It really is quite nice. The Su family will one day reign over all the realms. As time passed, 3 days later, the aircraft carrier fleet finally returned to the Long Kingdom port. As soon as they disembarked, they were warmly welcomed. After staying there for a day, Su Yu, along with his 2 great uncles and several 9th grade experts, flew towards the capital. Upon their return to the capital, an even grander welcome party was held. Almost all the families from the capital attended, each bringing their congratulations. After all, the Su family's feat of producing 3 saints was truly astonishing. At the party, Su Yu was planning to find Yi Qing and Yi Chun to teach them the Soul Refinement Sutra when suddenly, a weak 8th grade aura rose, and a familiar voice sounded in his ear. Su Yu, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Su Yu turned his head at the sound, and his smile turned peculiar. It was the head of the Lin family, Lin Hao, the father of the female lead. He hadn't planned to deal with the Lin family yet, but this guy came to him first, reminding him of this matter. It seems he needs to find a time to take down the Lin family and give Lin Panchi, the first female lead, a surprise. Su Yu glanced at Lin Hao, who was standing beside him in formal attire. He noticed the hint of conflict and shame on Lin Hao's middle-aged face and couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is he ashamed of? Shaking off his doubts, Su Yu tilted his head with a half-smile and asked, Master Lin, what do you need from me? You can say whatever it is right here. Inwardly, Su Yu sneered at the audacity of this old man, who dared to summon him over. Lin Hao seemed to have reached the 8th rank of the Golden Body, but his power was lackluster, barely comparable to even the weakest on the battlefield. Still, for a small family like the Lins, reaching the 8th rank was no small feat. Lin Hao's expression was complicated, seething with anger. Seeing that Su Yu didn't approach him, he swallowed his fury and approached Su Yu, saying earnestly, I need to talk to you about something. He felt indignant. He was also of the 8th rank, so why was he being treated with such disrespect? Su Yu casually twisted open a bottle of water, took a sip, and smiled. Go ahead, I'm listening. His dismissive attitude left Lin Hao frustrated but helpless. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, Lin Hao said, Sheer just took a wrong path. I hope you can use the Su family's influence to suppress the issue of her running away with Chu Feng. Otherwise, the impact on her will be too great. After all, you once loved her. Before he could finish, Su Yu interrupted him with a raised hand, saying calmly, Stop, I'm not interested in this. Besides, my Su family guards the outer realms. She ran off with someone who betrayed his masters, so why are you coming to me? Do you think I told her to run? Su Yu was in a decent mood and found it amusing to tease this clueless old man. As for the so-called love, that was in the past and had nothing to do with who he was now. Hearing this, Lin Hao was furious, tempted to reprimand Su Yu on the spot. Yet, Su Yu was his only option. If word got out, not only would his daughter be shunned, but the Lin family might also suffer severe consequences, possibly being unable to remain in the capital. Suppressing his rage, Lin Hao softened his tone and said, Su Yu, stop being stubborn. I know you care deeply for Sheer. If you can help suppress this matter, I can have Sheer give you another chance. How about that? He couldn't believe anyone could be so resolute. Love was tricky, and once you were a pushover, how many could truly break free? Wasn't Su Yu easily manipulated before? Su Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Another chance? Do you think you're worthy? He couldn't contain himself. No wonder protagonists in Righteous Path novels endure so much hardship, while villains revel in ease. Protagonists are surrounded by schemes and snobbery. He used to think it was brainless behavior, but Lin Hao was evidently committed to that path. Su Yu laughed until tears nearly came, then looked at Lin Hao with a mocking grin. Do you have any background or talent? A small, insignificant family, and you dare talk about giving me a chance? His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of those nearby. Standing tall, Su Yu looked down at Lin Hao with a disdainful expression and said, Tell me, what qualifications do you have to order me around? The onlookers were intrigued, sensing another drama unfolding. Lin Hao, the head of the Lin family, had recently broken through to the 8th rank. It was said that such a powerful figure could barely secure a position as a colonel or a brigadier general. However, Lin Hao's pride was slowly being eroded by the murmurs of those around him, and his face showed signs of embarrassment and anger. He whispered to Su Yu, "Aren't you afraid of completely breaking ties with Sheer?" Su Yu couldn't help but laugh at this, thinking to himself, "Break ties? Don't you know I slapped your daughter during the global martial arts exchange competition? So what if ties are broken? Does the Lin family think it can destroy the Su family?" Su Yu's gaze turned icy as he said coldly, "By the way, I just remembered, hasn't the head of the Lin family avoided the battlefield for 10 years? The Dragon Nation's martial arts regulations require warriors of the 7th rank and above to go every 5 years. How do you explain that?" Lin Hao was well aware of this and had hinted at Su Yu that he didn't want to go to the battlefield. At that time, Su Yu, as an accommodating ally, had no objection and used the Su family's connections to send someone from the Lin family instead, resulting in the death of 2 of his own family members. Now, it was time to settle this matter. Su Yu coldly stated, "Since you've reached the 8th rank, 10 days should be enough for you to stabilize and head to the battlefield, right?" Lin Hao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his face filled with rage as he pointed at Su Yu and shouted, "You ungrateful wretch! Sheer has been engaged to you for 3 years, and now that she's in trouble, you refuse to help and even want to send me to the battlefield. Are you trying to destroy my family?" The surrounding people were stunned by this statement, thinking, how shameless can he be to shift all the blame onto the young master of the Su family? Lin Hao's anger grew as he yelled, "Don't think that just because you've reached the 8th rank, I won't dare to do anything to you. If it comes to it, it's perfectly reasonable for an elder to teach a junior a lesson." He had always looked down on Su Yu, believing that even without the Su family, he could lead the Lin family back to its peak. But now, being told he had a good daughter who caught the eye of the Su family's young master made him feel utterly humiliated. "Sheer ending up like this is partly your fault too." Su Yu listened to these words, his eyes showing no emotion, yet a hint of murderous intent surged within him. He coldly declared, "Let me make this clear today. Even if the engagement is called off, you still bear responsibility. You'd better hurry and save Sheer, or don't blame me for exposing all your deeds in the major newspapers of the Dragon Nation." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and the next moment, Su Yu stomped him into the floor, shattering it. The hall echoed with Su Yu's furious and murderous voice, "Old bastard, do you really think everyone in the Su family has a good temper?" The scene left everyone present in shock. As the dust settled, they saw an elderly man angrily stepping on Lin Hao's head, cursing loudly. It was Su Zhanchuan. His identity was well known among the 1st and 2nd-tier families of the capital. He was the 4th brother of the Su family's Martial Saint. As the 3 Martial Saints of the Su family rose to prominence, so did his status. Su Zhanchuan applied a bit more pressure with his foot, causing Lin Hao's head to sink deeper as he scolded, "Damn it, you old bastard. Do you really think everyone in the Su family has a good temper? Didn't you learn your lesson when you were made to kneel for a day and a night back then? After benefiting so much from the Su family, you dare speak ill of our young master? Who do you think you are? If it weren't for the significance of this celebration, I'd crush you with one step right now." Su Zhanchuan was known for his fiery temper. Among the 5 brothers of the Su family Martial Saints, he was the most willing to risk his life in a fight. He once stormed into the Lin family due to Lin Hao's poor attitude towards Su Yu, imposing a formidable aura that forced Lin Hao and Lin Panchi to kneel at the entrance for an entire day and night. Unafraid, those around him instinctively took a step back upon seeing his fury, thinking to themselves, "He's too fierce." Su Yu watched his great-uncle and said with a mix of amusement and helplessness, "Great-uncle, don't get angry. It's not worth it to get upset over an ant." Hearing this, Su Zhanchuan turned to reprimand him. "You, why are you worried? As the heir of the Su family, why fear a nobody? If this kind of person were thrown onto a battlefield, they wouldn't even know how they died. If you don't dare to act, just watch and let your great-uncle handle it. I'm not cut out for reading or being a refined person, but when it comes to fighting, leave it to me." Knowing that Su Yu had already fallen out with the Lin family, he no longer held back his disdain. He was already dissatisfied with how the Lin family, after benefiting from the Su family, had the audacity to be so aggressive towards Su Yu. Su Yu nodded helplessly. All right, I'll listen to whatever you say, great-uncle." He thought to himself that having a warrior like his great-uncle was truly understanding him. Seeing Su Yu's lack of objection, Su Zhanchuan was satisfied as he grabbed the skin on the back of Lin Hao's neck, lifting him and tossing him aside. By this time, Lin Hao's face was covered in blood. Despite being in the Golden Body realm, he was the weakest of his kind, and under Su Zhanchuan's pressure, he couldn't even heal his wounds with his undying essence. Struggling to sit up, he looked at Su Zhanchuan in terror, exclaiming, "What do you want? Don't forget this is the capital. Killing is forbidden." When his head was being pushed into the floor, he truly felt the approach of death. The shadow of that day when he was made to kneel under Su Zhanchuan's pressure reemerged, reigniting his fear. Su Zhanchuan took out a tissue to wipe his hands, as if the act of lifting Lin Hao had dirted them, and then crumpled the tissue and threw it on Lin Hao's face, sneering. Who said anything about killing you? Did I kill you? With that, Su Zhanchuan, looking like an old rogue, asked those around. Did any of you see me trying to kill him? The crowd quickly shook their heads. No. No. Grandmaster Su disciplining a junior is only right. How could that be considered killing? Indeed, Lin Hao was disrespectful to his elders and the Grandmaster, and deserved it. Well done, they exclaimed, clapping in unison, expressing their approval. Lin Hao was astounded by the scene. Weren't they supposed to refrain from resorting to violence? Couldn't they see the humiliation he was enduring? Lin Hao was infuriated, feeling a tightness in his chest. But how could he, someone who always cited the rules but had never been on the battlefield, comprehend the Su family's formidable influence? Moreover, there was a Su family Martial Saint present in the hall, and 2 more on the battlefield. Even the 8th-rank Martial Saint of the Xia family and the 9th-rank Martial Saint of the Ji family wouldn't speak up for him, especially since he had been the one to speak rudely first. In this era, might was the ultimate power. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the hall. Everyone turned to see a group of people escorting an elderly man in military uniform slowly emerging. The elderly man walked at the center, with the others trailing a step behind, clearly indicating his status. It was the Su family Martial Saint. The other 2 were the heads of the military base in Kyoto and the deputy director of the Martial Arts Administration. Both were formidable figures at the peak of the 9th rank. The one who spoke was naturally the deputy director of the Martial Arts Administration, Qin Jin. He was clad in the administration's uniform, a robust man in his middle age, with a stern square face. Why is there such commotion in the hall? He inquired. Before anyone else could explain, Lin Hao, who was slumped on the ground, seized the opportunity to speak first, lamenting. Director Qin, you must stand up for me. I merely said I wanted to teach Suyu a lesson, and then Su Zhanchuan came out and assaulted me. He completely disregarded Kyoto's strict prohibition on violence. Seeing Qin Jin was like seeing a savior for Lin Hao. Despite the embarrassment, with nobody on his side, he had no choice but to plead for Qin Jin's intervention. However, Qin Jin was uninterested in him and turned his attention to Su Zhanchuan with an inquisitive look. Su Zhanchuan shrugged and replied nonchalantly. He insulted the young master of the Su family and wanted to coerce the Su family into covering up his daughter's escape with a master murderer. Such blatant abuse of power. I thought a little lesson was warranted. Qin Jin understood immediately, and his gaze towards Lin Hao carried a hint of disdain. So, he was the Lin family member harboring the master killer. Witnessing this, Lin Hao's face froze, feeling as if the world was against him. Before he could think of a way to exonerate himself, Ji Hong, the head of the Kyoto military base, spoke up calmly. Lin Hao of the Lin family, you haven't been to the battlefield outside the region for 10 years, and the records are clear. Under the jurisdiction of the 3rd city's Zhang family Martial Saint, yet you haven't reported to the battlefield for a long time. Given that you registered breaking through to the 8th rank half a month ago, you have another 2 weeks to stabilize your cultivation before reporting to the 3rd city. Failing to report will be recorded as desertion. You will serve on the battlefield for a year, and if you earn a 2nd-class merit, the penalty will be waived. Additionally, there are 3 other 6th-rank members of the Lin family who have never been to the battlefield. They will also be assigned to the 3rd city. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt the world spinning around him, making it hard to breathe. It was all over. Looking at the unconscious Lin Hao, Su Zhanchuan waved his hand dismissively, his face full of disdain. Who brought this person in? Weren't we only inviting families with connections to the foreign battlefield? Throw him out, he said coldly. Soon, a chubby man squeezed through the crowd, nervously approaching Lin Hao. He grabbed Lin Hao's hand, nodding and bowing repeatedly. Grandmaster, I'm terribly sorry. This man begged me to let him come to speak with young Master Su, thinking he had some connection with him. Before he could finish, Su Zhanchuan impatiently interrupted. Enough, throw him out. Such people have nothing to do with the Su family. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly grabbed Lin Hao's hand, dragging him outside. Inwardly cursing Lin Hao's ancestors, he thought. Lin Hao claimed that young Master Su wouldn't be so heartless as to forget the Lin family. He's really put me in a tough spot. After they left, the welcome party continued. Su Zhanchuan and the other 9th-rank warriors went off to discuss matters in a private room with the deputy director of the Martial Arts Administration and the head of the Kyoto military base. Only Suyu remained in the living room, watching Lin Hao being thrown out onto the street, unable to suppress a chuckle. Seeing Lin Hao being punched and kicked by the chubby man, he felt a sense of déjà vu. This scene seemed very familiar. In the original story, he had also sought Lin Panchi, asking her to take care of the remaining members of the Su family, only to be chased away, with the Su family members being assigned to a suicide squad. Suyu laughed at himself quietly. The advantage of a strength-based world only if you have power. Are you the protagonist? Everyone else is just a villain. However, Suyu didn't complain. He only blamed himself for not being strong enough. If he were powerful enough, even if he were in the wrong, others would imagine him as an angel. Suyu sat on the sofa, gently tapping his fingers on it, pondering the Lin family's arrangements in the foreign battlefield. Surely, the Zhang family Martial Saint would know how to handle things appropriately, right? He contemplated how to completely eradicate the Lin family. A family of a fated female protagonist could be dangerous if left as a threat, potentially favored by the world's will in the future. Letting them bear a grudge might be troublesome, but it would be limited to that. Pushing these trivial matters aside, Suyu spoke calmly. Fong Ting. Young master, what are your orders? A figure appeared. Fong Ting, with his freshly cut crew cut, approached Suyu, habitually touching his head. Suyu looked at Fong Ting in front of him. This guy behaved well in his presence, but in reality, he had a bit of a street-smart rogue vibe, excellent at escaping, and his combat capability was quite strong. Go, gather the other shadow guards to the Su family. Over the next month, I'll teach you new techniques and martial arts. Once you break through to the 7th rank, you'll soon advance to the 8th. Hearing this, the roguish look on Fong Ting's face disappeared, replaced by a hint of joy. He responded excitedly. All right, new techniques again. The longer Fong Ting stayed by Su Yu's side, the more he felt drawn to Su Yu's charisma. He retaliated against enemies on the spot. If someone tried to play tricks on him, he'd stomp them out when the chance arose. Han Shuang, the vice principal, was a living example. Though a bit unscrupulous, Fong Ting liked it. Fong Ting also liked to frame others and use underhanded tactics because it avoided a lot of unnecessary trouble. After receiving his orders, Fong Ting quickly left. Watching Fong Ting leave, Suyu couldn't help but smile. This guy's performance during the massacre of the Shindai family was truly remarkable. Not only was he able to kill a mid-level 7th grade martial artist, but he also managed to escape from the pursuit of a peak 7th grade expert, showcasing his impressive escape skills. Moreover, his approach is quite unique, favoring ambushes, making him a rare talent. At the welcome party, Suyu felt out of place due to the lack of peers and decided to leave early. Upon exiting the banquet hall, he saw his cousins, Yi Qing and Yi Chun, sitting outside. As soon as they saw him, they stood up and greeted him in unison. Young Master Su. After the battle that day, Yi Qing had shed some of his pretentious civility, revealing a more ruthless nature, which was his true character. Pretending to be civilized only made him seem incongruous, which explained why in the original story, despite his strong talent, he never fully inherited Yi Tao's teachings. Now, he seemed to be doing much better, likely surpassing the original story's pace in breaking through to the 9th grade. You both have reached the peak of the 6th grade. Your vitality is about to overflow, Suyu observed, then said, come with me. I'll teach you a technique that will help you break through to the 7th grade. The two exchanged a glance and nodded vigorously. All right. Yi Chun held great respect for Suyu, dreaming of achievements like those of a 7th grade heavenly soul master who slaughtered hundreds of 8th grade alien beings when advancing to the 8th grade golden body. There were very few people with god-level talent whom Yi Chun respected and aspired to emulate. Above the martial saint, besides his uncle Yi Tao, among his peers were Yi Qing and then Suyu. Yi Qing's growth was largely unrestrained since shortly after his birth, Yi Tao went to suppress demigods of other races, leaving him with little restriction. Both he and Yi Chun had a sense of following Suyu, and now that Suyu was willing to teach them a technique, it was naturally something special. Let's go, Suyu said with a smile, nodding. Before long, the three left the banquet hall and flew towards the Su family estate. Upon returning, Suyu led them to his courtyard where 12 people were sitting cross-legged on the ground. Seeing Suyu arrive, they all greeted him in unison. Young Master Su. Suyu nodded slightly, signaling them to come over. Yi Qing and Yi Chun exchanged shocked glances behind Suyu, amazed at how so many talented young people, with auras rivaling their own, were gathered here. Where had Suyu found so many peers? Suppressing their shock, the two followed Suyu into a spacious training room. Once everyone was inside, the doors closed. Suyu looked at them, his expression turning serious as he said, you have all reached the peak of the 6th grade, and it's time to officially break through to the 7th grade. But before you do, before finishing his sentence, a flash of light appeared in Suyu's hand, revealing a thick stack of manuals. This soul-refining technique will hone your mental strength and absorb the energy of the heavens and earth to enhance it. Train with it to compress and solidify your mental foundation, and when your mental strength rivals that of the 7th grade, you will be ready to break through. I want all of you to advance to 7th grade Heavenly Soul Masters. These words exploded in their minds like a deep-water bomb, a technique to refine and train mental strength. This was a spiritual technique. Before they could react, each person found a copy of the soul-refining manual in their hands. Suyu looked at them and said firmly, you are all extraordinary talents, 1 in 10,000, but only by breaking through to the 7th grade soul can you possess the potential of a martial god. As his words sank in, Everyone began to ponder the deeper meaning behind them. The mention of a martial god left their throats dry and their hearts stirred. Yes. Led by Fong Ting, the 12 shadow guards were thrilled, clutching the manuals tightly, and responded in unison. They then each retreated into their training rooms to delve into the precious content of the manual. Suyu turned to Yi Qing and Yi Chun, smiling. What are you waiting for? Start training. Yi Qing gave Suyu a complex look, amazed at how easily something so valuable was given to him. Though he couldn't find the right words, he knew he would follow in Suyu's footsteps in the future. He nodded heavily and walked into a training room. At that moment, only Yi Chun remained standing, his expression a mix of complexity and excitement. He thought to himself how generous Suyu was. This technique for cultivating spiritual power was far more precious than high-level martial techniques. It was no wonder that Elder Mo, before his slumber, had advised him to follow Suyu. Without saying much, Yi Chun gave Suyu a deep look and then walked into a training room as well. Watching them enter the training rooms, Suyu's smile widened, and he thought to himself, Villain Assets 14. Welcome to becoming Gods of Slaughter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully altering the original storyline and receiving a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Villain Force Development Progress 3. Main quest Become the Heaven-Defying Villain Progress 5. Reward obtained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. Villain Points 800,000. Indestructible Material 100 pounds. 9-turn Golden Pill X1. Great Void Technique X1. And Origin Devouring Technique X1. The 9-turn Golden Pill is a 9th grade elixir that can help an 8th grade martial artist achieve the invincible physical form of 9 transformations. The Great Void Technique is a stellar-level cultivation method that uses the energy of the heavens, void energy, and dark matter as resources. Once mastered, it allows one to hide within the void and traverse it freely. The Origin Devouring Technique can absorb the origin powers of 9th grade and Martial Saint levels, converting them into personal energy. A look of delight appeared on Suyu's handsome face. This reward couldn't have come at a better time. After extensive planning and effort, results were finally starting to show, and Suyu felt immensely gratified. Although his team was still relatively weak, once the techniques were in place, he could sweep across the battlefield beyond the realm, gathering countless resources to help them break through. It might even be possible to create a martial saint within 10 years. As long as Fong Ting and the others successfully manifest their heavenly souls, there would be no barriers to breaking through to the star-shattering realm. With sufficient resources, creating a martial saint could happen in no time. Stellar-level techniques are vastly different from ordinary sky-level techniques. Achieving martial saint status through stellar techniques does not require the world's recognition of a saintly position and allows one to roam freely in the void without being limited by the origin path. Although such martial saints might lack world recognition, which makes them slightly weaker than native martial saints in certain worlds, that hardly matters. The sheer power of martial skills can easily compensate for this. Upon breaking through to the star-shattering realm, no martial saint or martial god could withstand a single strike from it. The term star-shattering is aptly named because martial artists at this level possess the power to destroy a star, unleashing full force to obliterate a planetary body. Ordinary martial saints or martial gods can at best devastate a piece of land. Want to shatter a star? Even 1,000 martial saints couldn't achieve such a feat. The Great Void Technique is perfect for providing a transitional method for the Dark Guards, ensuring they have suitable techniques before reaching the star-shattering realm. Of course, the Great Void Technique will also be reserved for the Su family, but only for the core lineage. Other branches with talent can also cultivate it, though most will likely remain on Blue Star. Suyu exited the system space and let out a long breath. The rewards this time were incredibly generous. His foundation was already quite solid, and with the self-made heaven demon scripture he possessed, there was no need to switch techniques. As for martial skills and battle tactics, those were not an issue either. Beginning with stellar-level techniques was enough to place him on par with the top heirs of large life planets in the Star Sea. Now, it's up to you. Suyu thought as he glanced at the cultivation room exuding spiritual energy fluctuations. Once you successfully break through to the heavenly soul, an illustrious future awaits you. Whoosh. Suyu's figure suddenly vanished. In the following period, he mostly stayed with the Su family, guiding some of the core descendants in their training. The young Su family members were ideal candidates for laying a strong foundation. He used indestructible material and some resources to forcibly enhance them, leaving the Su family in awe. These were long-term investments, requiring at least 10, maybe even 20 years to show results, but he was in no rush. In the path of cultivation, years or even decades can pass in the blink of an eye. For those who reach the level of martial saint or martial god, a century is insignificant. Upon reaching the level of shattering stars, even a simple retreat to break through could take hundreds of years. After entrusting the Great Void Technique to the Su family and giving some instructions, Suyu vanished once more. Not even Su Zhanya or Su Zhanchuan would inquire about his whereabouts. for they knew Su Yu's secret. This grandnephew might very well be a practitioner of the demonic path. All they could do was continue to shine brightly, drawing the world's attention to themselves and away from Su Yu, allowing him to grow without hindrance. 15 days later, at the Lin family in the capital. After the events of that night, the Lin family was shrouded in an aura of lamentation every day. This day marked the final deadline given by the military and the martial arts administration. In the Lin family's main hall, Lin Hao, with a grim expression, gazed at the assembled elders and said in a deep voice, "When we head to the battlefield outside the domain, I will do my best to protect you. Once we leave, the Lin family should move out of the capital." After saying this, Lin Hao seemed to age decades in an instant. The Lin family had worked hard for decades to establish themselves in the capital, only to face an end now. The 5th and 6th rank elders looked equally grim, their expressions like mourners. Lin Hao scanned the room and sternly said, "Why the long faces? Our Lin family has some connections with the Zhang family head in the 3rd city. Do you really think I'll perish there?" His words carried an unyielding spirit. Though he felt uneasy, he refused to show weakness. At that moment, a cold voice came from outside. "Patriarch Lin Hao, come out quickly. We are here to take you to report to the 3rd city." Hearing this, Lin Hao's body tensed, a shadow clouding his eyes. He took a deep breath and resolutely said, "That's settled. Sell all of the Lin family's assets in the capital and retreat to the northwest. Wait for my return." The elders acknowledged his orders, forcing themselves to prepare for the upcoming turmoil. Having arranged the Lin family's future, Lin Hao, accompanied by several late 6th rank elders, left the estate. As he emerged, an 8th rank officer in a military vehicle barked, "Get in." The officer wasn't known for his patience. Having risen from a humble background to become a powerful figure on the battlefield, he had secured a good position for his family in the capital. He despised those who feared battle, so it was unlikely he would be courteous to Lin Hao. Feeling a bit stifled, Lin Hao complied and climbed into the vehicle, which slowly headed toward the military base. The bustling scenes of the capital passed by like a montage in Lin Hao's eyes, places where he had once tasted glory, now left behind. He thought to himself, "Su Yu, don't think you can crush my Lin family so easily. It's impossible. When Sheer and Chu Feng achieve the 9th rank, or even become martial saints, let's see how you plan to suppress us." The departure of the Lin family became inevitable, but Su Yu no longer concerned himself with such matters. His focus was not limited to a mere Lin family. By the 25th day, clouds of tribulation gathered over the Su family. Boom. As the first bolt of tribulation lightning struck, a figure shot up from within the Su family, diving straight into the storm. In his room, Su Ye's surroundings felt thick like paste, and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a fleeting, eerie purple glow. His eyes were as deep as stars, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. He murmured calmly to himself, "The celestial sequence plan begins. Soon, with the blood of alien races and the blood of blue star traders, I shall celebrate the start of my conquest across the heavens." On this day, the world changed color, and countless people were astounded. The Su family had produced another dragon. From that day on, ominous clouds frequently hovered over the Su family estate. Each time the thunder ceased, a new heavenly soul master would emerge. This phenomenon left many in shock and awe, as everyone understood its significance. A heavenly soul master, if they do not meet an untimely end, is destined to reach the 9th rank and become a martial saint. As for a martial god, few dared to entertain the thought, for in the millennium since the revival of martial arts on Blue Star, only one martial god had ever appeared, and he did so in a way that amazed the world. This martial god subsequently led alien martial gods away from the battlefield beyond the domain, safeguarding Blue Star and ensuring a millennium of peace. Over the centuries, although many masters had achieved the heavenly soul, few had ascended to the rank of martial saint, let alone martial god. Even Yi Tao, the director of the martial arts administration who once dazzled the world, was only a demigod. Clearly, the Su family had stumbled upon some extraordinary martial art, triggering the relentless heavenly soul thunder tribulations. It seemed that the Su family's rise to greatness was inevitable. Previously, the young master of the Su family had achieved the 8th rank, single-handedly defeating hundreds of 8th rank aliens and pursuing a 9th rank to kill. Now, members of the Su family were consecutively becoming heavenly soul masters. Aligning with the Su family was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Countless powerful individuals marveled at this reality, as having a heavenly soul master ensured the family's prosperity for a century. Moreover, the Su family now boasted 3 saints, which was the most crucial factor. The thunder struck 14 times in total, and many noticed the presence of Yi Qing, the son of the demigod, who also achieved the status of a heavenly soul master. This made many more reflect that even the offspring of a demigod would align with the Su family. However, some with more complex thoughts sensed something amiss. To achieve the heavenly soul, One's vitality had to be able to combat those of the 7th rank, and their spiritual power could not be below the 7th rank either. It was well known that spiritual power could not be cultivated. To surpass one's peers, one must undergo various life and death battles, exhausting their spiritual power to improve. Yet now, 14 such strong individuals had emerged. Could this imply that the Su family possessed a method to cultivate spiritual power? This speculation caused many powerful individuals to waver. If true, achieving high ranks in martial arts would become much easier for them. For a time, rumors about the Su family possessing a spiritual power cultivation method surged throughout the capital, but no one dared to inquire directly, as the 3 saints were not to be trifled with. A month later, in Su Yu's private courtyard, Su Yu sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, gazing at the 14 individuals kneeling on one knee before him. With a deep and calm voice, he spoke. Now that you've become heavenly soul masters, it's time to engage in real combat. Familiarizing yourself with the integration of the forces of heaven and earth, vitality, and spiritual power will aid in advancing to the 8th rank. Go, and follow my 3rd granduncle to eliminate the human traitors. Over the past month, Su Yu's cultivation had advanced rapidly, reaching the peak of the late 8th rank. His vitality was almost overflowing, and the surrounding space seemed unable to contain his formidable power, making the air thick and indicating an imminent breakthrough. Led by Fong Ting, the 12 shadow guards lowered their heads in unison and replied, yes. Their reverence and awe for Su Yu had grown stronger with the successful formation of their heavenly souls. Following young Master Su was indeed the right choice. Yi Qing and Yi Chen also nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significant gap between the 7th ranks. They have condensed their celestial souls, which not only strengthens their mental power, but also allows them to project it outwards, influencing warriors of lower or even the same realm. Their control over their life force energy reaches an impressive 80. Generally, being able to control 70 is considered strong, yet they have just entered the 7th rank and have already achieved an 80 control level. If they are given battles to stabilize their life force, they might soon effortlessly attain 90 control. Su Yu looked at them, and with a wave of his hand, a stack of cultivation manuals appeared on the ground. He glanced around at everyone, gave a calm smile, and said, heaven-grade techniques are somewhat inferior. Here are stellar-grade cultivation manuals. Mastering them can lead you to become a martial god, or even higher. Moreover, you can become saints without vying for holy positions, steering clear of the original martial path. Boom. As soon as he said this, the 14 people present were immediately shocked. The most astonished was Yi Chun, the yet-to-be-formed child of destiny. Hearing Su Yu mention stellar-grade techniques, Yi Chen's pupils shrank dramatically, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Is this what Elder Mo had mentioned as stellar-grade techniques? These are the kinds of techniques that only strong individuals at the Shattered Star realm in the Galactic Federation can create. They bypass the origin, directly aiming at the pinnacle of martial arts. To think that young Master Su possesses such world-class techniques, and what's more shocking is his willingness to let them cultivate ithis is what truly moved him. Others might not understand what stellar-grade techniques signify, but he knew very well. Even the weakest stellar-grade technique could be auctioned in the Galactic Federation to purchase a small life planet, like Blue Star. Blue Star's value might not even compare to that of this technique. Su Yu observed all of their expressions closely, particularly Yi Chen's. Seeing the deep shock in his eyes, Su Yu made a few guesses. Perhaps Yi Chen's golden finger is a remnant soul of a powerful being from the Star Sea. Otherwise, with the martial level on Blue Star, no one would comprehend the value of stellar-grade techniques. Su Yu was not concerned about this. Since Yi Chen showed signs of submission, the golden finger elder behind him posed little threat. Looking at the stunned crowd, Su Yu smiled gently and said, the Grand Void technique can absorb void energy and universe dark matter for cultivation, though the best is still to temper the body with world energy. Alright, everyone, go and comprehend it. Transitioning techniques will take 3 days. Even at the entry level, it's better than heaven-grade techniques. He waved his hand, dismissing everyone. Currently, his villain points have exceeded 1.8 million. Copying a cultivation manual requires 1,000 villain points, which is insignificant to him. To shape the Su family into a Star Sea family within 10 years, he copied all his stellar-grade sword and combat techniques, and left them with the Su family. The more advanced techniques like the Heaven-Severing Finger, Origin Interruption Method, Origin Devouring Technique, and the Self-Transformation Demon Scripture, he kept to himself. These techniques, when used correctly, could make him invincible on the righteous path. Used wrongly, they would lead him down the path of demons. Before the Su family breaks out of Blue Star and heads to the Star Sea, he cannot reveal these, lest Blue Star's talent reserve be ruined. 7 days passed. On this day, at the port, a 1,000,000-strong army assembled. In front of the generals, the Martial Saint, third Uncle Su Zhanya, gave the order, board the ships, set sail. Su Yu stood high in the sky, overlooking the scene below, silently thinking, go ahead. In the next moment, Behind him in the void, a series of well-hidden figures emerged, shooting towards the aircraft carriers below. Watching them charge out, Suyu smiled, thinking to himself, the final act. Just then, his gaze shifted to a crane, where a carefree person sat. My fate is mine to decide, not the heavens. Not taking me along. Such a big battle is the perfect chance for me to show off. Here I come. Ding. The emergence of an unformed chosen one has been detected. In the sky, Suyu looked at the young man sitting on a crane, his expression peculiar. Is this a show-off type of chosen one? And even more bizarre, this chosen one is actually from the Su family. Below, the young man sitting on the crane wore a carefree expression. He spat out the blade of grass in his mouth, stood up, and grinned. Showing off in battle is my destiny. Su Lang. There was a roguish charm about him, and he seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old. His nonchalant demeanor was quite out of place for someone his age. Not long ago, Su Lang was idling away in the Su family, until he unexpectedly awakened a system that made him stronger the more he showed off. Since then, he became addicted to the feeling of getting stronger by showing off. School no longer satisfied his cravings. Now he only wanted to show off on the battlefield. If the world hadn't created me, Su Xiaolang, showing off would be endless like the long night. Su Lang howled to the sky, then decisively leaped off the crane. His descent was accelerated, akin to a lead ball plummeting from 10,000 meters high, even creating a sonic boom. Boom. Su Lang's body crashed into the ground with the force of a missile explosion, forming a massive crater and sending dust flying everywhere. Many soldiers turned their heads at the commotion, and upon seeing Su Lang dusting himself off and climbing out of the crater, they were all astonished and shocked. Whoa, a 16 or 17-year-old at the 5th level of martial arts? The soldiers were bewildered upon seeing Su Lang's youthful and delicate face. Great-granduncle, I, Su Lang, request permission to join the battle. Su Lang's face was full of determination and seriousness as he declared, I, Su Lang, will never disgrace the Su family. Ding, show-off points 10, show-off points 23. As he finished speaking, the system's notification sounds echoed in his mind, and the crisp, pleasant ding-ding made him thoroughly enjoy it. Ah, showing off makes me stronger. At this moment, Su Zhanyi turned around, and his face darkened instantly upon seeing Su Lang. What are you, a 5th-level martial artist, doing here? Go back. As a martial saint, he was quite exasperated with this grandnephew. Since returning to Blue Star a month ago, this kid had been following him around, often making a spectacle of himself and jotting it down in a little notebook. The problem was, this kid was so cheeky, he wasn't afraid of a beating, and even less of a scolding. Su Lang, with a stubborn look, lifted his head proudly and said, a disciple of the Su family never fears battle. I have to go. A battle is such a great place to show off. It would be a shame not to go. It's all about accumulating show-off points. The thought of being as impressive as Uncle Suyu, defeating 5th-level opponents, and chasing 6th-level ones, with the enemy's shock and his comrades' admiration, was like a treasure to him. Upon hearing this, Su Zhanye's face grew even darker. He instantly appeared in front of Su Lang and smacked him on the head. Smack! Su Lang's head was knocked into the ground by Su Zhanyi. Get lost. Su Zhanyi used a binding technique to restrain him in place. As soon as he turned around, Su Lang dug through the hard concrete floor and crawled back out, effectively exploiting a loophole. Great-granduncle, you don't understand. I, Lang, am wholeheartedly devoted to humanity and the Dragon Nation. Going to the battlefield to kill the enemy is my goal, and you can't stop me. Su Lang quickly slipped into the crowd, eager to board the aircraft carrier. However, just as he set foot on the deck, a light laugh behind him startled him. Su Lang, where do you think you're going? The familiar voice made him turn around to see Suyu smiling at him. Uncle Suyu! Su Lang exclaimed in surprise. Take me with you. I promise I won't cause any trouble. He thought to himself that it would be a great opportunity to witness Uncle Suyu's legendary moments and to show off a bit in front of lower-level martial artists, surely gaining a lot of attention. But Suyu simply walked up behind him, grabbed him by the neck like a little chick, and lifted him up. Where do you think you're going? Come back to the family with me, Suyu said, looking at Su Lang for a moment. He was convinced this kid had awakened some sort of show-off system. Still, it was a good sign. If nurtured properly, Su Lang might achieve something remarkable. He couldn't let him get too carried away just yet. Hearing that he wasn't allowed to go, Su Lang panicked and struggled, shouting, No, Uncle, you let me go. I want to fight on the front lines. I'm willing to sacrifice for the Su family and contribute to the human race. I don't smoke, drink, or get my hair permed, but my dedication to the Su family and humanity is genuine. Don't stop me. I want to fight. He thought to himself that he had just broken through to the early 5th rank, and with his escape abilities and physical strength, he could easily defeat those in the late 5th and even 6th ranks. How could he not take this chance to show off? However, Suyu seemed not to hear him and continued flying towards the capital. Uncle, you let me go? I want to fight. If you don't let me go, when we get back to the family, I'll get my hair dyed and styled and flirt with innocent girls. Ah, Uncle, you let me go. Su Lang's cries were as loud as a pig being slaughtered, causing the surrounding soldiers to exchange bewildered looks. Was every Su family youth this eccentric? Yet, his talent was undeniable. At such a young age, he was already at the 5th rank and willing to contribute to humanity, which was truly touching. For a moment, many young and enthusiastic soldiers were inspired by Su Lang's words, expressing their determination to fight and achieve glory. Su Zhanya and Su Zhanchuan exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Su Lang had suddenly become so enthusiastic. In the past, he would avoid participating in high school exchange competitions and would lay flat and admit defeat during the annual family trials. Why the sudden change of heart? This little episode was soon forgotten. Everyone from the Dragon Nation boarded the ships, and the aircraft carrier and battleship fleet slowly left the port, expected to reach Hefei in about 2 weeks. Meanwhile, after flying for a while, Suyu returned to the Su family with a dejected Su Lang in tow and tossed him into the courtyard. Seeing Su Lang's gloomy expression, Suyu chuckled and said, "All right, I'll give you a martial technique. Train hard, and in a few days, I'll take you to wipe out a cult's stronghold." Hearing this, a gleam appeared in Su Lang's eyes as he thought, "What level is it? A 9th rank cult stronghold." Suyu paused, then said with a meaningful smile, "The kind where we take an army." Upon hearing this, Su Lang's eyes lit up. "Great. Taking an army means 1,000 or 2,000 people, right? Perfect. I can show off and learn Uncle Yu's way of showing off too." Seeing the gleam in Su Lang's eyes, Suyu was even more convinced that this guy was destined to be a future show-off. Suyu knew in his heart that someone so obsessed with showing off must have awakened some kind of system. Without hesitation, he said, "Go ahead. Once you've mastered the basics of this skill, I'll take you to join the campaign against the cultists." With that, Suyu flicked his finger, and a bright light flashed from his storage ring, revealing a worn-out, blue-covered book in Su Lang's hands. The Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Suyu's voice carried a hint of pride. The true Divine Elephant Suppression Technique is far more than just a star-level battle skill. Although this is an abridged version, mastering it fully, a cultivator at the star fragmentation realm could roar and bring down stars. Summoning the phantom of the heaven-stepping Divine Elephant, crushing planets with a single step is no difficult task. Moreover, the grandeur of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique is perfect for someone like you who loves to show off. With the manual in his hands, Su Lang was thrilled. A star-level battle skill. "Wow, Uncle Yu, you're amazing." He eagerly opened the first page, and as his mental energy scanned the text, images of a mighty warrior wielding the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique appeared in his mind. A roar that could bring down stars, a step that could crush them, invincible. Seeing the overwhelming phantom of the heaven-stepping Divine Elephant, Su Lang felt small and insignificant, yet incredibly excited, silently vowing, "I must train. This battle skill is tailor-made for me. Uncle Yu, I'm going back to train." Su Lang trembled with excitement and was about to leave. However, Suyu grabbed him by the neck, turned into a blur, and vanished from the spot. Moments later, they appeared in the underground training room of Su Lang's courtyard. Suyu opened a stone door and tossed Su Lang inside, coldly saying, "Train well here. I have plenty of resources for you." Without waiting for a reply, Suyu disappeared again. Watching this unfold, Su Lang couldn't help but touch the back of his head and chuckle. "Heh, Uncle Yu is the best. It was worth it lying low with him all those years." As a child, Su Lang loved following Suyu around, sniffling as they went to the Lin family, only to be chased away. After dealing with Lin Panchi's unreasonable nature, Su Lang vowed never to get involved with women. They were too much trouble. So, he chose to lie low, knowing that being too famous would attract women and bring him headaches. It wasn't until the show-off to get stronger system appeared that he began to change, finding ways to show off. He later realized that the more heroic he acted, the more women admired him. As a result, Su Lang decided to stop showing off in the city. Coincidentally, news of the Su family's 3 saints spread, with his granduncle being invincible at the 9th rank and becoming a martial saint, earning admiration from those around him. Then came the news of Su Yu slaughtering 8th rank opponents like chickens, further solidifying Su Lang's resolve to go to the battlefield and show off. Time to train. In the courtyard, Su Yu had just emerged from the underground training room when a system notification sounded in his mind. Reward received. 20,000 villain points. Heaven Suppressing Staff 1. The Heaven Suppressing Staff is a star-level weapon, forged from the core of a dying planet by a star fragmentation realm blacksmith, capable of tilting the heavens with one strike. Seeing this reward, Suyu paused. Why is the reward so modest? Whether it was Yi Chun or Chu Feng, the rewards gained from them were always substantial, starting at tens of thousands. But when it came to Su Lang, the rewards seemed to diminish. Could it be because Su Lang's level was too low? It seemed plausible. After all, when Chu Feng was just at the 4th rank, the rewards extracted from him were only a few thousand villain points at a time. It appeared that the chosen ones from his own lineage weren't as valuable. Suyu touched his chin thoughtfully. However, it didn't matter. If a chosen one could be recruited, he would take them in. If he encountered those who liked to put on a tough front, a swift strike could also yield some benefits. Forget it, he thought. Better to focus on compressing his energy and mental strength first. Returning to his room, Suyu sat cross-legged on a cushion and entered a meditation state. He was now at the peak of the 8th rank, on the verge of advancing to the 9th. However, Suyu wasn't satisfied with his current state. He wanted to compress his energy and mental strength to their limits before making the breakthrough. Only then could he remain undefeated among his peers. His physique was unique, with a larger dantian and sturdier meridians than average martial artists. Moreover, with the destruction physique, immortal golden body, immortal cells, demon heart, and demon bone, his body was like a pot filled with a complex mixture. Only by integrating all these elements could he truly achieve an unparalleled form. As he entered the cultivation state, the high-quality spirit stones arranged in the room glowed brightly, and the pure energy of heaven and earth was absorbed into his body. Suyu's powerful energy flowed like a young dragon through his meridians, as if patrolling its territory. With every circuit, the energy dragon and mental strength fused and strengthened. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the young dragon transformed into a mature, true dragon, dominating the heavens and earth. Time and cultivation passed swiftly, and 10 days flew by. On this day, the walls of Suyu's room began to crack, while the energy and mental strength inside filled the entire space. Even from 100 meters away, the pressure could be felt as terrifying. However, just as he was about to break through the limits, all the pressure vanished. Creaking, Suyu pushed open the door, which had begun to splinter, and stepped outside. He glanced up at the scorching sun and murmured, "Still not enough. The compression of energy and mental strength isn't at its limit yet." At that moment, a cheerful voice rang in his ear. "Uncle Yu, I've succeeded in my training. We can set off now." Suyu withdrew his gaze, looked at the excited Su Lang not far away, and smiled calmly. "Let's go." It was time for the chosen one from his lineage to witness the subtle art of showing off. "Here we go." Su Lang cheered, then followed behind Suyu with a face full of excitement. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength, the ultimate technique for showing off. Soon, Suyu led Su Lang through the bustling capital, out of the city, and into the military base. A robust man in a military uniform, ranked as a colonel and at the 8th rank of martial arts with a golden body, quickly flew over to Suyu, saluted, and solemnly said, "General, the head count is complete." Suyu nodded slightly, and said, "Good." They soon passed through the military camp ahead, and arrived at the training base in the back hills. In the enormous field, 3,000 soldiers were already lined up. The robust man led Suyu to the field and immediately shouted, "Attention, everyone." He then turned sharply and called out to Suyu, "General, please inspect the troops." Boom. Instantly, the energy of 3,000 soldiers erupted, each one spirited and full of fighting intent. "General, please inspect the troops," they shouted, their eyes filled with fervor. This man before them was a legend among the younger generation. Seeing this, Suyu smiled softly, then with hands behind his back, stepped into the air, his voice gentle yet clear. "Soldiers, today we will eliminate the traitorous cultists among the humans. I will be your commander. Does anyone have any objections?" "No objections," the soldiers replied in unison, their momentum overwhelming. Suyu continued, "Are you willing to follow me into battle, unafraid of life or death?" "We obey the general's orders," they shouted, the pressure of their energy rolling forth, the deafening sound shaking the clouds, which seemed on the verge of collapse. Seeing everyone's fervor towards Suyu, Su Lang was dumbfounded. Could Uncle Yu make such an impression so effortlessly? Such fervent admiration was what Su Lang dreamed of. Is this the power of commanding strength? I want it so badly. Cultists. They are as rebellious as the neon and black Phi, captured by alien races on the battlefield, then transformed and brainwashed before being released back into the human camp. They spread the theory of human blood as food, claiming that only by exchanging blood can one become a noble holy race, thus escaping the fate of being mere sustenance. Due to the chaos of war, these cultists have attracted many followers. After a century of development, the scale of cultists in the Dragon Nation has reached an alarming level. They hunt down talented individuals who excel in entrance exams, massacre small towns, consume humans, and commit numerous atrocities. These cultists are exceptionally cunning, never staying in one place, greatly increasing the difficulty of eradicating them. However, since Yi Tao achieved a demigod's body, he has crafted a special functional tool to track the bloodline of alien races. After a decade of sieging, only the last wave of cultists remains, and this wave is the strongest, with 2 mid-9th rank cult leaders, several 8th ranks, and numerous lower-ranked cult followers. 200 miles outside the suburbs of Kyoto, led by Su Yu, 3,000 soldiers marched in grand procession. "General, we are 100 miles from their base," said an 8th rank officer with the rank of colonel. Su Yu unleashed his mental power, scanning the area within a 100-mile radius. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Increase the pace. They don't plan to escape, and they can't." The officer nodded and relayed the command to the troops, who quickly picked up speed. 10 minutes later, they approached the cultist's base. Upon entering a certain range, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Even the birds were silent, and not a breath of wind stirred in the forest. "All troops, be on guard." The 8th-rank colonel raised his right hand and whispered. The 3,000 soldiers began to watch their surroundings cautiously, and Su Lang also became vigilant, realizing this was not the right moment to show off in such an uncertain situation. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose around them. The scouts on the perimeter urgently shouted, "Enemy attack." No sooner had the words left their mouths when a large group of people appeared. They were fundamentally different from ordinary humans. Their limbs were bizarre, some with exposed veins and claw-like fingers, sharp and deadly. Others had a single eye turned into a vertical pupil, like a cold, venomous snake. A sinister voice echoed around them. "Haha, such fine blood fodder. Followers, tear the Dragon Nation's army to pieces, feast, and then we shall retreat from Blue Star to the battlefield beyond." Countless excited voices responded, and over 2,000 blood-exchanged cultists charged fearlessly. In an instant, the battle erupted, and the sounds of killing echoed throughout the forest. Seeing so many 4th and 5th-rank cultists, a thrill flashed in Su Lang's eyes. "Bring it on." He glanced around. Noticing the soldiers' solemn expressions, his mood lifted considerably. "Finally, it's my turn to shine," he thought to himself, stamping his foot and soaring into the air. Seeing the ambushing cultists preparing to attack the soldiers, Su Lang didn't hesitate to harness all his vital energy, channeling it through the specific meridian pathways of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. Instantly, his body turned crimson, accumulating an immense and mysterious power within. The technique, known for its ability to shatter stars with a roar, built up until Su Lang opened his mouth, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that made the surrounding air tremble violently, akin to rippling water. Boom! This roar immediately toppled all the trees within 50 meters. Caught off guard, many 4th and 5th grade cultists had their eardrums burst, bleeding from their orifices, as their vital energy was forcibly expelled from their bodies. Thud! Moments later, over 20 cultists of the 4th and 5th grades, frozen in place, collapsed to the ground. This scene left everyone in shock. The soldiers looked up at the red-faced Su Lang, filled with awe and admiration. So powerful. With just a 5th-grade cultivation, he could unleash such a formidable martial art, instantly killing over 20 cultists. Truly, he was a member of the Su family. The cultists, seeing this, were both furious and alarmed. Someone shouted angrily, "Everyone, attack together and kill him first." Whoosh! Instantly, dozens of 5th-grade cultists charged at Su Lang. Su Lang's body tensed as he loudly declared, "Bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a special martial art obtained from the system of becoming stronger by showing off. In a flash, the energy of heaven and earth surged into his body. With a snap, as the technique took effect, Su Lang's once thick black hair fell out, leaving him bald. However, his combat power surged immensely. "Come on, I'll cut you down in one strike." He drew his grade alloy weapon, a menacing large blade, holding it across his chest with a fierce gaze, and shouted, "Godslayer Blade Technique, second move, Blood Massacre." Clang! The blade gleamed momentarily, a blood-red light flaring as an invisible sword aura burst forth, slicing the approaching 5th-grade cultists in half. Their bodies fell, their eyes still filled with bewilderment. Spectacular! After eliminating the group of cultists, Su Lang set down his blade, taking a couple of deep breaths. The next moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully showing off." A total of 659 people were stunned by the host, adding 6,590 points to the show-off value and earning one bottle of vital energy recovery pills. Hearing this pleasing sound, Su Lang relished it, immediately consuming the newly rewarded pills. Instantly, his depleted strength was restored to its peak, making him vibrant and energetic again. Rubbing his bald head, a result of the secret technique, Su Lang couldn't help but chuckle. "Hee hee, Uncle, you would never expect me to be this awesome. Showing off feels great." He was no longer satisfied with just showing off locally. He decided to attract the cultists' hatred and have them attack together, so he could cut them down in one swoop. Only by showing off like this could he earn everyone's admiration. Uncle, you must be looking at him with newfound respect now, considering how quickly he mastered the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. Su Lang felt a sudden jolt in his heart and quickly looked towards Su Yu. However, when he found Su Yu, there was not a trace of shock on Su Ye's face. Instead, Su Yu's next actions left Su Lang in awe. Ahead, Su Yu stood in the void, facing two martial arts experts in purple robes. The air around them was dense and oppressive, like mirrored glass. Their hands transformed into sharp purple claws, their faces twisted and ugly, exuding the bloodthirsty rage unique to their kind. At this moment, they greedily stared at Suyu, sensing the vigorous blood within him, like that of a dragon. They licked their lips, thinking, what a delicious taste. Kid, an 8th rank peak master dares to come to his death. Since you're here, stay as our blood feast. Before their words could settle, both of them attacked simultaneously, unleashing a nauseating bloody aura that soared skyward. The surrounding space was marred with black cracks, the force threatening to shatter the space, fully displaying the might of a 9th rank grandmaster. Facing their combined assault, Suyu's expression didn't change at all. He continued to look at them with a smile. These half-breeds, neither human nor ghost, picked up some scraps and thought themselves grandmasters? Suyu shook his head with a smile, then stepped forward, drawing one hand from behind his back. His demeanor turned indifferent as his robes fluttered without wind. Violent energies of heaven and earth swirled into a vortex, and as it spun, the space cracked with a crisp sound, revealing web-like fractures. Suyu extended a finger, pointing lightly ahead. Very well, let you half-breeds witness this. Heaven's severing finger, one finger, sever the heavens. His calm voice exploded in everyone's ears. In the next moment, under countless astonished gazes, the vortex of energy behind Suyu dissipated, and a phantom hand appeared. As the hand clenched with Suyu's motion, at the moment the finger thrust forward, the nearly shattered space exploded, a pressure so immense even the heavens trembled. Boom! How could this be possible? The two cult leaders' expressions changed drastically at the sight, their hearts filled with intense despair. They wanted to speak, but were instantly reduced to dust by a single finger, their bodies, and even their spiritual and destructive powers obliterated. This scene left countless people dumbfounded, their eyes filled with fervent admiration as they focused on the white-robed figure standing in the void, one hand behind his back. The general is invincible. In an instant, cheers erupted like a tidal wave, spreading in all directions. The battle, from start to finish, lasted no more than 3 minutes, and the top combat power of the cultists was annihilated. Suyu glanced around the field, smiling calmly, and proceeded to eliminate all the cultists. Those who betray humanity will be ground to dust. Instantly, the soldiers erupted with the most intense battle spirit, launching a full-scale pursuit of the cultists whose morale had collapsed. The battle ended rather abruptly, lacking the brutal scenes people had imagined. Only Suyu, with the power of a single finger, crushed everything in his path. Even after he had slain all the blood-swapped traitors, the soldiers were still in a daze. Soon, all the corpses of the cultists were gathered in an open area. Suyu raised his hand, shattering the space, revealing the void. With a gesture, he disposed of the mountain of bodies into the void, as if handling garbage at a transfer station. After completing this task, Suyu continued, "Go, clean the battlefield." Those imprisoned by the cultists were also rescued. Everyone quickly moved into the cave, and the scene before them made their blood boil. Inside, tens of thousands of ordinary people were held captive, the entire connected mountain range hollowed out, with piles of bones stacked high. 2 massive blood pools, used by the cult leader for cultivation, floated with countless skeletons. These cultists were akin to otherworldly beings, consuming human flesh, especially that of martial artists with some cultivation, to greatly enhance their power. The cave was like a hellish place, where over 10,000 ordinary people awaited their fate as blood food. Their faces had long been numb, but when they saw the soldiers breaking their cages, a glimmer of hope appeared in their hollow eyes, tears welling up. Once everyone was rescued and felt the long-lost sunlight, they couldn't hold back any longer and broke down in tears. During their captivity, they had witnessed countless horrific acts, including dismemberment and consumption of people, along with various inhumane tortures. Recalling the deeds of these demons made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Thank goodness, we're finally saved. I really thought I was going to die here. Thank you so much. After crying, everyone, like a field of wheat swayed by the wind, knelt down in gratitude, repeatedly bowing and expressing their thanks. The soldiers, seeing this, were taken aback and hurriedly helped everyone up, some showing guilt and pain. "We're sorry, we found you too late, making you suffer this undeserved disaster. If we had come to rescue you earlier, perhaps." The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were all ordinary people, each joining the army with the same thought, to protect the people and resist the foreign races. Yet, such a tragic event happened right under their noses. In truth, it wasn't entirely their fault. Besides having a handful of top masters stationed at the rear of Blue Star, every martial saint was occupied on the extraterrestrial battlefield, with 90 of the army unable to return. Now, it was because they returned to quell the rebellion that they had the chance to carry out the sweep. When everyone's emotions had more or less calmed down, Suyu stepped forward, standing in the void with a solemn expression, and said, "All right, let's save the conversations for later. Let's return to Kyoto now. There's no need to stay here." Upon hearing this, everyone responded in unison and began to orderly evacuate the mountain range. As they reached the highway and looked back, they saw a massive, glass-like fist descending from the sky. Boom. After a violent tremor, the entire evil cult mountain range was smashed into pieces by a single punch. The cult's stronghold, spanning 50 miles, vanished in an instant, leaving behind a crater dozens of meters deep. If rain or underground streams were to fill it, it might become a massive freshwater lake. Everyone who witnessed this scene was filled with shock. They rarely saw such power in action. Even if they had seen it on TV documentaries, it couldn't convey the overwhelming force. Experiencing this destruction up close left them speechless. The saying that a grandmaster can move mountains and seas is no exaggeration. Who is this young general with such immense power? He looks barely over 20, yet his strength is astonishing. Praise and admiration flowed endlessly, and the soldiers standing guard over the civilians proudly straightened their backs. This was the young master of the Sioux family from the capital, an invincible warrior in the 8th rank. He had just crushed 2 9th-rank grandmasters with a single gesture. Recently, the young master of the Sioux family had slain hundreds of 8th-rank opponents, showcasing incredible might. He had volunteered to lead the mission to rescue everyone. Without him, who knows when they could have acted. Hearing the soldier's words, the rescued civilians looked at Su Yu, whose figure seemed small in the distance, but suddenly appeared grand and commanding. Admiration filled their hearts. The young master of the Sioux family? So powerful. To be so strong at such a young age, he is destined to become a martial god. Yes, a martial god. This lively scene was all seen by Su Lang, who touched his smooth head, realizing the truth. He slapped his forehead with excitement and muttered to himself, "This is the highest level of showing off. It seems effortless, yet surpasses all other forms of boasting, letting others speak for you, earning everyone's admiration. Invincible strength." With that, Su Lang pulled out a small notebook and pen from his storage ring, flipping it open and writing rapidly. From his movements, some words were visible. On the art of showing off like 4th grandfather, on the martial saint aura of 3rd grandfather, on the master's boasting events. As he flipped halfway, Su Lang decisively wrote in large letters on the first line, "All the above boasting techniques are null and void. Uncle Yu's first lesson in boasting." Boasting must be as natural as flowing water, and it was clear that Su Lang, this budding show-off prodigy, was eager to learn. This battle taught him a lot. Boasting could be done in such a manner. Su Yu, having destroyed the cult mountain range, descended to the crowd and announced, "The cult has been eradicated. Let's return to the capital." Yes. Instantly, the army began its grand march back to the capital. By the time they returned, the news of Su Yu crushing the 9th-rank grandmaster of the cult had spread like wildfire across the Dragon Country. Young Master Su is incredible, truly the leader of the younger generation. Mom, I've decided. Next year, I'm going to apply to the military academy in the 9th city. I want to work under young Master Su. That night, in the Su family home, Su Lang sat on a cushion in his room, put down his phone, and had an epiphany. Public opinion. Actions must be sensational, swift, and decisive, crushing all plots. Then, stir public opinion, and without needing to boast deliberately, countless people will be amazed by me. Uncle Yu, I understand now. You are my god. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.